Jiang Zao has traversed through time, finding herself transformed into a foolish little princess on the brink of being poisoned. It is imperative that she takes action to save herself. Her loud cries attract the attention of the Queen Mother, who inadvertently reveals that she has entered the pages of a novel. Oh heavens, how wretched is this family! My elder brother, though just, is destined to fall prey to treacherous ministers. My second brother, valiant yet lacking in wisdom, is fated to perish on the battlefield. Dearest mother, do not trust that malicious concubine. She seeks to harm you, and the entire Jiang Dynasty is at risk of being overthrown by treachery. Witnessing the affection of her family, Jiang Zao feels an overwhelming urge to act. It is merely a matter of saving lives. She rubs her small hands together, only to find that her family regards her with increasingly peculiar expressions. Before she can make a move, her family, faced with impending doom, begins to defy fate and retaliate fiercely. Treacherous ministers are imprisoned, and the wicked concubine is cast into the cold palace, and inexplicably, she is swept along in this whirlwind of events. Chapter 1. Transformed into a foolish little princess. Drink this. A sharp pain pricks her arm, followed by a burning sensation across her face. The 3-year-old child, exquisitely delicate, sits bewildered, tears welling in her large, round eyes. A woman clad in dark palace attire grips the child's face while holding a bowl of murky concoction that is evidently no benign elixir. With a sudden outburst, Jiang Zao wails, desperately struggling to escape the woman's grasp. The woman's nails graze her soft cheek, leaving a painful red mark in excruciating pain indeed. Jiang Zao covers her face, howling in distress, her tear-filled eyes spilling droplets that fall one after another. Through her tear-blurred vision, she beholds opulence dragon motifs adorn the columns, and the armrests of the concubine's chair are encrusted with magnificent jewels. The dark-clad woman furrows her brow, exclaiming, "Silence. You wretched child, I am feeding you myself, yet you refuse to drink." With a forceful shove, she sends Jiang Zao sprawling to the ground, leaving the child dazed. How could this happen? Wasn't she just up late reading a novel? Where is she now? Before she can gather her thoughts, a maid in a pale dress rushes in. "Your Highness, there's trouble. What is it that has you so flustered?" "Water Yang, how many times must I tell you not to be so reckless?" Shui Ingxue glares, annoyance flickering in her eyes. Her gaze then hardens as it falls upon the fallen Jiang Zao. Jiang Zao is momentarily stunned. Did she hear wrong? What does concubine mean? Water Yang. Isn't she the maid from that palace intrigue novel she just read, serving the villainous concubine? Jiang Zao inhales sharply, raising her small hand, a glimmer of anger flashing in her eyes. Heavens! She has transformed into that 3-year-old foolish child, unable to articulate her thoughts. Panic grips her heart. The concubine in the novel is truly ruthless, having plotted the death of her own sister, the queen, usurping her position, and colluding with treacherous ministers to ensnare the emperor. Not even the 3-year-old dim-witted daughter of the queen is spared. Jiang Zao is aghast, thinking she cannot possibly meet her demise now. No, she does not wish to die. How could she have just arrived in this life only to be cut short? She glances around, her tearful eyes searching for a means of escape. Just as she contemplates crying out, she realizes her voice has been stifled, and her face is still throbbing with pain. "What are you making a fuss about?" Shui Ingxue seizes Jiang Zhao's small hand, twisting it painfully. "You little wretch, why should you be favored just because your mother is the queen while I am merely a concubine? I am no less beautiful than that old hag." Jiang Zhao's tears flow even faster, her eyes darting around. If she cannot make a sound, perhaps she can shatter something to draw attention. "Your Highness, the queen is coming." Water Yang, in a state of urgency, rushes to separate the two. Shui Ingxue, startled, quickly lifts Jiang Zhao, her voice dripping with malice. "Water Yang, hurry and clean up that potion from the floor." With a thought of sweetness, Shui Ingxue steps forward to greet the approaching queen. "Sister, you have arrived." Barely had the words escaped her lips when a woman adorned in a bright yellow phoenix robe glided in, her hair elegantly adorned with a phoenix hairpin, exuding an air of nobility. "Dear sister, have you been playing nicely with your hair?" "Not at all. Not in the slightest. This woman is pinching me and hurting me. She's a wicked woman who bullies me and feeds me poison. Don't be deceived by her. It hurts so much and so pitiful." Initially smiling, Xue Xiangrong's expression darkened as her gaze swept across the room, eventually landing on the delicate figure of the little girl. Though the child's lips did not move, she could hear her thoughts. Was this the voice of her precious one? Jiang Zao met her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. Xue Xiangrong felt a tightening in her heart at the sight of the little girl's pitiful expression, and she pushed Xue Xue aside, striding over. "Yue? What has happened?" Upon seeing the red marks on her face, a flicker of anger crossed Xue Xiangrong's features. "Mother, help me. That wicked woman pinched me and fed me poison." Xue Xiangrong's pupils widened as she gently caressed Jiang Zhao's face. At that moment, Yuer's eyes sparkled with clarity, her tear-filled gaze evoking sympathy. She was no longer foolish. Xue Xiangrong's expression grew serious, her voice thick with emotion. Jiang Zhao's cheeks bore the marks of pain. Xue Xiangrong's heart ached. Where did these scratches on Yuer's face come from? "Mother, mother, not just scratches, but this. She pinched me. It hurts so much." Jiang Zhao discreetly revealed the red marks on her little arm. In the book, the mother adored this snake-hearted sister, yet ultimately fell victim to her schemes. She must make the beautiful woman see the true nature of this concubine. With that thought, tears streamed down her cheeks like a waterfall. Xue Xue, taken aback, had never witnessed her sister's anger before. In a panic, she stammered, "Sister, I truly didn't know. Little foolish dear Yuer must have bumped into something. It's my fault for not watching over Yuer properly. Sister, I was wrong, punish me as you see fit." She feigned humility, knowing her sister would not genuinely punish her, relishing in her perceived cleverness. However, to her shock, Xue Xiangrong suddenly stood, bending down to seize her hand. Xue Xiangrong could hardly fathom that her previously trusted half-sister could harbor such malice. She needed to uncover the truth. "Stop lying. You clearly didn't watch over me. If it weren't for Water Yang's warning, you would have continued. Look at the scratches on my little face, aren't they identical to the marks on your nails?" Xue Xue stared in confusion. "Sister?" Xue Xiangrong held her hand against Jiang Zhao's face, nearly choking on her breath. It truly was Xue Xue. Xue Xiangrong's heart sank as she fixed her gaze on Xue Xue, a cold smile forming on her lips. "You didn't know where you bumped into something? It clearly happened at your hands. You possess audacity beyond measure. Will you still deny it?" Xue Yingshi's face paled in shock. "Sister, how can you slander me like this?" "I did nothing," Xue Xiangrong seethed, her chest heaving with indignation. "Xue Yingxue, the evidence is irrefutable. What further excuses can you concoct?" Xue Yingshu's face tightened, and she protested once more. "Sister, how can I, a living adult, be outmatched by a mute little fool? I am your sister." Xue Xiangrong closed her eyes briefly before reopening them, her gaze icy and resolute. "I do not possess a sister as malicious as you. Yuer is our esteemed princess, albeit temporarily unable to speak. Xue Yingxue, you are but a mere concubine, yet you dare to insult her and even lay hands upon her? Summon someone to keep a close watch on the imperial consort. For 3 months, she shall not be permitted to leave her quarters." Xue Xue's pupils trembled, unable to fathom that Xue Xiangrong intended to confine her. Yet, before she could utter a word, Xue Xiangrong tenderly gathered Jiang Zhao into her arms. "My Yuer, it is I who have failed you. Come, let us go." As Xue Xue watched them depart, her body weakened, her arms trembling.
How?
How could this happen? How could she find out? Xue Yang wore a worried expression, reaching out to support her. Xue Yingxue struck back, "Incompetent fools. A bunch of useless wretches." She pressed her hand to her chest, attempting to quell the rising panic. These palace maids were of no use, she had to rely on herself. No, she must not allow Xue Xiangrong to inform the emperor of this matter first. "Yuer, does your face still hurt?" Fingers brushed gently over Jiang Zhao's cherubic face. "Can Yuer speak?" She could only gaze up at her mother with watery eyes. It was truly unfortunate. Not only was she trapped in the form of a foolish child, but her entire family was destined to become cannon fodder for the future. According to the narrative, her elder brother would perish due to treachery, her second brother would fall on the battlefield, and their formidable father, the emperor, would die. In a rebellion, what a tragic fate. Wah, I have tried my utmost, yet I cannot produce a sound. I should have died at the hands of that wicked woman today, but it seems fate has spared me. However, if I do not perish now, soon this dynasty will change hands. I cannot bear to leave my mother." Xue Xiangrong trembled, instinctively dismissing the blasphemous thought, believing her younger daughter had merely been frightened into silence. Yet a question arose in her heart. Could it be that her daughter was not only no longer foolish, but possessed the ability to foresee the future? She instinctively tightened her grip on Jiang Zhao's small hand. Do not fear. If you cannot speak, then let us remain silent." Jiang Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears. "Wah, my mother is a good person. It is that woman who is truly wicked. She may harm you." "No, I must find a way to ensure your safety. Mother must not fall victim to that vile woman." A wave of guilt washed over Xue Xiangrong. Her Yuer had been simple-minded since childhood, never having enjoyed even a fraction of royal privileges. And now, the first thing on her mind was her mother. She resolved to care for Jiang Zhao with all her heart. The room was suffused with warmth, but in the next moment, Xue Yingshue's delicate, tearful voice wafted in from outside. "Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Sister did not mean any harm. Yuer is still very young, having been ill in her childhood and now unable to speak. Sister must have misunderstood in her worry and punished me without intent. I do not mind the punishment. I can understand sister's feelings upon seeing Yuer unable to speak." Emperor Jiang Huijing, clad in his dragon robe, had clearly just descended from the court. His expression was cold, his gaze resting on the distressed Xue Yingxue behind him. Upon entering the palace, he beheld Xue Xiangrong cradling Jiang Zhao in greeting. "I have heard that you confined the imperial consort this morning. I merely spent last night at her residence, and you are already jealous enough to punish her? Do you still possess the demeanor of an empress? Hurry and apologize to the imperial consort." "Apologize? Are the marks on my face and the bruises on my body mere decorations? Can you not see them? She struck me and demands that my mother apologize to her. Who will listen to my grievances?" Upon hearing the voice, Emperor Jiang Huijing paused, a flicker of shock crossing his deep-set eyes. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Zhao's small mouth. This voice. Could it be that his daughter has found her voice? Chapter 2. Unrepentant. Jiang Zhao's mouth moved, yet no sound emerged. Jiang Huijing's countenance hardened, his brow furrowing. What he had just heard was his daughter's innermost thoughts. Jiang Zhao looked perplexed, her gaze meeting the emperor's. She flinched. He was truly intimidating, a true dragon among men. "Why are you looking at me? My mother and I have done nothing wrong. This is an injustice. Please do not confuse right with wrong." Jiang Zhao opened her mouth, but instead, she buried her face in Xue Xiangrong's embrace. Her shoulders shook, appearing to weep bitterly. Xue Xiangrong gazed at her pitiful daughter, filled with rage and sorrow. Recalling the moment she overheard Jiang Zhao's thoughts, a multitude of realizations swept through her mind. Could it be that her beloved half-sister sought her life? The thought of Yuer once being in such peril sent shivers down her spine. "Your Majesty, you favor my sister, which is to nurture the harem. I would be delighted to see such prosperity." Xue Xiangrong's expression softened, yet the next moment, her eyes turned frigid. "However, when I visited my sister just now, I found Yuer in tears, with a large bruise on her arm and marks of being grasped on her face. If not for my sister's hand, then who in the imperial consort's palace would dare lay a hand on your daughter, the only princess of the Jiang Dynasty?" Her voice rang out, firm and resolute, truly startling Xue Yingxue. With a look of resentment, she glared back. Jiang Zhao nodded vigorously in agreement. Correct. Father, that wicked woman attempted to poison me. She wanted to force me to drink some unknown toxin. What a pity for my delicate little paws. They still ache." The emperor's somber gaze fell upon Jiang Zhao's small arm, the red marks glaringly evident. With reason and evidence, it was impossible to remain oblivious to the situation. Considering the empress's words, Jiang Huijing was enraged to the point of laughter. His only daughter had narrowly escaped death, and the imperial consort had the audacity to slander her. How brazen! "Xue Guifei, do you not realize your mistake?" Jiang Huijing's gaze flicked to the clearly guilty Xue Yingxue, his expression growing colder. Lies, abuse, arrogance. Xue Yingxue had truly outdone herself. Xue Yingxue trembled, collapsing to her knees. Your Majesty, I did not do it. Are you implying that I am falsely accusing you?" "Xue Yingxue, when have I ever told a lie? Xue Xiangrong slammed her palm on the table. Jiang Zao, startled, instinctively clung to Xue Xiangrong, whispering soothingly. Your Majesty, Xue Xue was taken aback. She never expected that Xue Xiangrong's mere words would sway the emperor. Humph! You wicked villain! Let's see how you harm others now that you are confined. This father is good, yet alas, he too will not live long. Jiang Huijing's heart tightened again as he brushed his hand over the jade ring on his left hand, raising an eyebrow, his probing gaze sweeping over Jiang Zao once more. No, this cannot end here. I must save both my parents. But how shall I convey this to father? His side is filled with treacherous officials, and words cannot be trusted. Jiang Zhao steeled herself, briefly locking eyes with Jiang Huijing before hurriedly averting her gaze. She could barely breathe. It was terrifying, far more so than the deathly glare of the principal. Jiang Huijing, a man of high rank accustomed to storms, lowered his gaze slightly to conceal the complexity within. As he began to discern the details of her thoughts, his eyes sharpened. He was indeed investigating treachery, yet how could his previously simple-minded daughter possess such knowledge? Moreover, who dared to reach into the palace and target his only princess? Surely they were courting death. Could it be that the fortune-teller's prediction from last year was coming true, foretelling a great calamity for him? The resolution lay in the assistance of a noble person beside him. Could this noble person be his daughter, who had been foolish for so long? Jiang Huijing's expression darkened, curiosity piqued. At that moment, a palace maid named Lear arrived to report, Your Majesty, the Empress has come to pay her respects. As the voice faded, a clear and youthful tone resonated from outside. Mother, a boy adorned in a crimson robe, his features radiant with vitality, seemed to announce his presence even before arriving. Having concluded his matters at the Ministry of Justice, he paused slightly, a hint of tension crossing his face. Father is also here. I pay my respects to father. Xue Xiangrong glanced at the silent emperor, her voice softening further. Have all the affairs of the ministry been settled? It is not necessary to come and pay respects every time. Jiang Jinyu hesitated for a moment, his body taut, akin to reporting to the emperor in the court. Most of it is handled. Mother need not worry. I have come to present a rattledrum to my sister. He furtively stole a glance at the emperor. The latter merely glanced back, remaining silent. Only then did Jiang Jinyu feel reassured enough to place the rattledrum before Jiang Zao. Is this my elder brother? Jiang Jinyu paused in his motion, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Did he just hear his sister's voice? Before Jiang Jinyu could utter a word, Jiang Zao, with her tiny hand, shook the rattle, her large eyes blinking innocently as her little paw tentatively touched the back of Jiang Jinyu's hand, inadvertently producing a bubble, a sight that truly endeared her to him. Elder brother is truly handsome. No wonder he is the firstborn son of the emperor and the beautiful empress. It is a pity, though, that such a striking appearance and remarkable abilities attract the covetous eyes of treacherous ministers. They cannot tolerate the excellence of the emperor's firstborn and have resorted to assassination attempts. Treacherous ministers have always been shameless. I fear my elder brother will soon face calamity. Jiang Jinyu's grip on the rattledrum tightened instantly. He quickly stood, pressing the rattledrum into Jiang Zao's hands, unable to conceal his shock. Jiang Jinyu was indeed aware that someone had tampered with the cases at the Ministry of Justice, yet he had not uncovered the evidence. Elder brother, you must investigate quickly. It would be best to avert danger in advance. Alas, if only I could speak. His anxiety heightened. He gently ruffled Jiang Zao's hair. Father, mother, I suddenly recalled I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. This was a matter of utmost importance concerning his life. He needed to investigate swiftly. He must protect his sister for a lifetime. How could he allow himself to perish so easily? Watching Jiang Jinyu depart, Xue Xiangrong felt a tightening in her throat, rendered speechless for a time. She had heard her daughter's words clearly just moments ago. It seemed that her eldest son had his own considerations, but what if the Emperor Jiang Huijing's eyes brewed with a storm as he rose, observing Jiang Zao's diminutive form? Cowering, his gaze deepening. Rest assured, our son and daughter shall be safe. I shall also investigate whether there have been any recent happenings at the Ministry of Justice to assist Jinyu. He was eager to discover who the blind fools were, daring to so openly conspire against the royal family. After a lengthy pause, he finally commanded someone to gather information.
Chapter 3. A hard intrepidation. Jiang Huijing and his son were busy, while Xue Xiangrong spent a restless night filled with anxiety. The following morning, the maid Lier meticulously arranged the breakfast and gently called out, "Your Majesty, the Empress, and the little princess, please have your morning meal." Jiang Zao, with her short legs, hurriedly approached. Xue Xiangrong smiled warmly, lifting Jiang Zao and placing her on a chair, playfully setting down the chopsticks before her. "Be careful now. The mother of a nation is indeed different. Look at how elegantly my mother prepares for the meal, while I just wish to quickly fill my little stomach." Jiang Zao clutched her specially designated small bowl, ready to show off her meal. Suddenly, Jiang Jinyu rushed in, not even pausing to greet Xue Xiangrong, and, picking up the bewildered Jiang Zao, showered her with fervent kisses, nearly distorting her little face. Jiang Zao was bewildered, hearing Jiang Jinyu's voice filled with excitement. "Mother, my little sister is so clever. She is a little lucky star. No, a great lucky star. Sister, give me a kiss." With that, he planted a couple more kisses on her cheeks. Jiang Zao covered her slightly aching face. Wasn't my elder brother supposed to be composed and intimidating working in the Ministry of Justice? Just look at this foolishness. I'm left with a sore face from all these kisses. Xue Xiangrong could not help but poke Jiang Jinyu's forehead. "You're too rough. Where is still a child? You frightened her." Jiang Jinyu gently pinched Jiang Zao's cheek. "I'm sorry, Yuer. I was too excited. What good news could possibly make my elder brother this elated?" Jiang Zao grasped Jiang Jinyu's finger, giving it a gentle shake. Xue Xiangrong's lips curled into a smile, her hand raised elegantly. "Indeed, it is something worth celebrating. Wow. My elder brother is incredible. This is hardly my achievement. He is simply clever. How wonderful. My elder brother is not dead. But I remain uncertain about the lurking schemes. I must remind him to be cautious." Jiang Jinyu held Jiang Zao, showering her with kisses once more. "Elder brother is truly happy today. May I feed you?" Jiang Zao nodded vigorously, her big eyes filled with longing. How could it be anything but delightful? A handsome brother feeding her. Xue Xiangrong covered her mouth with a handkerchief, stifling her laughter, her voice laced with mirth. "Lier, please check if the food is safe." The summoned maid stiffened, biting her lip, stepping forward with a silver needle in hand. Jiang Jinyu had already scooped a piece of potato with a small spoon, intending to feed Jiang Zao. They watched as Leo inserted the silver needle, which promptly turned black. Jiang Jinyu's heart raced, and he hurled the spoon away. How audacious! Who dares to poison so brazenly? He could hardly think. Had it not been for his mother's earlier caution, would he have inadvertently poisoned his sister? Xue Xiangrong was equally shocked. "Lier, my dear Leo, that wicked woman has returned? Surely she did not intend to poison my mother, but now that I have survived, I have caught her red-handed. Leo, isn't she the cousin of the favored concubine's maid, Shui Yang? They are quite close, and it was Lier who often delivered messages. Otherwise, how could my mother have met such a swift demise? This plan is truly vicious. Had my mother not been vigilant, my elder brother would have been branded a fratricide, stripped of his position in the Ministry of Justice. Oh dear, my precious potato. Who have I offended to deserve such misfortune?" Jiang Zao's round eyes darted between Lier and Jiang Jinyu. By this time, Lier was trembling on her knees. Jiang Jinyu, sensing Jiang Zao's silent thoughts, exchanged a glance with Xue Xiangrong, both realizing the implications. If the last incident was an accident, then Jiang Zao's revelations confirmed their fears. Could it be that his previously Navi's sister truly possessed the ability to foresee the future? Without further ado, he seized Lier by the wrist. Lier cried out, "Your Majesty, I was wrong." Jiang Jinyu's forehead throbbed. "Speak. Who ordered you to poison?" "Your Majesty, you have treated me well. In my next life, I shall serve you as a humble servant." Lier bit her tongue and shouted, blood spilling from her mouth as she smiled, committing suicide in her desperation. Jiang Zao gasped. Goodness, Lier was so loyal to the favored concubine. And she vows to serve in the next life? Please don't bring harm to my mother. Jiang Jinyu was left breathless. What a treacherous maid. Knowing her fate, she chose to end her own life. He suddenly knelt. "Mother, Yuer, do not worry. I will uncover the truth behind this conspiracy. Isn't it obvious? The favored concubine. The only ones in the harem are her and my mother. If I perish, my mother would be heartbroken. My elder brother would be accused of fratricide, and the emperor, in his fury, would be ensnared by treacherous ministers. The Jiang Dynasty would perish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyu instinctively exchanged glances with Xue Xiangrong. Though still harboring doubts, her Yuer's reasoning held weight. The events of the previous day, involving Xue Xinshue's actions towards Yuer, confirmed her intentions to harm them. Yet, they lacked evidence. Xue Xiangrong's voice was gentle yet resolute. This matter is of utmost importance. You must investigate while being mindful of your identity and surroundings. Many eyes are watching you. Jiang Jinyu spoke softly, ensuring only the three of them could hear. For walls have ears. If even Lier, the closest maid to Shui Xiangrong, could be turned against them, what of others? This was primarily meant for Jiang Zao's ears. As expected, Jiang Zao, unable to voice her thoughts, continued her silent lament. This place is perilous. I want to leave. Yesterday, I heard my parents mention that the wicked woman is indeed the favored concubine, and the minister has issues too. These two are likely entangled. And those distant relatives, ensuring my family's survival is a daunting task. Counting those she must save and the dangers to guard against, she sighed deeply. Such great responsibility rests upon my small shoulders. Shui Xiangrong lowered her gaze, pinching Jiang Zao's little paw, and softly cautioned. You must be cautious in your actions. Yes. Jiang Jinyu nodded vigorously, then kissed Jiang Zao twice more. Bring me some good fortune. Jiang Zao, bewildered by the kisses, pinched her face as she watched Jiang Jinyu scamper away, exclaiming, what a rogue, so free with his kisses. Shui Xiangrong held Jiang Zao close, her gaze softening. Where is truly my little lucky star? You saved your elder brother. In that moment, she resolved that regardless of her daughter's extraordinary abilities, she would always be her beloved child. Shui Xiangrong's heart swelled with tenderness as she caressed her precious girl's face. Jiang Zao, unable to comprehend her own actions, was nevertheless delighted to snuggle with her mother. Mother smells so nice, one kiss. Chapter 4. A new wave emerged as Shui Xiangrong took the initiative to cozy up to Jiang Zao, ordering the servants to prepare a fresh meal. The previously toxic dishes had been removed, which she found quite regrettable. Now, with a new meal prepared, she could hardly contain her excitement. Jiang Zao, patting her now round belly, exclaimed, delicious. Just too tasty, but it feels like I can only indulge once. Shui Xiangrong's grip on her hand stiffened, her brows knitting together. Initially, she had refrained from making assumptions about her half-sister. The two had once shared a close bond, yet now, her sister had audaciously targeted the daughter she cherished most. As the empress, if she could not protect her own flesh and blood, what difference was there between her and a puppet in this position? As Jiang Zao pondered the unfolding drama in her mind, a newly arrived maid hurried in to announce, Your Majesty, the lady from the Shui residence has come to pay her respects. Shui Xiangrong had anticipated this visit and let out a cold laugh. You accompany your mother to greet her, would you? Jiang Zao obediently nodded. The lady from the Shui residence, isn't that the noble concubine's mother? I have never encountered such shamelessness. This wicked woman is quick to complain. Jiang Zao mused. TSK, my elder brother is too slow, and even father the emperor is no better, allowing her to complain back to her family. Shui Xiangrong nearly chuckled. She pressed her lips together and instructed the maid to bring in the lady from the Shui residence. It was just after lunch. The lady arrived adorned in gold and silver, accompanied by several maidservants, her demeanor exuding disdain. Yet, she soon slightly bowed, presenting a semblance of respect to the empress. Previously, Shui Xiangrong had thought little of such formalities. After all, the lady was her stepmother. She had never insisted on the lady's decorum during greetings. However, it appeared that her indulgence had bred a sense of arrogance and rudeness in the lady. Lady Shui. Shui Xiangrong's voice was frigid. What brings you here this afternoon without rest? Lady Shui's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile. What are you saying? As a mother, I naturally miss my daughter and wish to come and see her. It was fortunate that she typically behaved this way. Lady Shui, not suspecting anything amiss, took a sip of tea and sighed softly. In the Shui residence, there are only you and Shui'er. As sisters in this harem, you should support one another. I heard yesterday that Shui'er has been confined by the emperor. She merely accidentally bumped into Ware. What's the big deal? Her words dripped with dissatisfaction towards Shui Xiangrong and pity for Shui'ering Snow. Ah, indeed, she is here to plead on behalf of her daughter. It's clear she feels no concern unless blood ties are involved. Shui Guifei nearly caused a death, and yet she claims it was an accident. How utterly shameless. What do you expect? If my parents do not protect me, will they protect you? You are far too scheming, assisting the Guifei and harming the empress. Any of your sinister intentions could cost you dearly. Jiang Zao huffed, turning in Shui Xiangrong's embrace. She did not wish to see such a villainous person. Unbeknownst to her, this very movement provided Lady Shui with leverage. Children as young as 3 could attend school, and at 3 years old, Yuer had already been examined by physicians with little improvement. Your 2 sons are grown. Shouldn't you be securing a good relationship with Shui? Just as Shui Xiangrong was about to respond, She overheard Lady Shui disparaging her daughter as foolish and incapable of handling royal affairs, which would only bring shame. She shot Lady Shui a glare. Lady Shui, you did not speak this way when Wei was born. Are you now belittling my daughter for being simple-minded? If you hold such disdain, then do not come here. Lady Shui's heart raced, and she quickly attempted to appease. That is not the case. I merely wish for you and Shui not to allow a trivial child to create a rift between you. Sisters must. Before she could finish, Shui Xiangrong slammed her hand on the table. What a joke. Do you really think of yourself as my grandmother? Do you not remember how you ascended to your position? This is too much. Am I unworthy? You harbor ill intentions and do not care for Jiang Zao. You are solely focused on usurping power. Your vile thoughts are not worthy of the throne. Jiang Zao was genuinely infuriated. No matter her circumstances, she was still a princess. The Shui family relied on the empress's favor to survive. Did they now believe themselves to be the masters? Shui Xiangrong's voice grew even colder. I refer to you as mother out of respect. If Shui'er wishes to harm Yu'er, had I not arrived in time, Yu'er would have been lost to me. If Shui'er does nothing, I might have sheltered her. Her confinement by the emperor is her own doing. Yes, exactly. Scold her. Mother, scold her fiercely. Otherwise, they will come again to provoke us. The Gui Fei cannot bear children. It is her own fault. The Shui family cannot dominate with a single hand. How naive to think they can manipulate you. Shui Xiangrong raised her hand to cover Jiang Zhao's ears, her tone sharp. Should my Wei suffer any harm in the future? Do not blame me for severing ties and sending Shui'er to the cold palace. Such a venomous heart has no place in this harem. Lady Shui was rendered speechless, her mind racing, puzzled by Shui Xiangrong's sudden assertiveness. Just a simpleton could provoke such fury. She lowered her gaze, concealing her shock, intimidated by Shui Xiangrong's fierce demeanor. Daring not to meet her eyes. Seeing no sign of remorse from Lady Shui, Shui Xiangrong smirked coldly. In the future, should you come here again, remember well that I am the mother of a nation. The proper respect must be maintained. None shall be lacking. Escort the lady from the Shui residence out. Lady Shui opened her mouth, but fear rendered her speechless. Staring blankly at Shui Xiangrong, she could only follow the eunuchs out in humiliation. Jiang Zao clapped her little hands, gazing at Shui Xiangrong with admiration. Wow, mother, you're truly amazing. Shui Xiangrong's lips curled upwards, heartily accepting her daughter's praise. Yet, she suddenly sighed, pondering Wei's intelligence tempered by her tender age. How would she navigate this palace in the future? What worried her more was whether her foresight could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. The recently appointed maid softly reassured her, Your Majesty, you worry too much. The little princess is clever. Those who survive great trials surely reap great blessings in the future. Exactly. I like this little girl. She speaks so well. Jiang Zhao climbed onto Shui Xiangrong's lap, rubbing her small face against her mother's. Don't worry, mother. No matter what, I will protect this family. After sharing a tender moment with her beautiful mother, Jiang Zhao yawned and was gently tucked into bed by Shui Xiangrong, perhaps due to her frail condition. Jiang Zhao slept for an hour and a half before waking. Feeling her belly had deflated, she began to wonder if she was merely a little pig, eating and sleeping. Then waking to eat. What else could I be but a little pig? But I'm truly hungry. Oh, belly, please stop growling, or else I will. I will hold you down. Shui Xiangrong paused, having caught this thought, a smile creeping onto her lips. Where are you awake? I've already sent for dinner. Jiang Zhao reached out, hugging her mother, her small face still bearing the traces of sleepiness as she nuzzled against Shui Xiangrong's cheek. We share a bond, mother. I love you, and you love me. Shui Xiangrong's smile deepened, just as she was about to speak when she caught sight of someone entering. Jiang Huijing stepped in, each step feeling like a weight on Shui Xiangrong's heart. She trembled, immediately holding Jiang Zhao and kneeling. Your Majesty, you have arrived. Why did you not send word? Jiang Huijing gazed at Jiang Zhao in her arms for a moment, then instructed, Rise, before turning to sit on a stool. Why do you gaze at me so, father? Your stare feels as though you might devour me. Stop looking, stop looking. If you keep this up, your little princess shall surely burst into tears. Jiang Zhao whimpered. Not intending to cry, her soul was that of an adult in her 20s. Yet, the emperor's gaze was indeed terrifying. Jiang Huijing's emotions deepened, becoming increasingly complex. He had visited the Ministry of Justice the previous day, and the outcome was unexpected. It aligned perfectly with Jiang Zhao's thoughts. This little one was becoming ever more intriguing. Shui Xiangrong felt a chill run down her spine as she gently pulled Jiang Zhao back. The emperor's demeanor was truly fearsome. She spoke softly, breaking the oppressive silence. Your Majesty, what brings you here? I came to see Shio. Has she been frightened these past few days? Jiang Huijing had previously deemed it regrettable that Jiang Zao, the sole princess of the royal family, had been so naive since childhood. However, now she had grown cleverer. Her small frame was far more astute than before, and her thoughts were profoundly perplexing. Recalling the master's warning, Jiang Huijing's expression darkened further, his gaze laden with meaning as he looked at her. Jiang Zao shivered slightly. "Father Emperor, it cannot be bad news. The way you look at me, could it be that my second brother is in trouble?" Her second brother. He hasn't even had the chance to meet me yet. Alas, while Father Emperor is indeed a wise ruler, this time, my second brother has been wronged. To maintain the people's trust, he has no choice but to send my brother to the borders. How tragic that he might fall victim to treachery on the way. Jiang Zhao's face contorted with pain as she waved her small hands. My second brother has devoted his life to Jiang Zhao, yet that treasonous letter was brazenly planted among his correspondents, and it was my elder brother who personally interrogated him. What should I do? How can I tell my elder brother that the letter was forged to mimic my second brother's handwriting? Jiang Huijing's gaze grew increasingly profound. The entire palace was aware of the second prince's expedition to eradicate bandits. This little girl might have merely overheard something by chance. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, grave news." Jiang Huijing furrowed his brow, wondering what could be so urgent. What if it startled the little princess? The eunuch quickly silenced himself and leaned closer to the emperor. Though his voice was low, all three of them heard him. "Your Majesty, reports from the mountains outside the city indicate that the second prince has colluded with the mountain bandits, declaring himself king upon the mountain, refusing to descend." Chapter 5. A heavy responsibility bestowed upon the eldest brother Jiang Huijing abruptly rose, his voluminous dragon robe nearly striking Jiang Zao in the face. "What did you say?" His voice was laced with barely contained fury. Look, what did the baby say?" "You dare not?" "Pa, pa, pa. There is no one in this world more audacious than you. Second brother has clearly fallen into the trap of bandits. It is not merely a matter of claiming territory. With such a report, father will surely—" "Poor second brother, who knows what he is enduring at this moment." Shui Xiangron's expression was about to relax, but her heart tightened once more. "Not knowing? Does that not imply uncertainty about life and death?" She glanced at her daughter in her arms, whose small face was filled with distress, her tender little mouth tightly pursed, and her hands clutching the bedding fiercely, as if in deep worry. Just as Shui Xiangron hesitated to speak, the emperor, Jiang Huijing, suddenly released Li Gonggong, gesturing for him to withdraw, while instructing the military officials to wait in the Ministry of Personnel. Military officials? Was he to entrust second brother's fate to them? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zao's complexion visibly paled. Her round, cherubic face lost its morning glow. "Your Majesty, I—" Shui Xiangron tightened her hold on the little bundle in her arms, intending to defend her son, but was quelled by a mere glance from Jiang Huijing. "Rongoi. The harem must not interfere in state affairs." It was as if he anticipated her forthcoming words, his tone carrying a hint of chill. Yet, his gaze upon Jiang Zao bore little remaining authority. It seemed that his precious ewer, as the national master had indicated, indeed possessed extraordinary capabilities. Each of Yuer's previous insights had proven true. With such foresight into the future, perhaps it would be beneficial to speak a few more words, allowing him to discern how to extricate the second brother from this predicament. Why does Father Emperor gaze at the baby in such a manner? Jiang Zao nestled deeper into her mother's embrace as footsteps echoed outside the hall. "Mother." Jiang Genie, adorned in a flowing red robe, swept in like a gentle breeze, seemingly in high spirits. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the tense atmosphere and, upon seeing Jiang Huijing's displeased countenance, recognized that something was amiss. He suppressed his smile, hastening forward to pay his respects to Jiang Huijing. "Father Emperor is also here." Jiang Huijing nodded slightly, inquiring about his son's presence. His gaze fell upon the eunuch behind Jiang Genie. The more he spoke, the weaker the eunuch's voice became, almost collapsing under Jiang Huijing's stare. As the eldest prince, how could he indulge in such feminine concerns? Jiang Huijing might just hold them accountable for failing to offer wise counsel. Observing Jiang Huijing's stern demeanor, Jiang Genie deftly shifted the topic. Does Father Emperor have something on his mind? He had never required others to present him with conclusions. Moreover, he felt justified in his concern for his mother and sister. After hearing the circumstances, Jiang Genie's expression darkened. "I am well aware of second brother's character. Regardless of other matters, he would never betray. I implore Father Emperor to entrust this matter to me. I shall clear second brother's name." Seeing him kneel in the hall to plead, Jiang Huijing's expression softened slightly. At least his efforts in raising this son had not been in vain. Jiang Huaijing rose, lightly pressing Jiang Jini's shoulder as a sign of his esteem. My son, you have pleased me greatly. This matter is entrusted to you. Do not let me down. Jiang Jini lowered his head further, his brow furrowed in determination. I obey. At that moment, a soft, melodious voice broke the tension. How wonderful! With elder brother around. Second brother will surely find a way to resolve this crisis. Jiang Jini's gaze grew resolute as he looked at the small face peeking from the bedding, a smile gracing his lips. With such words from his sister, his heart steadied even further. However, just as he was about to express his gratitude to Jiang Huaijing, he heard a small sigh. However, elder brother should not be overly optimistic. In the future, beauty and wine may cloud his judgment, and he may find himself accused in the court. The gravity of her words caused Jiang Jini to halt mid-motion, his body swaying. Will I succumb to the allure of beauty? Will I truly be accused? In an instant, 3 sharp gazes converged upon the small face buried beneath the bedding. Why are you all staring? Baby, what is it? Does the baby have pimples on her face? Jiang Zao extended her chubby little paw, attempting to touch her own face but encountering nothing. Could it be that they? Shui Xiangrong's lips twitched and her gaze shifted subtly. Jiang Jini, have you not yet expressed your gratitude to the emperor? Jiang Jini seemed to have just realized this, bowing deeply before Jiang Huaijing. Thank you, Father Emperor, for entrusting me with this important responsibility. I shall not fail your expectations. No, brother, you shall fail. Although your intentions may not be so, one cannot withstand the repeated assaults from others. Her resolute tone made Jiang Jini's shoulders slump once more, as if he could barely rise. How could he be so easily swayed in his sister's eyes? Jiang Jini gazed back at Jiang Zao with a hint of sorrow. Her sparkling big eyes revealed no secrets. Yet, it was precisely this gaze that could wound the heart. Why does elder brother keep looking at the baby today? Although the baby also likes elder brother, it cannot prevent elder brother from being harmed by others. Let me give you a kiss to comfort you. Do not cry, elder brother. We shall fight again. Gurgle. In the midst of their exchange, Jiang Zao's stomach audibly protested. To divert her thoughts, Jiang Jini called in the waiting eunuch. The hour was late, and surely their mother had yet to dine. Would it not be better to serve food first? Shui Xiangrong, her expression gentle, picked up Jiang Zao. Very well. Has the emperor dined yet? Should we remain? Jiang Huaijing nodded, glancing at Jiang Jini. Let us see how well my son cooks. The family, in harmonious unity, appeared like an ordinary household, simply engaged in a commonplace meal. Jiang Huaijing took his seat at the table, casually inquiring, Have you dined, my son? Jiang Jini, still mulling over Jiang Zao's words, hesitated with the 8-treasure duck before instinctively replying, I have. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his stomach growled audibly. Jiang Jini felt a rush of embarrassment. Fortunately, his personal eunuch came to his rescue, stating, The prince prepared the 8-treasure duck and just arrived. He has not yet had a chance to dine. Jiang Zao clutched her own special bowl, her small paws stirring the milk porridge, occasionally shoving handfuls into her mouth. As a mere 3-year-old, her messy eating drew no reprimands, only the pure and clear gaze fixed upon Jiang Jini. Oh, elder brother's unruly behavior is becoming increasingly apparent. Jiang Jini found himself caught between laughter and tears. How could a simple verbal misstep render him unruly in his precious sister's eyes? Little Yuer, be good. Let your brother feed you. To avoid being prematurely driven to despair by his sister, Jiang Jini willingly took on the task of ensuring she was well fed. Ugh, elder brother feeds too hastily. The baby can eat by herself. Chapter 6, Bringing Mother to Confront the Villain's Second Brother? Jiang Jinu's actions momentarily halted. Just as he was about to lean in to listen intently to his precious little sister's plan to rescue second brother, he failed to notice that Jiang Zhao's tiny paw had already climbed up to him, adorned with 2 pieces of vegetable leaves. Jiang Zhao's little face was immersed in admiration of her own creation, giggling incessantly. Just a glance from Jiang Huaijing filled his eyes with mirth, while Shui Xiangrong smiled broadly, helping Jiang Jinu remove the leaves from his head. Don't be upset, Your Highness. Yuer did not mean to. Higi, brother is always so handsome. He truly deserves to be my brother. Jiang Zhao's eyes sparkled brightly, seemingly in agreement with Shui Xiangrong's explanation, nodding vigorously. Her soft little paw struggled to extend a thumb, as if it were also offering comfort to Jiang Jinu. How could he possibly remain angry? Jiang Jinu couldn't help but smile, handing the porridge bowl to the wet nurse beside him to fetch another serving of soup. Younger sister is still quite young. How could she truly understand? Mother, it is nothing. Elder brother is so gentle. I heard second brother is displaying a different charm. I truly wish to see it with my own eyes. However, second brother is still on the mountain. Though given some time, he can surely escape smoothly. It would be even better if father and elder brother could send some reinforcements. The soft, sweet voice remained blissfully unaware of the secrets it had inadvertently revealed. Jiang Jinyu and Jiang Huijing exchanged glances, both seeing delight reflected in each other's eyes. Jiang Jinyu's joy was palpable as he instinctively pulled Jiang Zao into a warm embrace, showering her with affectionate kisses. "What a wonderful sister you are, my little lucky star." Watching Jiang Zhao's face contort from his kisses, Jiang Huijing cleared his throat twice, maintaining an expression of indifference. "Your Highness, let us eat first." Jiang Jinyu, unfazed, beamed as he set Jiang Zhao aside. After dinner, a decree bearing military orders was issued from the military council, mobilizing troops. Soon, the rumors about the second prince of Jiang Zhao seizing power and betraying Jiang Zhao were dispelled throughout the city and palace. However, the atmosphere in Shuiyang Palace was far from peaceful. Xue Yingxue lounged against a luxurious imperial concubine chair, her jeweled head resting against the ornate armrest. She allowed the palace maid beside her to feed her peeled lychees. Suddenly, Xue Yingxue's cruel eyes snapped open, and she ruthlessly kicked the maid next to her. "You useless thing." She spat out the lychee pit still mixed with bits of skin. These clumsy servants were utterly inadequate. They were no better than Xue Yang, who could soothe her restless heart. Now trapped in Shuiyang Palace, even her food and clothing had been cut in half. Even acquiring a lychee became a troublesome affair. "Where's Xue Yang? Bring her to me." Xue Yingshue's brows furrowed, displeasure evident on her face. Why is she taking so long? This is maddening. Without her confidant, the tension in her brow remained unrelieved. Only when it was time for lunch did Xue Yang rush in, her face pale and streaked with dried tears. Clearly having been crying, Xue Yingxue keenly sensed something was amiss. "What happened to Liu?" Xue Yang nodded, wiping the tears from her eyes. She pushed aside the maids beside her and placed a letter before Xue Yingxue, then began to serve her dishes. "Liu has committed suicide." "What?" Xue Yingxue slammed her hand on the table, causing the teacup to topple over. Her chest heaved violently as she swept the dishes off the table in a fit of rage. "Useless fools," Xue Yang enunciated clearly, weighing her words. "Your Highness, please do not be angry. Perhaps you should first read this letter. It was sent by the old master with great haste, and it contains condolences from the Gao family. You might want to take a look." Xue Yingxue directly pulled out the gleaming silver notes from within. Along with the notes, there was a small piece of paper. Upon closer inspection, it bore the name Jinyu. Xue Yingxue focused solely on the silver notes in her hand, neglecting the note entirely. What business did the first prince have with them? Hearing this, Xue Yang, while serving the dishes, bowed respectfully. "It is said that your Highness should eliminate the first prince for their careers." Xue Yingxue sneered. This Gao Bin was merely a fair-weather friend, gathering only for mutual benefit. To ensure his career flourished, he had numerous demands. Yet, at this moment, she could not afford to offend him. However, if she could truly eliminate the first prince, it might not be such a bad thing for her. She slammed the silver notes down on the table. "These useless fools. What is there to fear from a mere inexperienced child? Meanwhile, I have been trapped here for days without seeing any effort from them. No, I must find a way out. That Xue Xiangrong will not surpass me." The resentment in Xue Yingshue's eyes bubbled over. She glanced at Xue Yang beside her. "Where's the item I requested?" Xue Yang understood immediately, dismissing the palace maids before carefully retrieving the object from her bosom. "My lady, please handle this carefully." Xue Yingxue nodded, swiftly snatching the item away. As the sun set, Xue Xiangrong was amusing herself with Jiang Zao in the palace. Today, the little princess was particularly well behaved, enjoying her lamb milk porridge and not causing any fuss during her bath. Just then, a distressed voice echoed from outside the palace. Your Majesty, please come quickly. Something has happened to Our Lady." After dinner, Our Lady began convulsing and fainting, foaming at the mouth several times. "Please, come and see." The frantic cries startled both Xue Xiangrong and the little Jiang Zao, who immediately pouted her lips. "Here we go again. This wicked woman won't let me enjoy a moment of peace. Sweet mother, we won't go. Let's see what she can do to us." Xue Xiangrong's eyes flickered, pondering the situation. If something is wrong, we should seek the physician. I have never studied medicine. What good would it do to see the imperial concubine? This wicked woman is truly ruthless, even to herself. I do not wish for mother to be harmed, but if we do not go, she will surely complain. If mother should go, no, I will go with mother. I want to see how they plot against her. Humph. I will ensure their dreams are shattered and protect Mother. Shui Xiangrong hesitated, exchanging glances with her precious daughter on the bed. Her mind swirled with thoughts. She truly did not want to risk taking Yuer into such a situation. Yet, lying on the bed, Jiang Zao seemed to sense something and burst into tears. I want to go with Mother. She will certainly suffer alone. I don't want to lose Mother, woo. The dual soft cries shattered Shui Xiangrong's heart. If she did not take Yuer, she would feel restless. Moreover, she was still present. Given that Shuang Xue was preoccupied, she could not act against her and Yuer. Wait. Inform Shui Yang that I will arrive shortly, and let the medical team proceed first. As soon as she spoke, Jiang Zao was wrapped in blankets and lifted up. Her sparkling eyes shone like stars. Her soft little paws waved in the air, and her laughter rang out. I'm taking Mother to confront the villains. Chapter 7. Terrifying the baby as Shui Xiangrong cradled Jiang Zao. She had not yet stepped into the palace when a wailing sound reached her ears. Behind her, Shui Yang gasped and dashed past, exclaiming, Your Highness. Her force was so great that Shui Xiangrong nearly stumbled, and even the baby in her arms almost fell. Oh no. So anxious. It's either treachery or theft. Mother, please be careful as you enter. Shui Xiangrong's pace slowed at the soft, melodious voice. She exchanged a glance with the soft bundle in her arms and furrowed her brows. What could possibly be wrong with the imperial concubine? Moreover, what was that scent within the palace? Their mistress was not fond of fragrances and rarely indulged in them. She only knew that the pear-scented canopy was fresh, pleasant, and sweet, ideal for soothing the mind. Shui Xiangrong's frown deepened, her eyes narrowing with a sense of foreboding. When had the snow concubine required calming? Furthermore, the odor in this hall was certainly not that of the pear-scented canopy. Dare one deceive me? Pondering this carefully, the implications of such a charge were grave indeed. The woman, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, possessed an exquisite and dignified countenance. The 108 luminous pearls in the snow palace illuminated Shui Xiangrong's scrutinizing gaze. Oh dear Mother, how valiant. Mother is amazing. The baby will charge into the wall for you. The young palace maid knelt on the ground, trembling, unable to articulate a single coherent word. Stammering, clearly guilty. Mother, do not show leniency, punish her severely. Shui Xiangrong did not allow her to rise, merely huffing coldly, which rendered the maid breathless. At that moment, a messenger from the Imperial Medical Department arrived. I pay my respects to Her Majesty, the Empress. Doctor. Li Su knelt before Shui Xiangrong, effectively diverting her attention. Holding Jiang Zao with one arm, Shui Xiangrong gently adjusted the bedding around the baby's cheeks, her tone flat. Is it you who were sent to summon the concubine? To lie is to seal your fate. The baby will take care of you. The timing was impeccable. Shui Xiangrong frowned. It appeared that Shui Yang had come to request her presence to see Shuang Xue without first consulting Li Su. Shuang Xue's malicious intentions were becoming increasingly evident. Shui Xiangrong still raised her hand, permitting Li Su to enter and attend to Shuang Xue. Within a quarter of an hour, Li Su emerged, followed by the sobbing Shui Yang. Yet, Shui Yang's already tear-streaked eyes were fixated on Shui Xiangrong. To avoid further complications, Shui Xiangrong suppressed her emotions and inquired first about Li Su. How is the concubine? The concubine has a history of asthma, which was exacerbated by the presence of the bougainvillea. She is currently struggling to breathe and has fainted. I have already administered acupuncture, and she has shown signs of improvement. The medicinal broth is prepared and should aid her recovery. Before he could explain where the bougainvillea had been discovered, Shui Yang could no longer contain herself. With red-rimmed eyes, she glared at Shui Xiangrong, gritting her teeth. The Empress has punished our mistress enough. Now you wish to harm her further. What are your intentions? Shui Xiangrong's expression darkened, her eyes flashing with anger. How dare you? I am the Empress of the Jiang Dynasty, and I administer rewards and punishments to the snow concubine according to palace regulations. If you are dissatisfied, then your mistress should seek the Emperor's judgment, and yet you dare to place blame on me? Guards. Shui Yang has committed an offense against the Empress. Give her 30 lashes and cast her out of the palace. Goodness. Evil will be punished, and you are doomed. A hoarse voice echoed from the bed. I shall see. Who dares? Lan Shui, help me rise. In the next instant, Shuang Xue, having just regained consciousness after receiving acupuncture, appeared disheveled and without makeup, wrapped in a simple cloak, supported by a palace maid. As soon as she emerged, her pale lips moved, feigning strength as she embraced Shui Yang. Do not fear. I am here. No one dares to harm you. As she spoke, she coughed uncontrollably, as if her lungs might burst. Oh no. Terrifying. Is this ghostly figure here to harm us? How frightening. even when Xue Xiangrong had just scolded Xue Yang loudly. Jiang Zao had not been frightened. Now, seeing Xue appear suddenly, pale and with dark circles under her eyes, the baby nearly leaped 3 feet high in Xue Xiangrong's embrace. Feeling pity for the little one, Xue Xiangrong held Jiang Zao's tiny hands gently, patting her little chest. Even when publicly criticized by Xue Yang, she had not felt such rage. Today, knowing that Xue had deliberately lured her here and frightened her precious child, her anger was nearly impossible to conceal. Clad in her phoenix robe, she held the little bundle while casting a cold, sidelong glance at Xue on the floor. At that moment, she trembled, resembling a steadfast plum blossom in the wind, unafraid of Xue Xiangrong's authority. Sister, even if you wish to harm me, it is enough for me alone. Why must you take your anger out on Xue Yang? Xue's complexion was ashen, her beauty diminished by illness. The two, locked in an embrace, appeared to onlookers as if Xue, the imperious concubine, was oppressing them without cause. Xue Xiangrong calmly sipped her tea before finally opening her eyes to regard them. Sister, your words are erroneous. This wretched servant dares to slander me. A cunning and deceitful maid should never remain by your side, especially when you are still unwell. As she spoke, her gaze occasionally flicked toward the palace door, as if she awaited something. When the soft, melodious voice reached her ears, Jiang Zao, too, grew agitated, nearly springing up. With a cold expression, Xue Xiangrong tightened her hold on Jiang Zao and slowly began. I had hoped 3 months would suffice for you to calm down. Yet, it seems you are growing more impatient. Thus, all palace maids from the Snow Palace are to be dismissed. Xue Yang, you are to be punished. Sister, focus on your recovery. Before her words had fully settled, Xue seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. Xue Xiangrong, how dare you? You covet my favor and will stop at nothing to harm me. Do you truly believe you are innocent and not attempting to cover your own transgressions? Seeing her in such a frenzy, Xue Xiangrong frowned. Just as she was about to signal the servants to carry out her orders, a commanding voice resounded from outside the palace. What is this uproar in the palace? What kind of decorum is this? Vile woman, when you cannot win an argument, you resort to reporting. But how could she find the opportunity? Xue Xiangrong's heart was filled with doubt. Both she and the baby turned their gazes toward the figure in a dragon robe outside the door. Spotting the little palace maid beside him, the very one who had served her tea moments earlier, when had she slipped away? Xue Xiangrong's expression darkened. Jiang Huijing's countenance was equally grim. He had been discussing matters with military officials regarding the second prince when he was abruptly interrupted. He had no desire to intervene. But given that the little maid had shouted in front of the officials, and Xue was still his concubine, allowing the officials to suspect his cold-heartedness would be detrimental to his reputation for generations to come. Chapter 8. The Empress Dowager faints. Xue Yang hastily bowed before Jiang Huijing, preempting the others. Before Xue Xiangrong could utter a word, she recounted the events in detail, even embellishing them. Once she finished, Xue Yang glanced towards Li Su, asserting, Li Taijian can attest to this. Jiang Huijing's authoritative gaze fell upon Li Su. Is this true? Li Su, a seasoned physician of over a decade in the palace, understood the gravity of the situation but recognized it did not pertain to him. He merely needed to relay his findings. Without waiting for Jiang Huijing to speak, Xue Yang eagerly presented the censer with both hands. Your Majesty, this is the evidence. Our lady was in a state of distress today and lit the usual goose-pear incense. We, the servants, were unaware of its unusual scent, only knowing that after the lady inhaled it, she fell into a deep slumber, remaining unresponsive even during mealtime. As Jiang Huijing listened to Xue Yang's tearful accusations, he gestured for the eunuch beside him to open the censer. Within the crimson bronze elephant-nosed censer, the incense had burned away, leaving a trace of black foreign substance amidst the ash. The fragrance had already wafted out upon opening. Jiang Huijing frowned and instructed the eunuch to pour out the incense ash. He pondered briefly, casting a scrutinizing glance at Xue Xiangrong. Matters of the inner court, including the daily necessities of concubines, were traditionally overseen by the empress. Empress, I recall you have recently taken a particular liking to sachets made from dried bougainvillea flowers. Xue Xiangrong fell silent. It was no wonder Yuer had urged her to punish Xue Yingxue promptly. They were evidently plotting against her here. Now that she was the matriarch of the Jiang Dynasty's harem, she could not escape culpability. Dear father, why do you look at mother like that? Though mother holds authority over the harem, she has had no opportunity to attend to my needs lately, as I have been unwell. Humph. If father had come to see Yuer, he would know that mother was in tears yesterday. How could she possibly think about sachets? Aunt Shiyu is astute. She surely knows. A soft, plaintive voice protested, expressing dissatisfaction with Jiang Huijing's almost accusatory gaze. Jiang Huijing, yielding to the sentiment, turned his attention to the small bundle in Shui Xiangrong's arms. The cherubic cheeks were puffed up in indignation, and large, dark eyes were wide with fury, as if her tiny frame could scarcely contain her anger. Yet, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Jiang Huijing's heart melted like glaciers under the blazing sun, transforming into a tranquil sea. From Shui Xiu's perspective, it merely appeared that Jiang Huijing was showing pity for Shui Xiangrong, granting her an opportunity to explain herself. Was Jiang Huijing truly feeling compassion for Shui Xiangrong? That could not be. If this matter were brushed aside lightly, she would have suffered in vain. With an unusual glimmer in his narrow phoenix eyes, Jiang Huijing began to weep. Your Majesty, today's events have led me to comprehend their underlying reasons. She wore a pitiful expression, capturing the attention of all present. A few days ago, I was remiss in caring for you, which led to her injury. My sister has harbored resentment for some time, and now seizes this opportunity to vent her frustrations. My life is of little worth. I only wish for my sister to find relief. With a few deft words, she absolved herself of any wrongdoing, simultaneously casting blame upon Shui Xiangrong while providing her with a plausible excuse. Shui Xiangrong scoffed and summoned the tardy Shiyu from outside. Her voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. Sister, you are indeed sharp-tongued. However, it is fortuitous that I possess both witnesses and physical evidence. Shiyu, you may speak. The young woman, dressed in light-colored palace-made attire and recognized by all in the palace, had been with Shui Xiangrong since her marriage. Shiyu first bowed to the assembled nobles before producing a sachet. The bougainvillea flowers have been used up for over 10 days. If fresh ones are required, we must inform the flower house. Moreover, the sachets used by the lady these past few days have mostly contained medicinal herbs. Shiyu's pointed inquiries left Shui Yang and Shui Xiu unable to lift their heads. Each detail was far more comprehensive than Shui Yang's accusations. Jiang Huijing picked up a teacup and took a measured sip. Thus, it appears the bougainvillea in the Shui Yang palace is rather peculiar. Shui Xiangrong's expression darkened as she slammed her palm on the tea table. Wretched maid Shui Yang, what do you have to say for yourself? Under the pressure from both sides, Shui Yang's head nearly touched the polished floor. Her shoulders trembled with guilt as she struggled to articulate a single word. It seemed that the once loquacious accuser of the Empress Dowager's machinations was no longer herself. Your Majesty, I was momentarily bewitched. I did not know there was more to this matter. Shui Yang bit her lip, pleading for Jiang Huijing's mercy. Bah, you were bewitched, intending to harm my mother. Thankfully, dear mother is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have exacted retribution upon you. Jiang Zao's soft voice was sticky with indignation, as if she yearned to defend her mother herself. Dear mother, punish them severely. Let this wicked woman know not to dare again. Shui Xiangrong looked at Jiang Zao with overflowing tenderness, gently patting her little quilt. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze towards Shui Yang and Shui Xiu turned frigid. Your Majesty, how do you intend to resolve this matter? Though she held the power to decide, with the sole sovereign of the Jiang Dynasty present, she would grant him some consideration and inquire. Jiang Huijing's eyes blazed with fury as he slammed the teacup down. The Empress is my first wife, the mother of the nation. Who dares to slander the Empress? In a fit of rage, he delivered a fierce kick to Shui Yang, sending her sprawling to the ground. Proclaim it. The noble consort has fallen ill and shall recuperate in the palace for 6 months. Execute this wretched servant. Shui Yang, paralyzed by fear, looked helplessly at Shui Xiu, unable to even cry out for mercy. Just as Shui Xiangrong parted her lips to speak, Shui Yang suddenly let out a piercing scream. Your Majesty. What has happened to you, Your Majesty? Meanwhile, Shui Xiu, who had been kneeling, had now collapsed to the floor, her eyes tightly shut despite Shui Yang's frantic shaking. The Empress Dowager had fainted. Chapter 9. The National Master seeks an audience. Observing the trembling eyelashes of Shui Xiu, Shui Xiangrong let out a cold laugh. Why are you still hesitating? Quickly assist the concubine inside. Li Su, pay close attention to the concubine. At the command, the attendants began to bustle about, creating a chaotic scene that persisted for half an hour. Shui Xiangrong remained seated on a chair, cradling Jiang Zao, while watching the commotion unfold. Jiang Zao pouted, her innocent eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at her mother's profile. She had been on the verge of enjoying a sweet broth, but alas, Shui Xiu chose this moment to create a ruckus. Her little belly was nearing hunger. As Shui Xiangrong glanced down, she caught sight of her dear child clutching her stomach. A pitiful sight indeed. This wicked woman must be attempting to evade responsibility, She may very well drag this performance on for some time. Mother, let us depart. Father is just, upright, and wise. He will surely not allow the villain to escape. Her soft voice was filled with praise, as if in her heart. Jiang Huaijing were the epitome of valor and wisdom. Xue Xiangrong felt an inexplicable urge to smile, yet she was mindful of the emperor's presence beside her. She discreetly peered through the beaded curtain of her phoenix hairpin and met the depths of his enigmatic gaze, which held a hint of amusement reminiscent of their first encounter. Your Majesty, Jiang Huaijing cleared his throat and called out to Xue Xiangrong. After years of marriage, she was well aware of his intent. However, in this matter, she was the aggrieved party. If she were to leave so easily, what would become of the queen's dignity? Your Majesty, regardless of the concubine's fainting, this wretched maid must be punished. Jiang Huaijing cast a sidelong glance at Li Gongong. Did you not hear the queen? Why have you not removed Xue Yang? Your Majesty, I was wrong. Please spare me this once. The anguished cries of Xue Yang gradually faded into silence. Xue Xiangrong tightened her embrace around Jiang Zao, preparing to leave the stifling atmosphere of the Xue Yang palace. Jiang Huaijing gently brushed his fingers against Jiang Zao's small face. Oh, father's hand is so cold. The baby will cry from the chill. The tender round face, once rosy, was now uncomfortably cold, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. His focus was, of course, on the fainted concubine. Xue Yingshue's transgressions would undoubtedly be addressed, but as she was currently unconscious, a decision could not be made just yet. Yay, the baby is going to have delicious milk porridge with mother. But will father feel lonely waiting here? It doesn't matter. Father used to make mother feel lonely. So now it's the baby's turn to keep mother company. Sweet mother, I love you. Before Jiang Huaijing could respond, Jiang Zao stood and bowed to him. I shall take Yue ahead, as commanded. When did he begin to neglect her? They were once a young couple, inseparable in their affection. Yet now, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Li Gongong's voice interrupted Jiang Huaijing's thoughts. As he raised his gaze, he seemed to revert to his former cold and detached demeanor. Li Gongong swallowed hard, internally questioning. Hadn't the master seemed to be in good spirits just moments ago? How had it turned so quickly? But he had no time for further contemplation and hastily spoke. The national master seeks an audience. Will Your Majesty grant it? In the current era of the Jiang Dynasty, who was unaware of the emperor's fascination with astrology? Even with the concubine in a state of unconsciousness, he dared not withhold the news. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Huaijing rose and made his way to the side hall, summoning Ji Yunxing to enter. Meanwhile, within the Xue Yang Palace's chambers, Xue Yingxue was breathing heavily, too consumed by her anxiety to notice her shivering form from the cold. She grasped onto Xue Yang beside her. Where is the emperor? What of Xue Yang? Did the emperor say he would kill you? Xue Yang and Lan Shui were two of the palace maids she could not afford to lose. They were privy to too many secrets. While she had treated them as confidants, when it came to trust, she only relied on herself. If these wretched maids were to betray her for their own survival, it would spell her doom. Unaware of her mistress's fears, Lan Shui assumed her concern stemmed from genuine affection. Xue Yang has been spared. The emperor did not direct his anger at the maidservants. There is no need to worry, my lady. My lady, where are you going? Your health has always been frail. If you continue like this, what will happen if you fall ill? The old lady will worry. Lan Shui exclaimed, rushing to catch up with her stumbling figure. She tearfully draped a cloak over Xue Yingshue's shoulders. But Xue Yingshui shrugged her off, resolute. I do not believe it. I refuse to accept that the emperor would treat me thus. I must see the emperor. Lan Shui trembled, her heart swelling with emotion. My lady, suddenly, Xue Yingshui pushed past the guards, her erratic behavior causing no one to dare impede her. Upon entering the side hall, she heard a commanding voice emanate from within. She halted abruptly. The national master, I am concerned. The abilities of Yue may bring both fortune and calamity. Are they ultimately beneficial to the Jiang Dynasty? Xue Yingshue's eyes brightened with hope as she hurried forward. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. However, her initially joyful and somewhat pitiful call was abruptly stifled in her throat. She froze, crouching down to conceal her figure. Lan Shui, confused, wondered why her previously animated mistress had suddenly shrunk back. My lady? Xue Yingshui placed a finger over her lips, her expression transforming into one of fierce determination. Silence. Startled, Lan Shui complied, closing her mouth and straining to listen to the sounds from the side hall. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaijing remained oblivious, as the fainted concubine eavesdropped on his conversation with the national master. Inside the side hall, Ji Yunxing, clad in dark official robes, knelt before Jiang Huaijing. Your Majesty is the true dragon of heaven. blessed by the heavens. It seems that the divine does not wish for the Jiang Dynasty to be consumed by traitors, hence bestowing upon you and the eldest princess such abilities. Given the current circumstances, the eldest princess's foresight could prove beneficial to your majesty. Coincidentally, I observed ominous signs in the stars recently, which indicate great peril for the second prince. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huijing sprang from his seat, fixated on Ji Yunxing. The second prince is already beset by rumors. Is that not enough trouble? Previously, Ji Yunxing had reported to him before the second prince was dispatched to quell bandits. But at that time, it was unclear whether danger awaited him. Now, however, calamity loomed large. Indeed, in my humble opinion, the eldest princess's ability to foresee future events may indeed be advantageous. Jiang Huijing's expression darkened as he felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. How could his son be subjected to such relentless misfortune? At that moment, Li Gonggong's voice, laced with deceit, echoed from outside. "Ah, concubine, what are you doing?" "Concubine?" Jiang Huijing's countenance turned icy. He hastened to the door, unlocking it, and thrusting it open with force. Chapter 10. Accompanying the Emperor Xue seemed taken aback by Jiang Huijing's unexpected emergence, and before she could gather her thoughts, she could only call out weakly. Jiang Huijing's scrutinizing gaze fell upon her, revealing his displeasure. "What are you doing here?" Historically, emperors have always abhorred being eavesdropped upon. Xue had witnessed such a fate once before, when a beauty from the Wang family, newly elevated to the rank of noble consort, was discovered by the eunuchly transmitting state secrets outside the palace. The consequences were dire, as she was brutally killed and subsequently subjected to humiliation before her death. Recalling that chilling scene, Xue trembled, burying her head deeply. "I have come to plead for forgiveness. I am fully aware that this incident is my fault, unjustly causing the empress to suffer. I willingly accept punishment, begging your majesty to refrain from venting your anger on others. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be solely upon me." As she spoke, Xue began to weep softly, her exquisite beauty now accentuated by her sorrowful demeanor, resembling a delicate willow swaying in the wind. This was, after all, the very image Jiang Huijing cherished most. Yet, despite kneeling in silence for an extended period without articulating her intent, she remained under suspicion. The more she wept, the more uncertain she felt. As Jiang Huijing's unwavering gaze and refusal to allow her to rise signaled his continued discontent. With a flicker in her beautiful eyes, she resolved to stoke the flames further. "I know I have wronged your majesty, bringing you nothing but ridicule. You cherish my sister dearly, and I do not wish to tarnish your reputation. Allow me to resolve this matter, so that you may be free of worry." With that, Xue rose unsteadily yet resolutely, charging towards the pillar of the Xuezhang palace. "Consort." Jiang Huijing's heart sank, and he solemnly gestured for eunuchly to intervene. "What are you doing? This is sheer madness." Xue threw herself into a fit, continuing to cry out, "If your majesty blames me, can I not alleviate your burdens by ending my own life? Your majesty, please let me go." Jiang Huijing winced at her piercing cries, struggling to maintain his composure. Enough. Sensing he was on the verge of genuine anger, Xue finally ceased her lamentations, albeit weakly. "Your majesty, if others misunderstand me, can you not see clearly? Since childhood, I have never harmed even an ant. If you were to take your anger out on Xue Yang, it would be better for me to depart." Her desperate words momentarily silenced Jiang Huijing. If she continued to wail and sought trouble with Yuer and Xiangrong, what would become of them? Xue gazed at Jiang Huijing, her tears now tinged with genuine sorrow and resentment. "Your majesty, how could you treat me thus? You were once the one who cherished me most, and now, over a mere misunderstanding, you seek to annihilate my maidservants." Jiang Huijing's patience waned, his expression tightening as he declared, "The remaining maidservants in your palace, though innocent, cannot escape punishment. All will be penalized their salaries for 3 years. 3 years. Such a sum in silver was staggering. Lan Shui looked pained. Yet under Jiang Huijing's stern gaze, she had no choice but to express her gratitude. "This servant thanks your majesty for sparing us." Xue clenched her teeth, ready to continue her protest, but Jiang Huijing coldly interrupted. "As for you, consort, your health is poor. You need not accompany me for 6 months. Focus on treating your asthma. Do not leave without summons, lest your maidservants drag you down further and exacerbate your condition. Your majesty, it is merely a minor ailment." "You are aware." Xue reached out, attempting to grasp the corner of his dragon robe, but in her panic, she stumbled over her own skirt and fell to the ground. Lan Shui, distressed for her mistress, rushed to assist her. "Mistress, why put yourself through this? If his majesty merely spares our maidservants, it is already." It would be better to execute them all. Hearing Shui Xiue's vehement words, Lan Shui was taken aback for a moment. Only upon witnessing her mistress's distorted expression did she comprehend that this woman, who could never forsake her favor, was indeed her master. Though they were bound by the master-servant relationship, Shui Xiue had always treated them with kindness, never harming her own. Now, however, it seemed she had just realized something, concealing her feelings, and steadied herself, saying, "They are all useless. They cannot accomplish anything. Lan Shui, you are the only one left by my side. With Shui Yang gone, you can still assist me." Observing the silence from her remaining maidservant, Shui Xiue disregarded her thoughts for the moment. What mattered now was that Jiang Zao, that little fool, had heard the national master's words earlier. Thus, "You must help me prepare." That night, Jiang Zao sat happily on a small chair, indulging in milk porridge. Her tiny hands now adeptly grasped a small spoon, transferring food from the bowl to her mouth. Just as she relished her meal, she suddenly sneezed. What is this? Is some kind-hearted person thinking of the baby? Is it mother? Is it father? Is it brother? Hearing her precious child enumerate the family members, Shui Xiangrong couldn't help but smile broadly. She picked up the almost full Jiang Zao, intending to feed her personally and prepare her for a bath and rest. Today, her little Yuo had certainly worn herself out. This fragile child could hardly endure fatigue. However, Shi rushed into the hall in a flurry, kneeling before her. "Your Majesty," Shui Xiangrong, having summoned her to serve, had never seen her in such a state. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what could cause such urgency. "Calm down. There's no need to panic." She was the model of the 6 palaces, always presenting a gentle demeanor. Eunuch, who served the emperor, approached with a message, stating that the emperor was coming and instructed the empress to prepare for his arrival. At these words, the spoon in Shui Xiangrong's hand clattered to the floor. Oh no! The baby's porridge. Why is mother so anxious just because father is coming? Oh right, that wicked father hasn't visited mother's palace for half a year. Jiang Zao gazed pitifully at her porridge in Shui Xiangrong's arms. Yet, Shui Xiangrong's mind was consumed with a singular thought. Jiang Huijing was coming to see her. After 6 months, why would he suddenly visit at night? Normally, he would request Shui Xiue's company even if he arrived late. Shui Xiue, favored above all in the harem, accompanied Jiang Huijing day and night. "My lady." Before she could react further, Li Gonggong's sharp voice announced, "The emperor approaches." Chapter 11. A deep longing the announcement echoed, sending a tremor through Shui Xiangrong's heart. She held onto Jiang Zao, dressed in attire unfit for public view. After feeding Jiang Zao, she intended to rest. But her mind was filled with numerous tasks, unsure of where to begin. In a flurry of confusion, she rose with Jiang Zao in her arms and made her way towards the palace interior. Yet, time was against her. Jiang Huijing's voice suddenly called from behind, "Your Majesty?" Why the haste? As Shui Xiangrong turned to acknowledge him, she inadvertently stepped on her own skirt. "Aya!" she gasped, hurriedly seeking Jiang Zao. Before she could get to her feet, a series of delighted giggles filled the air. "How delightful! Father is wonderful! Who would have thought father is skilled in martial arts? He catches baby and mother so steadily. Father, again! Baby wants to play more." Following the sweet sounds, Shui Xiangrong's ear brushed against Jiang Huijing's chest. It was then she realized he had enveloped her in a firm embrace with one arm. The rising warmth between them permeated through her gauzy gown, stirring feelings within her heart that had long remained dormant. "Your Majesty, I have been remiss." Struggling to maintain her balance against Jiang Huijing, she reached out to take Jiang Zao from his arms, but gasped in pain. Upon seeing the cold sweat on her forehead, both Jiang Huijing and Jiang Zao were taken aback. The tender little one promptly looked down at Shui Xiangrong's foot. "Oh no, what happened to dear mother's foot? It looks so painful. Baby will blow on it. Don't cry, mother." Following that soft voice's cue, Jiang Huijing glanced down at her ankle. He scolded the watching eunuch, summoned Dr. Li Su. After a brief commotion, it was determined that Shui Xiangrong had merely sprained her ankle. After sending off Dr. Li Su, the maid Shi was about to apply medicine to Shui Xiangrong, but Jiang Huijing snatched the porcelain bottle from her hands. "Leave us." Jiang Huijing spoke calmly, then knelt before Shui Xiangrong, preparing to administer the medicine himself. Even Jiang Zao, lying on the bed, could not contain his excitement, clutching his tiny paws and kicking the blanket in joy. "Oh, what a sweet scene. Father is going to apply medicine to mother. It seems baby doesn't need to blow on it. Mother's face is so red." As Jiang Huijing opened the bottle before her, Shui Xiangrong instinctively reached out to stop him. "Your Majesty, this is against protocol." Jiang Huijing evaded her hand, his usually sharp gaze softening. Though I am the emperor, I am also your husband. Between spouses, what need is there for protocol? The implication was clear. Shui Xiangrong need not obstruct him. Consequently, she fell silent, allowing him to remove her shoes and apply the medicinal oil. Jiang Zao watched intently, occasionally bursting into innocent laughter. Father treats mother so well. If only it could always be like this. How happy mother would be. When mother is happy, baby is happy, and we all are. The child's candid remarks filled the air with mirth, sparking smiles between the two adults. While Jiang Huijing tended to his wife, he couldn't help but recall the slight panic he had observed when he first arrived. The usually composed empress seemed unusually flustered today. After a moment of silence, he sighed. It is my fault. Shui Xiangrong suddenly grasped his hand. Your Majesty has been very kind to me. Recently, you have not favored the concubine, and I am already very pleased. Just as Jiang Zao was about to clap in delight, Jiang Huijing lifted him up and entrusted him to Shiyu. What a troublesome matter. Father is being naughty. Just when he arrives, he wants to push baby away. Humph. Bad father. Jiang Zao protested in Shiyu's arms, kicking and pouting, his little mouth forming adorable shapes of discontent. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as the curtains of the chamber closed before his eyes. Outside the palace, the moon shone brightly, while inside, a night of warmth unfolded. The following day, seated in his special little chair, Jiang Zao's gaze wandered restlessly. How strange. Where has such a big father gone? Shui Xiangrong had already dressed herself, her phoenix crown more radiant than ever. A smile adorned her lips, perhaps due to her child's innocence or the joy of the previous night. Look at mother here. Sweet rice porridge. Open your mouth. Jiang Zao's attention was irresistibly drawn to the deliciousness, but just as a spoonful was about to reach his lips, he heard Shiyu's urgent call. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It is not good, my lady. Seeing the tasty morsel slip away, Jiang Zao could not help but pout. Why is Aunt Shiyu in such a hurry? Was it because of father yesterday? What about today? Baby is still hungry. Wait, could it be that second brother is in trouble? Shui Xiangrong's smile vanished, her hairpin seemingly frozen in place. She turned to Shiyu, hoping to hear a different answer. Anything would be better than her son being in peril. What has caused this commotion? The maid Shiyu knelt on the ground and explained, the concubine has arrived and insists on barging in to dine with you. I could not stop her. Upon hearing Xuan Xue's name, a flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Zao's face. His youthful countenance mirrored that of an adult, eliciting a laugh from Shui Xiangrong. Since it was not about her son, Shui Xiangrong's expression brightened considerably. Hadn't the emperor commanded her to reflect in Shuiyang Palace? How had she managed to come out? Just as the sweet porridge reached Jiang Zao's lips again, Shui approached, her face adorned with a smile. Sister, I was wrong. It was merely a misunderstanding between us sisters. There is no need to take it so seriously. I came specifically to apologize. With a food container in hand, Lan Chui, who followed behind, remained humble and respectful. Have you sought permission from the emperor? Shui Xiangrong raised an eyebrow, not permitting her to take a seat. Shui hesitated, meeting Shui Xiangrong's gaze for a moment, her expression darkening. Chapter 12. The heart of borrowing indeed. How could she have forgotten that yesterday Jiang Huijing had stayed the night with Shui Xiangrong? Yet, now that the words had escaped her lips, Shui could only force a smile and maintain her stance. Yes. This morning before the emperor attended court, I specifically sought his audience. Furthermore, prior to her arrival, her sister had inquired at the imperial kitchen about the meals delivered to little Yuer recently, and she had prepared a special dish to bring for the child. To divert Shui Xiangrong from dwelling on the matter, Shui hastily shifted the conversation. She instructed Lan Chui to present the food box, revealing a sweet corn soup. This sweet corn soup features the fragrant and crispy sweet corn kernels from the tribute of the Shandong governor. I assure you, our little Yue will adore it. With a sycophantic smile plastered on her face, Shui personally served the soup onto the table. Before Shui Xiangrong could utter a word, she audaciously took a seat, even positioning herself closely beside Jiang Zao. What does this wicked woman intend? Her overly eager smile reeks of deceit. Is she planning to harm the child? Mother, dear mother, please save the baby from her clutches. Jiang Zao cast a pitiful glance at Shui Xiangrong, his little hands reaching out in desperate plea for maternal rescue from his predicament. Shui Xiangrong's instincts were on high alert. She could not allow Shui Yingxue to approach her daughter. Seizing the moment as Shui Yingxue settled down, she lifted Jiang Zao into her embrace, playing with him affectionately. Her sister's intentions were transparent. However, Yuer was still quite young and could not consume such large morsels in the sweet soup. Moreover, although her sister claimed a visit for Yuer, she had brought food unfit for the child. What ulterior motive she harbored, Xue Xiangrong preferred not to speculate. It would be best for her sister to rein in her ambitions. The warning in Xue Xiangrong's gaze was nearly palpable. Yet Xue Yingxue remained undeterred by her sister's unspoken admonishment. Though she wore an awkward smile, acknowledging her error in bringing the wrong soup, she showed no intention of leaving. Sister, after all, we are both daughters of the Xue family. It is only natural for us to assist one another. Here she comes again, the shameless wicked woman. Let's ignore her, fragrant mother. Xue Xiangrong, cradling Jiang Zao, wore a radiant smile, but it was solely directed at the child. If she wished for Xue Yingxue to lift her confinement, her sister should refrain from speaking. Xue Xiangrong believed that the emperor's decree for her sister's rest was for her own good. If there were no pressing matters, perhaps she could weave prayer flags to be offered at the Anhua Hall for the masters to burn and chant. Xue Xiangrong had observed how concerned her sister was for her maidservant and assumed she must feel a certain fondness for her. However, Xue Yingxue's expression darkened abruptly, her phoenix eyes flickering with suppressed rage, yet she could only endure in silence. Sister, you jest, it is only the lowly who grieve for their superiors. After all, distinctions of rank and status are insurmountable. How could you humiliate me by praying for a deceitful maidservant who only clings to the empress? Others might have disregarded her words. But Lan Shui, standing behind Xue Yingxue, turned pale as a ghost, swaying unsteadily as if about to faint. Ugh! The heart of this wicked woman is as dark as night. It is evident that she is only pretending to care for you, yet now she acts so dignified. Is the Buddha's mercy only valid until yesterday? Is the kind persona merely a one-day trial? Xue Xiangrong smiled, discreetly pinching her daughter's little arm. Yet her words were devoid of any gentleness. Sister, you do uphold the rules. Xue Yingxue seemed unaffected by the mockery, instead managing to maintain a smile. Speaking of propriety, it was her sister who had breached decorum, not to request her sister's intervention regarding her confinement, but rather concerning the upcoming sacrificial ceremony a month hence. Xue Xiangrong furrowed her brow. The sacrificial ceremony? Since the Jiang Dynasty entered the capital, the climate had been exceptionally arid. The people often suffered from poor harvests, leading to rumors that the current emperor's virtue did not match his position. Such gossip was the work of those with ulterior motives. Yet the common folk bore the brunt of heavy taxes despite diminished yields. The wrath of the populace demanded a scapegoat, and the emperor, who enjoyed the benefits of the realm, was the most suitable target. Thus, the royal family would conduct rain prayers during sacrificial ceremonies twice monthly, as it was a matter of royal dignity. Sister, it is not that I am cold-hearted. This sacrificial ceremony concerns the emperor's reputation. Even if you harbor inappropriate intentions, it would be wise to conceal them. Xue Xiangrong's voice was as frigid as a mountain spring, devoid of warmth. Even her demeanor bore a chill. Xue Yingxue, however, remained unperturbed, inching closer to Xue Xiangrong and even grasping her hand. Sister, it is not as you think. I merely wish for you to accompany me to witness the ceremony. Her smile was bright, seemingly infused with sincerity, as she squeezed Xue Xiangrong's palm. My dear sister, to witness the ceremony with you? Absolutely not. I refuse. To attend alongside a wicked woman would mean the child becomes hers. Jiang Zao vehemently rejected the notion. With a cold huff, Xue Xiangrong slammed her hand on the table, startling Xue Yingxue into releasing her grip. Sister, what is the meaning of this? What do you mean by this? Xue Xiangrong's eyes narrowed, tightening her hold on Jiang Zao. With force, she pushed the teacup off the table, its shattering echoing the authority she commanded. Her formerly gentle visage now radiated an imposing dignity befitting an empress, enough to instill fear. Our dynasty has always adhered to strict rules. A young child may only accompany their birth mother to sacrificial occasions. Your audacious request seeks to claim you as your own or to usurp my position. By my estimation, your punishment thus far has been far too lenient, allowing you to develop such brazen ambition. As Xue Xiangrong's anger flared, the memory of her recent punishment resurfaced, prompting Xue Yingxue to falter, her legs weakening beneath her, and she unexpectedly sank to her knees. Even she was taken aback. Just 2 days prior, her favorite status would have spared her from such subservience. Yet seeing Jiang Huijing's renewed interest in Xue Xiangrong, she had felt neglected for far too long. With gritted teeth, Xue Yingxue could only force a smile. Sister, I only wish to uphold the dignity of our Xue family. Look, you is simple-minded. Your title as empress is diminished by her presence. Would this not invite ridicule from outsiders, implying you can only give birth to such a daughter? She grew increasingly animated, oblivious to Shui Xiangrong's deepening frown. Just as she was about to continue her persuasion, a resounding slap struck her face. Chapter 13. The Tragedy of Second Brother. A resounding slap distorted Shuang Xue's face, scattering the jewels from her hair ornament onto the floor, a testament to the force exerted by Shui Xiangrong. "How dare you strike me?" she exclaimed, sweeping everything off the table onto the ground, her finger accusingly pointed at Shui Xiangrong. "I call you sister out of respect. Yet you truly believe yourself to be a person of significance? I bestow the privilege of having this foolish child under my name as a favor. Do you comprehend?" Previously, Shuang Xue's reflections in the Shueyang Palace might have allowed her to escape, but now, bah, who would want to send you anything? It's early in the morning, and I just wanted to enjoy my breakfast without your interference. You've been a nuisance for days. Although Jiang Zao was nestled in Shui Xiangrong's embrace, she could not restrain herself from sticking out her tongue and hurling mock insults at Shuang Xue's retreating figure. Shui Xiangrong's anger, which had been ablaze, suddenly cooled by half. She could not help but stifle a laugh as she reached out to tease the cherubic child in her arms, only to be interrupted by the hasty entrance of Shiyu. "Ah, and Shiyu has come again. Perhaps father is here to see mother? Mother is going to blush again." The soft, playful tones danced in the air, causing Shui Xiangrong's cheeks to heat up. Her little feather. How adept she was at reveling in the drama. Truly a prodigy, instinctively attuned to the happenings around her. Unable to resist, Shui Xiangrong playfully pinched Jiang Zao's small nose, prompting the child to flail her tiny paws in the air. Just then, a messenger from the emperor, eunuchly, arrived with an urgent decree. The empress was to visit the side hall of the Yangxin Palace to check on the second prince, as the situation appeared dire. Shui Xiangrong, clutching Jiang Zao, sprang to her feet, disregarding the swaying of her phoenix hairpin and pearl tassels. "Shiyu, are you certain you have not misheard the edict? Is the prince not still engaged in subduing bandits? How could there be an incident?" Her face turned pale, her body swayed, nearly causing her to drop Jiang Zao. "Your Majesty, these are Eunuch Li's exact words. The eldest prince led reinforcements to assist the second prince in the battle against the mountain bandits, who surrendered. They were victorious. But en route, they encountered a group of thieves, and amidst a rain of arrows, the second prince was injured while protecting the eldest prince." Even the briefest account from Shiyu painted a vivid image of the harrowing scene. Unable to contain her tears, Shui Xiangrong hurriedly exited the hall, neglecting the sedan chair, and made her way to the Yangxin Palace. Upon arrival, she could see the imperial physicians kneeling in distress. It seemed the entire Imperial Medical Institute had been summoned. In the next moment, Jiang Huijing's anguished voice echoed from within. "How can you not heal him? What use is this Imperial Medical Institute if you cannot treat him? If my son does not escape this peril, I shall have you all accompany him in death." Shui Xiangrong felt a rush of anxiety upon hearing that voice. She quickened her pace, entering the Yangxin Palace. "Your Majesty, where is my son?" Upon seeing his wife in distress, Jiang Huijing regained his composure. Supporting the nearly fainting Shui Xiangrong, he sighed deeply. "The injuries elsewhere are not grave, but the prince's chest was struck by an arrow coated in a deadly poison. We are uncertain of its nature, and the physicians dare not act hastily. As of now, my son." Seeing the revered emperor without certainty only heightened her panic. Holding Jiang Zao tightly, she burst into the side hall. There, upon a golden dragon-patterned couch, lay a youth with closed eyes. He was of the same age as Jiang Jinyu, but appeared pale and wrapped in bandages to staunch the bleeding, with crimson stains spreading across his chest. This was Jiang Jinyan, the newly famed war god of the Jiang Dynasty. My poor second brother, so unlike the eldest brother in looks. No. What am I thinking? I should be worried for him. It is no wonder these physicians struggle. The poison originated from the Minister of Justice, who, out of jealousy towards the eldest brother, arranged for arrows dipped in the venom of the gold and silver-ringed snake to be used in the ambush. Just as Shui Xiangrong was about to rush towards Jiang Jinyan, she abruptly turned and commanded the physicians outside. "My son has been poisoned with the venom of the gold and silver-ringed snake. Oh, mother is so brilliant. Truly worthy of being my dear mother. Able to identify the snake poison. Mother is formidable." Jiang Zao, seemingly reading her thoughts, clapped her tiny hands in excitement, creating a delightful sound. Shui Xiangrong gazed at her precious daughter, tears of emotion brimming in her eyes, and gently kissed Jiang Zao's tender cheek. With knowledge of the poison type, the physicians hastened the preparation of the antidote. However, regrettably, Jiang Jinyan had been poisoned for too long and remained in a deep stupor. "Do not worry, Your Majesty. The prince will awaken soon. The residual poison in his body has already been cleared." Chief Physician Li Su knelt before Shui Xiangrong, offering reassurance. Shui Xiangrong's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Jinyan's face, unwilling to divert her attention even for a moment. Everyone else, please leave. I wish to stay with my son. Dear mother, please do not cry any longer. If you do, my heart will surely break. Second brother is brave, alleviating father's burdens and bringing honor to mother. It was only upon hearing Jiang Zao's gentle voice that Shui Xiangrong realized her daughter had been witnessing the bloody scene. As the physicians treated Jiang Jinyan, they had to unbandage his wounds for examination. Now, reflecting on it, she felt increasingly guilty for exposing her daughter to such horrors. Shiyu, please take her to stroll in the imperial garden. I must wait here for my son to awaken. It is not suitable for you to remain. Shiyu quickly grasped the implication. Jiang Zao, though yearning to stay by Shui Xiangrong's side, was influenced by the peculiarities of her transformed self. The diminutive body aside, her temperament was gradually adopting that of a child. Upon hearing they were going to the garden, her spirits soared. Hooray! Off to play in the garden. As they passed the main hall, a familiar figure in official robes caught her eye among those kneeling inside. Heavens! It's that treacherous minister, the one colluding with the wicked woman. Mother, father. Chapter 14. The unyielding thief of hearts. Jiang Zao was preoccupied with the sight she had just witnessed. Restless in Shiyu's embrace. Oh dear, my little lady, do remain still. The imperial garden is replete with thorny flora, and one must be cautious not to be pricked. Shiyu admonished gently, tightening her hold on Jiang Zao. Yet, the little gem in her arms remained anything but tranquil. Those little paws, plump and adorable, instilled in her a sense of trepidation, rendering her utterly hesitant to touch them. At this very moment, a malevolent voice echoed from ahead. Shiyu, how fortuitous! Why are you not by Her Majesty the Queen's side? What brings you here? As the brilliant jewels and emeralds shimmered before her, the figure of Shuang Xue, clad in an opulent imperial concubine's gown, came into view. The imperial concubine. A flicker of disdain swiftly crossed Shiyu's eyes. Even Jiang Zao, nestled in her arms, settled down at that moment, though her expression bore an even sharper glimmer of contempt. Wretched woman, it is not your fault to be uncomely. But what is your intention in emerging to frighten the child? Regrettably, Shiyu exhibited no emotional response. Jiang Zao, undeterred, silently cursed Shuang Xue with fervor. Your Grace, please forgive this humble servant. I am holding the princess and cannot pay my respects. Even though she could not outwardly express her disdain, Shiyu devised a means to infuriate the formidable concubine before her. The once favored concubine, who had reigned with impunity within the palace, could hardly tolerate such disrespect in the past. Yet, given the waning favor of the emperor and her status as the queen's personal servant, she found herself in a precarious position. The circumstances surrounding Shuang Xue's presence were of no concern to her. Throwing tantrums was indeed the concubine's forte, likely seizing the opportunity while the second prince lay wounded and public sentiment wavered. Should she choose to create a scene, who would dare to intervene? She has only just been released. It is truly amusing to witness her transformation from a figure of high status to a deranged woman. Shuang Xue showed no trace of the furious outburst she had displayed before Shui Xiangrong, nor any sign of discontent. Her smile remained ever present. What of it? Carrying the princess is undoubtedly a burden. As she spoke, she effortlessly approached Shiyu, adding, as a sort of step-in to the princess, I possess a vague understanding of her culinary preferences. I am quite eager to seek your guidance on the soups and broth she enjoys. Pa, wicked woman. Does the baby really need to report to you about what they wish to eat? The fox's tail is already exposed. Although Shiyu was unaware of what kind of potion was concealed within the gourd of Shuang Xue, she was certainly aware of the latter's persistent scheming. Failing to gain any advantage from Shui Xiangrong, she sought to confront Shiyu instead. However, Shiyu was far from being one of those fickle little palace maids swayed by the winds of fortune. With a graceful bow, she replied in a nonchalant manner. Isn't it the case that the esteemed consort has her own means of discerning what delights the princess favors? The fragrance emanating from the princess's sachet is rather overpowering. It would be prudent to maintain a respectful distance. The maid fears that should she fail in her duties, the princess might suffer from a similar affliction as yours, which would indeed be most unfortunate. The queen is to be held accountable. Before her words could fully settle, a nearly piercing cry from Shuang Xue resonated. What did you say? Indeed, it is that wretched maid who emerged from the palace, truly resembling that vile woman, adept at causing her discomfort. If I have committed any offense that has incited your anger, esteemed empress, I humbly beseech your forgiveness. My tongue is clumsy and my words unrefined. Observing the subtle signs of your rising ire, I, Shiyu, have abandoned even the pretense of pleasantries. I am but a simple servant. and any offense I may have caused stems from my concern for the esteemed princess. Your Highness, please temper your wrath. Despite Xue Yingshue's repeated attempts to take a deep breath, her chest still heaved violently. Very well indeed. Truly worthy of being the beloved and intimate aunt. And Shiyu, you have done exceptionally well. Jiang, nestled in Shiyu's embrace, laughed heartily, finding amusement in Xue Yingshue's capriciousness, which was more entertaining than any magic trick. Although Xue Yingshue's words were spoken with finality, she did not depart. Instead, she turned her back, her hands discreetly retrieving some object. Oh dear, how terribly unfortunate. Before Xue Yingshue's delicate voice fell, Shiyu felt a sharp pain in her eyes. In that fleeting moment when her vision blurred and became indistinct, her arms also felt incredibly weak. Jiang Zao could no longer muster a smile. She felt as though the world was spinning around her. Just as she was about to make an intimate encounter with Mother Earth, she was rescued into the embrace of someone exuding an enchanting fragrance. It was hers. At long last, it was truly hers. Xue Yingxue gazed at the delicate little bundle in her hands, feeling an overwhelming urge to unleash a scream that was on the verge of escaping her throat. Although I inadvertently scattered this dust upon you. How could you be so careless? Even the esteemed Princess Chang requires better oversight. By chance, my snow central palace lies in the southern corner of the imperial garden. Let us proceed there to ascertain whether Princess Chang has sustained any injuries. Xue Yingshue's voice was laced with an undeniable excitement, while Jiang, cradled in her arms, writhed in sheer terror. The cherubic face, now contorted with fear, pressed its tiny paws desperately against her shoulders, yearning to create some distance. Yet, it was all in vain. At this moment, she was merely encased in the frail body of a 3-year-old child. Help me. Mother Xiang. Your precious daughter is in peril of being abducted. The little one does not wish to leave with that wicked woman. Oh, whoa. Please, save the child. Save the child. The little one is on the brink of a tragic fate. As Jiang Zao silently screamed in despair within her mind, tears streamed down her face. Watching Shiyu, who was convulsing on the ground, grow increasingly distant, Jiang Zao hopelessly shut her eyes. Yet in the next moment, a hand, concealed beneath the phoenix robe, firmly grasped Xue Yingxue, who among the unseeing dares to disrupt my endeavors. As Xue Yingxue was about to glare furiously at the intruder, an unexpected tremor coursed through her heart upon seeing the visitor, causing her to instinctively loosen her grip. Jiang Zao realized that she had been released, and her delicate face suddenly turned pale. Alas, she was about to fall again. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Jiang Zao lamented, her cries growing ever louder. Yet, despite her throat becoming parched from weeping, she remained oblivious to any discomfort emanating from her tiny hands, feet, or face. When she finally mustered the courage to open her eyes, she was astonished to find herself cradled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace. Dearest mother, how incredible you are! You managed to appear before me in an instant. I adore you so much, dear mother. The beauty's mother is truly formidable. Xue Xiangrong, disregarding her blushing face from Jiang Zao's praise, was solely concerned about whether Jiang Zao had been wronged. After a thorough inspection, seeing Jiang Zao unharmed, she let out a deep sigh of relief. Fortunately, after Shiyu's departure, she had sent Nianxiu to accompany her. Thankfully, she arrived just in time. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze, filled with anger and coldness, fell upon Xue Yingxue. Snow concubine, you possess an audacity beyond measure. Chapter 15. Defying authority. Xue Yingxue shuddered, her legs giving way beneath her, causing her to crash to the ground. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she rose again, feigning composure, and exclaimed, Sister, what do you mean by that? I merely observed Shiyu failing to care for little Ware. Look, she is lying here, idly resting. As she spoke, Xue Yingxue kicked at Shiyu, who had collapsed and was now unconscious on the floor. Bah, wicked woman. Dear mother, do not believe her. She just used some powder on Aunt Shiyu's face. Humph, despicable villain. Poor Aunt Shiyu, and the darling baby. No, poor baby. Jiang Zao, nestled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace, turned away, seemingly reluctant to gaze upon Xue Yingshue's face. Her bright, sparkling eyes now shed tears the size of beans, evoking a heart-wrenching sight. Xue Xiangrong held her precious daughter tightly, her gaze scorching with rage as it flickered over the fallen Shiyu, mingled with a tinge of sorrow. Shiyu had always been treated as family, and now, to see her brought to such a state by Xue Yingxue, Xue Xiangrong coldly summoned the guards. Her voice laced with disdain. Do you think this palace cannot see? Are you under the delusion that your vile deeds remain unnoticed? Nianxiu reported everything to me, and I thwarted your schemes. What more do you have to say? Upon witnessing the armed guards clad in iron beside her, Shuang Xue's face paled incrementally. I am the noble concubine. Xue Xiangrong, no matter how furious you are, how can you punish a palace maid without consequence to me? Her excitement grew as she spoke, her confidence swelling as if she believed Xue Xiangrong would not dare to punish her. 15 strikes. A wooden board 3 feet long and 5 inches wide. Striking you will leave you bedridden for 10 days or more, not to mention your delicate skin. In an instant, Shuang Xue grew anxious, glaring at Xue Xiangrong. Her voice cold. You dare? I am at least a concubine. You would stoop to punishing me. Xue Xiangrong let out a scoff, her gaze sweeping over Shuang Xue with a hint of contempt. You are aware of your inferior status, yet remain so insolent? I am the empress, and you are merely a concubine bestowed by the emperor. My position as empress was established by the late emperor himself. In matters of reward and punishment, I have always adhered to palace regulations and never wronged you, nor shall I indulge you. A shaft of light filtered through her hair, illuminating the phoenix hairpin that sparkled amidst her locks, amplifying her formidable presence. Shuang Xue's complexion turned ashen, rendered speechless, while the guards stood tall, wary of incurring Xue Xiangrong's wrath. The only one unfazed was the cherubic bundle in Xue Xiangrong's arms, who clapped her tiny paws and exclaimed merrily, Mother is so mighty. Mother is wonderful. Punish the wicked woman for Aunt Xiu and the baby. Charge. Spank her bottom. Xue Xiangrong secretly tightened her hold on the rosy infant. As Shuang Xue prepared to retort, Xue Xiangrong's voice rang out sharply. You have repeatedly defied authority, and until now, I have let it slide. This is merely a minor punishment, and you, Shui Guifei, should be grateful. Grateful? Shuang Xue's teeth clenched in fury, her features contorting. How could she be grateful? The one who could foretell the future had slipped away, and now she was being punished for a palace maid. To make matters worse, she could not defend herself against this charge. Under the sun, the rouge on Shuang Xue's face seemed to morph into the embodiment of her resentment, twisting her countenance. Her almond-shaped eyes, devoid of tenderness, fixated intently on Jiang Zao's cherubic face. If she could not possess this child, she would rather extinguish the foolish child's life. If she could not have it, neither would Xue Xiangrong benefit from such an invaluable ally. Shuang Xue clenched the silk handkerchief in her grip. Yet her grievances could no longer be unleashed upon Xue Xiangrong as they once were. Oh, how I want to see you seethe. I shall ensure Aunt Xiu punishes you. The baby is satisfied. I thank your majesty, the empress, for your leniency. I am endlessly grateful. Shuang Xue slightly bowed, offering a curtsy before being escorted away by the guards for punishment. As she passed Xue Xiangrong, she grimaced, teeth clenched, and whispered in a tone only they could hear. Sister, we have plenty of time ahead. Do not think for a moment that I will fear you just because you have the upper hand now. Xue Xiangrong would not tolerate such insolence, her tone light as if Shuang Xue's words meant nothing to her. I eagerly await your escape from this predicament. Shuang Xue huffed coldly and swiftly vanished down the corridor. Yet, before Xue Xiangrong could exhale in relief, a soft voice tugged at her heartstrings once more. Oh dear. The wicked woman has departed, but the situation with second brother is not yet resolved. If only Aunt Xiu had taken a bit longer, the baby would have seen that treacherous minister's face. Perhaps I could have spat at him. Humph, how dare he plot against my second brother? Poor second brother. If we do not expose that treacherous minister this time, he may suffer another covert attack in the future. She quickened her pace, having just hurried to rescue Jiang Zao and Xiu, her breath coming in gasps, nearly losing her wind entirely. Yet she pressed on, undeterred, though the tender bundle in her arms was jostled about, nearly becoming a little ball. Oh dear, mother, why are you in such a hurry? Perhaps it is for the best. While that treacherous minister is still bewildered, the baby will spit at his face. Xue Xiangrong felt a chuckle bubbling within her. But she had no time to indulge in mirth. Upon entering the Yangxin Hall, she found the ministers still present. Jiang Huijing observed his wife, her forehead glistening with sweat, and felt a surge of concern. He instinctively tightened his grip on the armrest of the dragon throne, but with the ministers in attendance, he could not rise to greet her. Empress? What causes such urgency? Xue Xiangrong seemed to realize her haste and slowed her steps. I am concerned for our son's well-being. I wish to bring you here to see if he has awakened. She intentionally delayed, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the cherubic face in her arms, as if harboring some unspoken anticipation. That SM, the plump, balding one, the one resembling a round potato. Spit, spit, spit. Baby, I spit at you. How dare you harm second brother? Jiang Huijing's expression shifted, as if struck by a realization. He glanced at the ministers kneeling below, his gaze locking onto the most shifty-eyed among them, Wang Qin. As the deputy minister of war, his rank was low, and his conduct was dubious. Before Jiang Huijing could utter a word, Wang Qin's voice dripped with sarcasm. You came to see the second prince, yet you linger here? Chapter 16. Audacity. Upon uttering these words, not only did the gazes of Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Huijing converge upon him, but even the other ministers cast him looks tinged with tremor. Lord Wang, tread carefully. The Minister of Works, Lu Ju, who often engaged in verbal sparring with Wang Qin, was the first to retort. The empress has only just entered the Yangxin Hall and has yet to reach her side palace. Is this not the natural order of things? To remain silent for too long would imply the harboring of improper thoughts, such as meddling in the affairs of the harem, which is a grave offense. Presumptuous. Before Wang Qin could finish his sentence, Jiang Huijing's authoritative voice reverberated throughout the Yangxin Hall. The dragon robe fell to the ground, the pearls on the crown trembling incessantly. A clear indication of the emperor's unbridled fury. Wang Qin, have I been too lenient with you? Allowing your audacity to reach a point where you dare to critique my harem? Come forth. Wang Qin seemed taken aback by Jiang Huijing's wrath. He had merely received news from Shuang Xue, instructing him to bring the empress to account when the opportunity arose, to temper her arrogance. He had not intended to comply. Yet as a minister of the previous dynasty, he required the favor of the concubine to ensure his own stability in court. Although he had connections with Minister Gaobin, the latter was solely focused on his own career, and in moments of peril, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Shuang Xue. Reluctantly, he found himself beneath the influence of a woman. After all, had not the emperor previously been indifferent to the empress? The rumors of the concubine's favor in the harem were known even outside the palace. Even on the Lantern Festival, a day meant for reunion, the emperor had scarcely visited the empress's quarters in the past 6 months. How could it be? At this moment, Wang Qin could not afford to ponder further. He hastily knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I harbor no such intentions. I am solely concerned for the stability of the realm. The stability of the realm? Jiang Huijing scoffed coldly but nonetheless waved his sleeve, commanding the imperial guards to drag Wang Qin away. While the realm's stability is indeed paramount, my harem is not to be spoken of lightly by my ministers. Today, let Wang Qin receive 30 strikes as punishment. Wang Qin's actions were undoubtedly a self-destructive folly, and his lack of humility had turned him into a laughingstock among his peers. Shui Xiangrong found no amusement in this, only trepidation. The matter hardly warranted such punishment. But given Wang Qin's suspected involvement in the plot against Jiang Jingxian, she felt no pity. Jiang Huijing must have had his reasons for such a decisive action. Dear mother, let us flee. Do not be entranced by father's handsome visage. Let us check on second brother instead. Father surely has his reasons. There will be time for him and mother to share their hearts later tonight. A soft, melodious voice reached Shui Xiangrong's ears, and she glanced down at the rosy cherub, unable to stifle a light laugh. What whimsical thoughts occupied her good daughter's mind? The emperor's unexpected visit was a pleasant surprise. How could one expect him to come every night? Feeling a slight flush on her cheeks, Shui Xiangrong tightened her embrace around her child and prepared to leave, only to find herself locking eyes with Jiang Huijing. His profound gaze seemed to reflect only her figure, as if oblivious to all else. Lowering her gaze slightly, she hastened into the side hall. Jiang Jingxian's injuries were indeed severe. Although the imperial physician had diagnosed him as stable, he would require time to awaken. Her heart was heavy, and she dedicated herself entirely to caring for Jiang Jingxian. However, over the next 2 days, Jiang Zao looked at Shui Xiangrong with a furrowed brow, unable to contain herself, and crawled into her mother's embrace. Dear mother, do not worry. Second brother is under heaven's protection and will be fine. After the sacrificial ceremony, he will surely awaken. Will you smile for me, please? I love it when mother smiles. Shui Xiangrong gazed at her daughter, feeling a measure of solace. After all, her little one was no longer oblivious and could even cheer her up. She gently pinched Jiang Zao's chubby cheek, and the clouds of worry began to dissipate. Though her son's condition was distressing, she must not neglect her own happiness or that of her daughter. Little you, are you hungry? Shall we have an early meal today? Shui Xiangrong softly patted Jiang Zao's small chest, her eyes gradually filling with warmth. At that moment, Jiang Jinyu burst in, dressed in a bright red robe. Mother! His face was aglow with joy, as if he had stumbled upon some delightful news. Without even pausing to greet Shui Xiangrong, he rushed to Jiang Zao, scooping her up and planting fervent kisses on her cheeks. My precious little sister, I've missed you dearly. A kiss from Big Brother. Ouch! Big Brother, what is this? Are you going to torture the baby again? The mother does not mind. I am scared. Jiang Zao squealed, flailing in Jiang Jinyu's arms. even attempting to push him away with her tiny hands. For a moment, Jiang Jinyu's smile faltered as self-doubt crept in. Did he appear as a fearsome creature? Was he really being too rough? He had merely been affectionate. After all, who wouldn't want to shower their little sister with kisses? Watching the siblings together, Xue Xiangrong felt her heart swell with joy. She reached out, taking Jiang Zao from Jiang Jinyu's arms, and playfully tapped his nose with her fingertip, asking, "What brings you such happiness? You haven't had the chance to visit your mother these past days. How can you attribute your joy to our little you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyu seemed even more energized. He pulled up a chair and began recounting the events. It turned out that the emperor had held Wang Qin accountable and had discovered hidden guards within the Wang household. Although they were termed guards, each had been trained to the standards of the imperial guard. Maintaining a private army was a serious crime, yet Wang Qin, being astute, limited their numbers and insisted they were merely for household protection. He even claimed that on that day, they had been eliminating nearby bandits and had no knowledge that they were part of Jiang Jinxian's retinue. Jiang Huaijing had initially intended to order a raid on the Wang estate, but for reasons unknown, Wang Qin had managed to sway public opinion, leading to widespread rumors that to spill blood before the sacrificial ceremony would bring calamity upon the royal family. The Jiang Dynasty would be entirely severed from Jiang Huaijing, becoming a mere brushstroke in the annals of history. Such absurdity. Xue Xiangrong held Jiang Zao close, sensing that Jiang Huaijing must be thoroughly exasperated. Noticing her distress, Jiang Jinyu hastily rose and fetched a cup of tea, presenting it to Xue Xiangrong. "Mother, do not fret. This is merely the beginning." Chapter 17. A desperate measure. Do not worry, dear mother. My elder brother surely has more to say. Father, being so wise and formidable, would never allow such rumors to unsettle the Jiang dynasty. The common folk must have been misled by treacherous officials. Jiang Jinyu cast a supportive glance at Jiang Zao before gently lifting her from Xue Xiangrong's embrace. Although the emperor had spared Wang Qin's life, he had not saved him from the brink of death. While he avoided the death penalty, the punishment remained severe. The emperor had chosen not to confront the rumors directly, instead issuing an edict to confiscate the house of the accused. This task had been entrusted to his son, which brought him great honor within the court. With that, Jiang Jinyu showered Jiang Zao with affectionate kisses. "Oh dear brother, you are going to smother my face with kisses. How could you sneak up on me and whisk me away while mother was distracted? Mother, save me." Jiang Zao squirmed in Jiang Jinyu's arms, her tiny hands playfully clawing at his face in an attempt to escape. Upon seeing her cherubic visage, Jiang Jinyu's heart swelled with delight. Regardless of her playful attempts to flee, he declared, "My sweet sister, my little lucky star, you shan't escape from your brother." He continued to tease Jiang Zao. Noticing Xue Xiangrong's gentle expression, perhaps his earlier words had brought her some comfort. Indeed, Jiang Jinyu continued, "The rumors about my second brother claiming dominion over the mountains have already dissipated on their own, ultimately enhancing his reputation." Xue Xiangrong listened with a smile, nodding in agreement, acknowledging that Jiang Jinyu was commendable, as was Jin Yan. However, the title of Lucky Star seemed to have shifted to our little Yuer. But why? With a smile deepening on his face, Jiang Jinyu planted another kiss on Jiang Zao's cheek and explained, "This morning, I reported back to father and heard that the maid of concubine Xue had been dismissed. It is said that concubine Xue wished to petition father to allow her to present little Yuer at the grand sacrificial ceremony, showcasing Xue's family's contributions to the Jiang dynasty. Father dismissed the request, deeming it absurd. However, he noted that little Yuer played a crucial role in exposing Wang Qin's contemptible behavior in the Yangxin Palace. It was this unusual sentiment that led father to unearth Wang Qin." Listening intently, Xue Xiangrong reached a decision in her heart. This unusual sentiment likely served as a pretext for Jiang Jinyu's growing affection for little Yuer. Even concubine Xue was mindful of their little lucky star. How could Yuer not be a blessing? As she gazed at Jiang Zao in Jiang Jinyu's arms, her heart softened, and she gently touched the child's delicate face. "Mother is looking at you like this. Is it because all the credit rests on your shoulders? Oh dear, I am not that remarkable. Most of the credit belongs to father. He surely needs me, his lucky star, to shine at the sacrificial ceremony." Jiang Jinyu chuckled, sharing a knowing glance with Xue Xiangrong, who could not suppress her laughter either. If only Yenner could recover, we could all attend the ceremony together. The joy of family always reminded Xue Xiangrong of her injured second son. A wave of sadness washed over her, causing her smile to fade. Jiang Jinyu exchanged glances with Jiang Zao, both siblings sharing the same anxious sentiment in response to their mother's sorrow. "Dear mother, please do not cry. My heart is breaking." Jiang Zao extended her tiny hand, attempting to wipe away Xue Xiangrong's tears, which only made Xue Xiangrong smile again. They eagerly awaited the grand sacrificial ceremony. Yet amidst this tranquility, the Snow's central palace remained in turmoil. The maid Lan Shui was applying medicinal oil to the neck of Shuang Xue, who winced in discomfort. "Be gentle. Are you trying to kill me?" Shuang Xue seized Lan Shui's arm, leaving a mark with her grip. Tears welled in Lan Shui's eyes as the oil spilled all over Shuang Xue, resulting in further punishment. "Milady, please bear with it. The white silk around your neck is unbearably painful. I have advised you." Despite her own suffering, Lan Shui continued to attend to Shuang Xue, proving her gratitude. She claimed it was to ensure Shuang Xue's peace and recovery, but in truth, it was a slow torment. As a pampered concubine, Shuang Xue was accustomed to being attended by at least 15 maids, but now only Lan Shui remained by her side. Furious that Lan Shui dared to retort, Shuang Xue thought, "How could I appear at the sacrificial ceremony in such a state? You are clever, but you hesitate when offering advice." Frustration brewed within her as she had exhausted all methods during her confinement, cleaning, fasting, even climbing walls. Countless attempts to capture Jiang Huijing's attention had failed. And now her meals were inedible, her luxuries exhausted, and her clothes wrinkled and unkempt. She had grown weary of this life and feigned a hanging. Having lost Jiang Huijing's favor, she had barely managed to see him today after being spared punishment. The earliest a new maid could arrive at the Snow Central Palace would be tomorrow, and she still needed someone to attend to her. If Lan Shui were to leave, what would she do? With that thought, Shuang Xue's expression transformed as she regained her composure and lay back down, signaling Lan Shui to continue applying the medicine. "Enough of this. Nothing else matters. What of the matter I asked you to report to the emperor this morning?" At this, Lan Shui's resentment deepened. Such rebellious words were only uttered by Shuang Xue. For them, the servants, to act on such matters could lead to dire consequences. "What do you mean I am unworthy? I am willing to share my troubles with that foolish child out of kindness." Shuang Xue gritted her teeth, slowly clenching her fists. With that foolish child. Xue Xiangrong was now able to surpass her. No, even if she could not have that child, she would not allow them to thrive. "Lan Shui, cease your current tasks and send a secret letter on my behalf. You must ensure the messenger understands that I require Sir Gao to act immediately." Chapter 18. The Grand Sacrifice Ceremony. The fleeting passage of 3 days swiftly ushered in the Grand Sacrifice Ceremony. Xue Xiangrong donned the regal attire of the Minghuang Dynasty. Adorned with pearls and gold, the exquisite phoenix patterns accentuating her dignified and opulent presence. Clad in this ceremonial garb, she resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. She diligently assisted from behind, adjusting the ceremonial robes while offering continuous praise. Flushed with compliments, Xue Xiangrong playfully nudged Shiyu with her gilded hand. Embellished with red gold and azure armor. Once fully adorned, she turned to gaze at Jiang Zao, who sat upon her designated chair, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. "My dear, how do you find your mother's attire?" Jiang Zao erupted into a fit of giggles, her tiny hands flailing excitedly. "And Shiyu has exhausted all of baby's words. But mother truly is beautiful, stunning beyond compare." It seemed as though Jiang Zao's delighted exclamations echoed her thoughts, though her utterances remained simple and fragmented. The sound was not jarring. Rather, it softened the hearts of those who heard it. Unable to resist, Xue Xiangrong reached out to embrace Jiang Zao, disregarding the potential stains on her ceremonial attire. The moment Jiang Zao landed in her arms, her little hands found the exquisite necklace around Xue Xiangrong's neck. Captivated by its allure, she marveled, uttering wow, while affectionately rubbing her face against it. "Oh dear, how did my little one become so enamored? It truly is dazzling." Xue Xiangrong couldn't help but pinch Jiang Zao's chubby cheek, fully aware that her fascination was merely a result of the jewelry's brilliance. "Our little feathered one is indeed a little treasure hunter." Shiyu, observing the scene, burst into laughter, chiming in my humble opinion, the grand princess is destined to embrace beauty, and when she blossoms into a graceful young lady, she will surely love adornment. Seemingly understanding, Jiang Zao wriggled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace, turning her little bottom towards Shiyu. "Humph, and Shiyu only knows how to tease baby. Regardless of baby's future vanity, she will undoubtedly cherish her mother." The soft, melodic sound of Jiang Zao's voice melted Xue Xiangrong's heart. She leaned in to plant gentle kisses on her daughter's plump face. No matter how things unfold for her feathered one in the future, this mother will always safeguard and cherish her. Shiyu, witnessing the tender moment, felt her heart bloom with joy. However, the time had come to prepare for the grand sacrifice ceremony. Your Highness, we must ready ourselves for the event. She carefully took Jiang Zao from Shui Xiangrong's arms. The ceremony required the emperor and empress to ascend the platform for the sacrifice, followed by the kneeling of all present. Though Jiang Zao accompanied Shui Xiangrong, she would remain a spectator at the side. But do take care. Remember not to let her be exposed to the sun for too long. That little face cannot endure it. Before departing, Shui Xiangrong made sure to remind Shiyu to look after Jiang Zao. Kiss your mother goodbye. And Shiyu will surely take good care of you. Should you not trust her? She couldn't resist planting another kiss on her daughter before leaving. It was not a matter of distrust. It was simply the instinct of a mother worried for her child. With a sigh, Shui Xiangrong stepped into the palanquin. Upon arriving at the gates of the imperial city, she found the preparations for the ceremony were already complete. The area outside the gates was teeming with people, all eagerly anticipating the grand spectacle, their thoughts lingering on the crops and hoping for a bountiful harvest. Beneath the platform, Jiang Huaijing gazed at Shui Xiangrong approaching him. His eyes filled with warmth. My empress. He extended his hand toward her. As their hands intertwined, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Their mutual affection served as a shining example for couples throughout the realm. Yet among the onlookers, Shui cast a disdainful glance at Shui Xiangrong, wishing she could strip her of the ceremonial robes that rightfully belonged to her. This should have been her moment. Nevertheless, she remained composed. After today, Shui Xiangrong would soon be cast down from her high station, and she, Shui, would undoubtedly be the one chosen to be the empress of the Jiang Dynasty. Clenching her hands beneath her robe, her armor digging into her palms, she felt a flicker of relief as Nian Xiu hurriedly rushed to her side. Shuangxiue's expression softened slightly. Shui Xiangrong, prepare to enjoy the grand gift I have in store for you. At that moment, as Shui Xiangrong began to ascend the steps alongside Jiang Huaijing, she heard Nian Xiu's soft voice reporting, Your Highness, there is trouble. The Grand Princess and Aunt Shiyu have gone missing. The entire palace has been searched, and only the Yangxin Hall is guarded by sentries, preventing us from entering. Missing? Shui Xiangrong's complexion drained of color, her grip on Jiang Huaijing's hand tightening. What are we waiting for? We must search for her at once. Time was of the essence. They had to find their little feathered one. Shui Xiangrong lifted her ceremonial robes, disregarding propriety, and released Jiang Huaijing to pull Nian Xiu along in search of Jiang Zao. However, Jiang Huaijing firmly held her back, summoning the leader of the Imperial Guard. All forces must be mobilized to locate the Grand Princess. Finally, he turned to comfort Shui Xiangrong. Your Majesty, do not be anxious. While the grand sacrifice ceremony is underway, the Imperial Guards are stationed at the gates. Our feathered one cannot have left the palace. Though he spoke calmly, his own brow furrowed with worry. As a father, how could he not be as anxious as Shui Xiangrong? Yet the grand ceremony, pivotal for the royal family's reputation, could not be delayed. Should they both leave to search, it would invite ridicule from the world. Your Majesty, I implore you to expedite the proceedings. Although she cannot leave the palace, danger still lurks. Tears streamed down Shui Xiangrong's cheeks, yet she did not struggle further. The pain of helplessness reached its zenith in that moment. The grand sacrifice ceremony held by the late emperor had once experienced a blunder, leading to public derision for his inadequacies. The consequences of offending the populace were not something they could bear lightly. I shall grant your request. We will shorten the proceedings. Resolute, Jiang Huaijing issued a command to bypass the cumbersome formalities, guiding Shui Xiangrong step by step up the platform. With a furrowed brow, Shui Xiangrong accepted the 3 incense sticks presented by the officiant. Just as she was about to raise them in reverence, they abruptly snapped in half. Gasps erupted from the crowd below. Look at the incense in the empress's hands. It's broken. This is ominous. What if our future harvest yields nothing? I heard whispers that the second prince, born of the empress, seeks to claim power, and that his younger sister is a fool, merely holding the title of Grand Princess. It seems the empress is unworthy, bringing no fortune to the realm nor support to the royal lineage, unlike the consort, who is gentle, virtuous, and kind. The murmurs grew louder, and Shui Xiangrong could distinctly hear them comparing her to Shuangxue. As daughters of the same family, the contrast drew the attention of the populace. Within a mere quarter hour, the crowd outside the palace cast strange glances at Shui Xiangrong. Jiang Huaijing's expression soured as he shot a cold glare at the officiant beside him. I sustain you, and this is how you serve? Go, replace the broken incense in the empress's hands at once. With such a blunder, when could they possibly resume searching for Jiang Zao? The officiant, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly complied. However, just as he approached with a new incense stick, blue flames suddenly ignited nearby. Chapter 19. Ominous signs. What is that? Ghost flames. It is indeed ghost flames. This is an ominous sign. Our empress of the Jiang Dynasty turns out to be a beacon for ghost flames. Is she not a harbinger of misfortune? The people's murmurs have redefined Xue Xiangrong's identity, casting it into a shadow of ill omen, and Jiang Huijing's expression darkened considerably. Xue Xiangrong, witnessing the flames engulfing her, turned pale. She gazed at Jiang Huijing, her brow furrowed in distress. Your Majesty, perhaps I should withdraw for now? I am genuinely worried about you, whose whereabouts remain unknown. This sacrificial ceremony is destined to end in incompleteness. However, Jiang Huijing tightened his grip on her hand, clasping the incense together with her, resolutely declaring, No. You shall stay here. I wish to see whether it is the will of heaven that seeks to trouble you, or if there are those with ulterior motives. Xue Xiangrong felt a tremor in her heart. She had thought that the damage to her reputation would solely affect her. Yet Jiang Huijing persisted, wagering his imperial dignity to gamble that the one orchestrating this chaos would not dare to harm the Son of Heaven. If he truly harbored no affection for her, Xue Xiangrong could never believe that. Her beautiful eyes slightly averted, reflecting Jiang Huijing's profile. She said, Your Majesty, you need not go to such lengths. They merely wish to see me brought low. First, they kidnapped my precious daughter. Now, they conjure these ominous signs, branding me with the title of harbinger of misfortune. Truly a clever scheme. The Empress is my beloved wife. I shall never allow them to scheme against you without consequence. Rest assured, whether it be you or yourself, I am determined to protect you, Jiang Huijing affirmed, his grip on Xue Xiangrong tightening. His profound gaze seemed to encompass only her. Xue Xiangrong felt her cheeks warm, her beautiful eyes lowering, only to meet the gaze of Shuang Xue, who was observing from below with a venomous glare clearly filled with hatred toward her. In that instant, Xue Xiangrong's mind raced. Could the true culprit behind this be Shuang Xue? A rush of blood surged in her chest, nearly overwhelming her with dizziness and nausea. Her hands clenched tightly beneath her phoenix robe, just as a minister in the crowd shouted, The ghost flames have stirred. They are moving. This unexpected turn of events propelled Jiang Huijing's act of sharing the incense with Xue Xiangrong to a climactic point in the eyes of the courtiers. The emperor truly is the son of the dragon. Even this ill-fated empress is astonished. Our Jiang dynasty appears destined for prosperity with our emperor at the helm. What do we have to fear? But wait, if the empress is indeed a bearer of ill fortune, then why did the ghost flames head toward the emperor's Yangxin palace? Xue Xiangrong watched as the ghost flames began to drift from her side, gradually making their way to the palace entrance. The guards stationed there were drenched in cold sweat, yet dared not move. The courtiers seemed to have conspired in advance, urging Jiang Huijing to follow the ghost flames along with Xue Xiangrong, eager to witness the extent of this ominous sign. After all, it was a matter of the emperor's reputation before the populace. Jiang Huijing insisted on completing the sacrificial ceremony, pulling Xue Xiangrong toward the Yangxin palace. In the palanquin, he held her hand tightly, his expression dark and foreboding. With little Yuer mysteriously missing and Xue Xiangrong branded with an ill omen, he could not shake the feeling that the motives of those behind this were not solely aimed at Xue Xiangrong. Shuang Xue's palanquin trailed closely behind them, and amidst the chaos, Gaobin stealthily approached her side. Shuang Xue lifted the curtain, her voice low enough for only the two to hear. Is everything prepared? Gaobin remained composed, averting his gaze. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will handle this matter. Upon hearing this, a deeper smile graced Shuang Xue's lips as she tossed a pouch of coins to Gaobin. Then I thank you, Lord Gao. Under Xue Xiangrong's urging, the crowd moved toward the Yangxin palace in a grand procession. As the doors swung open, Xue Xiangrong cried out, You are inside the hall. Jiang Zao was seen with tear-filled eyes, leaning against Jiang Jingxian, who lay unconscious on the ground alongside Shiyu. As soon as Jiang Zao spotted Xue Xiangrong rushing toward her, tears streamed down her face, her small blood-stained hands reaching out in a familiar gesture of seeking comfort. Xue Xiangrong, filled with anguish, scooped her daughter into her arms, but her attention quickly shifted to the two on the ground. She noticed Jiang Jingxian gripping the hilt of a sword, drenched in blood. What on earth had transpired? Furious, Jiang Huijing summoned the guard stationed at the Yangxin palace. The guard captain trembled as he knelt, unable to articulate the situation. During the sacrificial ceremony, we remained guarding the palace until the emperor and courtiers convened to discuss the edict to be issued. I do not know how the eldest princess and the second prince ended up here, just as the guard captain feared for his life. Shuang Xue's piercing scream shattered the air. Earlier, outside the city gates, she had not had the chance to speak. instead allowing Gao Bin to manipulate the commoners and the ghost flames to solidify Xue Xiangrong's reputation as a bearer of ill fortune. Now, the stage was hers. She intended for Xue Xiangrong and her daughter to never rise again. After her shriek, without waiting for Jiang Huijing to question her, she pointed at Xue Xiangrong, who was cradling Jiang Zao. Look there. The eldest princess is also surrounded by ghost flames. A wave of shocked and fearful gazes fell upon Jiang Zao and Xue Xiangrong. Xue Xiangrong glanced at her daughter, her eyes filled with anguish and urgency. Meanwhile, Jiang Zao had already pouted her little lips and began to wail in Xue Xiangrong's embrace. Wah, Mommy, you finally came. The bad woman's maid brought me here. And she was knocked out too. My second brother just happened to wake up in the hall and heard the villains bringing me and Aunt Shiyu here. He insisted on coming to protect me. They wanted to harm me. Wah, it's so scary. My body hurts, and this is not ghost flames at all. Mommy, please help me take off my outer garment. That bad woman sprinkled it with phosphorus powder. When this phosphorus burns, it turns blue. If it weren't burning on me right now, I would think it looks pretty. What ghost flames? These bad people really have no taste. Mommy, please save me. A barrage of cries burst into Xue Xiangrong's ears. Swiftly, she removed Jiang Zao's outer garment and tossed it to the ground. The blue flames flickered, yet the garment remained unscathed. Instead, Jiang Zao's exposed face and hands were nearly burned. Xue Xiangrong, trembling with concern, held her precious daughter tightly, hurriedly kissing her little face. Oh, my dear, you have suffered. Just then, Xue screamed once more. Everyone, look. The eldest princess is indeed the bearer of ill fortune. Chapter 20. The execution of the demon Xue's voice once again heightened the tension within the hall. The crown princess, born simple-minded, had now summoned ghostly flames during the sacrificial ceremony, nearly tarnishing the queen's reputation. Gao Bin suddenly spoke up, echoing Xue, Your Majesty. Until the demon is eradicated, the stability of the realm cannot be assured. Before Jiang Huijing could utter a word, Gao Bin had already placed the label of demon firmly upon Jiang Zao's innocent head. You are the demon. Your entire family is filled with demons. Even if the baby is a demon, she is the most adorable one. Jiang Zao, nestled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace, turned away in displeasure, rubbing vigorously against Xue Xiangrong's chest, tears glimmering in her eyes from having cried too forcefully. Her voice still hoarse from the earlier fit. Seeing her precious daughter in such distress, Xue Xiangrong could no longer contain her tears. Yet, what surged within her heart was primarily a tempest of anger. Previously, they had schemed against her, but now they even dared to target her little Yuer. Just as Xue Xiangrong was about to voice her indignation, Jiang Huijing erupted with fury first. Do you truly believe I am a mere 3-year-old child? Along with the emperor's furious roar came a pile of official documents crashing down onto Gao Bin's head. Gao Bin, struck and bleeding, felt the fabric of his official robe tear in several places, yet he dared not cry out in pain. Strangely, he exhibited no sign of panic. The ministers beside him, however, turned pale, hastily kneeling and pleading, Your Majesty, quell your anger. Bring forth the guards. As Jiang Huijing appeared ready to sever Gao Bin's head from his body, the ministers hastily fell silent. In this moment, only Gao Bin's wrath was palpable. Should they dare utter another word, they might share his grim fate. Yet, with death looming, Gao Bin remained unperturbed, bowing deeply before Jiang Huijing, proclaiming, Your Majesty is the sovereign. If the ruler demands the minister's death, the minister shall comply. However, the crown princess has summoned these ominous ghostly flames. The ill fate is now apparent. The common folk remain unaware, believing it to be the queen's doing. Pausing briefly, Gao Bin saluted once more, raising his voice. I implore your majesty to show mercy and execute the princess in public. To eliminate the demon and reassure the populace that the emperor of the Jiang Dynasty is not one to act out of favoritism. For the stability of the Jiang Dynasty. Even if the child is my own flesh and blood, I shall uphold justice. Upon hearing these words, the ministers regarded Gao Bin with newfound respect. The nobleman had risked his life for the sake of counsel, truly a loyal minister. If Lord Gao is so selfless, your majesty, as the ruler, you must also consider the welfare of the common people. Listening to the chorus of agreement from the ministers, Xue could hardly contain her glee. This was precisely her intention. Only by uniting the ministers to pressure Jiang Huijing would he be compelled to execute Jiang Zao. She would never allow Xue Xiangrong to maintain such a formidable ally. If Jiang Huijing stubbornly refused to carry out the execution, the scorn of the populace would drown the royal family. At that time, the one to perish as the first suspect in the public eye would undoubtedly be Xue Xiangrong. Her position would be ripe for the taking. This was her moment to seize power. Your Majesty. Wang Qin seized the opportunity to push through the palace doors. As he passed by Gao Bin and Shuang Xue, he paid no heed to their warning glances and knelt directly before Jiang Huaijing. With Wang Qin's embellishments, the supposed assassination plot transformed into his noble intent to exorcise evil from Jiang Jingxian. Shuang Xue's repeated coughs and glances were utterly disregarded, her large sleeves concealing her clenched fists, nearly drawing blood from her palms in frustration. At that moment, she was still confined, her heart filled with rage but limited in power. Gao Bin, cold-hearted as he was, would not lend a hand, leaving Wang Qin to act in desperation. I scoff. How dare you use my second brother as a shield in your desperation? Father merely reduced your rank. He didn't imprison you or torture you. Jiang Zao, nestled in Shui Xiangrong's arms, seethed at the sight of those vile ministers twisting the truth and plotting her demise. And why should the baby be executed? The baby is my mother's. Who are you to decide my fate? Father, punish them. Their words are mere nonsense. And what are these ominous signs? This phosphorus powder. Anyone who has touched it bears its residue. Dare you reveal your filthy hands? Jiang Zao stuck her tongue out at those who still claimed to be demons. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaijing stood by, arms crossed, observing the ministers as they suddenly fell silent, realizing the emperor's wrath, before gesturing for the guards to seize them one by one. What is the meaning of this, Your Majesty? Gao Bin exclaimed in panic as he felt the guards tighten their grip on him. Your Majesty, rather than seeking to regain the people's favor through this demon, you would have us old bones cover up for you in plain sight. If the world were to know, who can say what they would speculate about you? He was nearly threatening with the weight of those consequences. Yet, Jiang Huaijing merely flicked his sleeve, ascending the dragon throne. His gaze cold as he addressed the ministers. In my youth, I accompanied my ancestors to the south to gauge the sentiments of the people. Fireworks and tricks were common there. This ghostly flame is not an uncommon sight. To mimic such performances to placate the capital's populace is one thing, but to deceive me? Oh dear father, how splendid! Such a wealth of experience. Truly worthy of being my father. Now, my innocence is secured thanks to you. If we can just identify who among them has touched the phosphorus powder, we can unleash a massacre and ensure they rot in prison. Shui Xiangrong held her slightly agitated daughter, her eyes glimmering with the hope that Jiang Huaijing would punish the true culprits. Gao Bin, visibly stunned, clearly hadn't anticipated that the current emperor possessed such experiences. Phosphorus powder could indeed conjure ghostly flames, particularly because he hailed from the southern regions. Having emerged from humble beginnings, much of his life had been consumed by ambitions for his career. Whether in collusion with Shuang Xue or Wang Qin, it was merely a means to smooth his path. Should there be obstacles? Gao Bin's gaze turned increasingly fierce, but in the next moment, disregarding the guard's hold, he knelt down directly. Your Majesty, I am a fool. I am utterly foolish. I confess everything. Chapter 21. Compelling evidence. Gao Bin suddenly transformed, but it was Shuang Xue who felt the most provoked. Without hesitation, she fell to her knees with a thud, bowing her head to Jiang Huaijing. Your Majesty, how dare the ministers deceive you with lies? They must be punished severely to uphold the integrity of the court. She disregarded the pain from her previous punishment by Shui Xiangrong and completely overlooked the dignity expected of a consort. At this moment, Shuang Xue was consumed by a singular thought. She must not allow Gao Bin to reveal anything. Their eyes met, and they both detected a flicker of ruthlessness within each other's gaze. Jiang Huaijing, seated upon the high platform, surveyed the two with a cold smirk. I shall investigate this matter myself. Guards. As his words echoed, the number of imperial guards outside the hall multiplied threefold. Investigate. Anyone who has touched the phosphorus powder must have residual traces on their fingers. Jiang Huaijing's hawkish eyes scrutinized the crowd below. Only Shuang Xue and Gao Bin's expressions shifted slightly. Even Wang Qin, who had appeared unruffled moments ago, now seemed tense. During today's sacrificial ceremony, only these ministers and consorts occupied the viewing seats. To show respect, aside from the emperor and empress's personal attendants and guards, no other aides were permitted. Furthermore, the altar was sealed, only to be opened on the day of the ceremony, prepared by the emperor and empress. Thus, any act of aggression could only involve these seemingly prestigious ministers or consorts. Meanwhile, Shui Xiangrong, while instructing her maid to escort Jiang Jinyu and Shiyu away for care, also joined the investigation. Although she, as the empress, was not a suspect, her caution stemmed from a desire to silence the ministers. In her arms, the little Jiang Zao delightedly clung to Shui Xiangrong's neck, her adoring gaze fixed upon her father, the emperor. Wow, Daddy is so powerful. Daddy is the smartest. Truly deserving of the throne. Mommy is also amazing, so careful and cautious. I'll be the cutest in our family and drive away the bad guys. Chop them up. Kiss Mommy quick. Xue Xiangrong, amused by this soft, melodic voice, tightened her embrace around the rosy bundle in her arms. Yet, this moment also presented an unexpected opportunity, as she suddenly received a playful peck on her cheek. The empress, radiating maternal warmth, appeared gentle and endearing as she held Jiang Zao, playfully teasing her, causing the little girl to erupt into giggles. Yay, Mommy kissed me. I must be Mommy's favorite. Daddy, did you see? I stole Mommy away and want to give her back. Jiang Zao, with her sparkling eyes, seemed to relish in the attention, while Xue Xiangrong lifted her slightly, allowing her to gaze at Jiang Huaijing. The emperor, sitting high above, could not suppress his amusement as he observed his wife and daughter, the coldness in his eyes dissipating. Below, Xue Yingxue glared at the trio's interaction, her teeth clenched in frustration, nearly digging her nails into her palm. That wretched Xue Xiangrong, adorned in her phoenix robe, was in a position that should have rightfully been hers. If she could surpass this hurdle, she would devise another scheme to bring Xue Xiangrong down. She had not anticipated that Jiang Huaijing would be aware of such peculiar remedies. Yet, she recalled no mention of any prince accompanying the late emperor during his incognito visits. Could it be? Xue Yingxue's gaze suddenly fell upon Jiang Zao. Sensing her scrutiny, Jiang Zao met her eyes and stuck out her tongue. Pfft. Bad woman, disappointed, aren't you? I'm so adorable. Isn't it fine for you to look at me a little longer? You sent Lan Shui to harm Aunt Shiyu. You're the villain. Humph. If you're caught, you're finished. Xue Xiangrong's expression darkened at the soft yet accusatory words. She followed Jiang Zao's defiant gaze and noticed Xue Yingxue glaring icily at them. Was it Lan Shui who harmed her little Yu-er? After a moment of contemplation, Xue Xiangrong summoned Nian Qiu and instructed in a hushed tone only they could hear. Nian Qiu, investigate whether Lan Shui possesses any martial skills. Nian Qiu took the command and swiftly exited the Yangxin Palace, heading towards Shuiyang Palace, while Xue Yingxue remained oblivious. From her perspective, Xue Xiangrong and that little brat were both provoking her. Xue Yingxue felt her silver teeth nearly grind to dust, envisioning how she would trample the mother and daughter duo underfoot when suddenly, a guard escorting her shouted towards Jiang Huaijing, Your Majesty, we have found evidence. There are residual substances on the fingertips of noble consort Xue. At this revelation, Xue Yingxue heard gasps of shock ripple through the crowd. The consorts present began to disperse, leaving her isolated in an open space, as if she had become the target of everyone's ire. The phosphorus powder was specifically instructed by Gao Bin for her to retrieve. She had found it peculiar at the time, but her eagerness had overshadowed her doubts, and that mere contact had turned into the evidence of her guilt. Had Gao Bin already prepared an escape route for himself, waiting for the moment to throw her under the bus? Xue Yingxue's face turned pale as she instinctively glanced at Gao Bin, then hastily bowed before Jiang Huaijing. Your Majesty, I was unaware of the circumstances. Your Majesty, I am innocent. If her earlier kneeling was a maneuver to urge Jiang Huaijing to punish Gao Bin first, now she was desperately seeking mercy to absolve herself of blame. Conspiring against a princess and framing the empress. Combined, these charges would be enough to cost her 100 lives. Innocent? Humph. Wretched woman, how amusing you are. With irrefutable evidence, what more is there to say? But Gao Bin is no saint either. It was he who initiated the attack. Jiang Zao, nestled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace, whimsically stretched her little paws as if to strike at Xue Yingxue from afar. Xue Xiangrong, seizing the moment, directed her words towards the emperor. Your Majesty, noble consort Xue, as a consort, should have no need for phosphorus powder, which is not even prepared by the Internal Affairs Court. If a consort wishes to acquire such trinkets from the common folk, it must have been delivered by someone. Though her words seemed to defend Xue Yingxue, they were, in fact, a ploy to draw out Gao Bin, that cunning old fox. Xue Yingxue seemed to grasp this implication. Her hands, supporting her weight, clenched tightly. If she could not escape her guilt, then she would drag Gao Bin down with her. If she were to bear the blame, Gao Bin would be of no use. She could not tolerate someone useless lingering in the court, flaunting their power. Xue Yingxue cast a sidelong glance at Gao Bin before bowing deeply to Jiang Huaijing once more. Your Majesty, I confess. I confess to everything. In truth, it was Lord Gao Bin who coerced me into this. Chapter 22. A veil of deception. Upon uttering those words, Gao Bin was instantaneously isolated by the surrounding ministers. Among the many dark-hued official robes, Gao Bin's attire stood out conspicuously. Yet, in this moment, he revealed no signs of panic. Rather, his eyes, cold and sinister like maggots in a drain, remained fixed on Shuangxue. The latter, adorned in the most resplendent imperial attire, appeared utterly disheveled. Jiang Huijing slammed his palm onto the table, his voice cold and commanding. From the moment you entered and first pointed out Yuer's ghost fire, I have harbored suspicions about you. If you can confess truthfully, I might spare your life. Shuangxue, trembling as she knelt on the ground, responded, Yes, Your Majesty, I shall clarify everything. Pausing for a moment, she cast a glance at Gao Bin and felt a surge of resentment and anger towards him. Amidst her complex emotions, her mind grew increasingly lucid. Although she had intended to drag Gao Bin down with her, was he truly innocent? Not necessarily. Regarding the sacrificial ceremony, she had never personally intervened. Despite having the perfect opportunity, she had chosen to let Gao Bin take the lead. Her aim was to ensure that when the truth eventually surfaced, she could extricate herself entirely from blame. However, she had not anticipated that Gao Bin would leave a backdoor for himself. Before Shuangxue could speak again, her thoughts drifted back to when she had hurried to the Yangxin Palace from the city gates, pulling back the curtain of her carriage to converse with Gao Bin. Perhaps it was then. At this moment, it was too late for any words. They had merely exchanged a few sentences when no one was watching. If she sought to turn the tide now, it would undoubtedly fail. With this thought, Shuangxue buried her head deeper. The ornaments on her ceremonial gown clinked together, producing a sound reminiscent of a woman's sobs. Striving to make her voice steady and filled with contrition, she declared, My father and Lord Gao share a private friendship. Upon hearing of my punishment in a letter from home, he was so anxious that he completely forgot he was having tea with Lord Gao. Lord Gao, upon learning of this, provided me with counsel and took care of the arrangements for me. Noticing Jiang Huijing's increasingly grim expression, Shuangxue bowed her head once more, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. I merely cared too much for Your Majesty and desired your favor, which led me to this desperate strategy. How wicked. What do you mean by wanting your father's favor? You clearly harbor hatred towards the baby and mother. How pitiful my mother is, a splendid sacrificial ceremony. A golden opportunity to present herself before the people, ruined by you. You still wish to cover your tracks and lessen your guilt. How despicable. You are nothing but a wretched creature. Do not think you can harm my mother again. The spectacle of dogs biting dogs is entertaining. But when my father uncovers Gao Bin's treachery, you shall see whether he punishes you or not. Jiang Zao, nestled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace, babbled excitedly. Although she could not articulate words, her inner turmoil was evident. Xue Xiangrong, feeling distressed, held Jiang Zao close, gently patting her back as she coughed from excitement, nuzzling her cheek against the child's round face. Meanwhile, Jiang Huijing, seated high upon his dragon chair, laughed in rage, slamming his palm down once more. Ah, how enlightening. I was utterly unaware that my harem could conspire with the previous dynasty. Where are the Xue family members? Xue Yushan, scrambling from the back of the court, hastily made his way to Jiang Huijing. He cast a disappointed glance at Shuangxue before hurriedly bowing. Your Majesty, while I maintain a good relationship with Lord Gao, I have never allowed my family's correspondence to be seen by others, let alone by Lord Gao. What a wicked woman. It is clearly you who often corners Gao Bin in the Yangxin Palace, and yet you drag the Xue family into this. Your own mother is a member of the Xue family. Do you wish to tarnish her reputation as well? Such a vile heart. Xue Xiangrong held the excited Jiang Zao, soothing the little one who seemed poised to burst forth, suddenly chiming in, Your Majesty. I can attest that even when my father reviews official matters, he dislikes being disturbed. In the past, he would not even allow servants to bring food into the study. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huijing feigned contemplation, casting a cold gaze at Gao Bin, and asked sternly, Lord Gao, do you have anything to clarify? Gao Bin bowed deeply and then removed his black cap. Your Majesty, I have served as an official for 10 years. Diligently, and without a hint of disloyalty towards Your Majesty or the Jiang Dynasty. Today, the Empress has indeed acted out of desperation, framing me. Yet I am to blame for my hasty words, which allowed the Empress to seize the upper hand. At this declaration, Jiang Zao could no longer contain herself. Rolling her eyes and mumbling in Xue Xiangrong's arms, her little face contorting in an exaggerated expression, as if mocking. Oh, so you claim hasty words are to blame. But your stench is undeniable. In a world of dogs biting dogs, the baby does not comprehend. Her soft, sticky voice no longer carried the same charm. Instead, it resembled a creaking loom, eliciting laughter from Xue Xiangrong. Her little Yue was indeed adorable, unaware that he had become a source of amusement for the Empress and the Grand Princess. Gao Bin's eyes were filled with malice as he suddenly pointed at Wang Qin. "Your Majesty, I am not in collusion with the Shui family. It is Wang Qin who brought a letter from the empress to me." In the midst of his accusations, he presented the letter he held. When Eunuch Li delivered the letter to Jiang Huijing, Shui Yingxue collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of strength. The letter, written on sheep fat paper, was unmistakable to her, and the handwriting was undoubtedly her own. She could not fathom that Gao Bin would use this letter to absolve himself. Jiang Huijing merely glanced at the document before fury surged within him. "I had no idea that my Shui empress possessed such audacity." Knowing that phosphorus powder could create ghost fire, she dared to disrupt the sacrificial ceremony and frame the empress and grand princess. This near-roaring pronouncement was tantamount to a death sentence. Yet Shui Yingxue could utter not a single word. It was not that she was unwilling to speak. Rather, her lips trembled uncontrollably, and even her hands, which supported her weight, slick with perspiration, slipped against the smooth sleeve of her ceremonial robe, causing her to fall completely. At this juncture, the only thing Shui Yingxue could do was slowly shift her posture and bow to Jiang Huijing. Even so, Gao Bin was not finished. This matter could not absolve Lord Wang either. Wang Qin, regaining his composure, stared incredulously at Gao Bin. "Lord Gao, how does your collusion with the empress concern me? Are you not attempting to frame me out of sheer desperation?" Upon hearing this, the suspicion surrounding Gao Bin intensified, yet he remained unperturbed, glaring coldly at Wang Qin. Then, "Does Lord Wang dare to have the guards investigate if there is any phosphorus powder in his possession?" Chapter 23. A plea for her justification. Upon hearing these words, Wang Qin let out a cold laugh and knelt before Jiang Huijing, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am willing to give it a try." Just moments ago, the actions of the Imperial Guard were momentarily halted due to the discovery of phosphorus powder on Shui Yingxue. Now that this matter has reached a critical juncture, at Jiang Huijing's command, the Imperial Guard has resumed its operations. Wang Qin remains utterly unperturbed, calmly extending his hands to the Imperial Guard. How could he possibly possess phosphorus powder? It must be that Gao Bin, in a state of panic, has implicated him. Although the three of them have had private dealings, he was not involved in this matter at all. Even Shui Yingxue's attempt to ensnare Shui Xiangrong was only revealed when the evidence was presented. He was confident that he would never be discovered. However, to his utter astonishment, within merely a quarter of an hour, the guard before him raised the alarm, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, there are indeed remnants of phosphorus powder in Lord Wang's possession." The emergence of this phosphorus powder was utterly unforeseen. How could his hands possibly bear such marks? This is an evident setup. He was instantly drenched in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in distress. Shui Yingxue observed him as he hurriedly knelt down, pleading for mercy. Noting the hint of cowering in Gao Bin's gaze, what grand design was Gao Bin truly orchestrating? Shui Xiangrong gazed at Jiang Zao's slightly solemn countenance, her own expression turning anxious as she cast a worried glance towards Jiang Huijing. The Imperial Guard is known for its meticulousness, especially under the watchful eyes of the Emperor. Yet, how was it that Gao Bin managed to evade detection? Numerous suspicions have fallen upon Gao Bin, yet he remains composed as he kneels, explaining, "Your Majesty, Lord Wang journeyed to his ancestral home in the southern regions a month ago to search for his wife and children who have been lost. This further attests to his acquisition of phosphorus powder for the esteemed concubine. Moreover, the words spoken by the esteemed concubine were indeed a baseless accusation, asserting with unwavering conviction that I conspired with the Shui family. I am merely passionate about appreciating ancient texts, which has led to my private acquaintance with Lord Shui." Upon hearing these words, the gazes of the surrounding ministers towards Gao Bin and Wang Qin transformed significantly. In the eyes of the assembly, Gao Bin had seemingly become a threatened courtier. The merits and demerits of the situation are another matter. However, at this moment, the collusion between Consort Shui and Lord Wang, with the intent to shield the latter from scrutiny, is already irrefutably substantiated. Not quite. It is fundamentally and utterly incorrect. Jiang Huijing's expression was far from pleasant. However, the reality was as such, and he had no choice but to make a decisive move, daringly embracing Wang Qin. "Dare you conspire with my harem and even threaten my ministers? Receive 50 strokes, all your servants, wives, and daughters shall be sold as official slaves. Banishment to Ningguda awaits you." At this moment, Shui Yingxue felt her hands go limp, nearly gasping for breath. Although Wang Qin was not strangled, her fate was far from certain. Sensing the Emperor's gaze upon her from the dragon throne, Shui Yingxue dared not breathe a word. As for the noble consort Shui, upon hearing this, even Shui Xiangrong, who had intended to summon the individual for a personal interrogation regarding Lan Shui, was rendered momentarily speechless. Lord Shui. Shui Xiangrong exclaimed in disbelief. The Snow Empress has indeed committed a heinous crime against the state. To speak broadly, she has disrupted the grand sacrificial ceremony and conspired with court officials. To speak more narrowly, she has framed me and slandered the crown princess. Are you still intent on exonerating her? Shui Yushan found himself at a loss for words when questioned, yet he remained resolute. Your Majesty. If I may be so bold, he implored, Shui has been under my watchful eye as she grew. The tribulations she faces now are merely a result of a momentary misstep. Her deep concern for the emperor is what has led her to this predicament. In the past, upon hearing such words, Shui would have undoubtedly erupted in fury. Yet now, she could not afford such a reaction. She was guilty of a capital offense. If she were fortunate enough to have retained her life due to Shui Yu's words, she would undoubtedly make a triumphant return. Shui Xiangrong stood to the side, her complexion growing increasingly pale upon hearing Shui Yuanshan's words, as if her very soul had been siphoned away, leaving her in a daze. This was her esteemed father, who seemed only to recall his daughter, Shui. It was solely due to her sweet tongue that she gained the status of a favored concubine. Meanwhile, Shui curled her lips into a smirk, her malevolent gaze fixated on the figure of Shui Xiangrong before her. Although she was the revered matriarch of the nation, the stark contrast between them was undeniable, yet the current situation filled her heart with a sense of dark satisfaction. At the very least, it was she whom Shui Yuanshan now sought to protect. Instead of worrying that Shui Xiangrong was nearly framed by her, and that Jiang Zao, that little wretch, was almost killed. How despicable this old fool's intentions are. Although the plot may have deviated, the old man's heart remains unchanged, still inclined towards the wicked woman. Baby. I curse you, old man. How dare you pierce my mother's heart? Father Emperor, he must not have his way. It is essential that he witnesses his beloved Shui suffer a fate worse than death. Jiang, already infuriated in Shui Xiangrong's embrace, huffed and puffed as he waved his tiny paws aimlessly in the air, seemingly intent on transforming Shui Yuanshan into a mere pancake before he would feel satisfied. She merely lowered her eyelashes, presenting an unwillingness to speak further. Jiang Huijing regarded Shui Xiangrong with a tinge of compassion, yet anger surged within him, prompting him to hurl the memorial beside him, striking Shui Yushan squarely on the head. You have become quite muddled, my dear Shui. What transgressions has the snow concubine committed? Surely, you have witnessed it all. Now, has your aged visage not been cast aside in shame? Shui Yushan, despite being reproached, remained kneeling. Jiang Huijing, infuriated, pointed an accusatory finger at Shui Yuanshan's nose, exclaiming, Well, very well. I command you, just as the words left my lips. Jiang Huijing was poised to deliver his verdict on Shui when, unexpectedly, Shui Xiangrong knelt before him without warning. Upon hearing these words, Shui Yuanshan was taken aback, and Shui Yingshua's complexion turned ashen. Jiang Huijing furrowed his brows in deep perplexity, wondering what the empress could possibly mean by this. Chapter 24. A heartfelt resolution regardless of the multitude of scrutinizing gazes upon her. Shui Xiangrong stood tall, boldly embracing her role as the target of public ire. Though her heart felt as if it were bleeding with anguish and torment, her thoughts lingered on her beloved children, Xiao Yu and Yin'er. They had narrowly escaped the peril posed by Lan Shui, who served Shui closely. Observing Jiang Huijing personally punish Shui was indeed satisfying. Yet she yearned to take matters into her own hands, to seek justice for her children and ensure that good and evil receive their due recompense. Jiang Zao was oblivious to his mother's true sentiments, perceiving her as overly compassionate, intent on fulfilling Shui Yushan's desires. Dear mother, please do not be so soft-hearted. That wicked old man has pierced your heart and dares to save that vile woman. Mother, you have your little one, an elder brother. And the emperor father, you must not relent. Jiang Zao nestled in Shui Xiangrong's embrace, her tiny mouth agape, as if wanting to speak, her chubby little hands tenderly caressing her mother's cheek. In that moment, Shui Xiangrong's heart softened immensely, and she couldn't help but gently nuzzle her daughter's small face, showering her with a tender kiss. Her motivations were not for Shui Yushan. A father like him was better off absent. Yet, Shui Yushan remained unaware of the underlying truth, mistakenly believing that Shui Xiangrong sought to fulfill his wishes, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Was the empress truly serious? Conversely, Shui was acutely aware of the gravity of her actions, knowing she was responsible for nearly bringing harm to Jiang Zao. Initially, she had planned to eliminate Jiang Zao covertly, intending to wait for the crowd to gather in the Yangxin Palace and witness the calamity her presence had wrought. not only bringing misfortune upon the empress but also resulting in her daughter's untimely demise. At that moment, she would ascend to greatness and claim the empress's throne. However, she had not anticipated that Jiang Jinyin would be permitted to recuperate in a side chamber of the Yangqing palace, much less that he would awaken. Had she known, she would have dispatched additional accomplices to ensure Jiang Jinyin would not survive. In her quest to uncover the mastermind behind the malevolent flames, Jiang Huaijing had not found the opportunity to address this matter, inadvertently providing Xue Xiangrong with a moment to contemplate. Your Majesty, I accept my punishment. Shuang Xue's eyes glinted with a hint of malice as she resolutely bowed to Jiang Huaijing. If I have erred, the fault lies with me, and I submit to whatever punishment you deem fit, without burdening the empress any further. As soon as she uttered these words, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Shui Yushan raised his hand in disbelief, gazing at his daughter with disappointment, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. You foolish girl, what are you saying? Quickly, plead for mercy. To him, it was inconceivable that Xue Xiangrong would be so heartless as to kill Shuang Xue. As long as she was alive, he would feel at ease. Yet, Shuang Xue's public confession seemed to force the emperor's hand to execute her on the spot. What do you know? Shuang Xue's eyes reddened as she shouted, I would rather die than allow the empress to abuse her power. She would prefer to be slain by Jiang Huaijing than endure torment at Xue Xiangrong's hands. Her unwavering resolve incited Shui Yushan's discontent. And just as they were about to argue, Jiang Huaijing motioned for the imperial guards to intervene. With a cold expression tinged with anger, Jiang Huaijing declared, The empress's words hold merit. The troubles of the previous dynasty have already burdened me. Thus, I shall leave this matter concerning the noble Shuang Xue to the empress. With that, he issued a decree before all the officials and concubines. Wang Qin faced the inevitable fate of his household being confiscated, banished to Ningguda, and receiving 50 strokes of the rod. Should he perish along the way, it would simply be his fate. As for Gaobin, though evidence was lacking, his connections with the officials sealed his doom. Not only did he lose his salary and rank, but half of his estate was also seized. Regarding Shui Yushan, as his family was stripped of their possessions, he too was exiled to serve as an official in a remote location, even more desolate than Ningguda. Such barren lands made mere survival a daunting challenge, with rampant banditry and chaos. To serve there as an official would likely lead to an untimely demise. The accusations sounded noble in theory, yet in reality, they were no different from a death sentence. As Shui Yushan's eyes, which seemed to have aged tenfold in an instant, met his daughter's gaze, he managed to force a smile. You must take care of Schwerer. What are you saying? At this point, you cannot even protect yourself, and yet you worry about that wicked woman. Oh, dear mother, let us not concern ourselves with her. I will comfort you, be good and ignore her, for I am the adorable baby. Jiang Zao chirped, striving to divert Xue Xiangrong's attention. Hearing that sweet, soft voice, reminiscent of her coaxing the little one, brought her a sense of calm. With everything settled and the true culprits punished, it was a moment of great relief. Now, it was her turn. Just then, however, Eunuch Li suddenly knelt before Jiang Huaijing outside the Yangqing palace, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Ji Yunxing requests an audience. The name Ji Yunxing was well known among the officials present. He was the sole courtier who communicated celestial phenomena to Jiang Huaijing. Why would he seek an audience in broad daylight? The officials in the hall wore expressions of surprise, while only Jiang Zao, inappropriately, let out a giggle. It seems that Mother's lifeline has arrived, albeit rather late. Even if Emperor Father is unaware that phosphorus powder can conjure ghostly flames, Ji Yunxing will come to save Mother, claiming that the celestial signs are unusual. Yet, it is fortunate that Mother has been preemptively rescued and has vanquished the villains. Today, I shall indulge in a splendid feast, perhaps. 2 bowls of milk and jade porridge will suffice. Jiang Zao, nestled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace, hummed and stretched out her hand as if she had already grasped the sweet, soft jade porridge. Jiang Huaijing, maintaining a facade of composure, instructed Eunuch Li to usher Ji Yunxing in. Upon entering, Ji Yunxing immediately knelt in reverence. Your Majesty, the celestial signs are unusual. The position of the fortunate star is obscured by the malevolent star, indicating that the Eastern Palace may be in peril. Moreover, according to the celestial signs, the eldest princess of the Jiang Dynasty is the fortunate star. If this fortunate star is shrouded by the malevolent star, it will be obliterated, Your Majesty. He noticed the surrounding officials were taken aback, believing his arrival to be timely, and he sighed in relief. However, Jiang Huaijing immediately rewarded him with 100 taels of silver. Did everyone hear that? The empress governs the central palace, her virtues matching her position. And you, is our dynasty's eldest princess, a fortunate star. Should I ever hear any unfounded rumors originating from the palace concerning the eldest princess or the empress, I shall execute without mercy." His authoritative voice sent shivers down the spines of the civil and military officials who hastily knelt, vowing to prevent any further tales from entangling the eldest princess and the empress. Xue Xiangrong gazed down at her little bundle of joy, her heart finally at ease. Her truly was a fortunate star. Chapter 25. The circumstances behind it. Xue Yingshue's face turned ashen as she was dragged away from the Yangxin Hall. Upon returning to the palace, Xue Xiangrong placed Jiang Zao in her designated chair and took a seat at the table. Coldly observing Xue Yingxue being brought in and kneeling on the ground. Dressed in court attire, Xue Xiangrong had not yet changed, and beams of light poured in from outside the hall. The golden and silver threads on her robes shimmered faintly, casting a soft glow around her. With her hands clasped together, her voice was as chilling as the snow in a mountain stream. "Did you not sign your name? I have punished you. Or shall I summon witnesses to confirm your crimes?" Now that there were no others present, especially without Jiang Huijing by her side, Xue Yingxue chose to drop her pretense. As she attempted to rise slowly, she was kicked in the knee by Nian Qiu from behind. "In front of her highness. Even the consort must kneel if she speaks out of turn, let alone you, who is already in disgrace. How can you stand?" Nian Qiu's tone was sharp, laced with a hint of satisfaction. "Well done, Nian Qiu. This is how one should serve mother. Speaking of which, Shiyu and Nian Qiu are quite close. This wicked woman is in for a rough time." Jiang Zao clapped her hands in delight, her little head bobbing in approval. The tiny braids on her head swayed adorably with her movements. Unable to resist, Xue Xiangrong reached out to gently stroke her daughter's cheek, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. However, this display of affection irritated Xue Yingxue further. "Xue Xiangrong, if you wish to kill or torture me, go ahead. Let your mad dog humiliate me. What skill is that? You pride yourself on being noble, but where is your compassion, your mercy?" As her words escalated, she ended up screaming in rage. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding slap struck her face. Nian Qiu, with a stern expression, shook her hand as if repulsed by the act of striking Xue Yingxue. "In front of her highness, the snow consort must not be unruly." Once Nian Qiu had finished her outburst, Xue Xiangrong calmly addressed her sister. "Sister, the palace rules are strict. Even in your disgrace, you must adhere to them. Your words and actions must not falter. I spit on you." Xue Yingxue spat, the blood-tinged saliva flying as she screamed. "Xue Xiangrong, what right do you have to demand my respect? The position of empress should have been mine." Before she could finish, another slap landed on her face. Nian Qiu dealt several more slaps, causing Xue Yingshue's face to swell painfully. Earlier, she had been feigning delicacy, but now she could barely speak. Xue Xiangrong observed her with cold indifference, and seeing her unable to articulate, she decided to let others speak instead. At that moment, Lan Chui was brought in by a small palace maid, though she too was being dragged along. Her lower body bore the marks of punishment, bloody and mangled, and she appeared close to death, a terrifying sight. Nian Qiu cast a cold glance at Lan Chui, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The guard who had punished her was quite skilled. The wounds were merely superficial. The true agony must be endured before these villains would relent and reveal the truth. Lan Chui was thrown to the ground, desperately reaching for Xue Yingshue's sleeve. Consort, please save me." Her bloodied hands left stains on Xue Yingshue's court attire, shocking the once mighty consort. "Get away. Do not touch me. Do not dare to cling to me." Xue Yingxue screamed, her mouth, previously unable to speak, now torn open, blood flowing freely without concern. "Oh dear, the baby cannot bear to see such a bloody scene. It is truly frightening," Jiang Zhao's soft voice echoed, though her small hands still peeked through her fingers, unable to fully shield her eyes. Xue Xiangrong wished to protect her precious daughter from the gruesome display and began her inquiry. Lan Chui had already signed a confession, admitting to her crimes. Xue Yingxue remained obstinate, but the evidence was irrefutable. "Someone, take the snow consort to the cold palace." With a flick of her sleeve, Xue Xiangrong ordered. Instantly, Xue Yingshue's complexion drained of color. The cold palace. That wretched place filled with deranged concubines, no water for washing, and spoiled food. "Xue Xiangrong, you shameless wretch. If you have the courage, kill me." Xue Yingxue struggled continuously, her court attire and hat in tatters. Since she was already disgraced, wearing the court attire was inappropriate, and she was stripped of it on the spot. Clad only in her inner garments, she disregarded her modesty. twisting her hands and body in a futile attempt to escape the palace maid's grasp, hoping to provoke Xue Xiangrong into killing her. However, Xue Xiangrong merely smiled. Sister. We are sisters after all. Let me fulfill your last wish. Turning to her attendants, she declared, by imperial decree, Xue Yingshue's sins are grave. As a punishment, she shall be demoted to a commoner and sent to the cold palace, where she will endure daily beatings before the Buddhist statue. Let the Bodhisattva cleanse your filthy heart. With that, Xue Yingxue was dragged away. Mother is magnificent. Mother is amazing. The baby loves her so much. Jiang Zao waved her tiny hands from her special chair, seemingly overjoyed at her mother's triumph. Yet, soon after, her little stomach growled with hunger. Oh dear, after such a long ordeal, our little feather must be starving. Noticing Jiang Zhao's pitiful gaze, Xue Xiangrong smiled warmly and instructed Yin Qiu to bring food. Now that the weight had been lifted, and the villains had received their due punishment, Little Feather had played a crucial role. The atmosphere in Fengqi Palace was serene, but the cold palace was far from peaceful. Xue Yingxue had just been thrown in and was already receiving lashes, unable to rise from the pain. Time to eat. A bowl of pickled vegetables and steamed buns was tossed through a small hole in the door, further shattering Xue Yingshue's already frayed sanity. Who allowed you to treat me like this? The emperor has not abandoned me. I will escape eventually. Just wait. In the cold palace, the chill was palpable, and even the guards, aside from delivering meals, did not linger. Gritting her teeth, Xue Yingxue glared at the bun, her hatred boiling over. She could not succumb here. That vile little brat and that wretched Xue Xiangrong must not have it easy. Resolutely, Xue Yingxue removed the only hairpin from her coiffure, stabbing it into her wrist with determination, then screamed toward the door. Someone has died. In no time, the door burst open, and guards rushed in. They could not afford to gamble with their lives. In the chaos, a physician was summoned, and after attending to her, the guards, with forced smiles, sent him away. But as they turned, one spat at Xue Yingxue. What a worthless life, still alive. Clutching her wrist, Xue Yingxue gritted her teeth, suppressing her rage as she offered the hairpin. Deliver a message to the Defei of Yoning Palace. This pin shall be yours, with the promise of a reward. The guard's expression softened. What message would you like us to convey? Xue Yingshue's face turned cold, her hatred spilling over her lips. Summon the head of the Internal Affairs Bureau. I wish to see him. You need not say more. Just tell him I demand an audience. She intended to leak the information about the little brat's foresight. Even if she could not escape, she would ensure they could find no peace, and those behind her would surely take action. Xue Xiangrong, just wait. Meanwhile, in Fengqi Palace, dinner was being served. Today's meal not only included milk and jade soup, but also a generous portion of meat dishes. Yay, mother is wonderful. Mother and father are merciless to the wicked. Today, I shall feast on these delicious and sweet foods. However, just as Jiang Zao's eyes sparkled at the sight of the soup before her, a figure clad in a crimson robe rushed in from outside the hall. Mother. As Jiang Jinyu entered, she did not pause to pay her respects but swiftly darted to Jiang Zao's side. Little lucky star, I owe you so much. With that thought, Jiang Jinyu embraced Jiang Zao, showering her with kisses until her plump little face was squished flat before she finally let go. Oh dear, my kiss-happy elder brother is back. But could you let the baby have her meal first? The baby is quite hungry. Xue Xiangrong could not help but intervene to rescue Jiang Zao, placing a small spoon into her tiny hand so she could feed herself. Your son pays his respects to the emperor. Upon seeing the emperor, Jiang Jingxian did not rise but instead turned to the door to bow. However, the motion seemed to aggravate his injuries, causing him to cough violently, rendering his already pale face even more ashen. Xue Xiangrong turned her gaze and beheld the imposing figure of the emperor entering. Your Majesty, the empress, dressed in court attire, offered a respectful bow but was immediately assisted back to her feet. Jiang Huaijing guided Xue Xiangrong to a seat beside him, signaling to Li Gonggong to help Jiang Jingxian rise. Get up. Your mother's personal maid has reported that you were attacked. Are you well now? Jiang Jinyu listened intently, still holding Jiang Zao as she bowed to Jiang Huaijing. Jiang Zao, seeing her beloved mother right in front of her, eagerly reached out, yearning to escape her brother's embrace. Wah, mother, please save the baby. I'm drowning in my brother's kisses. Her chubby little hand reached out to Xue Xiangrong, but in Jiang Jinshan's eyes, it appeared as if Jiang Zao intended to leap towards Jiang Huaijing. Alternatively, father could save the baby. The baby is not picky. Just as Jiang Zao's tiny hand was about to touch Jiang Huaijing, Jiang Jingxian broke out into a cold sweat, and in a moment of panic, he abruptly reached out to snatch Jiang Zao away, exclaiming, Father, Be careful. His reaction suggested that Jiang Zao was a calamity, posing a threat to Jiang Huijing, the emperor himself. The three of them, Shui Xiangrong included, were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Zao felt a sudden spin as she transitioned from one embrace to another. Wow. My second brother is somewhat handsome. Speaking of which, my second brother's skills are truly commendable. He is indeed someone who could lead troops into battle. If he had not been harmed by treacherous ministers, he would undoubtedly bring unity to the Jiang Dynasty. Fear not, I shall help my second brother. Jiang Zao blinked her big eyes, entirely oblivious to the fact that her second brother was trembling in fright at her musings. By now, Jiang Jingxian had already stood up, clutching the chubby bundle under her arms, his hands shaking uncontrollably as if he were about to drop Jiang Zao. Jiang Jinyu's heart leapt into her throat. Be careful. With a swift leap, she managed to catch Jiang Zao just in time. Second brother. How could you have gotten injured to the point where you can't even hold your sister properly? You almost dropped her. Jiang Zao, still too small to walk, would have sustained serious injury from such a fall. Indeed. When did my second brother become so weak? Or is it that my second brother does not like the baby? Boo-hoo. Then the baby shall leave. The baby does not like the second brother either. Jiang Jinyu began to comfort Jiang Zao, forgetting to kiss her in the process. She returned to Shui Xiangrong and handed Jiang Zao over. Jiang Jinxuan's expression was grim. He was genuinely startled. Under normal circumstances, how could he fail to hold onto a 3-year-old child? Shui Xiangrong had also heard Jiang Zao's pitiful cries. She held Jiang Zao, her face taking on a slightly stern demeanor. My son, do not speak of Yuo as being of equal value to you. Even if we consider her merely as your sister, such carelessness is unbecoming. After a pause, seeing Jiang Jinxuan's lowered head, she softened. If you truly wish to hold Yuer, once you have healed, take her for strolls in the imperial garden. Yes, second brother, your injury is not yet healed, so there is no need to rush to hold little Yuer, Jiang Jinyu chimed in. Moreover, you may not know this, but father has apprehended Wang Qin, and elder brother has led troops to assist you. The auspicious event was all thanks to our little lucky star, who has brought us good fortune. Her words were somewhat cryptic, yet she did not clarify further. Even Ji Yunxing openly stated, Yuer is the embodiment of our dynasty's fortune. Upon hearing this, a wave of gratitude washed over Jiang Jingxian, replacing the fear in his heart. So it is true that Yuer is our little lucky star. Yet, a lingering hesitation remained within him, preventing him from daring to embrace Jiang Zao. Not being able to hold a child was indeed a matter that weighed heavily on his pride. He felt the need to justify himself, stating that he had not held Yuer before and was unaware that a young child could be so squirmy, which led to his mishap. Please do not hold it against me, Yuer, nor should you, mother or father. Humph. The baby is impressive, but it cannot all be blamed on me. It is also due to the cleverness of father and elder brother in discerning who the treacherous minister is. However, second brother's excuse is rather flimsy, is it not? Have you never seen a pig run if you have never eaten one? It is clear that you simply do not like the baby. Shui Xiangrong's lips curled into a slight smile as she listened to the soft, innocent voice of the little one attributing the blame to Jiang Jinxian's dislike of her. Unable to resist, she reached out to tease Jiang Zao's little face, hoping to elicit a smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu raised an eyebrow. Shall second brother give it another try? Little Yuer has such a lovely face to kiss. At this, Jiang Zao, forgetting her earlier lamentations, immediately covered her little face and even turned in Shui Xiangrong's embrace, presenting her little bottom to Jiang Jinyu. Clearly, she was frightened. Good elder brother, the baby is afraid. Please do not come again. Jiang Jinyu's expression darkened. Yet this scene not only amused Shui Xiangrong but also brought great laughter to Jiang Huijing. The atmosphere of familial joy was enough to bring tears to one's eyes, especially considering Jiang Jingxian had nearly lost his life. He trembled slightly, as if wanting to join in, but upon seeing Jiang Zao, he hesitated. Now that he knew Jiang Zao was a lucky star, he trusted she would not bring harm. Yet, a flicker of fear still lingered in his heart. Is there something you wish to clarify, my son? Jiang Huijing keenly observed Jiang Jinxian's reaction and inquired. Jiang Jinxian's face flushed with heat as he pondered for a moment, suddenly appearing serious. There is indeed something. Father, may I speak with you privately? Jiang Huijing waved his hand dismissively, indicating there were no outsiders present. Speak freely, my son. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jingxian recounted a detail he had noticed during his assassination attempt. I had previously studied military texts and came across an ancient record of an elite guard from the southern Jiang Dynasty, reputed to be invincible in battle. I took a keen interest in the tattoos used by that guard. Today, I recalled that I had uncovered a veil from one of the assailants, and by chance, he bore that very tattoo. If your investigation reveals that the culprit is indeed supported by the Wang family, then they harbor treasonous intentions. And merely exiling Wang Qin to Ningguda will not resolve the matter. Furthermore, during my campaign against the bandits, I discovered that the treasures they stole were not ordinary currency, but rather rare and precious items, raising numerous suspicions. I dare not jump to conclusions and seek your guidance on this matter, Father. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huijing's expression grew grave. If this were the case, exiling Wang Qin would merely allow the tiger to return to the mountain. Upon learning of his fate, Wang Qin's fear did not seem feigned. If there was no intent to conceal, then it must be that there is someone else behind this. Wang Qin was merely a decoy. Once the identity of this band of thieves was revealed, the Wang family would be the first to suffer as a scapegoat. Li Gonggong was alarmed. Though unaware of the specifics, he could discern from the emperor's demeanor that this matter was of great consequence. He responded and stumbled back from the Yangxing palace. Thus, it seems that Gao Bin might also be aware of this. Jiang Jinyu, furrowing her brows, suddenly exclaimed as if struck by a profound revelation. He had previously acknowledged his close friendship with Wang Qin. Chapter 27. I am afraid of you. The prince approached the emperor to pay his respects. Upon seeing the emperor, Jiang Jinyan did not rise, instead maintaining his previous posture while turning towards the door to perform the customary greeting. However, perhaps this movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to erupt into a violent cough, rendering his already pale face even more ashen. Xue Xiangrong turned her gaze and beheld the imposing figure of the emperor entering the room. The empress, adorned in court attire, respectfully performed the ritual salute but was promptly assisted to her feet. Jiang Huijing gestured for Xue Xiangrong to take a seat beside him and signaled to Eunuch Li to help Jiang Jinyan up. You must rise. Your mother's maid has reported that you were attacked. Are you well now, my son? Jiang Jinyu listened intently from the side, cradling Jiang Zao as he paid his respects to Jiang Huijing. Little Jiang Zao, upon spotting his dear mother in front of him, stretched out his chubby hands, yearning to escape his elder brother's embrace. Oh, dear mother, please save your baby. I am nearly drowning in my brother's affection. His pudgy little hands reached out to Xue Xiangrong, but in Jiang Jinyan's eyes, it appeared as if Jiang Zao was lunging for Jiang Huijing. Her father could save the baby too. The baby is not picky. Yet, as Jiang Zao's small hands approached Jiang Huijing, cold sweat began to beat on Jiang Jinyan's forehead. Driven by instinct, he reached out to snatch Jiang Zao away, as if the child were a danger to the emperor himself. Xue Xiangrong and the others were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Zao felt a sudden shift, tumbling from one embrace to another. Wow, my second brother is somewhat handsome. Speaking of my second brother's skills, he truly deserves to be a warrior in the future. If he had not fallen victim to treacherous ministers, he would certainly bring unity to our dynasty. Fear not, dear baby, I will ensure that my second brother. Jiang Zao blinked innocently, completely unaware that her second brother was trembling in fear at her babbling thoughts. At this moment, Jiang Jinyan had already risen, gripping the plump little one under her armpits, trembling as he contemplated dropping her. Jiang Jinyu's heart leapt into his throat. Be careful. He leaped forward, successfully catching Jiang Zao. Second brother, how is it that you are injured and cannot even hold your sister properly? You nearly dropped her. Jiang Zao, still too young to walk, could have been severely hurt by a fall. Indeed. When did my second brother become so weak? Or is it that second brother dislikes the baby? Oh no. Then I shall leave. I do not like second brother either. Jiang Jinyu began to comfort Jiang Zao, disregarding the kiss he had intended to give her. He returned to Xue Xiangrong and handed Jiang Zao over. Jiang Jinyan's expression darkened. He was clearly startled. Under normal circumstances, how could he not handle a 3-year-old child? Xue Xiangrong had heard Jiang Zao's whimpering complaints. She held Jiang Zao, her expression slightly stern. My son, regardless of your status, as your sister, you should not be so careless. Pausing, she noticed Jiang Jinyan bowing his head and softened her tone. If you truly wish to embrace Yuer, once your injuries have healed, take her for strolls in the royal garden. Yes, second brother, since you are still injured. There is no need to rush to hold little Yuer. Jiang Jinyu chimed in. Besides, you should know that father has apprehended Wang Qin, and elder brother has led troops to assist you. The success of the sacrificial ceremony was all thanks to our little fortune bringer, who has brought us luck. He implied something but left it unsaid. Even Ji Yunxing remarked that Yuo is the auspicious star of our dynasty. Upon hearing this, the fear within Jiang Jinyan transformed into astonishment. After pondering, he looked at Jiang Zao with eyes full of gratitude. Thus, you is indeed our little fortune bringer. Without a doubt. Yet, he still harbored reservations and dared not embrace Jiang Zao. However, being unable to hold a child was truly a blow to his pride. He felt the need to defend himself, explaining that he had never held Ewer before and was unaware that a toddler would flail about, which resulted in his mishap. Do not blame me, Ewer. Mother, father, please do not hold this against me. Humph. The baby is impressive, but one cannot truly blame it on me. It is also because father and elder brother are wise enough to discern the treacherous ones. However, second brother's excuse is rather far-fetched, isn't it? Have you never seen a pig run if you have never eaten pork? Clearly, you do not like the baby. Shui Xiangrong's lips curled slightly as she listened to the soft little one attribute the blame to Jiang Jinyan's supposed dislike for her. And she couldn't help but tease Jiang Zao's chubby face, hoping to elicit a smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu raised an eyebrow and said, "Does second brother wish to try again?" Little Yuer's face is quite kissable. At this, Jiang Zao, forgetting her earlier lament, immediately covered her small face and even turned around in Shui Xiangrong's arms, presenting her little bottom to Jiang Jinyu. Clearly, she was frightened. "Oh dear brother, I am scared of you now. Please do not come near." Jiang Jinyu's face darkened. But this scene not only amused Shui Xiangrong but also brought hearty laughter to Jiang Huijing. The atmosphere of familial joy brought tears to the eyes, especially considering that Jiang Jinyan had nearly lost his life. His lips trembled as if he wished to join in the laughter, but upon seeing Jiang Zao, he hesitated. Now aware that Jiang Zao was indeed a bringer of good fortune, he believed she would not bring harm, yet a trace of fear still lingered in his heart. "My son, do you have something to clarify?" Jiang Huijing keenly noted Jiang Jinyan's reaction and inquired. Jiang Jinyan's face flushed with heat as he pondered for a moment, suddenly appearing serious. "Indeed, there is something, father. Could you speak to me in private?" Jiang Huijing waved his hand dismissively. "There are no outsiders here. My son, speak freely." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyan recounted the intricate patterns he had noticed during his assassination attempt. "I had previously perused military texts and came across an ancient record which mentioned that the Southern Jin once had an invincible imperial guard. The record stated that this unit had long since disbanded, but I had taken a closer look at the tattoos used by that guard. Recalling the day, I realized that one person, from whom I had removed the veil, bore such a tattoo. If, as you have discovered, that villain is nurtured by the Wang family, it indicates that they harbor treasonous intentions, and merely exiling Wang Qin to Ningguta will not resolve this matter. Furthermore, when I went to eradicate the bandits, I found that they were only robbing rare treasures, not the common currency of the people. There are numerous doubts, and I dare not make rash conclusions without your guidance. Father." As these words left his lips, Jiang Huijing's expression grew grave. If this were indeed the case, exiling Wang Qin would merely allow the tiger to return to the mountain. However, upon learning of his fate, Wang Qin's fear did not appear to be feigned. If there were no deliberate concealment, then there must be someone else behind this. Wang Qin was merely a facade. Once the identity of this band of thieves was discovered, the Wang family would be the first to suffer as a scapegoat. Uniquely was alarmed, although he did not fully comprehend the situation. He could sense from the emperor's demeanor that this was a matter of great significance. He responded and staggered out of the Yangshin Hall. This implies that Gao Bin might also be aware of this. Jiang Jinyu, frowning, suddenly exclaimed as if struck by enlightenment. He previously acknowledged that he had personal ties with Wang Qin. Chapter 28. The Shield. Thus, Gao Bin should not be underestimated. Jiang Huijing wore a stern expression, sensing that a grand conspiracy lurked behind the scenes. Gao Bin was indeed treacherous, entangling countless individuals in his schemes. It was highly likely that those imperial guards he commanded sought to bring about the demise of the second brother. Furthermore, the dancer who would eventually captivate the eldest brother might also be a pawn of this wicked man. Jiang Zao, filled with righteous indignation, babbled in Shui Xiangrong's embrace, seemingly eager to join the discussion between his father and brother. Jiang Huijing maintained his cold demeanor and promptly summoned Gao Bin to the palace. He issued 2 imperial edicts, calling 2 court officials to the palace. Was the political landscape about to shift dramatically? "Your Majesty, please allow your humble servant a word. The crown prince is still gravely injured. It would be prudent to keep him within the palace. Given the recent treachery, should that shadowy figure strike again, it would be wise to have protection at hand." The empress, adorned in court attire, spoke with sincere concern for her son, her maternal instincts genuine. Jiang Jinyan chimed in, "Indeed, father. The recent attempt on the crown prince's life by that little palace maid required considerable effort to subdue. The true mastermind dispatched such a skilled assassin with the intent to take my brother's life. Now that they have failed, they may attempt again. My brother's life hangs in the balance. At this point, the intentions of the hidden adversaries became starkly evident. They clearly feared Jiang Jinyan disclosing what he had witnessed to Jiang Huijing. Fortunately, Jiang Jinyan was blessed with fortune and had not met his end in the northwest. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Huijing finally waved his hand in agreement, acknowledging the suggestion. However, it would be inappropriate for the crown prince to stay in the palace. The Xiefang Hall was still unoccupied. Perhaps it would be best for the crown prince to reside there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zao, nestled in Shui Xiangrong's arms, raised his bright eyes. The Xiefang Hall is still empty? Oh, dear Emperor Father, you should have more children with mother. I want a sister, and a brother too. The soft, melodious voice caused Jiang Huijing's expression to shift, prompting him to hasten his departure to attend to state affairs. Shui Xiangrong, holding Jiang Zao, felt a blush fleetingly cross her cheeks. Even Jiang Jinyu and Jiang Jinyan awkwardly averted their gazes. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, after Jiang Huijing left, Shui Xiangrong summoned Yanqiu and asked for 2 reliable palace maids to escort the second prince to the Xiefang Hall. Additionally, they would select 2 fine velvet blankets from the storeroom, as the second prince, having been injured, needed ample rest to recuperate. At last, Jiang Jinyan found some peace, allowing him to focus on his recovery. Yet, one issue remained, the incessant chatter surrounding him. Jiang Jinyu, fortunate to have a few days off, also lingered in the Xiefang Hall. Coupled with Shui Xiangrong's constant attention to Jiang Jinyan, Jiang Zao could see his brother daily. Oh dear, coming to the Xiefang Hall every day is getting monotonous. Can't we have some fresh entertainment? Jiang Zao lamented, playing with his spoon on his exclusive little chair. After finishing his meat porridge, he listened to Shui Xiangrong express her concerns for Jiang Jinyan, from whether the bedding was warm enough to how his injuries were healing. Each detail making the little one yawn repeatedly. Just as Jiang Jinyu was about to suggest taking Jiang Zao for a stroll in the imperial garden, he noticed Jiang Jinyan picking up Jiang Zao. Similar to that day, he held Jiang Zao beneath the armpits, adopting a posture of wanting to be close yet hesitant, coaxing. Little Yuer seems bored in the Xiefang Hall. Shall we take a walk in the imperial garden? Jiang Zao blinked his big eyes, causing Jiang Jinyan to feel a surge of anxiety. Could it be too sudden, scaring the little one? After all, he had refrained from being overly affectionate these past few days, even during meals, where Shui Xiangrong had orchestrated their seating to foster their relationship. Why are your ears so red, second brother? Is there something you're shy about? Or perhaps a lady in the imperial garden has caught your fancy? Are you planning a secret rendezvous while using me as a shield? Oh dear, second brother, you're not being very discreet. As long as you're not scandalously interested in Fodder's harem, you can simply take any palace maid into your residence. The little one, in Jiang Jinyu's steady hands, raised an eyebrow, clearly a small person with an expression that seemed to say, you needn't say anything. I understand everything. Jiang Jinyu, feigning to serve soup to mask his embarrassment, was unexpectedly amused by Jiang Zao's playful gaze, causing him to splatter soup all over Jiang Jinyan's face. Cough. It's my fault, second brother. I sincerely apologize, Jiang Jinyu hastily expressed, genuine in his contrition. However, Jiang Jinyan's expression darkened, noticing Shui Xiangrong's gaze upon him. He hurriedly explained, Mother, I was merely feeling stifled in the Xiefang Hall. Seeing little Yuo has eaten, it would be good to go outside for some fresh air. What was he implying? What was the connection? Jiang Jinyan felt like crying without tears, believing he was only digging a deeper hole. He chose silence, lifting Jiang Zao and heading toward the imperial garden. Yet, before they could distance themselves from the Xiefang Hall, Jiang Jinyu's voice rang out. Brother, may I accompany you? If you can't spare the time to watch over Yuer, I'll gladly take on that duty. Oh dear, second brother, why are you running so fast while holding me? My hairpin is all ask you. But if you're off to meet your future sister-in-law, second brother, go for it. Don't mind me. Jiang Jinyan's pace, which had been swift, suddenly slowed. At this moment, he found himself in a dilemma, to walk or not to walk. He had already witnessed the little one's capabilities. This little fortune bringer was indeed a handful. Upon reaching the imperial garden, he gently set Jiang Zao down. Where is the beautiful sister-in-law? Where's my lovely sister-in-law? You want to be cast aside, will you, second brother? Jiang Jinyan buried his face in his hands, bewildered by the myriad thoughts swirling in Jiang Zao's mind. Just as he was about to pinch Jiang Zao's little face, he was startled by the soft voice of the little one exclaiming, Wow, such beautiful fish. I want to keep one. Following Jiang Zao's gaze, Jiang Jinyin beheld the koi swimming in the pond of the imperial garden, perfectly reflecting Jiang Zao's status as a little fortune-bringer. As he patiently awaited the arrival of his brother, Jiang Jinyin carefully placed Jiang Zao in a pavilion, then turned to the palace maid trailing behind, instructing, "You, take good care of the long princess. Little Fortune will go catch some koi." He intended to personally catch koi for his dear sister. Chapter 29. Another person in the frigid air. Jiang Zao gazed with wide eyes at her elder brother, who was growing increasingly distant, as she sat upon the small cushion thoughtfully prepared by the palace maids. Her heart sank once more. Truly, as a martial artist, my brother possesses remarkable vitality. Just 3 days after his injury, he has recovered so well. He can even row a boat. Who dares claim that a warrior lacks sensitivity? My sister-in-law is indeed fortunate. However, my sister-in-law has yet to appear. My brother is rather careless about his appearance. If she arrives late and sees him swimming, won't she be startled? These speculations reached Jiang Jinxian's ears. The small boat stirred ripples across the lake, as if the person aboard were losing their balance and about to plunge into the water. Jiang Zao, witnessing this from the pavilion, was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape. Where is my brother? Where has he gone? He hasn't truly fallen into the lake, has he? Honestly, why must he be so reckless? He has tea even fully healed yet, and he is swimming. I'm worried sick. The maid, Yashin, observed the little mistress anxiously pointing towards the lake and hurriedly reassured her. Oh dear, my little lady, the second prince has merely rowed a little further. Please remain calm. Shall we admire the flowers? She coaxed patiently, but Jiang Zao paid her no heed. No, I want my brother. Jiang Zao stretched out her small hands, anxiously indicating the lake, her little feet fidgeting as if they might tumble off the bench at any moment. Oh dear, my little lady, I shall go check on the second prince right away. Please do not move. Yashin thought to herself in despair, steadying Jiang Zao before hastily turning to leave. With the only maid gone, Jiang Zao grew even more anxious. Concerned for Jiang Jinxian, she clumsily swung her short legs off the pavilion bench, determined to follow the maid. Yet, upon jumping down, she lost her sense of direction. Her petite stature limited her view, and she was oblivious to her own ability to stand. After observing for a moment, she dashed toward the unobstructed area. Brother, I'm coming to find you. Her soft voice echoed, growing distant, as ripples suddenly surged across the lake. Jiang Jinxian, alarmed, turned back towards the pavilion only to find it empty. Where was Where had the maid gone? Xiao Fuzai was currently engrossed in watching the koi with Jiang Jinxian when he heard this alarming question. Scanning the area, he noticed that Yashin was no longer in the pavilion, but was anxiously looking towards the lakeside, her face pale with fear. Before he could finish his thought, Jiang Jinxian's hand shot out, gripping Xiao Fuzai's throat. How can I not be anxious? My sister is about to be lost. Moments ago, he had been fully focused on catching koi for her, selecting the most beautiful and robust ones from the lake. In the blink of an eye, she had vanished. The memory of his delicate sister being bullied previously surged in his mind, and without a second thought for his own still-healing injuries, he grabbed another oar and furiously rowed towards the shore. Upon reaching the land, he found Yashin utterly captivated, completely unaware that the situation had become dire. Second prince, where are you? Yashin continued to call out by the lakeside, but in the next instant, she was startled from her thoughts by Xiao Fuzai, who had already reached the shore. You are always so dazed. Hurry and find the eldest princess. The eldest princess? Yashin spun around, only to see the pavilion was empty, causing her to drop to her knees in panic. How could this happen? The eldest princess was just here. Jiang Jinxian's eyes were bloodshot, fixed on Yashin and Xiao Fuzai. Gather every maid and eunuch in the imperial garden to search for her. If she is not found, heads will roll. The two, trembling in fear, hurriedly complied, scurrying away. Just then, Jiang Zao, with her short legs, was running through the flower bushes, only to trip over a stone and tumble forward. Time passed, and eventually, the little girl rose from the flower bed, rubbing her head, only to discover her hands were scratched with long, thin wounds. Even her face was sore, and there was a bump on the back of her head. This was bad. She had stumbled over her own feet. Jiang Zao, somehow mustering her strength, held back her tears. Perhaps it was because there was no one familiar around her. She remained silent, forcing herself to stand, but soon realized her ankle was throbbing with pain. What a disaster! What was she to do now? Jiang Zao wore a distressed expression, truly on the verge of tears. At that moment, she heard hushed voices nearby. Straining to listen, she found herself unable to see anyone due to her short stature. After her fall, she had sunk deep into the flowers, surrounded by lush greenery and the tulips favored by Shui Xiangrong. Yet the voices persisted. Evidently, the speakers were unaware of her presence concealed among the flowers. Forgetting her pain entirely, Jiang Zao leaned into eavesdrop. What shall we do next, my lord? Will Shui Guifei still be able to emerge? What about the second prince? Does my lord still intend to take action? One has already perished, and my lord is furious. Why bring this up? Mind your own business. I am merely considering how to alleviate my lord's worries. This Jiang Zao will inevitably belong to my lord's realm. If I can assist, perhaps becoming a noble consort would not be difficult. Enough. Focus on your assigned tasks and serve the empress closely. If anything arises, I will notify you. Also, Shupin, ensure the empress is well taken care of. My lord seems to have taken a liking to that young lady. Moreover, with the recent losses of the Shui and Wang families, it is likely the Gao family will be next. Pay close attention to news while you serve near the empress. The weight of this information nearly overwhelmed Jiang Zao's small mind. She attempted to back away, forgetting her injuries, and inadvertently moved to a different spot, possibly aggravating her wounds. Her small face scrunched up in pain, yet she stubbornly refrained from crying. Who goes there? The voices turned sharp and accusatory, as a large hand reached towards her. Jiang Zao, in despair, shut her eyes tightly. In the next moment, she felt herself being lifted by the scruff of her neck. The small, delicate child opened her eyes to see her elder brother, yet she dared not relax. Had they fled upon seeing Jiang Jingxian? Noticing Jiang Zao squirming in his grasp, he furrowed his brow. What are you looking for? Yet before he could finish, the little girl burst into tears before him. Wah, brother, I'm scared. I was terrified just now, and it hurts all over. And mother, there is indeed a hidden hand beside her. The mastermind is another person altogether. Jiang Jingxian's expression shifted from grave concern to shock, instinctively pulling the little girl into his embrace. A moment prior, the sunlight had blinded him, and he had failed to notice anything amiss with Jiang Zao. Now, upon closer inspection, he saw the glaring wounds on her, pitifully deep, and their mother. If there were spies near her, she too could be in danger. As this realization struck him, he turned to leave, catching sight of the servants trailing behind him. Today's events must remain confidential. If I hear even a whisper of gossip originating from the imperial garden, do not blame me for sending you to the military to face punishment. The eunuchs and maids exchanged glances, hastily kneeling and bowing their heads. We will not speak carelessly, nor disturb your highness's peace. Jiang Jingxian scrutinized them before nodding in satisfaction. With that matter addressed, it was paramount to discuss with their mother how such a situation had arisen. Oh dear, my Yuer. Shui Xiangrong, filled with concern, rushed to embrace Jiang Zao. She cast a worried glance at Jiang Jinyan, her furrowed brow remaining tense. How did my child become drenched? And what of your injury? Ningqiu, summon the imperial physician. Half an hour later, Physician Li Su, gesturing towards his medicine chest, solemnly admonished Ningqiu. The second prince's wound must never again come into contact with water. It has barely begun to heal. We cannot allow it to fester anew. As for the princess's ankle, it is indeed severely injured. Given her long-standing incapacity for walking, any attempt to force her to do so would inevitably result in strain. Even in our urgency, we must proceed with caution, allowing the princess to walk at a measured pace. The elderly physician prescribed medication to be taken thrice daily, advising that the second prince also require additional application of healing ointment. Ningqiu nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly retreated to the small kitchen to prepare the medicine. Meanwhile, upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Shui Xiangrong grew increasingly anxious. Li Su's words clearly implied that Jiang Zao had been coerced into attempting to walk, leading to her ankle injury. Jiang Jinyan, known for his unwavering demeanor, had little patience for incompetence, having spent much of his life in military ranks. To him, Jiang Zao, still unable to walk at the age of 3, might simply seem a burden. Observing Jiang Jinyan, who was now dressed and tending to his wound, Shui Xiangrong's expression darkened. And she spoke coldly, My son, you must speak truthfully to your mother. Did you take Yuo to the imperial garden today in hopes of teaching her to walk, resulting in your current predicament? Chapter 30. Rumors. The feeble sunlight at noon cast a delicate glow upon Shui Xiangrong's phoenix hairpin, enhancing the elegance of her countenance with an air of cold beauty. This was also a sign of her growing ire. Jiang Jinyan was acutely aware of this fact, yet he was at a loss on how to convey the matter of Xiaoyu's heartfelt thoughts to his mother. Could he possibly resort to deceit? However, if the traitor within the palace was not dealt with promptly, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Jiang Jinyan's heart was aflame with anxiety, yet his face remained stoic and silent. Unbeknownst to him, his reticence in Xue Xiangrong's eyes only deepened her disappointment. How unfortunate it was that she had misjudged her son. With a frosty glare directed at Jiang Jinyan, Xue Xiangrong's voice dripped with disappointment. My son, you have greatly disappointed your mother. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, utterly unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Jiang Zao, absorbed in thoughts of autumn, extended her tiny hand, allowing Qiu to apply ointment. She seemed impervious to pain, her cherubic face adorned with seriousness as she pondered how to uncover the true mastermind behind the chaos. Yet, she had not anticipated Xue Xiangrong's wrath. In her haste, she rushed into her mother's embrace, nearly tumbling off the bed due to her swift movements. Xue Xiangrong's quick reflexes saved her precious daughter, and gazing at the wounds on her tiny paws, her heart ached with tenderness. Her beloved child faced threats from both Xue Yingxue and an indifferent second brother, truly a fate fraught with adversity. Dearest mother, do not sigh. Second brother cares for the baby very much. When the baby looked at the koi for just a moment, second brother went to catch one for her. It was also the baby's fault for worrying about him, which is why she ran out from the pavilion. The baby acknowledges her mistake, and second brother does too. He wishes to take all the blame upon himself. Mother, please do not be angry. If only second brother would place the blame on the palace maids instead. It would serve a dual purpose. Thoroughly investigate the traitor beside you. Jiang Zao felt an urgency within her, yet her little mouth could only babble incoherently. She clung to Xue Xiangrong's garments, attempting to quell her anger and spare Jiang Jinyan from punishment. Though she was desperate to unveil the hidden enemy and the traitor lurking in Xue Xiangrong's palace, her inability to articulate her thoughts rendered her helpless. The immediate concern was to calm Xue Xiangrong's fury. Yet, the fire of anger in Xue Xiangrong's heart had already dissipated upon hearing her daughter's soft voice. After all, perhaps her son was simply unsure of how to express himself. Her gentle gaze returned to Jiang Jinyan, tinged with a hint of remorse. My son, Xue Xiangrong softly called. As he lifted his gaze, she continued tenderly, have you heard any rumors in the army that prompted you to compel Xiaoyu to walk by the koi pond? Jiang Jinyan was momentarily stunned, and even the silent Jiang Jinyu looked incredulously at their mother. What absurdity was this? Rumors from the army? It was inconceivable that the rough men of the military could comprehend such matters. Even those who were married were likely older men who had retired from the army and occasionally associated with palace maids. Wait, associating with palace maids? Jiang Jinyu cast a sidelong glance at their mother, feeling a newfound respect for her. Jiang Jinyan seemed to have come to the same realization, nodding earnestly, Mother. I too am at fault in this matter. If you wish to punish me, I shall accept my punishment willingly. Jiang Jinyu, standing beside him with hands clasped behind his back, nodded in agreement. Mother, the second brother's actions in the military merely addressed the symptoms, not the root cause. Ultimately, it is the palace maid's rumors that led to such absurd beliefs. What does elder brother believe should be done? Jiang Jinyan swiftly interjected, as if they had rehearsed this dialogue. Such camaraderie between brothers was indeed the norm. They exchanged glances, and Jiang Jinyu continued, it remains unknown. Which palace maid has captured the heart of our second brother? If we were to cleanse the palace, we could surely dispel these nonsensical tales. Jiang Jinyan nodded thoughtfully, feigning deep contemplation. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Zao in wide-eyed surprise. The affection of palace maids for soldiers is quite common, but second brother is rather foolish. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Jinyan was seized by a bout of violent coughing, as if startled by something. This fit would not abate, and even the newly changed bandages on his chest were stained with crimson. Jiang Jinyu's lips curled in amusement, eager to laugh, but hesitant to do so in light of his brother's discomfort. Yet, Jiang Jinyan noticed everything. Once he recovered, he would certainly have a discussion with his elder brother. He could not lay a hand on this little one, but could certainly make his elder brother's life more difficult. Jiang Zao remained nestled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace, sighing, lamenting having such a foolish second brother. To resort to such an unreliable method to force the baby to walk merely by hearsay, second brother is the dimmest. Yet, if this helps uncover the traitor beside dear mother, then perhaps you may redeem yourself. The cherubic child squirmed in Xue Xiangrong's arms, resembling a little white pig rooting through cabbage, wiggling her small bottom with an air of defiance. Jiang Jinyan's face darkened, his frustration escalating, feeling as though he might cough up his very insides. Jiang Jinyu fanned the flames of his brother's irritation, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Xue Xiangrong, concerned for her son, embraced Jiang Zao with one arm while soothing Jiang Jinyan with the other, deftly steering the conversation away from the topic that embarrassed him. My son, Have you recalled something? Through a light-hearted exchange, the three of them effortlessly established a plan to root out the traitors. Not only did they gain a sense of purpose, but they also decided to orchestrate a similar performance throughout the various palaces, ensuring that any remaining traitors would have no place to hide. Holding Jiang Zao close, Shui Xiangrong addressed Jiang Jinyu, "My son, should there be such disloyal and unscrupulous individuals near me, I fear the palace guards may not be spared either." Jiang Jinyu composed himself, shedding his playful demeanor, and bowed deeply before Shui Xiangrong. "Mother, what course of action do you wish to pursue?" Chapter 31. The Purge of the Palace. After a brief pause, Shui Xiangrong's expression darkened as she spoke coldly. "Your Majesty wishes for you to discreetly discuss matters with your father, the Emperor, and to procure the Imperial Guard for a thorough purge of the palace. Only you, my son, can undertake this task without raising suspicion." Jiang Jinyu understood this well. Serving in the Ministry of Justice, he was beholden to but one person, the current emperor, Jiang Huaijing. Only he could command him. Should Jiang Jinyu make a grand request for a purge, outsiders would surely misinterpret it as Jiang Huaijing's directive. Perhaps rumors would even arise that the emperor had grown dissatisfied with the empress and replaced her maids. If Jiang Jinyu initiated the action of his own volition, it would spare him from further gossip. Jiang was left bewildered in Shui Xiangrong's embrace, feeling overwhelmed. Nevertheless, it was a relief that Shui Xiangrong could finally escape danger. Thus, it was indeed a fortunate turn of events. The rosy little bundle in her arms giggled joyfully, her cherubic face reminiscent of a delicate blossom, evoking tenderness. For a moment, even Jiang Jingxian forgot the earlier quarrel that had left him coughing in irritation. "Our family is so clever. Father is clever, mother is clever, and eldest brother is clever. But second brother, alas." The soft, melodious voice sighed deeply, reaching the ears of the three. Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Jinyu exchanged knowing glances filled with mirth as they regarded Jiang Jingxian. After spending some time in the Xiangfang Hall, Jiang Jinyu finally rose to seek out Jiang Huaijing in the Yangxin Hall. Upon his return, though he had brought the Imperial Guard, his expression was somewhat grim. "My son, what troubles you? Has your father reprimanded you?" Shui Xiangrong observed the once spirited youth now seemingly weighed down by some burden, causing her heart to ache slightly. "How shall I convey to my dear parents the truth behind this hidden mastermind? Alas, I am but a child and cannot articulate my thoughts. Merely purging the palace of hidden traitors is insufficient. One of those two in the Imperial Garden is clearly a eunuch. Where in the palace is there not a eunuch? Shall we replace them all? It is truly vexing. This mastermind is indeed cunning, placing his minions everywhere. I fear even the guards in Father Emperor's Yangxin Hall may be in collusion." Jiang, nestled in Shui Xiangrong's embrace, pouted in deep thought, oblivious to the silent exchange of concern between his elder brother and mother. They were only aware that Gao Bin had implicated Wang Qin and Shuang Xue, assuming him to be the mastermind behind the treachery, having embedded spies in the palace. However, it now appeared that a thorough investigation was warranted. The young palace maid was the sole lead in holding Gao Bin accountable, and with that lead now severed, capturing Gao Bin's misdeeds would prove challenging. Yet, it seemed that caution was required not only with Gao Bin but also with the true conspirator lurking behind the scenes. "Mother, allow me to alleviate your worries. After the palace purge, I will explain everything in detail." Jiang Jinyu bowed respectfully and proceeded towards Shui Xiangrong's chamber with the Imperial Guard. Before long, startled cries from the palace maids echoed from within the chamber. A complete overhaul would indeed require some time. Selecting new maids with clean backgrounds was a task Jiang Jinyu was well equipped to handle, and Shui Xiangrong had no concerns on that front. "My elder brother's silhouette, his stature, is simply too handsome. But right now, my head feels foggy, and I wish to sleep." Shui Xiangrong, cradling her rosy cherub, found herself in a quandary. The fragrant air wafted around them, making a brief repose appealing. "Yay, we're off to admire flowers with mother. I can even take a nap. How wonderful." Jiang, nestled in Shui Xiangrong's arms, giggled incessantly, playfully evading her gentle teasing. As Shui Xiangrong gazed at her daughter's adorable visage, she recalled the earlier soft voice that had mentioned seeking out Jiang Jingxian, leading to a fall. "Can my little Yuer walk now?" Typically, children begin to take their first steps by 1.5 years, yet Yuer had remained somewhat daft, needing support even at 3. Thus, they had never attempted to let her walk independently. If Yuer could indeed walk, it would shatter the lingering impression of her being a simpleton. Who would dare cast aspersions on her precious daughter henceforth? Shui Xiangrong felt a surge of excitement as she held Jiang and made her way towards the Imperial Garden. She had intended to find a soft patch of flowers where Jiang could walk. However, Upon entering, she unexpectedly encountered someone she wished to avoid. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The consort, dressed in a pale glass-like gown, approached Xue Xiangrong with an air of disdain. She fixed her gaze upon Xue Xiangrong, harboring a quiet resentment. Had it not been for her own maid being dragged from the chambers and replaced with a new face, she would not have found herself confronting this loathsome person. Consort Xue. Xue Xiangrong's expression hardened, her once delicate features now marked by an icy demeanor. A gentle breeze rustled through her hair, accentuating an unexpected aura of authority. Consort Xue. Jiang, who had been lazily nestled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace, felt the shift in energy. The sudden acceleration of Xue Xiangrong's steps felt akin to lying on a cozy little bed for a 3-year-old, lulling her into a state of drowsiness. Yet, as if stimulated by something, she suddenly sat upright, twisting in Xue Xiangrong's arms to face the newcomer. Before her stood a youthful woman with a cherubic face, unadorned by makeup, appearing quite young. Consort Xue. It is she. It is she. Xue Xiangrong, focused on the lively child in her arms, felt a wave of suspicion rise within her, and she coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" Consort Xue, Li Weihua, chuckled lightly, her eyes glinting with sarcasm that was at odds with her youthful visage. Is it not fitting for the empress to visit the imperial garden while a mere consort cannot? Chapter 32. The provocation of the concubine. The provocative tone brimming in the air caused Xue Xiangrong to furrow her brows in displeasure. Concubine Xue. Are you aware of the consequences of such words within the palace regulations? Xue Xiangrong's voice grew increasingly frigid, as a slight breeze seemed to carry an icy chill through her being. How could a mere concubine dare to disrespect Her Majesty the Empress? You must have misunderstood my intentions. Li Weihua feigned panic, hastily waving her hands, yet a hypocritical smirk danced at the corners of her lips. There was nothing inherently wrong with her words. However, her eyes and the expression on her face pierced through with an uncomfortable sharpness, akin to a dagger concealed within cotton, bleeding beneath its soft exterior. Xue Xiangrong had no intention of engaging in circles with her, stating directly, "I am aware of your past camaraderie with the noble consort. Now that I have relegated her to the cold palace, are you resentful? The noble consort is heired. Do not follow in her footsteps, concubine Xue. The imperial garden is vast. If you wish to admire the flowers, feel free. There is no need to come before me to pay your respects," she continued. "So, she is in league with that wicked woman." Jiang Zao gasped, her small face scrunching up in defiance as she turned away, unwilling to gaze at Li Weihua. No wonder the little darling seems so unpleasant. Furthermore, what mother said is true. This garden is so large that the little one cannot explore it all. Yet you come here to pay your respects, clearly intending to irritate my mother. The little one shows you her bottom. Leave quickly. Mother does not wish to dismiss you, but merely advises you to refrain from making mistakes. If you cannot comprehend such a blatant hint, then behold the little one's bottom. As Xue Xiangrong listened to the little proud voice and gazed into the round, sparkling eyes of Jiang Zao, she could not help but smile and pinch her daughter's small face. However, in Li Yuehua's eyes, it was an affront. The empress, relying on her high position, dared to disregard her. The empress herself pronounced judgment, and no one else dared to voice dissent. How could a condemned sinner speak? Li Yuehua's heart ignited with fury, and she nearly forgot to maintain her serene facade. Was this insinuating that she was tyrannical? Regardless of whether the punished wished to admit their guilt, she was unjustly accused? With an arched brow and a cold smile escaping her lips, Xue Xiangrong sensed that Li Yuehua was beginning to lose her composure. What exactly did concubine Xue wish to convey? In the past, when she associated with Xuering Xue, she had relied on the noble consort status to bully her fellow courtiers. Now, she daringly provoked the empress. If this time she did not catch her in wrongdoing, allowing her to speak freely later would surely tarnish her own reputation. Oh dear, you little scamp, daring to provoke my mother, dear mother. Teach her a lesson. Jiang Zao extended her small paw, waving it in the air. Yet, Li Yuehua was oblivious to this. Her anger bubbled forth from her crimson lips. The empress looked down upon the noble consort and had many quarrels with her. Now, seeing a concubine cozying up to the noble consort, the empress incited the crown prince to replace the concubine's maid. The empress was indeed ruthless, even changing her own chambermaids to divert suspicion. But why was that Ninshu still by the empress's side? The empress ought to guess why this concubine had come today. Was it not to request a few serving maids? If the empress was displeased, perhaps she should send the concubine to the cold palace as well. Her chest heaved violently, as if the matter had enraged her deeply. What nonsense is this? You do not mention a single wicked deed by that vile woman. Yet you dare to blame my mother? How shameless can you be? No wonder the little one overheard those two spies in the imperial garden claiming that concubine Shu is the beloved of the mastermind behind the scenes. The one who truly cares for you is the one who lets you whisper sweet nothings. Their treacherous intentions are as clear as day. Jiang Zao appeared equally incensed, gritting her teeth and waving her little paws, even kicking her injured foot in frustration. But in her fervor, she seemed to have hurt herself, causing her to grimace. Shui Xiangrong, holding Jiang Zao, felt increasingly alarmed. She had initially believed that concubine Shu was merely a bridge for the mastermind to place spies within the palace. Little did she know, she was the beloved of the true perpetrator. Thus, she could not allow her to remain in the palace. Yet, the mastermind had not yet revealed themselves, and even little you did not know who it was. What was to be done? Shui Xiangrong's mind was a tangled mess. She could only soothe Jiang Zao's back, calming her fury. There, let us not be angry. However, the little pink bundle, so small in stature, seemed to harbor a tempest of rage, her face flushed. This is not good, dear mother. It is utterly unacceptable. How dare concubine Shu show disrespect to you? Even the little one cannot bear to scold you. However, it seems that this wicked concubine is unaware of the mastermind's true intentions. Otherwise, why would she come here? If dear mother knew how to utilize concubine Shu to unearth the eunuch who has infiltrated the palace, that would be splendid. After all, when a beauty is harmed, heroes panic. They will also use beauty as a scheme to ensnare the elder brother. We must strike first. Oh, how I wish I could speak. I have so many schemes to share. Jiang Zao whimpered and whimpered in Shui Xiangrong's embrace, now filled with anger, now tearful, as if mourning something. Shui Xiangrong trembled inside, feeling a pang of sympathy for her daughter while giving Nianqiu a knowing glance. Understanding. Nianqiu swiftly approached and slapped Li Yuehua across the face. You dare strike me, lowly maid? Li Yuehua was taken aback and then could no longer maintain her facade, rolling up her slightly loose sleeves and charging towards Nianqiu. I will tear your mouth apart. I am a concubine personally appointed by the emperor, with a title. You are merely a maid. How dare you lay a hand on me? Moreover, to strike her face. Nianqiu was unafraid, engaging in a tussle with her, even scolding her amid the fray. Do you think this is a marketplace in your hometown? This is the imperial palace. Palace regulations are paramount. Disrespect towards the empress will be taught a lesson by her maid. Li Yuehua gritted her teeth, yet her gaze darted towards the back of Shui Xiangrong, as if seeking someone in silent communication. However, this move passed unnoticed. Nianqiu, you are amazing. I declare that after Aunt Shiyu, I am now your little fan too. Huzzah! Thankfully, mother is surrounded by good people. Jiang Zao raised her small paw, seemingly cheering for Nianqiu. Meanwhile, Shui Xiangrong, holding her little bundle, coldly declared, concubine Shu, I initially had no intention of punishing you, considering our sisterhood, but your arrogance has gone too far. Chapter 33. Inquiring for news arrogance? Li Yuehua let out a cold snort, her gaze toward Shui Xiangrong laced with threads of animosity. Who could rival the haughtiness of the empress? It was merely a matter of witnessing the closeness between a concubine and the favored consort. Not only had she replaced the concubine's maid, but she now also sent her own maid to slap the concubine. The concubine, after all, was also a beloved of the emperor. The empress had always held a reputation for being gentle and virtuous within the palace. Did she not fear that such humiliation would tarnish her name? The absurdity of the accusation nearly made Shui Xiangrong laugh in anger, and even the little bundle in her arms was left agape in astonishment. What is this nonsense? That wicked woman is both foolish and malicious. Could you be the same? My mother is the empress. How dare you strike me? Truly a den of snakes and rats, with hearts as cruel as wolves. People are drawn to their kind, separating and reuniting. No. Why do I feel that this person is stalling for time? She must be harboring ill intentions. Jiang Zao pouted, her small brows knitted in contemplation. Shui Xiangrong sensed something was amiss and decided not to engage in further circumlocution with this Shupin. You are the Shupin personally appointed by the emperor, while I was bestowed the title of crown princess by the late emperor. Now, as empress, I am the mother of the nation and the sovereign of the harem. Not only do you disregard palace regulations, but you also show disrespect toward me. What punishment do you deserve? Li Yuehua gritted her teeth in resentment, preoccupied with her entanglements with Nianqiu. Just as she was about to retort, a melodious laughter echoed from behind the figure draped in a phoenix robe. Oh, what a lively scene today. The imperial garden has always been a realm of blooming beauty. Could it be that someone desires to outshine all others? Turning toward the voice, Shui Xiangrong found herself face to face with another unwelcome presence. I pay my respects to the empress, pure consort Su Yingzhu greeted Xue Xiangrong formally, rising gracefully. She, like Li Yuehua, had not brought her own maid along. Why, is the pure consort also keen on paying her respects to me? Xue Xiangrong raised an eyebrow. Holding Jiang Zao tightly, her eyes cold, this pure consort typically refrained from aligning with any faction. In the past, Xue Yingxue had offered her an olive branch, and Xue Xiangrong had invited her for tea and flower appreciation, but she had always declined. Besides her close ties with her own sister, Defei, whenever discord arose in the palace, she would invariably come to mediate, seeking to help the wronged and gain favors, all for her own benefit. Su Yingzhu bowed slightly, disregarding Li Yuehua's astonished gaze, and smiled at Xue Xiangrong. The emperor has been particularly gracious, allowing the crown prince to replace the idle maids in the palace with the imperial guards. Seeing the guards busy at work, I thought I would take a stroll in the imperial garden. Though her face brimmed with cheerfulness, her thoughts mirrored those of Li Yuehua. Recently, the emperor had grown quite close to the empress. Although there had been a significant shakeup in the empress's court, it did not necessarily imply that the emperor had grown weary of her. If the empress had ulterior motives, it would be prudent for her to gauge the situation and secure a backup plan. Having previously crossed the empress, she needed to tread carefully. She could not afford to be like the Shupin, eagerly approaching the empress and handing her leverage. Jiang Zao, nestled in Xue Xiangrong's arms, listened in rapt attention. This pure consort, I remember her as a wicked woman, always wanting to meddle in affairs, a vain and rotten egg. Seeing my sister Defei enter the palace, she followed suit. Now she dares to come out and annoy us. Ugh, she must have taken countless treasures from my mother to curry favor with that wicked Xue Yingxue, forgetting everything. Now she has the audacity to approach my mother. They are all bad people. Go away. Unlike Li Yuehua, Su Yingzhu possessed a keen mind. She noticed every minute expression of Jiang Zao. What was this little brat's intention? How dare she show such disrespect? Was it merely because the empress still occupied the throne of the harem? Should she gain power in the future, she would certainly pull Xue Xiangrong down and sell her off to the northern front. Why are you staring at me like that? Did I provoke you? Oof, wicked woman. You must be here to stir up trouble. Mother, hurry and send her away. Stirring up trouble? Perhaps not. After all, the imperial guards were clearing up the palace's disturbances, and this pure consort might have deeper designs. She was not blind to the pure consort's ambitions. Hoping to extract benefits from this chaos, or at the very least, enjoy the spectacle, wishing for the turmoil to escalate. However, Xue Xiangrong felt displeased at Su Yingzhu's ominous gaze fixed upon her. Since she so despised her it was time to teach her a lesson and uphold the decorum of the main consort. With that thought in mind, Xue Xiangrong cleared her throat and spoke. Ji Yinxing had once reported that Yuer is a blessing to our dynasty. Not long ago, I sent Yenner to take Yuer to the imperial garden, and she fell. Yenner informed the emperor that it was due to a maid in my palace spreading rumors that instructed Yuer in walking, which led to her fall. Xue Xiangrong spoke with a convincing demeanor, though the eunuchs and maids in the imperial garden had been warned by Jiang Jingxian, and not a single truth could escape their lips. Su Yingzhu merely smiled. If what Xue Xiangrong claimed were true, Nian Xiu ought to have been executed. After all, she was the empress's most trusted maid. Her words would carry more weight than any other lowly maid's. Su Yingzhu's gaze shifted to Jiang Zao. The little one she fixed her eyes upon began to beam with joy at her silence. My mother's acting truly deserves praise. She has them all in a daze. Hee. Mother is amazing. So clever. Hearing her obedient child cheer her on, Xue Xiangrong could hardly suppress a smile. Yet she had to resist the urge to tease Jiang Zao in front of Su Yingzhu. Meanwhile, Li Yuehua, witnessing Xue Xiangrong cradling that rosy child and sighing deeply, muttered something about being sorry to her sisters in the palace, which only fueled her frustration. If the empress genuinely felt remorse, she ought to persuade the emperor to grant amnesty to those wronged individuals so they might clear their names. The latter part of her statement spilled from Li Yuehua's lips. Word by word. Wronged individuals? Xue Xiangrong found it rather amusing, fully aware she was referring to the favored consort. To this day, she still refused to believe the favored consort was guilty. Rather than engage in such troublesome discourse, why not allow me to take you to meet that wronged individual? And you can sort things out? The empress's conduct is indeed lacking. How can she still find fault with me? Li Yuehua gritted her teeth and forcefully pushed Nian Xiu aside. Chapter 34. The calamity of the East, that wretched maidservant, always seizing the moment to strike while I speak, nearly disheveled my hair. At this moment, she was undeniably entangled in a state of disarray. The once sky-blue palace attire now hung in tatters, barely concealing the alabaster of her shoulders. Even her exquisitely sculpted visage bore the marks of multiple slaps delivered by Nian Qiu during their scuffle, leaving her cheeks swollen and crimson. Shui Xiangrong's expression had turned utterly frigid, her vermilion lips pursed tightly. Just as she was about to speak, Su Yingzhu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Li Weihua could no longer contain herself, exclaiming in a sharp tone, "You, surnamed Su? Dare to strike me? Such ignorance of decorum from someone of humble origins." Su Yingzhu raised her sleeve to cover her mouth and nose, seemingly repulsed by Li Weihua. "This is not your hometown in Jiang'an. Although you are the legitimate daughter of a fourth-rank official, once you enter the palace, you belong to the emperor. Here, the rules are paramount. Your lack of respect for the empress cannot be tolerated, and I, the empress, will not allow you to remain unscathed." Such a turn of events was not entirely unexpected. Shui Xiangrong's demeanor revealed no signs of distress. Even Jiang Zao regarded her with disdain. Now, standing by her dear mother. Where was she before? If her mother were in the wrong, would she not defend Li Weihua? How disgusting, this vile woman. Ugh. Shui Xiangrong comforted the little bundle in her arms, gently stroking her back. Observing her little Yuer's anger, it seemed time to stoke the flames, revealing the hypocrisy hidden beneath that facade. Yet, the provocative words that flowed from her ruby lips easily ignited Li Yuehua's fury. "Speaking of which, you and concubine Shui, oh no, the one now in the cold palace, were once favored by the emperor for the position of overseeing the 6 palaces. However, that one in the cold palace whispered in the emperor's ear, shattering your dreams. Just moments ago, I thought your intentions with Xu Pin were aligned, seeking to request some maidservants for your service. Yet now it appears that pure concubine's visit is not merely for vengeance regarding past grievances, but rather to confront Xu Pin." As her words fell, Jiang Zao's little eyes sparkled with admiration. Without losing a single soldier, let them engage in a dogfight. Mother is truly brilliant. The rosy little one pouted, her tiny claws reaching out to grasp her mother's neck for a kiss. Shui Xiangrong obliged, leaning her face closer to her little mouth for a gentle peck. Just a small display of skill had left her precious child in awe. It was evident how much she had previously suppressed her brilliance. Now, she clearly recognized that while Xu Pin was connected to those behind the scenes, she remained unaware of the underlying motives for rooting out the spies. Surely, it was merely an excuse to vent her frustrations regarding Shuang Xue. Su Yingzhu, listening from the side, was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Shui Xiangrong's boldness. The former matriarch of the harem had always shunned involvement in such disputes. Since then, Shui Xiangrong had endeavored to maintain peace, yet now she was instigating conflict. "Why does this little wretch seek to trouble me? Perhaps you are partly responsible for Sister Shui's confinement in the cold palace? I shall tear you apart." Li Yuehua's eyes reddened, her throat issuing a guttural roar. Before Su Yingzhu could react, she lunged forward, claws outstretched, ready to engage in combat. However, before she could make contact, another resounding slap landed on her face. Oh, a swift blow. What more is there to say? Jiang Zao raised her tiny brows, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle of their quarrel, captivated by the unfolding drama. Does a little color provoke a full-blown dying? Su Yingzhu disdainfully shook her hand, repulsed by Li Yuehua's rabid demeanor. She had no desire to be the target of attention, only wishing to strike from the shadows. "You." Li Weihua, infuriated, suddenly paused, her expression faltering, and she collapsed onto the ground, clutching her face and wailing, "Ouch, ouch." Su Yingzhu showed no mercy, yet she refrained from summoning the palace maids and eunuchs to punish Li Weihua. Instead, she turned to Shui Xiangrong, bowing deeply, and requested, "Your Highness, might you issue a decree to confine Xu Pin or impose some form of punishment, lest she drag others into this matter? Oh dear, how clever you are. But alas, my darling mother is too astute to fall for your tricks." Jiang Zao proudly tilted her head, casting a scornful glance at Su Yingzhu. Just as Shui Xiangrong was about to speak, a sound echoed from behind. Su Yingzhu followed suit with a bow, her brow furrowing deeply. Why would the emperor arrive at this moment? How much had he witnessed of the events unfolding here? As Su Yingzhu was about to speak, she was unexpectedly tugged back. Glancing over, it turned out to be Li Weihua. The latter wore a sinister smile, mouthing the words, "You are finished." Finally, the air was pierced by Li Yuehua's piercing scream, "Pure concubine, please stop. I realize my mistakes." What had transpired? Jiang Huijing had just helped Shui Xiangrong to her feet when he heard the alarming shout. Looking in the direction of the sound, he was met with the sight of his beloved Xu Pin, weeping and clutching her face, retreating in terror. Her once pristine azure palace attire was now stained with mud, her face swollen and marred with marks, and her hair was in disarray, revealing hands bruised as though they had been viciously clawed. Li Yuehua met Jiang Huijing's gaze, crawling forward and grasping the hem of his dragon robe, pleading, "Your Majesty, please stand up for your concubine." Her tearful demeanor, once delicate and pitiful, now seemed grotesque, her face no longer resembling its former self, evoking a sense of distaste. Chapter 35. The unexpected. Upon uttering those words, the most affected was none other than Su Yingzhu. She was not the only one who had resorted to violence. However, Jiang Huijing had surely not witnessed Nianqiu's earlier confrontation with Li Yuehua. Given Li Yuehua's earlier appearance, it would be implausible to claim that the injury she bore had no connection to her. No one would believe such a statement. It seems that Li Yuehua had anticipated trouble with the empress and had secretly summoned the emperor to witness the fray. As Li Yuehua prepared to speak, Su Yingzhu cast a glance at the silent Xue Xiangrong, and her expression grew cold. It appeared that her only salvation lay within herself. "Your Majesty," Su Yingzhu interjected before Li Yuehua could continue. "Earlier, as I passed through the imperial garden, I witnessed the Shupin in a fit of madness, showing disrespect to Her Majesty the Empress and attempting to engage her in a physical altercation. I merely intended to assist the Empress in reprimanding the Shupin. Yet I found myself entangled in her antics. Your Majesty, regardless of what the Shupin may assert in her defense, I must declare that I have committed no wrong. All my actions were taken in service to Her Majesty the Empress. How dare you, you wretched woman, ensnared in your own quagmire. Yet you wish to drag my mother down with you. You call me fat, yet you are the one who has interjected. Clearly, it was you who sought to involve yourself first, attempting to use your dear mother's hand to discipline the Shupin. My mother only retaliated slightly. Could it be that you seek to test the affections between father and mother? Such treachery." Jiang, nestled in Xue Xiangrong's arms, raised her tiny paw and waved it in Su Yingzhu's direction. Her youthful face contorted with expression, she seemed equally disdainful of Su Yingzhu. "Though I am but a humble concubine, must my standing be tarnished by the unruliness of such a palace maid?" In a moment of desperation, I exchanged a few words with the Empress, only to be met with an unexpected assault from the Chuanfei. She claimed that I, a mere commoner, have been struck. And when I stand before the Emperor, she will have her justifications prepared, asserting that my past camaraderie with the Shui Guifei, who usurped her authority over the 6 palaces, is the source of her ire. Su Yingzhu, refusing to back down, retorted, "You are lying." Li Yuehua, undeterred, followed suit. "Are you bold enough to swear that you did not strike me?" Jiang Huijing's furrowed brow remained taut as he observed the 2 women squabbling unabashedly. Just as he was about to interject, he heard a disdainful voice interject, "While it is indeed entertaining to witness dogs biting dogs, your malicious heart is evident for all to see. It was you who spoke out of turn first and disrespected the beloved mother of my dear baby. Now, you attempt to absolve yourself of all blame. You have wronged the Chuanfei, yet now it appears as though my mother has conspired with her to humiliate you. My mother would never stoop to such depths, for she has no desire to trouble you. Yet surely, Father the Emperor will protect mother, for he loves her dearly, and you shall all face dire consequences." After delivering such a tirade, the little one, weary from her outburst, turned away, presenting her backside to the 2 women kneeling on the ground, who were covertly shifting the blame onto one another. Jiang Huijing and Xue Xiangrong exchanged a knowing glance, their bond as a young couple having matured over the years. "Is that so, Empress?" After a prolonged silence, as Su Yingzhu and Li Yuehua grew weary, Jiang Huijing adopted a cold demeanor and turned his gaze toward Xue Xiangrong. Xue Xiangrong, cradling Jiang, cast a glance at Li Yuehua and Su Yingzhu, filled with scorn. Yet her exterior remained composed. She mirrored Jiang Huijing's cold expression, maintaining her stance of innocence, and spoke solemnly, "But please, Your Majesty, I merely exchanged a few words with the Shupin. I did not engage in a quarrel with her. After years of marriage, Your Majesty should know my character." Jiang Huijing frowned, displeased. "Are you suggesting that I do not trust you?" Xue Xiangrong performed a slight bow and replied, "I did not say that. It was Your Majesty who implied it." The Emperor and Empress had entered into a dispute. Su Yingzhu's eyes widened in surprise, quickly followed by a smirk. How splendid. The Emperor now harbored doubts regarding the Empress. If she could just say a few more words. Drawing attention to Nianqiu's aggression and seeking corroboration from the palace maid who passed through the garden, she could absolve herself of blame. In that case, she would merely bear the accusation of a higher-ranking concubine chastising a lower one. But the Empress would be different. driven by jealousy of the Guifei, punishing those who had once been her friends. Each incident would serve to illustrate her unworthiness for her station, her arrogance, and her tyranny. Li Weihua would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to tear into the empress. If this continued, the empress would lose her power. Paving the way for her ascension to the rank of Guifei, what could be easier? Su Yingzhu clenched her fists, a thrill of excitement coursing through her. It appeared that the sickly cat was indeed just that. A few roars would not transform it into a roaring tiger. Your Majesty. Su Yingzhu suppressed her surging emotions and was about to speak when Jiang Huijing interrupted. Enough. This matter shall be decided by me. Upon speaking, the exalted emperor reached out to playfully tease Jiang's small face, her little feathered head. Both Su Yingzhu and Li Weihua froze in place, utterly perplexed by Jiang Huijing's intentions. Just as they felt a sense of foreboding, they heard Jiang Huijing address Jiang. Let our little fortune bring forth the truth of this matter. Who is right and who is wrong, shall we? Your Majesty, you mustn't. Li Weihua and Su Yingzhu implored in unison. This unforeseen turn of events exceeded their wildest imaginations. How could they allow a child to determine their fates? And moreover, this was the empress's child. What advantage could they possibly gain? If they were to resolve this themselves, they might still have a chance to contend. Why not? Jiang Huijing regarded the two women with cold eyes, his voice carrying a chill akin to snow cascading down a mountain stream. Do you, my beloved concubines, hold the fortune of our Jiang dynasty in contempt? I would not dare. I would not dare. Su Yingzhu and Li Weihua hastily performed a deep bow. Jiang Huijing smirked. Having exposed their faults, dare you not? I see that look in your eyes. You would devour the little feathered head. Indeed, indeed. You dare glare at the baby, beware. For she may poke out your eyes. Jiang, with a playful hum, regarded the two women, extending her tiny claws to point at their heads from a distance. Chapter 36. In my grasp. Moreover, my father, the emperor, plays this game with remarkable finesse, indulging a beloved mother and using the child as a pretext to discipline these two mischievous women, all while arousing no suspicion. Truly splendid. Tonight, the little one shall not compete with father for the affection of mother. If the baby sleeps independently, let the affectionate mother reward the father with a kiss. Xue Xiangrong's previously tranquil expression gradually stirred with ripples, her face beginning to flush. What, one wonders, occupies her thoughts in her everyday musings? Unconsciously averting her gaze, she nonetheless found her eyes locked with Jiang Huijing's. However, an air of indifference persisted between them. For the sake of appearances, they had to maintain a semblance of propriety, concealing any discord from the two individuals before them. Yet, the latter seemed wholly unconcerned with such nuances. Jiang Huijing was in a fit of anger, and they were eager to explain themselves. Your Majesty, I am wronged. Su Yingzhu, with her quick wit, devised an excuse, asserting that such trivial matters should not trouble the esteemed princess, as it would weigh heavily on her conscience. This minor issue could easily be resolved by Her Majesty the Empress. Yet, it was peculiar that His Majesty had been summoned. It was evident to discerning eyes where the fault lay. Su Yingzhu's pointed gaze fell upon Li Weihua, her words laden with unspoken implications. It was clear that Li Weihua had instigated the situation, and the individual who had summoned Jiang Huijing must surely be linked to her. Even if not one of her palace maids, she had undoubtedly orchestrated the invitation. Li Weihua glared at Su Yingzhu with resentment. Hissing in a voice barely audible to the two of them, the pure consort truly possesses remarkable skills. A seething anger burned within her. Yet in the presence of Jiang Huijing, she dared not act recklessly and could only endure. Su Yingzhu promptly retorted. Who knows if you have bribed the palace maids and eunuchs in the imperial garden? Had it not been for my prior declaration of innocence to His Majesty, your mere words would likely have led to the queen attributing all your past transgressions to me. Her tone was peculiar, and her gaze occasionally fell upon Jiang Huijing, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying an extreme sense of grievance. In her quest to appear innocent, she concluded her statement while delicately dabbing the corners of her eyes with a silk handkerchief, the non-existent tears not hindering her performance. Oh, how could you be so cruel? Dragging in the mother of the baby. Jiang, nestled in Xue Xiangrong's embrace, babbled softly, her small face flushed a deep crimson. Father Emperor, please do not heed their nonsensical chatter. It would be best to impose a punishment swiftly, lest mother be subjected to further fabrications. The indignant yet soft voice reached Jiang Huijing's ears, bringing a glimmer of amusement to his eyes. This child, fiercely protective of their mother, is truly endearing. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. The palace rules are strict, and creating a ruckus within its walls is utterly inappropriate. Jiang Huijing, with a flick of his sleeve, interrupted Li Yuehua's attempts at justification and coldly declared, "In this matter, you each hold your ground. I have not witnessed it myself, thus I cannot make a definitive judgment. However, Yuer is different. I trust she will not show favoritism towards the empress. Indeed, my dear will never favor her mother." The baby unwaveringly stands by the side of their mother, without any conditions. A sly and mischievous smile flickered across Jiang Zao's face. Her delicate brows playfully arched towards Jiang Huaijing, resembling a short and plump caterpillar, evoking laughter. "Little Yuer, do tell your father, who is to blame for this situation." Jiang Huaijing's eyes were filled with tenderness as he reached out to caress Jiang Zao's delicate face. Several pairs of eyes converged upon Jiang Zao's features, eagerly anticipating her reaction. Jiang Zao beamed at her mother with charmingly arched brows, exuding cuteness, yet when she turned her gaze towards the two individuals, her lips curled into a pout. "Look at the baby's tiny paws. They are in action." The 3-year-old child extended his tiny hand, pointing towards Li Yuehua. The latter was taken aback, and she subtly shifted her position, yet that little paw steadfastly followed her direction. It was evident that Jiang Zao was identifying her. Before Li Yuehua could utter a word in rebuttal, Su Yingju triumphantly declared, "Your Majesty, it is now evident that Sister Shupin is full of deceit. I, as your humble servant, have gained clarity. With this little creature as proof, her innocence was assured." Yet, in the next moment, the claws of the little beast unexpectedly turned and pointed back at her. It is amusing that Su Yingju is reluctant to accept this reality, shifting her position while kneeling, much like Li Yuehua. However, Jiang Zhao's small paw seems to be affixed to Su Yingju, following her wherever she goes. "Your Majesty, what does this mean?" Su Yingju felt a wave of suffocation. She had initially thought that Jiang Zhao had merely identified Li Yuehua, but how could it be that he pointed at her as well? Su Yingju clenched her teeth tightly, raising her gaze to cast a furtive glare at Jiang Zao, a sinister glint swirling in her eyes. "What are you looking at?" "I am referring to you. Surely, you do not believe that the little one will let you off the hook." Jiang Zao pouted her lips and twisted in her mother's embrace, exuding a somewhat sarcastic demeanor. This display, amusingly enough, caused Shui Xiang to involuntarily curl her lips into a smile, yet it only intensified the resentment brewing within Su Yingju's heart. "No, she cannot remain idle. Your Majesty, while you place your trust in the eldest princess, it is lamentable that the young one is too fond of frivolities. This is utterly unacceptable. I am wronged, Your Majesty. I have informed you from the very beginning. How could you possibly doubt me? Having served His Majesty for many years. How could he?" Jiang Huaijing grew increasingly weary of her lamentations. Does she still have the audacity to weep? Just now. Her words subtly hinted at dragging the queen into disrepute. Does she truly believe I cannot discern this? Jiang Huaijing gently inquired of Jiang Zao, "My dear Yuer, please inform Father Emperor that both Empress Chun and noble consort Shu have erred. Is that not so?" As the words fell under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang nodded. In that moment, the two usually gentle and delicate concubines wore expressions contorted in a manner that resembled the garish masks of a theatrical performance, evoking laughter. "She lied." Li Yuehua let out a piercing scream, a sound sharper than even the announcement made by the elderly, imbued with a tinge of sorrowful intensity. She wept mournfully, yet failed to stir the slightest ripple in the heart of the sovereign before her. Jiang Huaijing let out a cold snort, his lips pressed tightly together, a clear sign of his growing ire. "Your Majesty, even if the favored consort has erred, at the very least, I am blameless." Su Yingju seized the opportunity while Li Yuehua was intimidated into retreating by Jiang Huaijing and swiftly closed the gap, gripping Jiang Huaijing's ankle with unwavering determination. "Humph! How dare you bring that up?" Jiang Huaijing, filled with anger, kicked Su Yingju aside and rebuked, "Do you truly believe that I am blind, oblivious to everything around me?" After being kicked, Su Yingju found herself in a more disheveled state than Li Yuehua. With her hair in disarray, she stubbornly pressed forward, consumed by the desire to beg for Jiang Huaijing's forgiveness, utterly oblivious to the fact that she resembled a female specter. "Oh dear, how frightful! What is this abomination? It is truly unsightly. The baby is on the verge of tears." Jiang Zao pouts her small lips, her large eyes blinking rapidly, as if she is about to shed tears at any moment. Chapter 37. At this very moment, Shui Xiangrong was horrified to see her obedient daughter on the verge of tears, and she angrily called out to Nian Qiu to restrain Chunfei. The empress withdrew completely, even denying her the chance to plead. Su Yingju seethed with resentment. "Do you dare to slander the empress again?" Jiang Huaijing admonished sternly, "Nian Qiu, strike Chunfei." A gleam of satisfaction flickered in Nian Qiu's eyes as she swiftly responded, This servant obeys. Su Yingzhu, startled, was about to beg for mercy when a resounding slap struck her face. Smack! Smack! 2 slaps landed, causing Su Yingzhu's cheeks to swell, rendering her speechless, only able to emit pain cries. Observing Su Yingzhu's predicament, it was evident that any further defiance would lead to dire consequences. Now she has learned her lesson. Upon reflection, this wicked woman chose to confront her mother in the imperial garden precisely because it was crowded. Had she succeeded in her slander, her mother's reputation would have spread within a day. How delightful it is to witness her reap what she has sown. Jiang raised an eyebrow, her small form wriggling in amusement, her large eyes closing in a mocking manner, clearly enjoying the situation. Shui Xiangrong cradled the mischievous little bundle, her eyes glimmering with mirth. Yet, her voice towards Li Yuehua was as cold as the biting frost of winter. Oh, Lady Shu should contemplate carefully. If you cannot utter the truth this time, do not blame me or the emperor for not granting you another chance. Li Yuehua gritted her teeth, suppressing her fierce gaze. Just as she was about to speak, she was startled by a commotion nearby. At that moment, having delivered enough slaps to Su Yingzhu, Nian Qiu loosened her grip, causing Su Yingzhu to collapse to the ground. Oh dear, how careless of Chun Fei. The stone path of the imperial garden is certainly not smooth. What a sight her face must be now. Nian Qiu feigned an attempt to help, only to suddenly exclaim that her palm hurt and was unable to assist. Chun Fei has been disfigured. She understood well that Nian Qiu's subsequent actions were all for her benefit. Your Majesty, it is my fault. Li Yuehua knelt on the ground, burying her head between her arms, trembling as she spoke. I maintained a close relationship with the noble consort, yet the empress punished her to the cold palace. I was enraged and, amidst the change of palace maids, I harbored ill intentions. The events that followed need not be elaborated, as Jiang Huijing is certainly aware. Jiang Huijing had no intention of letting her off lightly. With a cold smirk, he continued, thus, you resorted to bribing the palace maids of the imperial garden to report to me that the empress was abusing lower-ranking consorts, claiming you would be beaten to death. Your servant, your servant. Li Yuehua seemed reduced to a fool, merely repeating these 2 words. In her fervor to cast blame on Su Yingzhu, she completely forgot her original plea to the emperor. What did you say? Jiang Huijing seized Li Yuehua by the neck, his eyes ablaze with fury, his rage akin to a murderous intent, causing Li Yuehua to gasp for breath like a marionette. Unable to speak? Then allow me to articulate for you. Initially, you intended to frame the empress to avenge the noble consort, but alas, Chun Fei intervened and altered your plans. Regrettably, you were not clever enough and ended up shooting yourself in the foot. Pausing, Jiang Huijing observed Li Yuehua's reddening face, nearly choking for air, and forcefully threw her to the ground. Someone, the timid Li Gonggong, who had been bowing his head in trepidation, dared to step forward at that moment. Your Majesty. Jiang Huijing cast a glance at Li Yuehua, who lay sprawled on the ground like a rag. Coldly, he commanded, convey my decree. Lady Shu is to be demoted to a concubine, punished with 30 strokes, and relocated to the northern 3 courtyard. Do not let me see her again. Furthermore, Chun Fei is to be demoted to Chun Pin, confined for 3 months, and fined a year's salary. I shall also have someone slap her daily to reflect on today's scheme against the empress. Li Gonggong hastily acknowledged, yes, this servant shall attend to it immediately. As Su Yingzhu regained consciousness, the news of the punishment caused her to faint once more. Li Gonggong quickly summoned the eunuchs of the imperial garden to carry them away. Now, is the empress satisfied? Jiang Huijing, seeing that they were alone, turned to Shui Xiangrong with a smile, his previous cold demeanor replaced with warmth and tenderness. I have made my intentions clear, but it is up to the emperor to decide. Shui Xiangrong could not contain the joy that blossomed at her husband's trust and protection. Oh, how handsome father is. Oh, little fangirl, mother is blushing from embarrassment. After tonight, she shall give birth to a little brother for the baby. This child. Oh. Yes, the baby agrees for mother. Handsome father truly knows how to charm mother. Look at how red her face is. Shui Xiangrong wished to hide in shyness but was caught by Jiang Huijing. She merely nodded, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile, quite delightful. In the imperial garden, the atmosphere was tranquil. Yet in the northern 3 courtyard, a shadow loomed. When Li Yuehua was brought here, she had already smashed everything she could within the room. Even the lone maidservant who attended her could no longer endure the injuries caused by her grasp and fled in tears. Li Yuehua sat amidst the shattered remnants, holding her legs and weeping in tremors. Yet, in the next moment, she raised her eyes, a glimmer of malice flashing within. Ultimately, she removed her jade bracelet and bribed the guard at the door, requesting, please summon Master Gao from the Internal Affairs Court. Tell him that the young lady wishes to see him, taking money to avert disaster. The guard, beaming, replied, "Rest assured, my lady. In less than half an hour, I shall carry Master Gao over myself." Chapter 38. The chief of the Internal Affairs Court that night, along the palace path. Jiang Jinyu was en route to the Fengqi Palace, accompanied by his devoted eunuch, Xiao Luzi. "Master, you only rested for half an hour after clearing the palace gates this afternoon, and now you are personally preparing snacks for Her Majesty the Queen. Are you truly not planning to take a break?" Xiao Luzi's voice was laced with concern as he scrutinized the food box in his hands, anxious for his master's well-being. Having followed Jiang Jinyu since childhood, he was well aware of his diligence. Yet recently, Jiang Jinyu's industriousness had indeed surpassed reasonable limits. Forsooth, if Her Majesty were to learn of your neglect for your own health, she would undoubtedly be distressed, Xiao Luzi urged for the umpteenth time. Jiang Jinyu playfully rapped his knuckles against Xiao Luzi's head, chiding, "When did you become such a nagging old woman? I must report the identities of those dubious palace maids to Mother and Father Emperor without delay. This matter cannot be postponed after visiting Fengqi Palace. I still need to go to Yangxin Hall." Nevertheless, his heart leaned more towards visiting his mother, for he missed his little sister, Yuer. "You should truly rest for a couple of hours. Why toil over these snacks?" Xiao Luzi continued, his gaze drifting from the food box back to Jiang Jinyu. In his distraction, he failed to notice the figure rushing towards them, and they collided with a resounding thud. "Ouch! Who dares to crash into me? Do you know who I am?" The stranger bellowed, sprawled on the ground. Xiao Luzi, equally irate from the impact, defended the food box in his arms, panting from the pain in his chest. "How can you be so unreasonable? Gao Yu. It is late, and the gates of the Internal Affairs Court are already locked. Are you still on duty?" At this, Gao Yu grinned, brushing off the dust from his robes. "What business is it of yours? Just because you are the personal eunuch of the Crown Prince does not make you significant. I am the chief of the Internal Affairs Court. I owe you no explanations." Before he could finish, a low voice interjected. "Is it customary for the chief of the Internal Affairs Court to behave in such a manner?" Gao Yu paled at the realization that it was Jiang Jinyu who spoke. The brashness evaporated, and he promptly knelt, trembling. "I pay my respects to your highness." Jiang Jinyu smirked. "No need for such formalities. Gao Gonggong is the esteemed chief of the Internal Affairs Court." Gao Yu, drenched in cold sweat, was acutely aware of the mockery laced in Jiang Jinyu's tone. He struggled to find an excuse. "Your highness, my younger brother has recently entered the palace and is stationed in the cold palace. He made a mistake today and was punished. I merely wished to check on him. Hence my haste. Please do not take offense." As he spoke, his head lowered further, betraying his anxiety. The proximity of the northern third court to the cold palace necessitated his visit. Jiang Jinyu regarded Gao Yu in silence, contemplating his response. After a lengthy pause, just as Gao Yu was preparing to make his escape, Jiang Jinyu raised his hand. Gao Yu exhaled in relief, grateful for the reprieve, and hurriedly left. However, observing his hurried retreat, Jiang Jinyu narrowed his eyes and instructed Xiao Luzi, "Investigate Gao Yu's background and find a shadow guard to follow him. I wish to see how a vain and sycophantic chief of the Internal Affairs Court will act when visiting his brother at this hour." Xiao Luzi complied but hesitated. Holding the food box, "What about Her Majesty the Queen? Give it to me. You must attend to this matter without delay," Jiang Jinyu replied, taking the food box and striding towards Fengqi Palace. Upon entering the hall, he was immediately seized by a soft, chubby figure clutching his leg. "Yay, baby has caught mommy. I got it. There is milk porridge to eat." The sweet voice chimed in his ears. Jiang Jinyu looked down to meet a pair of round, sparkling eyes. "Ah, why is it Big Brother? Let us pretend we didn't see Big Brother and run away now. Otherwise, baby will face a head pat from Big Brother again." Jiang Zao's swift movement to turn away was thwarted by her short legs, which struggled to keep up, resulting in beads of sweat forming on her forehead before she could make her escape. An indescribable joy filled Jiang Jinyu's heart. He hastily placed the food box down and scooped up Jiang Zao, showering her face with kisses. "Our little Yuer is amazing. You can walk now. Wow. Big Brother is here again. It's all baby's fault for being held too often and not being able to walk quickly. Whoa, mommy, save baby." Jiang Zao reached out her tiny hands towards Shui Xiangrong, hoping to be picked up. Seeing her daughter's anxious expression, Shui Xiangrong finally reached out to embrace her. "Little Yuer only needs to let Big Brother kiss her a few times. Your brother is happy to see you walking today." Jiang Huaijing, rarely speaking to his royal children, remarked, "It's no wonder little Yuer is scared. With your Big Brother-esque demeanor, anyone would want to hide." After years of diligent governance, He had never experienced such elation. In his joy, Jiang Huaijing decided to postpone the afternoon audience with the ministers and accompanied Xue Xiangrong to watch Jiang Zao wobble about. Unbeknownst to them, dinner time arrived. Indeed. Father is right. Big brother came all this way to hug baby so late. How could baby not be scared? Jiang Zao nestled into Xue Xiangrong's embrace, puffing her cheeks at Jiang Jinyu. Feigning a stern expression, Jiang Jinyu reached to take Jiang Zao away. So you can walk now and have grown cleverer? Are you trying to shun big brother? As he teased the rosy little bundle, making her giggle uncontrollably, Xue Xiangrong intervened. If you keep this up, little Yuer might not sleep tonight. Jiang Huaijing gestured for Jiang Jinyu to sit down and asked seriously, my son. Is there a matter of urgency that brings you here at this hour? He understood his son well. If there were no pressing issues, Jiang Jinyu would have already retired for the night. Each day at the Ministry of Justice was taxing enough. And now he also had to assist Xue Xiangrong in managing the harem. Indeed, I have something important to discuss. Since father is present, there is no need for me to make an additional trip to Yangxin Hall. Saying this, Jiang Jinyu produced the documents bearing the seals of the accused. These palace maids have committed suicide in the Xinqing division. Suicide? Jiang Huaijing's previously jovial eyes turned cold. If it were not to conceal their master's identity, why would they need to take such drastic measures? And one suicide might be forgivable, but altogether, it appears orchestrated. Do you have any theories, my son? Jiang Huaijing inquired, keeping his gaze fixed on the documents. Chapter 39. The Rebellion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaijing shifted his gaze from the incriminating evidence in his hands to Jiang Jinyu. There's no harm in speaking, he declared, his voice resonating with authority. As the emperor clad in dragon robes emanated a commanding presence, Jiang Jinyu bowed respectfully and recounted the encounter with the high-ranking official, Gao Yu, that transpired earlier that evening. Gao Yu was a man who thrived on the vulnerability of others. It was not hard to imagine that many palace attendants had suffered under his tyranny. Such a character, who would abandon his loved ones to seek refuge in the cold palace, was hard for this son to believe. Furthermore, the noblewoman, Shu, had only just been transferred to the northern third residence today. Nevertheless, I have already dispatched individuals to investigate this matter. Please rest assured that I shall take full responsibility for it, father. Jiang Huaijing regarded his son, noting how swiftly he had matured over the past 2 years. He placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Jinyu's shoulder, urging, do not let me down. Oh, how astute my elder brother is, discerning so much from such scant traces. Truly, he is worthy of being my brother. The only drawback is an excessive enthusiasm for the little one. However, dear brother, one must exercise utmost caution, for those lurking behind will inevitably retaliate. Please, take heed. Jiang Zao's tiny paws clutched tightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jiang Jinyu, and she let out a spirited AO. Reminiscent of a cheerleader rallying for her elder brother, Jiang Jinyu found himself in a state of bemusement, torn between amusement and exasperation. While encouragement was welcomed, he felt utterly defenseless against the charms of this little lucky star. Was this truly a flaw? Jiang Huaijing and Xue Xiangrong also heard that soft and melodious voice. They exchanged a smile, and a warmth surged through their entire beings. The joy of familial bonds could not be surpassed. A harmonious atmosphere enveloped the entire Phoenix Nest Palace, yet it failed to penetrate the North Third institution. Why is it taking so long to arrive? The woman's reproachful voice reverberated throughout the room, and in the next instant, someone covered her mouth. Gao Yu, feeling anxious, glanced around before stepping into the room. He sighed, his tone less than amiable. My dear aunt, do you truly believe that the guards at the entrance can be easily deceived? Li Yuehua lay languidly on the bed, incensed by Gao Yu's treatment. In a fit of rage, she delivered a sharp slap to Gao Yu, exclaiming, You wretched servant, dare you lay a hand on me? Begone! Furthermore, convey to your master that if he cannot devise a means to extricate me, he shall never encounter me again. Gao Yu covered his face, filled with a mix of anger and helplessness. Should the situation escalate, his master would undoubtedly place the blame squarely upon him, leaving him to ponder his very existence. The servant shall convey your message at once. Please bear with it. Bear with what? Li Yuehua seized the teacup beside her and hurled it towards Gao Yu's face. Did you not see that I am unable to rise at this moment? Go and prepare a meal for me, ensuring it is exquisite. And do not forget to bring the necessary medicinal supplies as well. Today, she finally comprehended the true nature of those skilled in the art of striking. Initially confined within the walls of this northern institution, she was oblivious to the extent of her suffering. Indeed, the imprints of slaps upon her visage were far more pronounced than the pain coursing through her body. However, As time progressed, restlessness consumed her. After bribing the guards, she found herself utterly incapacitated, unable to rise from her bed. Those cursed court physicians provided a salve of the lowest quality, leaving a burning pain akin to fire upon application. Once I am free, I shall surely demand their heads. Li Weihua seemed to be affected by her earlier outburst of anger, which had inadvertently aggravated her injury, causing her to grimace in pain. She raised her gaze and noticed Gao Yu frowning in distress, standing helplessly in place, which only fueled her exasperation. Did you hear that? Go take care of it for me. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, I shall ensure you become a true eunuch. Gao Yu was once again struck on the head, yet he dared not harbor any resentment within. After all, this was the beloved of their master. He also believed that after Li Weihua had lamented to her master, he truly could not act with humanity any longer. The servant obeys, and shall proceed to carry out the task. Gao Yu, with a distressed expression, stepped back. Just as he was deep in thought about who should be assigned to deliver food and ointment to Li Weihua the following day, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. He too has been trained by the master. Though he has not practiced martial arts for a considerable time, he remains acutely aware of the presence of someone following him from behind. Gao Yu swallowed hard, feigning a yawn, and exclaimed, "Oh, how did I end up here? Could it be that I am so grief-stricken that I have lost my senses? Truly, it seems that each year brings greater disappointment." It was only when he sensed the absence of movement behind him that he turned and dashed towards the palace gates. The following morning, as Gao Yu finally extricated himself from his warm cocoon, he was swiftly apprehended by two eunuchs, one on each side. "What are you doing, you little rascals? Are you plotting a rebellion?" On ordinary days, these two individuals are merely his subordinates, not daring to utter a word beyond what is required. At this moment, the eunuchs exchanged glances and, in unison, directed their mocking laughter towards Gao Yu. "Gao Yu, your days of prosperity have come to an end." Without further ado, they forcibly dragged Gao Yu to the court of severe punishment. He was dragged along the way, the echoes of Gao Yu's howls reverberating through the air. It wasn't until he was unceremoniously pulled into the Shunqing division by two emotionless figures that his struggles persisted. Crack! A resounding slap struck Gao Yu, causing stars to dance before his eyes. The force was tremendous, undoubtedly wielded by a martial artist. "Damn it! You are abusing extrajudicial punishment. You are revolting. You are doomed." Gao Yu's cheek was swollen and bruised, rendering his speech halting. Yet, in the next moment, he heard a cold chuckle. "Abuse of private punishment? The emperor's decree is clear. You shall endure severe torture, and no effort will be spared to extract the truth from you. Should you wish to defy the imperial order, you must first withstand the relentless instruments of torment before facing the ultimate punishment." Swish! The sound of the whip slicing through the air erupted beside him, and only then did Gao Yu discern that before him stood Jiang Jinyu. 2 hours later, in the Yangxin Hall. "Father." Before the individual arrived, their voice had already reached, indicating the urgency in their heart. Jiang Huijing was originally dining in the side hall with Xue Xiangrong and Jiang Zao when he heard Jiang Jinyu's voice. Before he could raise his head, he was struck by the scent of blood. Instinctively, he wanted to wait for Jiang Huijing in the main hall. But the matter at hand was pressing. The son had significant news to report, and he implored the emperor to take a look at it. Despite his urgency, upon seeing Jiang Zao, he recalled the blood that still stained his person and refrained from entering the inner hall, instead sending it through eunuchly. However, upon Jiang Huijing's examination of the incriminating evidence, he was immediately enraged, slamming the documents upon the table. Such audacity was truly astonishing. Chapter 40. The search for evidence. The young prince, feeling a surge of anxiety, pondered what had transpired. His heart raced as he wondered whether the treacherous official had been discovered. The situation had taken a turn for the worse, yet both his father and mother remained unscathed, leaving him bewildered about the unfolding events. The emperor's fury was palpable. Despite Jiang Jini being a prince, he was compelled to kneel before the throne. "Father, please quell your anger." Although Gao Yu denied any connection to the Gao family, the testimonies gathered by Xiao Luzi were undeniable. They originated from his hometown, provided by individuals he had befriended. Gao Yu, originally from Shu, had been selected by the Gao family as a blood droplet assassin in his youth. A year prior, he had been sent to the palace by Gao Bin, and even to this day, he had not undergone the purification process. Numerous palace servants responsible for procurement had witnessed Gao Yu frequenting the Gao household, all of which constituted irrefutable evidence. Jiang Huijing's expression darkened further. Just as he was about to summon Gao Bin to the palace in a fit of rage, a soft voice interrupted him. "It seems Gao Yu is indeed the eunuch I heard about that day." However, regrettably, this does not provide my father with grounds to execute Gao Bin. The young prince recalled Gao Yu's words, where he had mentioned that the wicked consort Shu was the object of his master's affections, who was now evidently Gao Bin. What a despicable man Gao Bin is. Should we not interrogate the vile woman directly? No. We must instead lure her into revealing her secrets. Jiang Zao, seated on a small chair, appeared to have struck upon an idea, her tiny hands clapping excitedly as her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Indeed, that wicked woman has recently faced considerable humiliation. If we could catch her and Gao Bin in the act, but would she even meet with him? If so, how would it transpire? The diminutive figure's previously bright eyes dimmed at the thought, glancing forlornly at her father and brother. Her ability to walk was gradually returning, yet she remained unable to speak. The thoughts swirling in her mind could not be openly shared with her family. If only she could convey her ideas to her father and brother, who were wholly focused on uncovering the relationship between Gao Yu and Gao Bin. Yet, Gao Yu was not one to divulge information easily. Jiang Zao paced anxiously, unable to even consume the soup before her. Meanwhile, Jiang Jini and Jiang Huijing exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of hope in the other's eyes. Nevertheless, Jiang Huijing's facade remained one of fury. If Gao Yu refused to reveal the truth, then he would resort to severe interrogation. My son, I entrust this matter entirely to you. Employ whatever means necessary to extract the truth from him. The enraged emperor slammed the incriminating documents onto the table, his dark brows furrowing with murderous intent. The sight sent a shiver down Jiang Zao's spine. Father is truly terrifying. However, mere torture will yield no results, my dear father, and may even backfire. If only I could speak. With a sigh, Jiang Zao failed to notice her elder brother had already dashed out in excitement. Injustice, Your Highness, Your Majesty, I am innocent. Gao Yu protested. But please, Your Highness, see the truth. Those rascals are lying. I am blameless. I entered the palace as a eunuch after undergoing purification a year ago, and I have worked tirelessly to reach my current position. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jini scoffed. If that is the case, then let another person identify the head of the Internal Affairs Office, he commanded coldly to the eunuch beside him. Why have you not summoned Consort Shu? Though phrased as a request, his tone was more akin to an order to bring her forth immediately. With that, Jiang Jini disregarded Gao Yu's attempts at defense and took his place at the judgment seat of the Shenxing division, tapping his fingers on the mahogany table as he recalled the soft voice he had heard. Were it not for Xiao Yuer, he might have forgotten to question Li Yuehua. Xiao Yuer's clever mind could not conceive a method to catch Li Yuehua and Gao Bin in the act, yet he had a plan. Everything was prepared. They merely awaited the right moment. Jiang Jini shifted his gaze back to the perspiring Gao Yu's face. Before long, the commotion at the door caught his attention. You dare treat me this way. The emperor will not spare you. It was Li Yuehua, being dragged into the Shenxing division by two eunuchs. Her current state was beyond description. Her clothes were disheveled. She wore only one shoe, and her hair was in disarray, with visible signs of having been forcibly pulled. Her face bore the marks of madness. Even upon entering, she continued to struggle. What crime have I committed to be brought here? You, Your Highness. Upon seeing Jiang Jini, Li Yuehua seemed to lose all strength, collapsing as the eunuchs tossed her to the ground. Greetings, Consort Shu, Jiang Jini said, a hint of amusement gracing his handsome features, though it translated to Li Yuehua as a threat to her life. She forced herself to regain composure and asked, What is your intention, Your Highness? Are you avenging your mother? Why does the empress still not spare me in this state? You are mistaken, Consort Shu, Jiang Jini replied, his lips parting slightly as he slowly divulged. It has come to light that Gao Yu, having evaded purification upon entering the palace, has frequently visited your quarters. My father has decreed that I must cleanse the palace. At that moment, Li Yuehua noticed Gao Yu bound to the torture rack nearby. In an instant, her lips began to tremble. I did not. I demand to see the emperor and explain. Before she could finish her defense, a slap landed on her face. Jiang Jini's eyes glimmered with cold light as he warned, in this Shenxing division, unless you divulge the truth, Consort Shu, you may not leave alive to see the emperor again. Come. The staff and eunuchs of the Shenxing division surrounded Li Yuehua with their rods, which were as thick as fingers and half her height. Suddenly, Li Yuehua summoned an unexpected strength and attempted to retreat toward the door. I do not wish to be executed. I will die. I will die? She was mere inches from the threshold when the eunuchs behind her seized her once more. Wait. Jiang Jini raised his hand abruptly, halting their actions. In the hopeful gazes of Li Yuehua and Gao Yu, he calmly stated, There is already one person undergoing execution. Having another would be too crowded. Take her to the back. Li Yuehua was dragged away, crying out, while Gao Yu, disregarding his injuries, struggled angrily. Is the crown prince seeking personal revenge? Chapter 41. And you? Jiang Jinyu cast a cold glance at Gao Yu, letting out a light laugh. It was truly admirable how the chief steward cared so deeply for a concubine. Soon after, a more anguished scream from Li Yuehua pierced the air. You wretched one. You wretched one. Today, I shall die in this punishment chamber. I might as well curse to my heart's content. You, your mother, and that foolish child are all worthless. You take advantage of your power to humiliate me. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. This final outburst seemed to drain the last of Li Yuehua's strength, as if the words were spat out in a final breath. After that, there were no more cries of despair, as if she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Before a verdict was reached, Jiang Jinyu knew he had no authority to execute Li Yuehua. This was one thing Gao Yu could confidently assert. Bound to the torture rack. Gao Yu's bloodshot eyes fixated on the crimson figure approaching with deliberate steps. Had it not been for the joint accusations from those servants, I would never have known that the emperor's harem harbored such shameless women. Jiang Jinyu's expression darkened as he took the yellow papers presented by a nearby guard. A mere glance at them ignited his fury, as if he were incensed by the charges contained within. As he approached Gao Yu, he forcefully slapped the stamped document before him, sneering, So, Chief Steward, do you have anything further to say? Gao Yu, upon reading the charges, was rendered speechless. The document clearly stated that Li Yuehua had acknowledged Gao Yu's identity and admitted her relationship with Gao Bin. As a woman of the emperor, she harbored affections for another man, which was an immense disgrace to the royal family. You are destined to fail your master. Once the imperial decree is issued, your master will soon join you. Jiang Jinyu's gaze bore into Gao Yu's pale visage. Through this probing, he had discerned that Gao Yu's usual demeanor was merely a faade, desperately trying to protect anything related to Gao Bin. Gao Yu was particularly agitated, clenching his fists and unleashing a furious roar. Where is that wretched woman? Where is she? Jiang Jinyu maintained his icy demeanor, simply stating, she is dead. The succinctness of his words left Gao Yu momentarily stunned. In the next moment, a bloodied figure was dragged out from another chamber of the punishment chamber. The attire confirmed it was indeed Li Yuehua. It appeared that her earlier curses were not born of rage, but rather a final burst before death. Gao Yu, unable to contain his satisfaction, smirked. His master had treated this woman well, yet in the face of death, she had so easily betrayed him. The cold-heartedness of the crown prince was commendable. Gao Yu found himself in admiration, ready to accept whatever fate awaited him. You may face death with ease, but can you bear to part from your family? Jiang Jinyu raised an eyebrow and spoke softly. If you can take responsibility for your crimes, I can ensure the safety of your family outside the palace. Upon hearing the mention of family, Gao Yu pursed his lips and fell silent. He had known since his selection into the Gao family that he would be embroiled in such affairs. However, poverty left him with no choice. Gao Bin, being ruthless, would undoubtedly eliminate his family before the imperial decree arrived, cutting off any future threats. Jiang Jinyu stood with his hands clasped behind him, pondering for a moment before speaking. It appears Chief Steward has chosen his escape route. Thus, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Chief Steward. Though he said this, Jiang Jinyu's steps slowed as he exited. This was merely a temporary measure. He needed to pressure Gao Yu into revealing the truth behind the scenes. As expected, just as Jiang Jinyu's figure had not receded far, Gao Yu's voice rang out sharply, Your Highness, wait. Halting his steps, the figure in the crimson robe swiftly turned around and approached Gao Yu. The lights in the punishment chamber had burned throughout the night. Gao Yu had confessed the truth all night long, and he was finally released from the torture rack. Is that all? Jiang Jinyu sifted through the evidence in his hands, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart. If he could follow Gao Yu's testimony to uncover the evidence of wrongdoing, the Gao family would have more than enough to lose their heads over. That is all. I hope your highness will keep your promise and protect my family. Gao Yu knelt on the ground, slumped and gazing vacantly ahead, devoid of life. He was a man facing death, with his only concern being his family. Shaluzi has taken your family to Jiangnan. You need not worry. Jiang Jinyu did not look at him, but instead dropped the evidence and turned to a nearby eunuch. Bring that wretched woman over. Wretched woman? Gao Yu frowned, suddenly struck by realization. He instinctively glanced toward the place where Li Yuehua had initially been dragged in. There. He heard the rustling of a eunuch dragging Li Yuehua out. The woman who had once been bloodied was now completely unharmed. She was stripped of her garments, left in nothing but her pristine underclothes, with a cloth gagging her mouth. Upon seeing this, Gao Yu grasped the situation. The bloodied figure had merely worn Li Yuehua's clothing as a ruse for him. The so-called evidence that had angered Jiang Jinyu was likely blank. Gao Yu was taken aback, staring at Jiang Jinyu for a long while. You deceived me? Jiang Jinyu remained non-committal, his gaze fixed on Li Yuehua, signaling the eunuch to remove the cloth gag from her mouth. Now that Gao Yu had confessed everything, what about you? Li Yuehua chuckled vacantly, her expression suddenly chilling, her eyes betraying a hint of malice. To add a crime, what excuse is lacking? You wretched spawn, just like your mother, cunning and treacherous. Do you think I would acknowledge the false charges you have fabricated? Not a chance. What Gao Yu had confessed were merely the sins of the Gao family. While her relationship with Gao Bin was ultimately just Jiang Jinyu's conjecture, if she staunchly denied it, what could Gao Yu's words possibly achieve? With this thought, despite her predicament, Li Yuehua defiantly raised her gaze to meet Jiang Jinyu's. Moreover, Gao Yu admitted to having entered my palace. How do you know he did not take a fancy to one of my maidens? You purged the palace. Surely you uncovered something? Li Yuehua suddenly laughed derisively. Then you were worthless. Jiang Jinyu understood she was prepared to face death, emboldened enough to provoke him. Yet, he could not grant her wish. If that were the case, perhaps he was overthinking it and had disturbed her unnecessarily. With that, he no longer engaged with Li Yuehua. Gao Yu, having already succumbed to despair, sat lifeless on the ground, allowing himself to be dragged away. Meanwhile, Li Yuehua trembled in fear, unable to move her legs. She had initially thought she would face immediate execution, but to her surprise, she was spared. Chapter 42, an unexpected delight lacking paper. She tore her inner garment and bit her fingertip to write. A quarter of an hour later, gazing at the pure white wings soaring in the sky, Li Yuehua felt a sense of relief wash over her. Fear and unease engulfed the entire northern third. Yet, within the Fengqi palace, tranquility reigned. Shui Xiangrong, clad in her everyday attire, could not resist picking up the lively Jiang Zao, tenderly kissing her cherubic face. Our Yuer is truly remarkable. Her steps grow ever more assured. Come, let us have our meal and take a moment to rest. Beside them, Jiang Jinyan shook his head with a sigh. Mother, you spoil Yuer too much. Little brother, you're just envious of how affectionate mother is towards me, Jiang Zao teased, her expression a delightful mix of mischief and innocence. Shui Xiangrong chuckled at her daughter's playful antics before turning her gaze to Jiang Jinyan. You, upon visiting to pay your respects, are now competing for attention with your sister? After moving into the Xiefeng Hall, the absence of court officials visiting had allowed Jiang Jinyan's recovery to progress rapidly. I have not, he responded, slightly exasperated, diverting his gaze to a small water basin in the courtyard. Mother, you still have this here? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zao's curiosity piqued, and she leaned forward to take a look. The basin, elevated on stone pillars, held only a scant amount of water, unlike the usual fish ponds. Once, she frequently replenished it, and doves would come to drink, bringing her joy. Now, it lay neglected. Oh, so brother also has his mischievous moments. But I want to see the doves too. Jiang Jinyan, hearing her soft voice, glanced at the adorable bundle beside him, and, seizing the moment, pinched her little nose. If brother wants to see them, then Yuer surely does as well. I will clean it up myself so that little Yuer can enjoy the sight to her heart's content. Wah, bad brother, naughty brother. If you cannot clean it well, I will ask mother to punish you. Jiang Zao pouted, her big eyes glaring at Jiang Jinyan before returning her attention to the small water basin in the courtyard. Jiang Jinyan stifled a laugh, but then he heard her voice rise in astonishment. Oh, the doves are coming. How adorable. But can this little dove drink from such dirty water? Its leg seems injured. Oh, how pitiful. The pink-cheeked toddler waved her small paws in the air, as if wishing to embrace the dove from afar. Following her gaze, Jiang Jinyan was equally taken aback. Is that a carrier pigeon? Acting swiftly, he leaped forward to catch the bird before Shui Xiangrong could react. Examining the gem in his hand under the sunlight, he smirked, realizing that the palace was still tainted with corruption. This jade was a tribute, reserved for the most esteemed officials. No ordinary family could afford it, regardless of their wealth. Thus, this pigeon could only belong to high-ranking ministers. Though I am unaware of the unfolding events, I can only guess that this was released by that wicked woman, Shudai. I have measured the distance with my little feet. The only way to pass by mother's chamber would be to leave the northern third. Brother, quickly look for any clues. It would be best if mother could punish that wicked woman. This is truly a stroke of luck. Before Shui Xiangrong could speak, the pink little one could no longer contain her excitement. Jiang Jinyan, not needing his mother's reminder, unwrapped the cloth. Before long, he tossed it aside, bewildered. At first glance, a hint of crimson tinged his handsome face, clearly having seen something inappropriate. Shui Xiangrong, rarely witnessing such a reaction from her son, took the cloth and paused momentarily before sneering. The fox's tail can no longer be concealed. Nin Xiao Shiyu. The two attendants standing by offered their respects. Listening attentively as Shui Xiangrong commanded, "Bring that vile woman, Li Yuehua, to Fingqi Palace." "Oh, mother is so fierce. She is going to punish the bad person. I shall have a good show to watch." Jiang Zao clapped her tiny hands, her joy evident in her sparkling eyes. "Once we capture that wicked woman, those treacherous officials won't escape either. Father Emperor and Mother won't perish. Hooray! My mission shall soon be accomplished." A great weight lifted from Shui Xiangrong's heart as she gently caressed Jiang Zao's cheek. "Our URS future will be free from." Just as she spoke, a commotion outside interrupted her. "You insolent fools! I am in disarray, and if you intend to trouble me, at least allow me to change my attire." Raising her eyes, she beheld Li Yuehua, disheveled and filthy, her hair in disarray as if she had been rolling on the ground in a fit of rage. "How is it that I have not even spoken yet, and you already know what I intend to say?" Shui Xiangrong, poised at the table, though not in formal court attire, exuded an air of dignity that was quite imposing. Li Yuehua spat vehemently, resembling a deranged commoner. "What I have left for your majesty to covet? I am but a worthless life. If you wish to humiliate me, do you need a reason? Enough." Nian Xiao, seeing Shui Xiangrong frown, delivered a sharp slap to Li Yuehua. In the past, Li Yuehua might have felt fear, but now she seemed unafraid, as if she had nothing left to lose. "Look, your majesty, even your dog dares to act on its own." At this, Shui Xiangrong shook her head with a smile. Indeed, she is no longer afraid. The news has spread, and sweet nothings have been exchanged. Even a heart of stone can be softened by sweet words. Granting her wishes and removing her from the palace, with such hope before her, she would not hesitate to endure humiliation or even kneel and lick the floors of Fingqi Palace if it meant her survival. Before matters of life and death, she could not afford a shred of dignity. Was it she overstepping, or did you, Shu Dai, bring this upon yourself? Shui Xiangrong's tone darkened, and she flung the white cloth before Li Yuehua. Gazing at the object she had sent out not long ago now returned to her, Li Yuehua felt no joy. "No, it cannot be. How could it be with you?" Her panic vanished into thin air as she met Shui Xiangrong's gaze. Chapter 43, Interrogation No. Why is she panicking? As long as she firmly asserts that this object does not belong to her, but is a fabrication of the empress, meant to humiliate her, Li Yuehua consoled herself and regained much of her composure. However, before she could voice her thoughts, a piece of jade agate was tossed down, clattering as it rolled twice before coming to rest before her. It is rather fortuitous that the once neglected pool in this palace has now brought forth unexpected delight. Shui Xiangrong observed the pallor creeping across Li Yuehua's face and sneered. Yet whether this is indeed a stroke of good fortune or merely a consequence of your excessive oppression remains to be seen. After all, it is rather taxing for a carrier pigeon to bear such a large piece of white cloth. Why waste words with her? Just get rid of her. Humph. Jiang Zao banged her spoon on the table, creating a clamor. Shui Xiangrong soothingly stroked her precious one's back while casting a cold glance at Li Yuehua. "Do you have anything left to say? Haven't you seen enough?" Humph, truly shameless. Perhaps sensing her impending doom, Li Yuehua instead let out a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of energy to curse back. "Now you no longer shy away from it." Shui Xiangrong's expression darkened. Indulging her, she commanded, "Bring forth poison for the shudang." Li Yuehua was taken aback. She had anticipated her demise, but never expected it to come so swiftly. You vile creature. You. Ugh." Just as she attempted to unleash an outburst, she was firmly restrained by Shiyu. "Humph, you deserve the poison. If I had my way, you'd crash into a tree and resolve it yourself." "Well done. And Shiyu, let my dear mother reward you with chicken legs." Jiang Zao raised her tiny paw in encouragement for Shiyu. Unfortunately, when she saw Nianxiu approaching with the poison, her view was obstructed. Woo-woo. Such lovely hands must belong to my dear mother, but why can't I see them? Seeing Jiang Zao still struggling, Shui Xiangrong simply scooped her up into her arms. Such a horrifying spectacle is best kept from this little one. However, once the poison is ingested, it will surely lead to bloodshed, and Li Yuehua will undoubtedly tarnish her phoenix nest palace. Thus, it is best to leave first. Yenner, we must head to the Yangxin Palace to report this matter to your father. Shui Xiangrong cast a glance at Jiang Jingxian. The bond between mother and son was strong, and Jiang Jingxian quickly grasped Shui Xiangrong's intentions. He picked up the evidence from the ground and followed her towards the Yangxin Palace. Yet, just as they were about to enter, they heard a furious voice emanating from within the Yangxin palace. Gao Bin, you dare to be so audacious. Is it not enough to conspire with officials in secret? But you have even placed your own people within my harem and throughout the entire palace. What punishment do you deserve? Jiang Huijing's voice, filled with authority and rage, had not yet faded when a commotion erupted. Xue Xiangrong was about to lead Jiang Zao and Jiang Jingxian through the door when they were halted by Eunuch Li. Your Majesty, please wait. The Emperor is in a great fury, and it is quite chaotic inside. Is Lord Gao within? Xue Xiangrong was not surprised at all. She simply hadn't anticipated the timing to coincide so perfectly. And the Crown Prince as well. The events of today have greatly angered the Emperor. And I too was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Xue Xiangrong frowned. Considering the timing, it was already dinner time when Jiang Jinyu went to the Xinqing division yesterday. And now, merely a night later, he had obtained evidence. Clearly, he had not slept. How could he endure such strain? You may report to me. I have urgent matters to discuss. Xue Xiangrong was growing anxious. Given the urgency, Eunuch Li dared not delay further. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived with the eldest princess and the second prince. Eunuch Li's shrill voice echoed through the Yangxin palace just as Gao Bin was trembling, preparing to defend himself. Why has the Empress come? Upon seeing his wife and children arrive, Jiang Huijing momentarily set aside Gao Bin and hurriedly instructed Eunuch Li to provide seats. Your Majesty, I should not intrude, but this matter is of great significance. I thought you would want to hold someone accountable, hence my hasty arrival. Xue Xiangrong cradled Jiang Zao, who was intently listening to her mother while casting smug glances at the kneeling Gao Bin. The treacherous minister is doomed. Jiang Huijing was taken aback, instructing Eunuch Li to present the evidence. Following the routine investigation, Jiang Huijing flung his teacup at Gao Bin's black official hat. You, Gao Bin, dare to covet even my harem. Guards. Gao Bin was momentarily stunned, unable to react, before he found himself surrounded by the imperial guards. Such a severe punishment would not be enacted without cause. Panic surged through him as he hurriedly bowed his head. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I acted in haste. Haste? Wronged. Jiang Huijing scoffed, tossing the blood-stained white cloth and jade agate before Gao Bin. Explain yourself. If your feelings were genuine, why resort to such measures to frame yourself? The Emperor's wrath made it impossible for Gao Bin to maintain his composure. He picked up the white cloth and was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, he could no longer contain his excitement and hurriedly approached Jiang Huijing, anxious, saying, What about the young lady? Gao Bin's visibly agitated demeanor sufficed to validate the contents of this letter. Engaging in an illicit affair with a former court minister constituted a grave offense against palace regulations. Xue Xiangrong meticulously dismantled his hopes. I have already issued a decree granting her a cup of poison. Lord Gao may rest assured, Shudong's departure will be swift. Yet she shall not receive posthumous honors. According to palace regulations, such a disloyal concubine may only have her remains returned to her family. Furthermore, she will not be recorded in the palace's annals. Since it's a mutual affection, why not seek marriage? Instead of flirting from the confines of her father's harem? Truly disgusting. My dear father and mother are not mere cogs in your twisted romance. Jiang Zao looked disdainfully at Gao Bin, flicking her tiny paw. Hearing the delicate child murmur softly, Xue Xiangrong's heart ached as she turned her gaze to Jiang Jinyu. No matter how robust one may be, one cannot endure such a toll on oneself. Gao Bin, do you have anything left to say? Jiang Huijing was keenly aware of everything unfolding. Jiang Jinyu had already dispatched spies to investigate before arriving at the Yangxin palace, leaving Gao Bin with no room for defense. I accept all blame, yet I beseech the Emperor for leniency to grant me the favor. The man in official robes knelt deeply, his tone earnest. It seemed he genuinely wished to negotiate this matter. Speak, and I shall consider it. Jiang Huijing maintained a cold demeanor, not immediately acquiescing. Gao Bin sighed deeply, removing his official hat and placing it on the ground. I served as an official merely to catch glimpses of her. I am aware that death is inevitable. Yet I only wish for the Emperor to permit me to be buried alongside the young lady, so that we may meet again in the afterlife. Oh dear, how deeply he feels. But I recall, it was you who persuaded her to enter the palace. You claimed it was to see her more often. Yet you only sought power. Do not deceive yourself. Do not attempt to deceive my father and mother. Chapter 44. On the brink of death, Xue Xiangrong gazed at the rosy bundle in her arms, pursing her lips, unable to suppress a smile. However, it wasn't long before Jiang Zao's stomach let out a loud growl. Oh dear, the baby is hungry. Can Father Emperor hasten the proceedings and deal with that treacherous minister? Let's feast on some meat and potatoes. At this moment, Shui Xiangrong remembered that they had yet to have their breakfast. They had hurried here after intercepting a carrier pigeon. It seemed that Jiang Huijing and Jiang Jinyu had also not dined yet. Seated upon the dragon throne, the emperor heard the rumbling from his little daughter's round belly. He felt a pang of sympathy for his little one and cast a colder glance at Gao Bin. If he were to acquiesce, it would mean trampling the royal dignity underfoot. Issue the decree. Eunuch Li, who had been waiting outside, rushed in at the command. Jiang Huijing spoke in a deep voice. Gao Bin, your treachery is utterly unforgivable. You shall be executed immediately. For the Gao family, all males above the age of 16 shall be executed on the spot, while those under 16 shall be exiled to the frontier. Wives and daughters shall be punished as official slaves. Gao Bin's face turned ashen, but he seemed to have anticipated this outcome. He knelt deeply and proclaimed, "Thank you for your grace. At least it was only the Gao family, and not the collateral branches. Take him away." With a wave of Jiang Huijing's sleeve, Gao Bin was escorted off, vanishing from sight. Finally, it's over. Jiang Zao sighed deeply, inexplicably relieved. In the Yangxin Palace, only their family remained. From now on, it will be good days ahead. There will be no more treacherous ministers or wicked women. Father and mother, along with my brothers, will no longer be framed. Hooray! Maybe he wants to eat 2 extra bowls of meat today, and some snacks. Shui Xiangrong's heart softened. Filled with joy, the emperor and his child had likely not yet dined. Perhaps it was time to summon the meal. She then recalled Jiang Jinyu, who had toiled through the night. Dining in the Yangxin Palace was indeed expedited. With matters resolved, the family relaxed. Let Big Brother give you a kiss. Here we go again. But today is a happy day, so go ahead. Jiang Zao rarely leaned in for a kiss. However, before she could anticipate the playful chaos, a loud thud echoed as something hit the floor. Oh dear, youth is indeed a blessing. They can sleep anywhere. Jiang Zao froze, staring at Jiang Jinyu's face, which was lined with dark circles. Your Highness. Shui Xiangrong hurriedly helped him up, intending to summon the imperial physician, only to be halted by the little bundle tugging at her sleeve. Jiang Zao opened her mouth but only managed to emit a faint sound. Noticing that Shui Xiangrong did not comprehend her intent, she grabbed Jiang Jinyu's hand, placing it against her ear, mimicking the physician's pulse-checking gesture, then nodded at Shui Xiangrong. Still alive. Dear mother, do not worry. Let us eat first, and afterward, I shall accompany the baby to play in the imperial garden. Jiang Jinyan coughed. The little rascal, despite her elder brother collapsing from exhaustion, still thought of playing. Ultimately, Shui Xiangrong, concerned her royal child might catch a chill on the floor, had him moved to a side chamber. The harmonious atmosphere had finally spread from the Fingqi Palace to the Yangxin Palace. Jiang Zao transitioned from initial anxiety to living her carefree life. As the eldest princess of the Jiang Dynasty, the little lucky star, she was now adored and cherished, living a life of unrestrained joy. Since she learned to walk, Jiang Zao's days became even more delightful. She spent her time playfully clinging to her elder brothers, frolicking and teasing birds, relishing every moment. Had she been older, she might have attempted to climb the rafters. On this day, Jiang Jinyan found himself once again chosen by the little bundle to play hide-and-seek. The little rascal was surprisingly quick. By the time Jiang Jinyan emerged from the pavilion in the imperial garden after counting, Jiang Zao's figure had already vanished completely. Having learned to walk, she was rather proud of herself. He shook his head helplessly. As her brother, he could only indulge her. After all, could he truly scold her? With a sigh, Jiang Jinyan called out into the empty space, "Are you hidden well? Here comes your second brother." Having spoken, he began searching for the little one's figure. Eventually, Jiang Zao emerged from the flower bushes, her little head adorned with tulip buds, having just won a small game and dancing with glee. However, she soon worried about losing and facing her brother's playful flick on the head, hastily retreating in the opposite direction. Yet, midway through her escape, she paused by a crooked willow tree in the imperial garden. Her round, bright eyes widened as she noticed 2 baby birds lying beneath it, their wings still unformed. Looking up, she saw their nest perched atop the crooked tree. In her pink little dress, she staggered towards the willow. Perhaps the tree was so bent that even with one hand holding a baby bird, Jiang Zao could climb it. However, she felt no fear, since learning to walk. She often found herself stuck in corners or on faux hills. Jiang Zao pouted, drawing a deep breath, about to cry out to attract the palace maids and eunuchs when she overheard a hushed conversation. It was 2 familiar eunuchs, often intercepted while out shopping, having stolen some delightful treats from the common folk. Jiang Zao was about to seize the opportunity to leap into their arms when she heard something unexpected. Her tiny hands, which had almost let go, tightened around the willow tree as she clung to the trunk like a sloth. Hey, did you hear? The Gao family was raided that day. It was quite a commotion. The emperor was enraged. What? Wasn't it the eldest prince who handled the raid? Did he fail at his task? What nonsense. The eldest prince discovered something remarkable in the Gao family's secret chamber. It is said to be the token of the previous dynasty's crown prince. Huh. The last emperor of the previous Jiang Dynasty was inept. What was there to fear from that prince? You don't understand. I heard that when the Wang family was raided, a squad of forbidden troops was also uncovered. Who's to say that the previous crown prince didn't plant his people in our Jiang Dynasty? Jiang Zao's heart raced as she listened intently. Who was the previous crown prince? The plot in the book had scarcely mentioned this character. Could it be that the novel she had left unfinished contained another formidable antagonist? Chapter 45. There are others behind. Wang Qin commanded the imperial guards. While Gao Bin held a prominent position in the court, yet he possessed the token of the former dynasty's crown prince. If this trajectory continues, Gao Bin may very well be a puppet. There are unseen forces at play behind them. The two voices gradually receded, seemingly preoccupied with urgent matters, unable to linger. This conversation was merely idle gossip among the servants. However, Jiang Zao yearned to listen further, unaware that her small claws were losing strength. Unable to support her as she leaned out. Suddenly, a sensation of falling struck her. Jiang Zao's eyes widened in terror as she flailed her little paws. A wretched cry echoed throughout the imperial garden, but it was just a singular sound. Jiang Jingxian, still searching for his sister among the distant flowers, hurriedly rushed toward the source of the noise upon hearing it. Where? His injuries had long healed, and with a light touch of his toes on the ground, he soared into the air. Yet, upon reaching the source of the cry, he found only a toppled bird's nest and a few fledglings, with no sign of Jiang Zao. A sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Jingxian's heart. His subconscious informed him that Jiang Zao must have been here. Xiao Luzi, panting behind him with a group of eunuchs, had yet to speak when his master bellowed in fury. All palace servants, search for me. We cannot allow little Yue to come to harm. With that, he clenched his fists and leaped onto the rooftop. Hadn't the treacherous ministers been eradicated? Who would dare to harm little Yue now? Jiang Jingxian was solely focused on climbing higher to gain a better view, completely unaware that at this moment, by the willows near the pond, a figure clad in black was tightly clutching Jiang Zao, submerging her in the water. Only after the individuals departed did the figure in black surface. His skills were by no means inferior to Jiang Jingxian's. Jiang Zao, feeling herself being lifted off the ground, was about to scream when her soft little face was forcibly turned. A pair of sinister eyes met hers, instantly freezing the little one in fear. I have heard of Jiang Zao's fortuitous star. I know you can understand me. If you dare to scream, I shall sever one of your fingers. You wouldn't want to truly become a fool, would you? Jiang Zao hurriedly nodded, her small paws tightly covering her mouth, signaling that she would remain silent. Yet, as she watched her second brother grow farther away, a sense of sorrow filled the little one's heart. Farewell, second brother. Tonight, I shall embark on a distant journey. The figure in black paid no heed to Jiang Zao's expression, carrying the little one as they leaped toward the palace gate. However, he did not exit directly, but instead clicked his tongue in annoyance. Jiang Zao suppressed the churning nausea in her stomach and followed his gaze to the heavily guarded palace gate, clearly under strict scrutiny due to her disappearance. Previously, the gates had been guarded, but there had not been such rigorous inspections of the various carriages entering and exiting the palace. Furthermore, the eunuchs and palace maids were all new faces, and their backgrounds needed to be spotless. It was likely that the only way the figure in black could have entered was through the water and dung carts. Yet now, even those transporting chamber pots had to be opened for inspection. Does the baby look like someone who would hide in such places? That would make her a stinky baby. Wait, this is a good opportunity. At that moment, the figure in black was on the roof, while the guards below were armed with bows. If she screamed, they could turn the figure in black into a pincushion. Jiang Zao's round eyes sparkled with excitement, just as she was about to call out. She heard the man holding her coldly warn, if the princess wishes to become mute from this day forth, then scream away. After all, you are but a fool and cannot speak. Jiang Zao was startled, her small body freezing for a moment. She then turned her face, her tiny paws touching her cheeks, blinking her large eyes innocently. If she could speak, she would certainly tease. How could that be, dear assassin? I certainly do not wish to become mute. Seeing the nearly sycophantic smile on her small face, the figure in black scoffed, and once again leaped with Jiang Zao onto the roof. Before long, they landed at the northern third residence. "Why are you not yet gone?" An anxious voice called out. Jiang Zao, feeling dizzy, had not yet seen the newcomer when the man holding her coldly replied, "We cannot leave just yet. Their movements are too swift." "Well, what?" "There are two figures in black." The little one's mind was in turmoil, thoughts jumbled. Yet, she understood clearly that it seemed they would not escape today. Before she could react, she overheard the man speaking again. "That Jiang Jingxian, there is indeed a reason for the master to wish him dead. He is too perceptive and could ruin everything." Upon hearing her second brother's name, the little one instantly perked up. But in the next moment, the casual conversation between the two made her little face turn pale. "But if we do not act, the master will not see her tonight and will surely punish you." "What do you wish to say?" "The master intends to humiliate this little one before feeding her to the wolves. It would be better for us to eliminate her and escape." "What? Is she going to meet her end?" Jiang Zao stood frozen, looking at the one called Bufong. Just then, Bufong also locked eyes with her. And after a long moment, he shook his head at his companion. "No, the master wants her alive. If we kill her here, the master will certainly not spare me. Moreover, in this imperial city, wherever we go, there are guards. If her corpse is discovered prematurely, we will not be able to leave the city." "Thank goodness. You possess a shred of humanity. However, merely your actions will not suffice. This person opposite you has already conceived the idea of eliminating the baby. And the baby will be doomed." Jiang Zao gritted her teeth in frustration, glaring at the two. But the thought of her potential demise made her unable to suppress a pout, tears absent as she stifled a sob or two. This little display was undeniably endearing. Bufong glanced at her, as if seeing through her rich inner world, then addressed his colleague. "Jing Feng, you must not act rashly. Though we risk our lives together, I must emphasize that the master despises those who act on their own. If you implicate me, I will not let you off easily." The one called Jing Feng frowned and quickly replied, "What do you take me for? How could I drag you down?" Yet, even as he said this, Jiang Zao sensed his gaze lingering on her. Clearly, his thieving heart was not yet at rest. "Enough, let's start a fire." Bufong lifted Jiang Zao slightly, diverting Jing Feng's attention. Though this place was seldom visited, if suspicions arose, they could still be searched. Jiang Zao found herself choked by his grip, her little face turning red. She struggled until her short legs kicked Bufeng's waist, finally attracting his attention. "You, speaking of not harming the baby, yet secretly wishing for the baby to perish, aren't you?" The little one glared angrily at Bufong. He understood her frustration, but merely shifted her to a different holding position, not releasing her. Jiang Zao huffed and turned her gaze away. At this moment, within the Phoenix Nest Palace, Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Huijing wore grim expressions as they surveyed the kneeling eunuchs and palace maids before them. "I dispatched such a large number of personnel to guard the crown princess, thinking that she might wander off easily, yet you remain utterly useless. You shall receive 30 lashes and be sent to the Ministry of Justice." Chapter 46. The Arrival of the Eldest Brother. "Mother, please do not be angry. I, too, have made mistakes in this matter. Let us not trouble them further." Jiang Jinyan proactively admitted guilt, kneeling beside them with an expression of remorse. However, the eldest brother had already sealed all the city gates. "You must surely still be within the palace. Let us wait patiently, mother and father." How could one not feel anxious? Shui Xiangrong was on the verge of tears. She did not wish to control Yuer. She allowed her to act freely. Yet, she never anticipated encountering such troubles. Hadn't those treacherous ministers already been executed by the emperor? Jiang Huijing felt a tumult of sorrow and anger within. But he managed to suppress it, comforting his wife. "Do not panic, Your Majesty. The palace guards are actively searching for Yuer's whereabouts. We will surely find her." With her husband's reassurance, Shui Xiangrong's heart calmed slightly. Her tears had flowed abundantly, and she could only hope that her beloved daughter would emerge unscathed. Outside, the sounds of chaos faintly reached the northern third pavilion, where 3 figures sat atop the tiled roof, shrouded in darkness. Observing them brought a sense of satisfaction to Jingfeng's eyes. Bufong remained impassive, silent, yet still held the small child captive. Jiang Zao, feeling sullen, pouted. Her little stomach had grumbled several times, yet these two pretended not to hear. These ruthless killers might not require sustenance, but she certainly did. If not, she would perish from hunger. The small child's face contorted in distress as she desperately attempted to speak, but her mouth was gagged with cloth, forcing her to emit pitiful whimpers instead. Her movements attracted Bufeng's cold gaze, which seemed to threaten the child that should she continue to make noise, her fate would be sealed. But what could she do? Jiang Zao pouted, even contemplating self-termination. Just then, Bu Feng spoke. Jingfeng, do you have any food? Jingfeng exchanged glances with him, finding it somewhat amusing. What? Do you still require sustenance? If this little brat were to starve or be discovered, it would be detrimental for both of us, Bu Feng explained coolly. This was, indeed, a fact. In their current predicament, the only chance they had to escape with the child was to remain concealed, leading the palace's guards to believe they had fled and thus lower their vigilance. Jingfeng cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Zao. Ever since he suggested eliminating the child, Jiang Zao understood that he despised her. Who would want your worthless scraps? If the baby desires food, let her have the imperial kitchen's milk porridge, and perhaps some small potatoes or meat. Jiang Zao's thoughts grew increasingly tantalizing, her mouth watering profusely. She cast a pitiful gaze towards the imperial kitchen, only to have a piece of meat shoved into her mouth unexpectedly. With food, there is no room for picky choices. Bu Feng's voice was cold and unyielding, clearly having fed Jiang Zao a bite. Ah, spicy, spicy, Jiang Zao exclaimed, the sudden heat causing her to cry out, no longer babbling incoherently like an infant, but articulating genuine words. Oh, this little brat can actually talk. Jingfeng's tone was laced with mockery. It seems we ought to thank each other. Bu Feng frowned slightly, remaining indifferent. Tears and snot streamed down Jiang Zao's face, her big red eyes glaring at the two. You are all villains. Villains. I will have Fodder execute you all. After finally managing to stop her salivating, she noticed Bu Feng was about to shove another piece of meat into her mouth and quickly covered her lips. In a moment of panic, she stood up and pushed away, but they were on a tiled roof. Bu Feng and Jingfeng froze, realizing that they had both lost their hold on the child. Jiang Zao steadied herself, but the tiles were unstable, and she staggered, nearly falling. What was that sound? Jiang Jinyu, who had been searching for Jiang Zao, keenly caught the noise. He looked up just in time to see a fleeting figure on the roof of the northern third pavilion. Everyone follow me, Jiang Jinyu bellowed. Instantly, the sound of countless imperial guards marching in unison reverberated throughout the palace. Oh no, it's all this little brat's fault. Jingfeng, with his keen ears, immediately recognized the situation. His gaze turned lethal. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate her now. No. If the baby is killed, you will not escape either. Jiang Zao shook her little head vigorously and flailed her small paws. Let us not speak of that for now. The pursuers are closing in. We must find a way to leave this place. Bu Feng's expression grew colder. They could no longer escape using their lightness skills and would have to seek another exit. Why are you always so soft-hearted? Jingfeng's eyes glinted with malice, a dagger pressed against Bu Feng's neck. What could the master possibly see in you? You should ask the master yourself, Bu Feng retorted defiantly, drawing his sword and threatening Jingfeng in return. Humph, I need not waste words with you. You have but two choices. Either find a way out to evade the pursuers, or allow them to discover the child's corpse, and we shall escape amidst the chaos. Jingfeng pressed down hard with his blade, the scent of blood faintly wafting from Bu Feng's neck. The small child, held by Bu Feng's other hand, dared not move. Yet, fearing that their tension might escalate into violence, putting her own life at risk, she felt a surge of urgency. The immediate priority was to assist them in escaping the northern third pavilion. Jiang Zao forced herself to remain calm, surveying her surroundings. This place, often used to detain disfavored concubines, was generally shunned by palace dwellers. However, having developed a curiosity about it since she learned to walk, Jiang Zao's gaze locked onto a corner of the wall. That. Jiang Zao opened her mouth, anxiously tugging at Bu Feng's arm and pointing towards the corner. Bu Feng and Jingfeng exchanged dark looks, lifting the small child. You dare suggest we crawl through a dog hole? Jiang Zao nodded earnestly, raising her little head to meet Jingfeng's gaze. What's wrong with a dog hole? If we can't crawl through it, how else do you expect to get out? The baby hasn't complained. At that moment, Jingfeng seemed to comprehend the child's intent, and in a fit of rage, he raised his blade high towards Jiang Zao. They're going to kill the baby. Jiang Zao froze, nervously covering her eyes with both hands. But just then, outside, the thunderous sound of marching footsteps and even the battering of doors echoed. The eldest brother is here. Chapter 47. So close yet so far, big brother. Dearest big brother, come here. The baby is right here. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Jiang Zao could no longer conceal the feelings of grievance and fear that welled up within her. No matter how clever she might be, she was still but a child. She stretched out her tiny hands and, with her short legs, hurriedly attempted to move towards the source of her brother's voice. However, Before she could take more than a few steps, she sensed a chilling glimmer behind her. Oh no, my dear brother is just outside. And I forgot about that wicked person who wants to harm me. Brother, help. Jiang Jinyu, who was desperately banging on the door outside, was startled by the familiar soft voice filled with terror. His heart raced with urgency. He simply could not allow anything to happen to his sister. With bloodshot eyes, he gripped his sword tightly. The impulse to rush in and slay the intruder turned into a metallic taste in his throat. But he could not speak, for that would alert the enemy and put Xiao Yuer in even greater danger. Jiang Jinyu raised his hand, urging the imperial guard beside him to continue battering the door. He then signaled a team of guards to surround the small side door, indicating they should secure the remaining exits. Lastly, he arranged for archers to remain vigilant, ready for any intruder attempting to leap from the rooftops. Seeing their prince in such a state of distress, the imperial guards hastened to fulfill their duties. Meanwhile, at the main entrance, a throng of guards began to crash against the door. With one impact, then another, the sound echoed thunderously, and soon the door of the north third courtyard was shattered almost completely. Xiao Yuer, Jiang Jinyu, torch in hand, was the first to rush inside. But upon surveying the surroundings, he found no one present. They had escaped. His hands began to tremble, emotions surging within him. My prince. The leader of the imperial guards discovered a hidden dog hole obscured by wild grass. Just as he was about to call out, Jiang Jinyu seized him by the throat. Do not make a sound. If you provoke the intruders or incite panic, Xiao Yuer will surely lose her life. Jiang Jinyu's gaze bore into the man, and only then did he release his grip. He followed the direction indicated by the guard's finger. The dog hole, though small, could accommodate an adult's frame, let alone that of a 3-year-old child. Moreover, this spot was not far from the small door, suggesting that the intruders had fled the moment they heard the commotion. Jiang Jinyu tightened his grip on the sword, his expression cold as he cleared away the weeds, but in the next moment, he froze. My prince, this is. Jiang Jinyu meticulously examined the object in his hand. It was a longevity lock, one he had crafted himself for Xiao Yuer. His voice, laced with coldness, rang out. Neither heavy nor light, but distinctly clear. That cunning thief must have seen them approaching, accompanied by archers, and escaped through another route. Jiang Jinyu closed his eyes, striving to catch the tender, sweet voice of his sister, but after a long wait, he exhaled a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Perhaps due to the distance, he could not hear his beloved sister's voice at all. As his anxiety escalated, he clutched the longevity lock tightly to his chest, his gaze dark and fierce. With hundreds of imperial guards stationed at the city gates, they were like fish caught in a barrel that could not escape, and he would pursue them. Within the north third courtyard, chaotic footsteps hastily retreated from the scene. In truth, the very person they sought was hidden within a long-neglected, murky water pool in the courtyard. Once tranquility returned to the north third courtyard, 3 figures emerged from the thick, dark water. Consider yourself fortunate, one said, unceremoniously lifting Jiang Zao and tossing her onto the grass. Perhaps due to inertia, she rolled 3 times before finally coming to a stop. What kind of person are you? Can't you be gentle with the baby? Honestly, is the baby so ungrateful? Look at those sharp weapons of yours. If one were to come near my neck, I would surely perish. Woo woo woo. I was so close to reuniting with my brother. Just a bit more and I would have been saved. Jiang Zao, feeling both sad and angry, waved her tiny hands vigorously to brush off the dirt clinging to her, spitting out a mouthful of mud from the bottom of the pool. It seemed that even in dire straits, the little one understood the importance of self-preservation. Jing Feng followed closely behind, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he stepped out of the shadows. He intended to remind the others that they should leave the palace immediately. If only they could dispose of the child. Before Jing Feng's sinister gaze could land on Jiang Zao, he suddenly found himself seized by the neck. Struggling to grasp the situation, he gasped, "What are you doing? I made it clear that you should not involve me." The voice of the one who held him conveyed no emotion, yet even a fool could sense the urgency in his breath. It was a sign of anger. That child is wanted by the master. If you harm her, the master will not spare us. Upon hearing this, Jing Feng erupted in fury. You would risk my life for a mere child. What have you been drinking, to be so entranced by her? What do you mean, entranced? Neither of my dear parents have ever been captivated by me. Do you still wish to drink? Enough. While they are at odds, we must make our escape. The little bundle finally regained her senses and cautiously turned, moving toward the shattered main door. However, before she could take a step, a dagger was suddenly thrust into the ground at her feet. Simultaneously, Jing Feng's furious shout echoed. Do you see? She is trying to escape. The master will surely demand your life." The flames began to flicker back to life, and the little one sensed a cold gaze that felt as if it were scorching through her skull. Under such pressure, Jiang Zao cautiously turned to face the direction of the one who had held her, blinking her large eyes earnestly in the darkness. "What are you saying? What kind of talk is that? Would the baby ever be so cowardly as to flee? The baby is merely hungry. Yes, hungry." The rosy little one seemed to have remembered something, pouting her lips pitifully as she spoke to the one who held her, hungry. Half an hour later, Jiang Zao, cradling her favorite little potato and meat soup, savored her meal with delight, finally displaying a smile. Useless. The one beside her cast a glance at the child, tearing a piece from the food taken from the imperial kitchen. "As the blessed star of Jiang Zao, your days are spent indulging in food, drink, and play. Do you expect this child to achieve anything greater?" Though Jing Feng retorted with indifference, his gaze toward Jiang Zao remained unkind. The earlier confrontation with the one who held her was still etched in his mind, refusing to fade away. "But you have changed, have you not?" Jing Feng's scrutinizing gaze roamed over the one he spoke to. "You never used to care whether a child starved or thrived. Whatever happened to the decisive you of the past?" Yet, he too recognized that he was not entirely the same. When he learned they were to deal with a foolish child, he felt reluctant. However, upon encountering this clever and resourceful little one, who had even devised a way to evade their pursuers, he found himself astonished by her ingenuity. As Jiang Zao enjoyed her soup, she caught sight of the one watching her, her movements stalling. Had she done something to displease them? Chapter 48. Reunion. Hurry, stuff it into your mouth. We must find another place to hide. It seemed that Bufong had seen through her thoughts as he gently patted the back of the little one's head. "Oh." Jiang Zao cried out in protest, waving her tiny paws to push his hand away. "If you want to talk, just talk." "What do you mean by touching? Can you even touch the back of my head?" "Humph, even my two silly brothers never did that." While the little one was preoccupied with her own grievances, Jing Feng noticed the oddity in Bufeng's words. Why must they change locations? Hadn't the pursuers already departed? If they were to relocate, they might encounter the imperial guards on the way. If they couldn't escape, they would have to resort to slaughter, and they would surely perish within the confines of the imperial city. Jiang Jinyu was far too clever, unable to find what he sought within the palace. He had turned back. Jiang Zao, her tiny belly filled to about 70 or 80%, began to eavesdrop on their conversation. To her astonishment, she was met with such weighty news upon her arrival. It appeared that the gossip shared by those two eunuchs was indeed true. Among those seeking the Jiang Dynasty, besides the treacherous ministers, was the crown prince of the previous dynasty, one who had nearly claimed the throne. "Humph, if you say a few more words, this little one will hear everything." Jing Feng had always kept a keen eye on Jiang Zao, and at that moment he smirked, gesturing for Bufong to observe the little one. "Bah." Jiang Zao disdainfully stuck out her tongue at Jing Feng, turning her head away with an air of pride. "Those who would harm me are truly wicked. The moment I escape, I'll be the first to take you down." Seeing that Jiang Zao had lost interest in eating, Bufong swiftly lifted her, extinguished the fire with a fluid motion, and, alongside Jing Feng, leaped onto the roof. The tiles above were patrolled by several deeply skilled imperial guards, all to prevent anyone from fleeing the imperial city using lightness skills. Half an hour later, the three slipped into the Xiefeng Hall adjacent to the Phoenix Rest Palace. "I never imagined they would be so on edge," Bufong panted slightly, setting Jiang Zao down and sheathing the dagger that had been pressed against her neck. This precaution was necessary to prevent Jiang Zao from teasing them, especially since they had nearly brushed past the imperial guards at the outset, guided by Jiang Zao. Upon reflecting on it, Jiang Zao had cleverly utilized her knowledge of the palace layout to mislead them down seemingly deserted paths that were, in reality, fraught with danger. "I underestimated you." As they fled, Jiang Zao had tugged at Jing Feng's sleeve several times, preventing him from stumbling. Otherwise, any noise could have led to their discovery, and he would have certainly made her pay for it. "Baby, I don't know," Jiang Zao shrugged innocently. Then, feigning a yawn, she skillfully darted to her small bed nearby, pretending to maintain her composure while avoiding the gaze of the two. It was no jest. When she expressed her intention to escape, she was genuinely serious about it. Unfortunately, they had the blade of death against her and the technique to snuff out her breath. "Woo, mother. I miss you so much. I miss father. I miss my elder brother. I miss the little doves in the palace. And I miss the little meat dumplings and potatoes." The little one lay on the bed, recounting all she longed for. Bufong and Jing Feng, ever vigilant against pursuers, did not rest, but they no longer monitored her closely. The space was as open as the north 3 courtyards, What could possibly happen? Thus, they paid no further mind to Jiang Zao's actions, allowing the little one to sob. But suddenly, wow! Jiang Zao exclaimed in alarm. Bu Feng swiftly turned his gaze. His sword drawn. Who was it? Jiang Zao's heart raced, and she hurriedly waved her hand toward a corner, then turned back, feigning calm as she wiped her tears. Pointing with a trembling finger toward another spot on the bed, pitifully murmuring, Bug, bug. Oh no, I hope he isn't deceived. It's all that oversized second brother's fault for suddenly appearing and scaring me to death. At that moment, hiding in the corner, Jiang Jingxian felt a rush of joy. His heart racing with excitement, his precious little sister could speak. But his elation was short-lived when he heard the little one's thoughts, and his expression darkened. Was she praising him or scolding him? Yet, he couldn't blame himself. How could he have collided with those thieves who had brought Jiang Zao here? Though the palace layout was not difficult to remember, to know it intimately required daily exploration. The thieves must have been guided here by Jiang Zao. Having served in the military, Jiang Jingxian understood his sister's intent. Without this ruse, her life would be in peril. Such a clever little thing. Observing the two thieves. Despite hearing Jiang Zao's sobs, knowing she feared bugs and still refusing to chase them away, Jiang Jingxian was filled with indignation. How could they mistreat his cherished sister? Yet, perhaps this was for the best. As the two thieves turned away, Jiang Jingxian stealthily moved to the edge of Jiang Zao's bed, cautiously reaching out to touch her tiny paw. It was the only way he could find some comfort. This Xiefang hall had not originally contained Jiang Zao's bed. However, after she began to play recklessly, Xue Xiangrong, her mother, worried she might catch a chill, promptly arranged for a bed to be placed in the center of the room, surrounded by gauzy curtains that allowed the breeze to flow through, keeping it cool and comfortable. This bed, not pressed against any wall, conveniently facilitated the moment of reunion between the siblings. Woo, you silly second brother. I finally found you. I'm so scared. They want to hurt me. Jiang Zao, aware that she could not raise Bu Feng and Jing Feng's suspicions, could only stifle her sobs and cry silently in her heart. They have the death blade in their hands, and they can snuff out my breath. I dare not disobey them, right now. They think they can let me go, which is why they relaxed their guard, allowing me to escape. Woo, but if that is the case, won't my second brother's finding me be in vain? I will still be taken away, and my second brother cannot fight 2 against 1. Especially since they are the subordinates of the former crown prince, specifically here to find me, woo. Listening to the once cheerful, soft voice now in such distress. Jiang Jingxian's heart twisted with shock and pain. Those despicable thieves seemed never-ending. No, he could not allow his dear sister to suffer. With determination, Jiang Jingxian gently squeezed Jiang Zao's little paw, offering her comfort before holding his breath and quietly slipping out of the back door of the Xiefang Hall. Chapter 49. Salvation. Unbeknownst to the two individuals clad in black within the fragrant gathering hall, one among them had stealthily slipped away. Comforted by Jiang Jingyan, Jiang Zao's heart had settled considerably. With this newfound tranquility, she felt the urge to succumb to slumber. Yet, before she could embrace the realm of dreams, the little one was abruptly roused again. Sleepy. So sleepy. Her soft, tiny paws rubbed at her barely open eyes as Jiang Zao groggily turned her gaze, only to be startled awake in an instant. Before a half-scream could escape her lips, Jingfeng swiftly covered her mouth. Hush. Do not make a sound. Otherwise, I shall end your life immediately. The glinting edge of a knife danced before her. Jiang Zao nodded frantically. Once released, however, she was promptly gagged with a piece of cloth. What a foolish act. How childish. Even a baby has outgrown such antics. Clearly, they could simply silence me. Yet they must resort to terrifying me and disturbing my slumber. I shall have your life. I shall fight you to the end. Awoken with a grumpy disposition, the little creature, with her hair in disarray, charged forward with tiny, furious paws, determined to choke Jingfeng's neck until it resembled a slender chopstick. Oh, with those short little arms, you think you can harm me? Not a chance. A rare smile flickered in Jingfeng's eyes as he raised an eyebrow, effortlessly lifting Jiang Zao. Just as he was about to pinch her puffed cheeks, Bu Feng intervened. Enough with the banter. I believe they are hastening toward the palace gates. We must leave. Toward the palace gates? Had her elder brother already given up searching for her within the palace? Jiang Zao's small face turned pale. If she were to exit the palace, there would be no escape. At that moment, she could only submit to their whims, her little legs and tiny paws at their mercy, her head subjected to their whims. Lost in her frantic thoughts, tears began to cascade from her big eyes. I do not want to become a little crippled or blind. Brother, second brother, save me. Father, Mother, where are you? Jingfen's spirits soared at the thought of leaving this cage-like imperial city. This chilling remark only intensified Jiang Zao's sobs. Buffon cast him a glance but did not contradict him. This was, after all, the truth. Had it not been for Jiang Jinyu and Jiang Jinyan's astuteness in blocking their path, they would have escaped long ago. Let us go. With that calm declaration, a figure vanished from the fragrant gathering hall. Suspended in the air, Jiang Zao clutched tightly. No, I cannot be taken away like this. Second brother must be at a loss on how to convey this to elder brother, allowing him to lead the one who would save me out of the city. The little creature had devised a grand plan and nodded in satisfaction. Yet, unbeknownst to her, not far off, Jiang Jinyu and Jiang Jinyan, along with the imperial guard, lay in wait for these two to present themselves willingly. As they heard the soft, melodic voice approaching, the brothers exchanged a glance, each seeing a flicker of relief and amusement in the other's eyes. Their little blessing, even when captured, remained so clever. Soon, 3 figures appeared. Jiang Jinyu wiped the smile from his face and drew his bow. He intended to personally execute these 2 scoundrels on the spot. With the arrow drawn back with force, Jiang Jinyu, clad in a red robe, was undeterred by the cold wind as he aimed at Jingfeng. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed sharply as it struck the intruder's arm. Jingfeng, before Buffon could react, the individual beside him had already plummeted to the ground with the little one in tow. Is there not a soul to witness my plight? It's over. I shall become a mere meat paste. Is it true that one turns into what one eats? Wah! Tears streamed from Jiang Zao's eyes as she shut them tightly. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, she felt no pain at all. Cautiously, she opened her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in a familiar embrace. Dear Yuer, do not be frightened. Do you still recognize me? Jiang Jinyan's anxious, urgent voice reached her ears. Jiang Zao slowly turned her gaze to her second brother. After a long moment, a laugh tinged with tears escaped her lips. Second brother. Wah! I have finally been saved. I was so scared. Wah! Ah! Second brother is here. Second brother is here. Jiang Jinyan held his little sister tightly, fearful that Jiang Zao might vanish again. Yet, in the next instant, he realized something was amiss. His sister could now speak. An indescribable joy surged within him, causing him to momentarily forget the 2 villains nearby. The fallen figures had hit the ground hard, but he still managed to spit out the blood in his mouth and pushed his colleague away. There's an ambush. You must flee. I will cover you. Those who dared to plot against them would pay the price. He could also use this opportunity to allow Buffon to escape first. Second brother, be careful. Jiang Jinyu shouted from a distance, urging Jiang Jinyan to protect Yuer and take cover. The unspoken bond between the brothers allowed Jiang Jinyan to react instantly, shielding the little one in his arms as he dodged to the side. In the next moment, a strange noise reached his ears. That was the sound of an arrow soaring through the air, though he had successfully disarmed the weapon in his hand. It also provided the other scoundrel the chance to slip into a nearby room used by eunuchs and palace maids. But there was no time for contemplation. He rushed toward Jiang Jinyu, cradling little Yuer. At that moment, Jiang Jinyan noticed Jiang Jinyu had lowered his bow. In this urgent situation, he could see the rise and fall of his brother's chest. The outcome was not too dire. One thief lay dead, and although the other had escaped into the room, there was no way he could leave the imperial city. Brother, our Yuer can speak now. After the crisis passed, Jiang Jinyan beamed, handing Jiang Zao to his elder brother. Brother, hold me. Jiang Zao stumbled over her words. Though still far from articulate, she had improved significantly. Warmth filled Jiang Jinyu's eyes, softening his heart, yet he refrained from embracing Jiang Zao. Hooray! In the past, brother always adored holding me. Now that I have returned, is he not pleased? Jiang Zao, ever perceptive, noticed the change in Jiang Jinyu and immediately pouted. Wah, brother no longer loves me? Then I shall take my leave. The little one sulked in Jiang Jinyan's arms, swinging her short legs, her tiny paws drooping down, no longer as joyous as when they had reunited moments ago. Jiang Jinyan's smile faltered. What on earth was his elder brother thinking? What on earth did his sister ponder all day long? Jiang Jinyu continued to explain that they needed to present both thieves before their father. Now I understand. Brother is so considerate. No wonder he is the best big brother. I will wait for you in the sleeping quarters. The little one grew increasingly restless in Jiang Jinyan's embrace, tugging at his cheek with her tiny paws, eager for him to hasten his departure. All right, little Yuer, do not fret. Second brother will take you to see mother. Jiang Jinyan tightened his hold on the little one, leaping onto the tiled roof. Before departing, He reminded his elder brother that capturing the thief would require the newly updated roster of eunuchs in the palace, urging him to send someone to retrieve it. With that, he vanished into the night. His martial prowess was among the best in the court, allowing him to move swiftly. Yet, little Jiang Zao felt little discomfort. Shielded in her brother's embrace, she even found warmth emanating from him, which lulled her into a slight drowsiness. Mother. As Jiang Jinyan entered the Phoenix resting palace, he found Xue Xiangrong sitting alone within, cradling a small blanket often used by Jiang Zao, lost in deep thought and sorrow. He quickened his pace, cradling his tightly wrapped sister in his arms as he entered the Fingqi palace. There, he saw Xue Xiangrong wearing a sorrowful expression, having lost Jiang Zao. She had neglected even her daily adornments. Now, she merely draped a loose outer garment over herself, her hair unkempt, cascading down her back like a dark waterfall. A pang of pain rippled through Jiang Jinyan's heart, spreading like fine threads of anguish. If only he had kept a closer watch on his sister. His mother would not be in such distress. Yet soon, everything would be well. Mother, look what I have brought you. Jiang Jinyan exclaimed with a smile as he approached Xue Xiangrong. Is there news of you? Upon seeing her son's beaming face, Xue Xiangrong felt her heart race, almost bursting from her chest with anticipation. How wonderful it would be if both the empress and the emperor were present to share in this joyous moment. Your father went to court early this morning. He cannot spare a moment due to the unrest at the borders, Xue Xiangrong replied, grasping Jiang Jinyan's hand. Her voice trembling with barely suppressed tears. My dear son, please tell me, do we have news of little Yue? Have they found those thieves? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Ever since Yue had been taken, the echoes of her laughter had haunted Xue Xiangrong, pushing her to the brink of despair. Suddenly, the little bundle nestled in Jiang Jinyan's arms began to stir, and a voice rang out, Mama. Mama. The two halting words were the utmost effort Jiang Zao could muster. Though she could speak, her time of captivity had left her with little to say. Nevertheless, even those few words left the empress momentarily speechless. Before Jiang Jinyan could even hand his sister to Xue Xiangrong, Jiang Zao eagerly leaped from his embrace. Upon seeing her mother, the fears and grievances she had harbored during her abduction erupted forth. Woo-woo, dear mama, I missed you so much. I was so scared these past days, but thankfully, my second brother and elder brother saved me. Woo-woo, I never want to leave you again. Tears glistened in Xue Xiangrong's eyes as she gently caressed Jiang Zao's small back. My little darling, you must never leave your mother again. The reunion of Jiang Zao brought waves of joy throughout the Fengqi palace, with smiles gracing the faces of all present, except for Jiang Jinyu, who appeared troubled. Why the long face, my son? Xue Xiangrong beckoned him to sit. Jiang Zao perched on her special little chair, her cheeks stuffed with meat stew, her wide eyes fluttering toward her elder brother. Mother, I shall not sit just yet. I wish for you and father to see this first. Jiang Jinyu's brow remained furrowed. A look of concern directed at his sister. In his hands lay a stack of charred yellow paper. Xue Xiangrong gazed at the unfamiliar object, noticing the names inscribed upon it. What is this? Jiang Huijing, understanding the situation, dismissed the attendants surrounding them, allowing Jiang Jinyu to speak freely. Do not hesitate, my son. Your efforts alongside Jin Yan to rescue Yue are commendable. No one should bear the weight of all responsibility alone. This is the roster of the newly appointed palace guards. Jiang Jinyu sighed heavily, his brow knitting tighter. The thief concealed himself in the guards' quarters, having donned attire identical to that of the guards, with no visible injuries. The guards resting in the quarters during the incident did not admit to anything, making it nearly impossible to discern the culprit. He was cunning. Burning the roster after counting it. Although some suspects were eliminated, the thief remains elusive. How treacherous. Jiang Jinyan slammed his hand on the table, his face clouded with fury. Just then, a soft, faltering voice chimed in beside him. Baby. Find. Chapter 51. Identification. A few individuals turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, where Jiang Zao's bright, sparkling eyes blinked at them. Oh dear. Why is everyone looking at the little one? Haven't they already realized that the baby can speak? Though that scoundrel may be hiding, the baby still recognizes his visage. Identifying him should be a trivial matter. Despite the slight mercy he showed her, he is still the villain who abducted our precious child. The little one pouted and patted herself with her tiny paw, seemingly declaring to her family that she could do it. Moreover, she would excel at it. And let us not forget our little Yue. Jiang Jinyan was the first to speak, eager to pinch Jiang Zao's small face, only to have his hand swatted away by Xue Xiangrong. No, Xue Xiangrong, deeply concerned for her beloved daughter, scooped up Jiang Zao, her brow furrowed with worry. Yu was already frightened, and with the scoundrel's accomplice still lurking with hidden weapons, how could she guarantee that the villain would not act upon seeing Jiang Zao? Ultimately, her greatest fear was that Jiang Zao would be terrified. Mother, I will lead the Imperial Guard to escort each guard for little Yu to identify. Jiang Jinyu stepped forward, gently tugging at Shui Xiangrong's wrist. However, this action only made her hold Jiang Zao even tighter. No, the most revered mother of a nation. Her eyes brimming with tears once more, gazed at her precious child, trembling fingers delicately caressing her small face. Yu has grown up by my side. She is my cherished treasure. How could I allow her to be involved in this turmoil after what she has endured? What if she suffers nightmares in the future? As she spoke, her tears fell upon Jiang Zao's small face. The heart of a loving mother is truly moving. Even the little one in her arms could not help but reach out her tiny paw to stroke her mother's cheek, struggling to wipe away her tears. Don't cry. The soft words escaped her small lips, yet they only intensified Shui Xiangrong's tears. Is there truly no other way? Ultimately, Shui Xiangrong did not wish for her beloved daughter to face all of this. She held Jiang Zao tightly, oblivious to her hair cascading onto the little one's half-exposed face. But there is still one scoundrel left. Has he perished? If not, let him identify the other. Sweat trickled down Shui Xiangrong's forehead. After the emotional highs and lows, she was now engulfed in tension and excitement, her thoughts racing. Regrettably, Jiang Jinyu shook his head. He is dead. At that moment, he attempted to use a hidden weapon. I could only release 2 arrows, taking his wretched life. If that scoundrel had survived, I would have 100 ways to make him speak. But he is dead. And thus there is nothing I can do. Jiang Huijing, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke. Then it seems we must have Yu identify that villain. Faced with the questioning gaze of his wife, Jiang Huijing reassured her, I do not lack affection for little Yu. However, if we do not pursue this opportunity, the scoundrel could retaliate, making our Yu's life even more difficult. As if in agreement with Jiang Huijing, the little one nodded vigorously in Shui Xiangrong's embrace, gazing at her expectantly. Yes, dear mother, the baby is not afraid. Thus, after a lengthy silence, Shui Xiangrong ultimately consented. Yet, when those bloodied individuals, whipped and battered, were brought in one by one, Shui Xiangrong instinctively tried to shield Jiang Zao's eyes. It was truly terrifying. Jiang Zao tugged at Shui Xiangrong's hand, her short brows furrowing in distress. Oh dear mother, please do not cover my eyes. I want to see who the villain is. Although the scene was indeed daunting, with family by her side, she did not panic excessively. As an unmarked figure was brought in, Jiang Zao immediately pointed at him. It is him. The little one, unable to articulate fully, was so excited that she nearly lunged forward. Shui Xiangrong quickly caught her daughter in her arms. Jiang Huijing, filled with fury, hurled a teacup at the man's face. You have great audacity. Speak. Who is your master? If he were not a person of power, would he dare to act in such a manner? Moreover, following the news of Gao Bin's execution, many officials sought to plead for his family, making it hard not to suspect that these 2 villains were the handiwork of yet another treacherous minister within the court. The accused merely smiled coldly, defiantly meeting Jiang Huijing's gaze. If you guess correctly, I shall tell you. Impudent. Jiang Jinyu kicked the man in the thigh. Jiang Jinyin could no longer contain himself, seizing the man's collar fiercely, glaring at him. If you confess honestly, perhaps your family will be spared. If you remain silent, not only will you suffer, but your family will also be implicated when we uncover your master. For an ordinary person facing such a scenario, they would likely wish to confess everything from their past lives to the present. Yet, the accused merely scoffed, his eyes devoid of emotion. How wonderful it is that a once revered prince, a son of heaven, can so casually decide the fates of others. However, you will be mistaken. My family has long since perished at your hands. With those words, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes, before his head drooped lifelessly. The sound of his voice abruptly ceasing, Jiang Jinyin furrowed his brow. He had seen such a sight among captives in the military before. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly pried the man's mouth open. He had bitten his tongue. In the midst of the bloodshed, Jiang Jinyin released his grip. It appeared he was a death servant. Jiang Jinyu meticulously checked the man's pulse and shook his head at Jiang Huijing. The emperor's countenance darkened, as though on the brink of a tempest. Ah, what a pity. If only we could have made the man divulge the whereabouts of the former crown prince. Instantly, the eyes of several individuals widened in astonishment as they turned to Jiang Zao. The little one, still oblivious to the situation, blinked her large eyes in confusion. Why is everyone staring at the baby? Is there something on her face? Surely, they do not wish for the baby to reveal the identity of the mastermind? Chapter 52. Precautions. As Jiang Zao contemplated this, a sudden realization dawned upon her, and her small mouth fell agape. However, how could a child who struggled to articulate her words possibly clarify that the mastermind behind it all was the crown prince of the previous dynasty? Not to mention, she did not even know him, had never laid eyes upon him, nor understood why he would wish to capture her. Even if she could articulate her thoughts word by word, her knowledge of the crown princess' involvement in the events at Yanshan was merely hearsay. How could she explain that? With a furrowed brow, the little one found herself at a loss, ultimately deciding to turn in her mother Shui Xiangrong's embrace, feigning fatigue, and closed her large eyes. Out of sight, out of mind, as long as she remained asleep, they could not question her. Shui Xiangrong's heart had already softened considerably, and she felt a deep pang of sympathy for her precious child, who had managed to escape from such ruthless hands. She held Jiang Zao tightly and gently placed her on a nearby small bed. "Your Majesty, it seems you are as tired. I shall take her to rest," she declared. "Very well," Jiang Huijing replied in a deep voice. Yet, the clouds of worry still loomed heavily on his face. At that moment, Jiang Jinyan had mentioned that they had discovered the group of thieves to be remnants of the imperial guards from the previous dynasty, capable of taking on 10 foes effortlessly. "I remember," Jiang Huijing said, understanding his son. He surely sensed that Yuer had thoughts she wished to express, and was seeking an opportunity to bring the crown prince of the previous dynasty into the open. "I had also conducted a thorough investigation. Those imperial guards were indeed remnants of the previous dynasty, entirely under the control of the crown prince," Jiang Jinyu stated, his expression turning serious. "I remember the crown prince well," Jiang Jinyan echoed, mirroring the gravity of his elder brother's demeanor. The last emperor of that dynasty had long since lost his virtue. Indulging in debauchery and frequently seizing women for his palace, this incited public outrage, leading to a rebellion that toppled his throne. The former emperor was indeed despicable. Yet this crown prince was a man of deep loyalty and integrity. However, he remained a scion of the previous dynasty, and if he sought to restore his old kingdom, such actions were to be expected. It was surprising that he already had supporters within the court, a revelation none of us anticipated. Jiang Jinyu bowed once more to Jiang Huijing. "What are your intentions, father? I have heard that this group of imperial guards had lingered around Yanshan. Otherwise, they could not have encircled my younger brother so swiftly." Jiang Huijing's eyes darkened, and he remained silent for a long time. The topic was undoubtedly heavy, the only relief being little Jiang Zao in Shui Xiangrong's arms. The chamber was not large, and even as Shui Xiangrong lay Jiang Zao upon her designated small bed, she could still hear snippets of her father and brother's conversation. Suddenly, a soft, jubilant voice rang out, filling the room with cheerfulness. "My brothers are truly remarkable. So clever. The crown prince of the previous dynasty cannot possibly escape now. And if I could help out in the future, resolving the concerns of father and my brothers, then I could grow up peacefully," the little one exclaimed, giggling in her mother's embrace, completely oblivious to the exchanged glances between Jiang Huijing and Jiang Jinyu. This fortunate reunion was already a rare blessing. How could they allow her to become embroiled in danger once more? Regardless of the circumstances, they would ensure the safety of their little blessing, their Yuer. Their only desire was for her to grow up without worries, and they would shield her from all else. Having resolved a significant crisis, Jiang Zao was thoroughly fatigued. She even fell asleep before Shui Xiangrong could set her down on her special little bed. In her sweet dreams, there were no nightmares. 3 days later, at Fengqi Palace, Jiang Zao held a peculiar drawing in her hand, resembling an animal that was neither here nor there, and she found it hard to articulate her thoughts. Beside her, Jiang Jinyan, who was playing with her, wore a proud expression. "Little Yuer, tell your second brother, is this a rabbit? A rabbit? Is this supposed to be a rabbit? Don't feign ignorance with me. I can see through it all." The little one squinted, dismissively shaking her small paw, causing the so-called rabbit to fall to the ground, wasted. With just 2 simple words, Jiang Jinyan's expression transformed into a vibrant array of colors. "Yuer has seen rabbits before, their soft fur and adorable little tails. How could this possibly resemble one? With skills like yours, second brother? If you ever wish to impress a girl by cutting out little shapes, you will surely be at a loss. And you've wasted my gold paper." Jiang Zao pouted, decisively reaching for a stack of gold paper in front of Jiang Jinyan and placing it before herself. Though she could not touch the scissors, she could still fold some simple creations. Ever since her rescue from the hands of the thieves, Jiang Huijing and Shui Xiangrong had been bringing her delightful novelties every day. Today, it was a rattle drum from the west. Tomorrow, It would be a curious 9-link puzzle. Now, before her lay a seemingly endless stack of gold paper. This display seemed to announce to the world their intent to pamper this young princess. Jiang Zao was still young. She had not yet voiced her refusal, and the items had already been left for her. She had no choice but to accept. However, no matter how novel the items were, Jiang Zao would eventually tire of them. Even Jiang Jinyan had taken leave from the military for several consecutive days to accompany her. Yet, this little one's ability to provoke was growing ever more refined. Little Yuer, a cheerful voice called from outside the door. As her gaze met the figure, a red-robed individual swept in, bringing a refreshing breeze. Before Jiang Zao could even lift her head to see who it was, she was swept up into an embrace, her cheek receiving a gentle peck. Oh dear, it's my elder brother again. It seems my worries were unfounded. How could my brother not adore me? Brother, kiss me. Her soft, sweet lips pressed against his cheek, bringing Jiang Jinyu joy as he leaned in to plant a few more kisses on her before relenting. This scene stirred envy in Jiang Jinyan, who had painstakingly crafted a little rabbit only to be dismissed by his sister. Truly, the world had changed. And human hearts had grown fickle. Jiang Jinyan sighed wistfully. Coincidentally, these words reached Shui Xiangrong, who had just come out to change. Why do you act like a jealous child? Your little sister has been playing with you joyfully these past few days. Yesterday, your laughter was enough to shake the walls of Fengqi Palace. Shui Xiangrong lightly tapped Jiang Jinyan with her hand, smiling. It's not the same, Jiang Jinyan sighed. I have martial prowess, yet here I am, merely accompanying little Yuer in cutting paper, my skills rendered useless. If only I could take her out. Out? Where? I want to play, Jiang Zao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement at the mere mention of those words. Chapter 53. Never mention again. Jiang Zao was momentarily taken aback, pouting her lips. She understood that her mother's persistent refusals meant there was no way she would be allowed to leave the Fengqi Palace. However, if the baby has to stay in this chamber every day, my little paws, my little legs, and my little face will surely grow moldy. The small child extended her tiny hands to rub her legs and then her cheeks, looking utterly pitiful. Indeed, mother, please allow little Yuer to join us. Jiang Jinyan chimed in, trying to persuade her mother. He made every effort to amuse his mother with his robust features, hoping to ease her troubled heart. Yet, no matter how he tried, Shui Xiangrong remained steadfast in her refusal. No, little Yuer is still so small. What if those rogues have ulterior motives? She initially thought her two sons were merely playing with Yuer within the palace, but now she worried they might even venture outside the imperial city. Alas, it's both good and bad. The baby adores her dear mother, but she truly wishes to go out and play. If dear mother doesn't allow the baby to go, she will suffocate in the Fengqi Palace. Jiang Zao lamented, her tiny hands flailing as she played with the bead chain that hung from Shui Xiangrong's hair. Jiang Jinyu, undeterred, worked at the Ministry of Punishments and occasionally heard news from the Ministry of Rights. With governance in place, things were much better now. Mother need not worry. It's merely a matter of increasing personnel this year, he said gently, stroking Jiang Zao's small head. Venturing out a bit would be beneficial for little Yuer. It is unwise to confine her to the palace all day. Even if one's heart is at peace, it may still lead to nightmares. Shui Xiangrong cradled Jiang Zao and tenderly caressed her little face. The soft touch made Jiang Zao lean in and kiss her mother's hand, melting her heart. Shui Xiangrong understood Jiang Jinyu's intent. He was merely indicating that she was overly anxious, panicking before anything truly dangerous had occurred. After a lengthy silence, Shui Xiangrong lowered her gaze and softly inquired of Jiang Zao. Her gentle visage no longer bore the regal air of a palace matriarch, but instead reflected a mother's tender heart. I want to go. Jiang Zao spoke pitifully, squeezing out those two words. I really want to go. Please let me go. Dear mother. Seeing Jiang Zao blink her big, expressive eyes, Shui Xiangrong felt her resolve wavering, just as she was about to concede. Her gaze caught the faint red mark still visible on Jiang Zao's smooth forehead, an injury from when she had fallen and been caught by Jiang Jinyan. Though the fall had not caused significant harm, Jiang Zao had been left feeling as if she were merely existing in a daze. If little Yuer lacked such resilience, could she truly have escaped unscathed? No. Shui Xiangrong's breath quickened as she tightened her embrace around Jiang Zao. The palace guards and attendants were certainly not lacking, yet they had still failed to ensure Yuer's safety. Even if the two brothers possessed exceptional skills, they were merely taught by the palace instructors. Let us not discuss this matter any further. Little Yuer, be good, and rest with your mother. Jiang Zao, still in a daze, found herself held tightly in Shui Xiangrong's arms. The small child kicked her legs and even tried to shove her mother-esque garments into her mouth, chewing and spitting them out in futility. Jiang Zao whimpered in her mother-esque embrace, drawing sympathetic glances from her two brothers, who exchanged knowing looks. A silent understanding passing between them. 3 days later, during dinner, Shui Xiangrong personally fed Jiang Zao spoonfuls of soup. Be good, little Yuer. If you eat well, your mother will play with you and make golden paper cuttings. The little one had lost her appetite all day, her gaze fixed vacantly outside the palace. Lantern. My lantern. Lantern. My lantern. Shui Xiangrong sighed inwardly. It was rare for her little Yuo to be so enamored with something. She should fulfill her wish. Yet, it was ultimately too perilous. Be good, Yuer. I will make you a little rabbit shortly. Shui Xiangrong delicately wiped the soup from Jiang Zao's lips, yet the soft voice continued to echo in her ears, softly repeating, Lantern. My lantern. Rabbit lantern. With a sigh, Shui Xiangrong called for Shiyu to prepare a basin of water to make 2 lanterns for little Yuer. Your Majesty. I come to pay my respects. The voice of Li Gonggong suddenly interrupted, capturing everyone's attention. Shui Xiangrong smiled faintly, looking at him with calm composure. But does His Majesty have a command? Upon hearing this, Li Gonggong beamed with a smile, his back bending slightly as he replied, Yes, Your Majesty. His Majesty requests that you accompany him to the Yangxin Palace tonight. His smile was full of flattery, the same demeanor he reserved for favored concubines. It seemed Jiang Huaiqing had additional instructions. Shui Xiangrong rewarded him with a gift and then placed Jiang Zao on her small bed. Be good, my little Yuer. Remember to listen to Aunt Shiyu in the palace. The small child blinked her large eyes, seemingly understanding, and nodded obediently. But my lantern now even dear mother cannot accompany me. I feel like crying. Woo. Seeing Jiang Zao turn away, looking somewhat dejected, Shui Xiangrong felt a pang of sympathy. Nevertheless, she could not refrain from her duties. However, once Shui Xiangrong departed, the sounds of Shi Yu's greetings filled the chamber. Eldest prince. Second prince. Just then, Jiang Zao felt herself being lifted. Before she could clearly see the faces of her elder brothers, her world shifted dramatically. Before she could move far, Shi Yu's panicked voice called from behind, Eldest prince. Chapter 54. Lantern Festival. Jiang Jinyu cradled the little dumpling in her arms as she and Jiang Jinyan made their way towards the palace gates. At the sound of a sudden call, their steps came to an abrupt halt. What could be the matter? Shiyu felt somewhat hesitant. Yet she mustered the courage to speak. The empress had previously instructed her to diligently attend to the princess, and she beseeched the 2 princes not to impose difficulties upon her. Before her stood the 2 royal princes of the Jiang Dynasty, who were indeed her masters. But the empress held a higher rank as her sovereign. Yet how could she fail to perceive that today the eldest princess was preoccupied, longing to gaze upon the lanterns? And how could she be unaware that the 2 princes, seizing the opportunity in the absence of Her Majesty the Queen, sought to fulfill the eldest princess's dream? Jiang Jinyu chuckled softly, holding on to Jiang Zao without any intention of letting go. With that, he turned and departed. At this juncture, no matter how diligently Shiyu wished to fulfill her duties, it was no longer possible. The one most delighted in this moment was undoubtedly Jiang Zao. Yay! Big brother and second brother are the best. I adore you both. Let us go see the lanterns. Let us go see the lanterns. The little one, having regained her senses, began to wriggle her tiny bottom in Jiang Jinyu's embrace, a sight that evoked profound affection. Even the normally aloof child, who often shied away from Jiang Jinyu's tender care, had now taken to showering her with affection. As the 2 brothers escorted Jiang Zao out of the city gates, she remained preoccupied. Even the little children in their midst clutched variously shaped lanterns, their joyful faces illuminated by the soft glow. Before leaving the palace, Jiang Jinyu and Jiang Jinyan had already exchanged their luxurious gold and silver-threaded robes for humble garments of coarse fabric. Jiang Zao, too, donned a modest dress typical of young girls, though the fabric was not of the finest quality and lacked the softness of palace attire. The vibrant colors accentuated Jiang Zao's cherubic face, making her all the more endearing. Lanterns, lanterns, baby lanterns. How beautiful, how delightful. Jiang Jinyu gently held Jiang Zao, who, in a fit of excitement, couldn't resist planting a couple of sweet kisses on his face. This scene filled Jiang Jinyan with envy. Could it be that the dear Yuer only favored her elder brother? Did her second brother hold no place in her affections? Jealousy surged within him as he reached out to seize Jiang Zao, playfully jesting about selling her to someone else. Oh dear, you wicked second brother. Are you really going to sell the baby away? How dreadful. Jiang Zao pouted her lips and softly uttered 2 words, then turned her head to burrow into Jiang Jinyu's embrace. Before leaving his warm hold, the little bundle playfully nipped at Jiang Jinyan. Although she was not a mere toddler, her playful bite with those milk teeth still carried a hint of pain. Jiang Jinyan grimaced, hastily releasing her, exclaiming, "You little rascal. How is it that you resemble a tiny tiger capable of biting?" Jiang Jinyu stood by, grinning from ear to ear. Being relied upon by the sweet and gentle younger sister filled him with a sense of pride. "Oh, dear second brother. How can you entice her to accompany you when you are so utterly empty-handed?" "Humph." Jiang turned in Jiang Jinyu's embrace, presenting her little bottom towards Jiang Jingxian. With a haughty snort, she provoked Jiang Jinyu, who could not resist showering her with a couple more kisses. "All right, just wait for me." Jiang Jinyan felt a sense of frustration and wandered towards the nearest stall. The rabbit was plump and round, adorned with fur on its large ears, while its bright red eyes were made of yellow beans. The flickering candlelight was warm and gentle, yet sufficiently luminous. Upon catching sight of the lantern, the little one burst with joy, nearly bouncing out of Jiang Jinyu's embrace. "Ah, baby lantern. The exclusive lantern for the baby. How I adore it, dear brother. Please give the lantern to the baby." She was so overwhelmed with excitement that even the crystalline droplet of saliva could not be contained in her mouth. Jiang Jinyan, brimming with pride, gazed at Jiang Jinyu, eagerly anticipating the moment he could present the lantern to his beloved little sister, ready to receive her tender kiss. However, at that moment, a hand grasped his wrist. Hey, young sir, what are you doing? We still need to settle the payment. This is a small business, and credit is not an option." The vendor behind me, with a thick local accent, furrowed his brow, seemingly on the verge of shouting out at any moment. Jiang Jinyan hurriedly set down the lantern and began to fumble for the silver coins on his person, expressing his sincere apologies. In a moment of panic, he had forgotten. After all, it was the palace servants who usually ventured out to procure the necessary items. He seldom had the experience of making such purchases. With an expression of deep regret upon his face, Jiang Jinyan thought that the embarrassing incident would end there. However, to his astonishment, after searching his person for a while, he found nothing at all. Only a piece of purple jade was forbidden to be trodden upon, crafted by Xue Xiangrong for him when he was merely 6 years old. The stall owner, this lantern. Jiang Jinyan wished to negotiate with the vendor, hoping to exchange something else in return. His younger sister, filled with such yearning for the lantern, would surely be heartbroken if he could not procure it for her after having laid eyes upon it. In this modest enterprise, credit was not an option. The vendor was unapproachable, his face a mask of disdain. Upon noticing that Jiang Jinyan could not produce any coins, he waved his hand dismissively and urged him to leave, exclaiming, "Begone. If you cannot afford to buy, do not disturb my business." Jiang Jinyan's face fluctuated between shades of green and white. Meanwhile, a soft and tender voice reached his ears. "Oh dear, does my second brother truly have no money? Can he afford the lantern for the baby? Perhaps we should ask elder brother to buy it instead." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyan steeled his resolve. Contemplating that if worse came to worst, he could simply return tomorrow to redeem his prized purple jade from the vendor. He then picked up the lantern, intending to place the jade upon the table, only to be gently halted by a tender hand. "How much silver do you require, vendor?" The voice, as gentle as the waters of a lake, graced my ears, bringing an undeniable sense of comfort. "Just 3 copper coins sufficed." With the prospect of business, a smile blossomed on the proprietor's face. Not to mention, the sight of that lady producing silver was truly remarkable. No need to search any further. With that, the woman picked up another lantern and walked in the opposite direction. Her graceful silhouette was concealed beneath a cerulean skirt, and her profile, delicate and fair, captivated all who beheld it. Even her slender fingertips seemed to tease his heart. Oh dear, the second brother has succumbed. Chapter 55. Love at first sight. Jiang Jinyan felt a flush of warmth creep across his face, nearly crushing the rabbit lantern in his grasp. What on earth was that little girl thinking? And his elder brother, why did he wear such an ambiguous expression? The two of them, one big and one small, stood in place, raising their eyebrows at him in unison. "Here, take your little lantern," said Xiao, ignoring their teasing gazes. Jiang Jinyan scooped up Jiang Zao and handed her the lantern. "Second brother, it's rare for springtime feelings to blossom. Aren't you going to pursue her?" Jiang Jinyu teased, clearly noticing the flush on his younger brother's face. Even little Jiang Zao, nestled in his arms, raised her brows and smiled at him. The lantern in her tiny hands swayed gently, reflecting her soft, cherubic face. "Oh, baby is about to have a second sister-in-law. Baby is about to have a little nephew. Second brother, go after her." Unable to contain himself, Jiang Jinyan pinched Jiang Zao's little nose. "You little rascal, don't follow your elder brother's misguided example." They found themselves in the royal city, where marriages were often predetermined. Whether it would be to marry a foreign princess for political alliance or to solidify the throne by marrying the daughter of a high-ranking official. If he couldn't offer a commitment, it would be better to conceal this fleeting moment of beauty within his heart. Jiang Jinyu observed his younger brother's silence and understood him well enough. He patted Jiang Jinyan's shoulder in a comforting manner. Even Jiang Zao nodded seriously in his embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek, urging him to go after her. A single, straightforward word, yet it resonated clearly. Second brother rarely encounters someone so captivating. Heed baby's advice. Pursue her. Jiang Jinyan's gaze reflected the lantern in Jiang Zao's hands, its light flickering like hope. Yet, in the next moment, he suddenly pinched Jiang Zao's little face. Pursue what? Elder brother is just spouting nonsense, and you're following suit. The little girl winced from the pinch and quickly opened her mouth to bite him. Jiang Jinyan teased her, dodging her attempts, but unexpectedly. The little girl turned and leapt from his arms, landing firmly on the ground. Humph, stinky second brother. If you can't win an argument, you resort to pinching. Baby won't pay attention to you anymore. Seeing him glance her way, Jiang Zao hurriedly hid behind Jiang Jinyu. The little girl took his hand, sighing inwardly. Jiang Jinyu raised an eyebrow, contemplating a decision. This shy nature of his younger brother, he did not know whom it resembled. But perhaps it would not hurt to lend him a helping hand. In an instant, Jiang Jinyan continued forward, unaware that the two behind him had vanished into the crowd. Suddenly, he was bumped into. A startled scream echoed ahead. Thief! Quick! Stop him! My purse has been stolen! To evade the person behind him, he pushed through the nearby stalls, causing the vendors to cry out in dismay. Jiang Jinyan's expression darkened. How dare someone steal in the imperial city? Had the imperial guards all perished? In a flash, he sprang forward, confronting the thief and swiftly dislocating the thief's arm. The scream reverberated through the entire street. The imperial guards arrived hastily. Jiang Jinyan intended to scold them, but stifled the impulse when he noticed the victim chasing after him. Thank you, young sir. I am so grateful. The gentle voice trailed off in surprise. Are you all right? Are you hurt? His heart raced like a startled deer. And in his flustered state, he blurted out his concern without coherence. A smile blossomed on the woman's face, captivatingly beautiful. Her nose and lips were delicately tinged with a hint of crimson. At a glance, she resembled an exquisite jewel. What could possibly happen to me, young sir? She replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth. The thief was merely after coins. Though he carried a dagger, he evidently did not wish to take a life. Carried a dagger? Jiang Jinyan paused, realizing he hadn't noticed any weapon on the thief. Before he could gather his thoughts, his mouth betrayed him again. Then why did you chase after the thief? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? The woman lowered her gaze shyly. It's not that I fear injury, but that purse was hand-stitched by my grandmother. I treasure it dearly and never part with it. Under the shimmering lights, her beauty surpassed even the snow. Jiang Jinyan found himself entranced, his thoughts consumed by her image, even forgetting to return the purse in his hand. Not far away, two heads peeked out from behind a stall. Jiang Jinyan remained blissfully unaware that he stood in the midst of a romantic encounter. They seemed to exchange words, agreeing to walk together, while Jiang Zao's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, I wonder who was just hiding and refusing to approach the beautiful sister, now so readily following her. Truly, second brother is remarkable, such wit. Letting a thief rob the beautiful sister while having second brother save the day, and even cleverly hiding the dagger to avoid hurting him. Such a pity for that thief, having lost his hand. He'll need a long recovery. The little girl shook her head, sighing with the airs of a miniature adult. Jiang Jinyu ruffled her hair. Come, our business here is done. Your elder brother will buy you candied hawthorn. Candied hawthorn. Jiang Zao's eyes sparkled, drool beginning to drip. She had been craving it. If it weren't for her second brother's romantic pursuits being more important, she would have already nagged her elder brother to buy it. The two figures, one large and one small, headed in the opposite direction from the bridge, but before they reached the candied hawthorn stall, a commotion erupted behind them. Someone has fallen into the water. Help! Come save them. Who will jump in to rescue? The splashes indicated that all hope was lost. The person could no longer hold on. In an instant, an inexplicable sense of panic and dread washed over Jiang Zao. Although it was highly likely that Jiang Jinyan was among the crowd, her subconscious warned her that perhaps the one who had fallen was her second brother. The little girl's face paled as she looked at Jiang Jinyu. The latter's expression turned serious as he hastily drew a token from his waist. Summoning the Imperial Guards. Chapter 56. Disappearance in less than half an hour. The entire area around the Magpie Bridge and the river was crowded with the Imperial Guards. Your Highness, we have yet to find any trace of the second prince. However, we did discover this item by the Magpie Bridge. The leader of the Imperial Guards knelt before Jiang Zao, respectfully presenting an object. Second brother. Upon seeing the purple jade pendant, Jiang Zao's small face instantly filled with anxiety. Isn't that second brother's personal belonging? Just a moment ago, I saw him trying to use it as currency. Oh no. Oh no, he must have fallen into the water. Tears immediately brimmed in the little one's large, worried eyes, cascading down her cheeks in a moment. Earlier, the leader of the Imperial Guards had divided his men into two groups, one to search for Jiang Zao and the other to dredge the lake. Now that they had found no one in the lake, those searching for people were equally unsuccessful. The area within 100 miles was under watch to ensure the safety of the citizens. Seeing her sister in such distress, Jiang Zao felt a pang of heartache. All right, little Yuer, don't cry. Your elder brother will surely find second brother. When he returns, he will tease you for crying like a little kitten. Yes, Your Highness. The leader of the Imperial Guards responded and expanded the search radius by another 100 miles. If they still could not locate him, it would mean he had truly vanished without a trace. But how could a living person simply disappear? With reddened eyes, Jiang Zao stared intently at the dark waters of the lake. Second brother can swim. How could he have turned around and fallen in without me noticing? And so quickly disappeared? Something is terribly amiss. Wait, what about that beautiful lady? Suddenly, the little one looked up, turning her head in every direction. However, the citizens were being dispersed, and there were hardly any people left on the Magpie Bridge. Jiang Zao heard her soft voice, but found it did little to soothe his growing anxiety. If his younger brother had indeed fallen into the water, he realized he hadn't noticed that woman either. Catch her. Jiang Zao's small, delicate hands clung to Jiang Zhao's leg, her tear-filled eyes looking up at him with a pitiful expression. She seemed deeply worried for her second brother and, fearing her elder brother might not understand her, struggled to squeeze out a few words, that, lady, but her words remained incomplete. Yet, Jiang Zao understood her meaning. He crouched down to meet her gaze, gently reassuring her, little Yuer, do not panic. Your elder brother will go find him now. An hour passed. Where's that lady? Jiang Zao furrowed his brows, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. If that woman were an ordinary person, surely they would have found her within an hour. Even if they had to go door to door. Unless she was not an ordinary person. Had she approached his younger brother with ulterior motives? A chill spread through his limbs as he suddenly recalled the time he had arrived at Yanshan to support his brother against bandits. At that time, just as today, his brother had seemingly vanished within a cave. Untraceable. The leader of the Imperial Guards hung his head even lower. As a leader, how could he be so ineffective? It would only invite ridicule. How could we not find him? Jiang Zao's large eyes brimmed with tears again, and she began to cry out of sheer anxiety. Jiang Zao held Jiang Zao close, gently patting her back, yet his dark eyes remained fixed on the leader. Surely the citizens on the Magpie Bridge were all questioned? We must not have overlooked anything. We questioned everyone, except one person claimed to have seen that lady falling into the lake after the second prince did. Yet we have scoured the lake thoroughly, and aside from the aquatic plants, there has been no sign of anyone. This only confirmed that both Jiang Zao and that lady had vanished without a trace. Jiang Zao, upon hearing this, felt a profound sorrow, but her small brow furrowed at another thought. The river leading out of the city? Oh no, how could I have altered the fates of father, mother, and my brothers? Yet second brother still followed the original path and was taken away. I must be punished. That lady was not someone for whom second brother fell in love at first sight. She was clearly sent by the person behind it all to abduct him. Listening to her soft voice, Jiang Zao felt increasingly alarmed. He suddenly remembered that although his younger brother had not made any purchases, the steward should have prepared a purse for him when he left the house. It seemed that lady had acted first, taking Jiang Zhao's purse, leaving him without money to buy lanterns, and had quietly appeared to ensnare his heart. In dire circumstances, one often develops affection for those who offer assistance. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, and even the lanterns on the lake had been extinguished. The place where Jiang Zao had been swallowed seemed particularly ominous, as if something might leap out at any moment, consuming both him and his elder brother. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have thought of coming out here. I could have lit lanterns back in the palace. It's all my fault. Jiang Zao buried her small face in her elder brother's embrace, the dam of her tears breaking. All right, this cannot all fall on little Yuer. Jiang Jinyu soothed his younger sister, his eyes filled with tenderness. He noticed the area where Jiang Zao clung to him was damp and instinctively spoke words of comfort. At his words, Jiang Zao looked up in surprise. No, it can't be. In her urgency, she spoke without stuttering. The little one seemed eager to say more. But Jiang Jinyu would not allow her to resist, pressing her head against his chest and quickening his pace. A quarter of an hour later, at Fengqi Palace, Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Huijing rushed over from Yangxin Hall upon hearing the news. The two appeared to have just awakened, donning their outer robes over their inner garments, and sat upright in the main seat of Fengqi Palace. Jiang Huijing, slightly irked, coldly glared at the two silent figures before him. "It is your son." Jiang Jinyu decisively spoke. "My brother and I wanted little Yuer to see the lanterns, but unexpectedly. You wretched child." Jiang Huijing, in a fit of rage, hurled a teacup at Jiang Jinyu. Chapter 57. Punishment. The teacup shattered upon hitting the floor, mingling with the remnants of water. Yet, this did little to quell Jiang Huijing's fury. Receiving the same answer, he was nearly consumed by rage. He pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Jinyu, coldly commanding him to kneel. Anticipating his father's wrath, Jiang Jinyu offered no resistance. However, as his knees came down harshly upon the broken porcelain, a muffled sound escaped his lips. The tea soaked into his flesh, the shards poised to inflict grievous cuts. Had Jiang Jingxian not vanished without a trace, he too would have faced punishment. Now, while Jiang Zao remained unscathed, he had lost a son. Not to mention, Jiang Jinyu had willingly confessed. Thus, Jiang Huijing's ire was redirected towards him. "Please, do not punish my elder brother any further. I too have erred," Jiang Zao cried, her tiny form rushing to embrace Jiang Jinyu as blood trickled from his knee. "No, please." Just two words escaped her lips, and she too knelt beside him, her sobs shattering the heart. This sight softened Jiang Huijing's resolve, yet compassion would not absolve Jiang Jinyu of his punishment. "Wu, why must father be so fierce? My elder brother cannot bear the blame alone. I too must share in the punishment." The little one knelt beside Jiang Jinyu, her legs nearing the peril of the shattered porcelain, and Shui Xiangrong's heart tightened with worry. "Yuer, do not cause trouble. Come here to your mother." "Yuer, dear, go ahead. Do not fret for your brother." Jiang Jinyu recognized her intent to share in his punishment, feeling a pang of tenderness, yet fearing for her safety. "No." The little one vehemently shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Elder brother is foolish to shoulder the blame alone. I too must be punished. I cannot evade responsibility. After all, it was my actions that led to second brother's disappearance. Had I not ventured out to see the lanterns, neither brother would have defied our dear mother and taken me outside." Her soft, plaintive voice rendered anger impossible to sustain. Jiang Huijing and Shui Xiangrong exchanged glances, both sighing in resignation. Unable to bear the sight of their son's bloodied knee, Shui Xiangrong finally spoke, offering a way out. After all, a sovereign's fury could not easily be softened. Otherwise, where would the emperor's authority lie? As Jiang Huijing's anger dissipated, particularly upon witnessing the little one's pitiful visage, he softened, acting out of paternal affection and excessive concern. Thus, Jiang Jinyu bore no resentment, recognizing his own failure to discern the character of those around him, even facilitating the meeting between his younger brother and that girl. I, Jiang Zao, noticing that Jiang Huijing had only punished her elder brother, hastily pointed at herself, fearful of being overlooked. "I thank you, father." Before Jiang Huijing could respond, Jiang Jinyu interjected, determined not to let his sister suffer punishment. However, to his astonishment, Jiang Zao was insistent. Seeing her father raise the teacup, intending to conclude the matter, she became anxious. "What of me? Why am I not punished? I too want to share in this. It cannot solely be my elder brother." Her soft voice was impossible to ignore, and the little one, in her urgency, pointed at herself. Me. Jiang Huijing found himself at a loss, but before he could speak, Jiang Jinyu interrupted again. "Where shall I begin my search tomorrow? I implore you, father, please enlighten me." Such trivial matters were hardly what Jiang Huijing needed to ponder. Jiang Jinyu, having matured, was more than capable of handling these affairs. Yet, to spare Jiang Zao from punishment, he repeatedly interrupted his father. "Oh dear, why must you complicate matters today? Do not impede my dear sister's punishment." Jiang Zao seemed to sense Jiang Jinyu's unease, positioning herself before him, employing the same tactic. Hearing her elder brother attempt to speak again, she boldly covered Jiang Jinyu's mouth with her tiny hand. She gripped him so tightly that his mouth twisted in an amusing manner, eliciting suppressed laughter from both Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Huijing. In light of this, Shui Xiangrong decided to impose a moderate punishment on the little one. Let little Yue go to the imperial garden and sweep the grounds, and for 3 days. She shall eat only vegetarian dishes, without milk or meat. For a child of 3, this was quite sufficient. No milk soup, no meat soup, only potatoes? Oh, how wretched. Jiang Zao's little mouth pouted. Yet remembering that her actions had caused her second brother's plight, she stifled her tears. The following morning, before Shui Xiangrong could awaken Jiang Zao, she found the little one sitting up on her own. Yue is awake. Shui Xiangrong approached with a bowl of milk soup. Despite her previous anger, she still indulged her beloved daughter. However, upon seeing the milk soup, Jiang Zao felt tempted but did not open her mouth to receive the spoon. What is the matter? Yue? Shui Xiangrong's heart tightened. Could it be she was unwell? But in the next instant, Jiang Zao clambered out of bed, pointing at herself. Punishment. Sweep. I must uphold my promise. A punishment is a punishment, and I must see it through. The milk soup shall not be touched for 3 days. I will ensure I adhere to my punishment. Mother, do not tempt me. At last, the little one wiggled her bottom as she descended from the bed, allowing Shiyu to dress her in a skirt, eating vegetable soup before making her way out of Fengqi Palace. She even remembered to take the little broom that Jiang Jingxian had gifted her, ostensibly to teach her the value of labor, but in reality, it was a playful endeavor. Now, however, it served a purpose. Shui Xiangrong watched as her daughter vanished from sight, letting out a helpless sigh. Oh, my daughter, this stubborn temperament. I wonder from whom she inherited it. In the imperial garden, Jiang Zao began sweeping with earnestness, yet soon found herself lying in the pavilion, her eyes devoid of focus. How did I not realize how vast the imperial garden is during my leisurely visits? Chapter 58. Baby, I am self-inflicting misery. Jiang Zao felt like crying without tears, utterly bewildered by her own pursuit of punishment. Yet, this chastisement was of her own volition. With a sudden determination, she scrambled up from the pavilion chair and, with a grunt, clasped a small broom, making her way to another area strewn with fallen leaves. No, how can I simply give up? Second brother has been captured because of me, and eldest brother is suffering punishment as well. How can I afford to be idle? The little one clutched the broom, sweeping left and right, but soon found herself fatigued. No, baby will not let you rest. Let you rest. Let's see if you can still be tired. Jiang Zao pouted, twisting her little face and arms in a comical manner. Oh dear, my little master, this won't do. Shiyu, who followed closely, turned pale with fear and hastily attempted to stop Jiang Zao. With a lingering sense of dread, Shiyu gently rubbed Jiang Zao's swollen cheeks and arms. Whoa. But baby really cannot finish sweeping alone. Jiang Zao's big eyes brimmed with tears, and as the droplets fell, Shiyu scrambled to wipe them away. Through her blurred vision, Jiang Zao caught sight of the sweeping eunuch in the imperial garden. The little one glanced around, noticing that Shiyu was the only one keeping a watchful eye on her, preventing her from slacking off. Her large eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. I'm hungry. Jiang Zao pouted pitifully, sobbing as she looked at Shiyu. Whoa. Aunt Shiyu, I truly need someone to help me. You can only let Aunt Shiyu leave for a bit. Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. But then she realized that a vegetable soup was indeed less filling than the usual meat and potatoes. The princess was still growing. How could she endure this? However, the little one took a step back, avoiding Shiyu's hand, determined to stay and sweep while Shiyu fetched the soup. Baby must continue to honor her promise. And Shiyu, you can leave for just a little while. With no other choice, Shiyu glanced around, noting the nearby palace maids and eunuchs, and finally nodded in agreement. Once Shiyu's figure disappeared, the little one hurried over to the eunuch in the imperial garden. Sweep. Follow me. Jiang Zao pointed at the broom in the eunuch's hand, and then at the ground. Upon seeing the eunuch's face, Jiang Zao paused momentarily. This eunuch was sly and crafty. Even when faced with the princess, he feigned ignorance, responding with a sheepish smile. This servant is foolish and cannot comprehend what the princess is saying. This broom is meant for sweeping away spider webs. Look, there's one among the flowers. He jested, as he was already overwhelmed with his current duties and did not wish to take on new ones. The little one noticed his reluctance and pouted, removing a butterfly hairpin from her twin buns and offering it to the eunuch. Here, with a reward in hand, the eunuch brightened up. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. He eagerly took up the broom and began sweeping alongside Jiang Zao. However, his chatter could not be quelled. Your Highness, did you hear? The emperor was quite furious in the Yangxin Hall today. Upon hearing about her father's anger, the little one's ears perked up. Tell me, Jiang Zao demanded, her big eyes widening with anticipation. News spread quickly within the palace. Well, it is said that this morning, the first prince led the imperial guard on a search as far as Yanshan. They even encountered the imperial army at the foot of Yanshan. When the major hall learned that the former crown prince had been spotted washing the five-clawed golden dragon robe of the previous dynasty, the emperor realized that the former crown prince had remained within Jiang's territory, defying the banishment order from the day the country fell. Now, with no trace of the second prince to be found, only Yanshan appeared suspicious. Well, I knew it. There must be someone behind this. The second brother was attacked at Yanshan. It must have been the nefarious former crown prince. But eldest brother is truly capable. Could it be he began searching for people last night and arrived at Yanshan this morning? It's all that villainous fault. He deserves a beating. Jiang Zao's face was filled with righteous indignation, her tiny fists waving in the air, as if ready to confront the hidden mastermind. The eunuch chuckled, his eyes twinkling, and cautiously asked, "Would your highness like to hear more?" "Yes." The rosy little one nodded earnestly. Yet, Jiang Zao did not expect the eunuch to be so brazen. He rubbed his fingers together, evidently seeking a reward. The little one frowned, her brows knitting together. However, considering the valuable information she could gain, she gritted her teeth and relinquished a significant portion of her hairpin to the eunuch. "Speak," Jiang Zao commanded, hands on her hips, staring at the eunuch as if she were a miniature adult. "Yes, yes." The eunuch beamed, but in the next moment, he leaned in closer and whispered in Jiang Zao's ear, "It is said that the emperor has dispatched General Su, the guardian of the nation, alongside the second prince to Yanshan, determined to capture the former crown princess faction and rescue the second prince." Before he could finish, a deep voice resonated behind him. "Oh, so you are well informed about the emperor's decisions?" The eunuch, unaware of the impending danger, puffed out his chest proudly. "Of course, your highness." Brother. Jiang Zao was taken aback, instantly becoming obedient and instinctively raising her hand to shield her bare hairband. In the next moment, she was scooped up by Jiang Jinyu. "Wowa, when did dear brother arrive? Did you see baby bribing anyone? Perhaps it's best to first sweet-talk brother with a few kisses." With that thought, the little one pouted and quickly planted 2 kisses on Jiang Jinyu's face, even mustering a sheepish smile when her brother turned to look at her. "You are always so clever," Jiang Jinyu remarked, unable to harden his heart against his little sister's soft face. Yet, at that moment, there was someone on whom he could unleash his frustration. The eunuch knelt on the ground, trembling, when suddenly his shoulder was kicked. "You are quite bold to dare pry into secrets within the palace." Jiang Jinyu's voice was laced with anger. Without waiting for the eunuch to plead for mercy, he continued, "Hand over whatever you have taken from the princess, and go receive your punishment at the Xinqing office." Ordinary eunuchs who entered the Xinqing office rarely emerged again. They faced only hard labor with no other recourse. The eunuch had initially wished to plead for mercy, but upon seeing Jiang Jinyu's cold expression, he could only tremble and express his gratitude. Eldest brother must have noticed her bribery of the eunuch. He had surely seen through it from the start. Therefore, the mission to Yanshan must indeed be true. Otherwise, eldest brother would have punished the eunuch on charges of rumor-mongering. Concerns for her family filled Jiang Zao's heart. The little one tightened her grip around Jiang Jinyu's neck, burying her face in his shoulder as tears streamed down her cheeks, stirring a pang of compassion within Jiang Jinyu. Chapter 59. Tears stained a little face. "All right, Xiaoyu. If you continue to cry, your elder brother will surely join you in tears." Jiang Jinyu sighed, gently wiping away the tears from Jiang Zao's eyes. The sight of her tear-stained face was truly heart-wrenching. Jiang Zao managed to force a smile at her brother's jest, using one hand to dab at her tears, yet she stubbornly clung to Jiang Jinyu's neck. "What is it? I've never seen you so fond of your elder brother. What has come over you today?" Jiang Jinyu feigned ignorance, playfully nudging Jiang Zao's little nose. "Aren't you afraid that your brother might kiss you?" At this, the little one instinctively shrank her neck, which elicited another round of laughter from Jiang Jinyu. He was long accustomed to the whimsical thoughts swirling in Jiang Zao's mind and found her adorably charming. "Xiaoyu, dear, your brother has merely stepped out for a short while. Pay no heed to those eunuchs' fanciful tales. Your brother is invincible. Even your second brother may not stand a chance against him." To reassure Jiang Zao, Jiang Jinyu unabashedly spun a comforting lie. Hearing this, Jiang Zao felt a bit more at ease, yet she still refused to release her grip around his neck. No one cared whether this little girl had actually faced any punishment. However, upon entering the inner hall, they were met with the furious voice of Jiang Huaijing, lamenting the lack of any leads. "Have you no clever ideas?" Is the tax revenue of the entire realm to be wasted? The siblings exchanged glances, weighing their options. And after a moment, they witnessed Eunuch Li hurriedly emerge with a pile of memorials, dropping several as he passed by Jiang Jinyu. Eunuch Li, why the haste? Upon hearing the inquiry, Eunuch Li looked up, saw Jiang Jinyu, and sighed deeply, his brow furrowed with worry. Your Highness, the Emperor is quite enraged. It would be wise for you to wait a while before paying your respects. That was all he could say. Could it be that the wicked prince from the previous dynasty has stirred trouble again? He certainly does not appear to be harmless. The little one despises him. Capturing the second brother is surely insufficient. If he makes a comeback, it might cause quite a storm, which would explain the Emperor's fury. Jiang Jinyu felt a sinking sensation in his heart and pressed for details. What exactly has transpired? Seeing that Eunuch Li remained reticent, he added, I assure you, I will not expose you. I shall act as though I have never encountered you today, merely having heard a rumor. It was only a matter of the little eunuch from the imperial garden taking the blame. Perhaps the issue was too convoluted. Eunuch Li finally spoke. Oh, your Highness is unaware, but the ominous signs concerning the Empress have resurfaced in the capital. Initially, it was just a couple of storytellers, risking their necks to revive old tales for attention. But soon, those who had witnessed it at the city gates came forth to corroborate, and the rumor spread. Coupled with the sudden disappearance of the second prince and the leaks from within the palace. The disappearance of Jiang Jinyan linked to the ominous signs surrounding Shui Xiangrong truly seemed intent on toppling the current empress from her throne. How insidious! However, what need did the wicked prince from the previous dynasty have for such schemes? Jiang Jinyu felt that there was something amiss with this situation. Yet before he could ponder further, he heard Eunuch Li lament. The emperor has dispatched people to investigate, but even those initial storytellers were merely pawns, paid to spread rumors in crowded marketplaces. The most anyone can say is that a few commoners witnessed someone handing silver to those storytellers. And they did not appear to be subjects of the current dynasty, given the strict border defenses. The only one who could be suspected is the prince from the previous dynasty. Thus, Jiang Huijing's anger was not entirely unexpected. Jiang Jinyu pondered the implications. The prince from the previous dynasty was prancing about under their very noses, and his subordinates were unable to capture him. If they had not allowed that family of fools to escape unscathed, it would have been a testament to the emperor's mercy. Oh, it is only natural for father to be furious. But if we can find the elder brother, then it should all be resolved, right? It would not do for father's health to suffer. The little one nestled in Jiang Jinyu's arms sighed softly, her tiny fists clenched, as if rallying herself. Let me comfort father. Hearing that soft, endearing voice, Jiang Jinyu could not help but smile. Eunuch Li, witnessing this, was nearly struck dumb. How could the young prince still find joy in such a moment? Had he discovered a solution? What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a delightful child? Perhaps Eunuch Li's gaze was too conspicuous, for the little one turned in Jiang Jinyu's embrace, presenting her little bottom to him. Enough. You may go and deliver the decree now. Jiang Jinyu cleared his throat and walked into the inner hall with Jiang Zao. Inside, Shui Xiangrong was frowning, anxiously trying to soothe Jiang Huijing. Why must the emperor be angry? If he finds the current officials unsatisfactory, he can simply replace them without harming his health. Shui Xiangrong's concern for her husband was palpable. In the past, even during their misunderstandings, she had held lingering hopes for Jiang Huijing, let alone now that they had reconciled. But this matter concerns you. I cannot stand by while they trouble you. Jiang Huijing grasped her hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. Oh dear, how affectionate father and mother are. It makes me blush. It seems with mother's comforting presence, they no longer need me. Go, dear mother. Strive for another brother or sister for me. I want to be an elder sister. The soft, sweet voice, tinged with excitement, reached their ears. And only then did Jiang Huijing and Shui Xiangrong notice the presence of their children. Upon hearing that their little treasure was tired, Shui Xiangrong could not help but worry. Where is Shiyu? I distinctly sent her to accompany you. Shiyu went to fetch soup for me. I told her I was hungry, so I sent her away. The little one patted her tiny belly and pointed towards the small kitchen of Finchi Palace, offering an embarrassed smile. She did not expect her family to understand her meaning and instead turned on her small legs, heading toward Jiang Huijing. Now, comforting father was a priority. Shui Xiangrong was beside Jiang Huijing, thinking that Jiang Zao was coming to her, and as she reached out to embrace her, the little one darted past her. Running straight to Jiang Huijing, the little one pouted, making an earnest effort to wave her tiny hands, resembling a little potato, which was quite amusing. Chapter 60. The eldest princess has disappeared again. Even Jiang Jinyu couldn't help but chuckle, seeing her father smile. Jiang Zao also relaxed and let a grin spread across her face. Our little lucky star, with you around, we shall surely break through this predicament. Jiang Huaijing couldn't resist picking up his daughter and lifting her high into the air, playfully eliciting her laughter. The scene was heartwarming. However, after a moment, Jiang Zao's stomach audibly grumbled, much to her embarrassment. She covered her little belly, as if trying to silence it with great effort, her tummy growing flat. Oh dear! My beloved belly, why must you embarrass me in front of father? Woe is me! But alas, a mere vegetable cannot satisfy my hunger. Yet, punishment is what I sought. Jiang Zao found herself in a dilemma, her mouth opening wide as if to speak, only to cover it again. Determined to uphold her promise and not to go back on her word, Jiang Huaijing laughed heartily, pinching Jiang Zao's cheek. Your elder brother has been punished already, so your punishment shall be forgiven this time. Besides, you are in a growth phase. How can you grow tall without proper nourishment? Your Majesty, I shall take little you down to dine, Shui Xiangrong said, stifling her laughter. Yet, the thought of her dear daughter not being able to fill her stomach for breakfast made her heart ache. Thank you, father, Jiang Zao stammered, her face relaxing into a wide smile, revealing a row of tiny white teeth. Yay, more meat to eat. Little potato, are you ready? Here's your chance to escape, or else I shall feast upon you. Her soft, melodious voice drew smiles from the three of them. However, after their laughter subsided, Jiang Huaijing turned serious and looked at Jiang Jinyu. Are you prepared? Yes, father, Jiang Jinyu responded solemnly, reporting truthfully that they had 2,000 elite soldiers and 10 carts of supplies, and that General Su had appointed an additional deputy commander to accompany them. This venture would surely secure victory at Yanshan. Jiang Huaijing nodded, then sighed. The terrain of Yanshan is intricate. My son, do exercise caution. He understood his son well. For the sake of his siblings, he would not hesitate to risk his life. Thus, it was imperative to have a general accompany him. Not merely out of concern for manpower, but to keep a watchful eye on Jiang Jinyu, ensuring he did not overexert himself. Yes, father. Jiang Jinyu bowed respectfully. When shall you depart? Jiang Huaijing inquired further. He had imparted numerous pieces of advice, unaware that just a screen away, the little one was listening intently. Jiang Zao carefully absorbed the details about the supplies and elite soldiers prepared by Jiang Jinyu, only to realize the gravity of the situation. This battle was destined to end in her elder brother's injury. If he went, he might suffer a broken leg, or worse, be confined to a wheelchair for life. Elder brother cannot go. He mustn't. The little one shouted in despair, yet her voice could not penetrate the distance to capture the attention of the two beyond the screen. After all, the distance was still too great, and Jiang Huaijing was engrossed in conversation with Jiang Jinyu. Shui Xiangrong was personally warming soup in the small kitchen, while only Nian Qiu remained by Jiang Zao's side. Nian Qiu watched helplessly as the little mistress nearly toppled over the table, her face a mask of concern. Oh, my little lady. Is your bib too tight around your neck? Let me loosen it for you. Not at all. It's not tight. It's elder brother who's tight, Jiang Zao cried, tears welling in her eyes. She was at a loss, following Jiang Zao's gaze to the empty chair where Jiang Huaijing and Jiang Jinyu once sat. After her outburst, she was completely exhausted and allowed her mother to feed her the little meat soup, numbly chewing away. Why must I be so mute, unable to speak fluently? It is truly a torment. Upon hearing this, Shui Xiangrong's heart ached even more for her, and she added fragrant potato chunks to the meat soup. That night, Jiang Zao awoke on her little bed. Her big eyes darted around, noticing Nian Qiu outside on night watch had seemingly fallen asleep. Quietly, she climbed down from her bed. Ever since Shui Xiangrong reconciled with Jiang Huaijing, Jiang Zao had been forced to rest alone. Today, Jiang Huaijing was in a troubled mood, providing Jiang Zao with the perfect opportunity. The little one hopped out of bed, carefully dressed, and stealthily exited through the small door of Fengqi Palace. Since I cannot dissuade elder brother, I shall follow him. Protect elder brother. Here I go. Jiang Zao clenched her tiny fist and scampered off. Yet, as she exited Fengqi Palace, she found herself at a loss. Her short stature made it difficult to see the path ahead. Although Jiang Zao remembered every palace in the compound, she could not find the east gate of the imperial city in the darkness. What if elder brother left at any moment? What to do? Just as she was fretting, she collided with something and fell hard to the ground, pouting her lips. She could not endure the pain and let out a soft wah. But this startled the person who had bumped into her. What on earth? The voice was sharp yet oddly familiar. Jiang Zao skillfully retrieved the fire stick she had secretly stashed from Fengqi Palace. Oh, a familiar face. Before her stood the little eunuch who had long been confined in the Xinqing division. Eldest princess. The little eunuch immediately knelt upon seeing her. Please do not expose me. Your Highness, I merely overheard the Shunqing division counting the dead servants, preparing to leave for Yinshan to clear the traps. I took advantage of the chaos to escape. I truly could not endure the Shunqing division any longer. I promise I shall not return to the capital after leaving the palace. I hope the eldest princess will pretend she did not see me. Seeing the trembling little eunuch, Jiang Zao's eyes sparkled as she pointed to herself and said, East Gate. The little eunuch seemed to understand. You wish to go to the East Gate? It is perilous. They are likely preparing to march against Yinshan. Go. Or not. Jiang Zao did not care for the dangers, pouting her lips and preparing to shout, which made the little eunuch shrink back in fear. After a full quarter of an hour, Ningqiu, waking suddenly from her vigil, instinctively pushed open the door to check on Jiang Zao, as was her habit. Upon seeing her, her face drained of color in shock. Instantly, the entire Fengqi palace was ablaze with lights. The eldest princess has vanished without a trace. Chapter 61. How could this happen when the news of Jiang Zao's mysterious disappearance in the palace reached the Yangxin Hall? Jiang Huijing and Xue Xiangrong had yet to retire for the night. The two spent the night mostly conversing by the flickering red candles and only embraced each other in slumber during the latter half of the night. What? Ningqiu? Are your eyes merely for show? Upon hearing this, Xue Xiangrong's eyes reddened and her heart ached with guilt. Her little Yuer, waves of remorse surged within her, nearly overwhelming her. Although Ningqiu cried, she did not shy away from responsibility, stating that she failed to safeguard the crown princess and hoped the empress would punish her. Xue Xiangrong's heart was a tumultuous mess, and tears flowed incessantly. She had already resorted to punishment, but excessive retribution was not in her nature. She decided to impose a penalty later and first convened all the servants of Fengqi Palace, determined to locate the crown princess. Yes, Ningqiu complied and departed. Jiang Huijing, not idle himself, issued a decree summoning the imperial guards to scour the entire palace. Do not panic. The adversaries are elusive, likely hidden within the palace. Little Yuer will surely be unharmed. Observing Xue Xiangrong in a state of distress, Jiang Huijing felt a pang of compassion and sought to console her. With his beloved wife so heartbroken, he had lost all interest in state affairs. At this very moment, the little girl had already climbed into an unguarded carriage, squeezing herself beneath the seat. The embroidered cushion adorned with cloud patterns and gold and silver thread lay before her, and Jiang Zao contentedly closed her eyes. The secret of her escape had secured her timely entry into the carriage to follow her elder brother to Yinshan. It was worth it. Drowsiness overcame her, and her eyelids began to wage war against each other. Oh dear, I'm so sleepy. I must rest now. See you tomorrow. Jiang Zao had merely been enduring until midnight for the operation, and now that half the plan was accomplished, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. It would still take a considerable amount of time to reach Yinshan, even with 2,000 elite soldiers. Speed was limited to 2 legs. The faint sound of her soft snores resonated within the carriage. Why did that voice, reminiscent of her own little sister, suddenly echo within the carriage? Jiang Jinyu furrowed his brow, a foreboding feeling coursing through him. Just as he intended to grab a torch to inspect the interior of the carriage, General Su urged him. Your Highness, it would be best to board the carriage promptly. If you are seen in military attire, it will be difficult to deceive those bandits about our excursion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyu had no choice but to enter the carriage. He, General Su, and the Deputy General had prepared 3 carriages. Just before their departure, an idea struck. With 2,000 soldiers in armor, the commotion would be considerable. To disguise their movements, they could simply feign a leisurely outing, especially with 2 esteemed young gentlemen accompanying them. Seated in the carriage, Jiang Jinyu intended to rest his eyes, but unexpectedly, the carriage jolted violently. He opened his eyes sharply, ready to react, only to hear the driver outside reassuring him, Your Highness, all is well, we merely hit a stone. Please be cautious on the road at this hour. Jiang Jinyu replied distractedly, attempting to close his eyes again, but his foot brushed against something soft. Yet, being in a moving carriage, he refrained from lighting a torch. It was likely just a fallen cushion, he thought, and thus he shut his eyes once more. With 2,000 elite soldiers, the passage of time was inevitably prolonged. By the time dawn's light seeped into the carriage, Jiang Jinyu had rested sufficiently. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met with an unexpected pair of large, bright eyes. Hi, big brother. Why are you up so early? Jiang Zao beamed at her elder brother, sitting neatly in the center of the carriage, still looking sleepy, clearly having awakened not long ago. It seems big brother is quite surprised. Indeed, I am a little lucky star, bringing you joy. Jiang Jinyu struggled to suppress the urge to scold the little girl and instead lifted her into his arms. "You who do our father and mother know?" After several attempts to phrase his inquiry, Jiang Jinyu found himself at a loss for where to begin. Ultimately, he ended with a question that already had an answer. How Jiang Zao had left the palace and ended up in his carriage seemed inconsequential. Surely, their father and mother were unaware. And it was likely that chaos had already erupted in the imperial city. Moreover, the former crown prince might not have entirely relinquished his feelings for his little sister. For Jiang Zao's safety, Jiang Jinyu had no choice but to keep her close. "Oh, it turns out that going out to fight bad guys comes with quite a good meal. It seems I need to worry about big brother starving." Jiang Zao held a small bowl of meat soup, her cheeks puffed up adorably. She had just been outside, eating in front of 2,000 soldiers, tantalizing a group of burly men. Jiang Jinyu, with no other option, had to bring his little sister inside to eat. Moreover, the food she was consuming was clearly something he had prepared himself. It was evident that the military rations were unsuitable for her delicate constitution. Jiang Jinyu momentarily blamed himself for not being more vigilant, allowing their mother to keep such a little cherub under stricter watch. Once Jiang Zao had eaten her fill, she noticed her elder brother's resigned expression and hurriedly discarded her bowl, rushing to embrace his arm. Despite the coldness of the iron armor making her shiver slightly, she could not help but grin broadly. "Brother hug. Kiss, dear brother. Good brother. Just this once. I couldn't warn you that this journey would be perilous. I can't bear to see you so distressed. All right, dear, I want to hold it against you. Will you let it go?" What was even happening? A little child. What could she possibly hold against anyone? Jiang Jinyu felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. But seeing Jiang Zao on the verge of tears because he ignored her, he had no choice but to embrace her and comfort her. Yet, while soothing her, he keenly sensed the underlying message in her soft voice. Would he truly be in danger? After several encounters, Jiang Jinyu had come to trust Jiang Zao implicitly. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the carriage. Bandits were attempting to seize the carriage. Chapter 62. All ruined in an instant. The clash of blades and swords seized all auditory senses. Inside the carriage, Jiang Jinyu, without a moment's hesitation, removed his cloak and fashioned it into a binding to secure his younger sister Jiang Zao tightly before him. No matter what, he could not allow the bandits to harm his beloved sister. Xiao Yue obediently nestled in her brother's embrace, sensing the impending danger. Jiang Jinyu swiftly drew his sword, its blade held before him, reflecting the cold moonlight that illuminated his piercing eyes. "Oh, dear brother, those sharp eyes and defined jawline. I wonder which fortunate sister will benefit from them in the future." Although Jiang Zao complied and allowed her brother to hold her, she could not resist peeking up at him, her bright eyes fixed on his face. Such a valiant youth in the prime of life naturally drew attention. However, before she could gaze any longer, Jiang Jinyu gently pressed her head down. "Don't look up, be cautious. The chaos outside is perilous, and a moment's inattention could lead to tragedy." Although Jiang Jinyu had initially claimed they were merely going out for leisure, encountering bandits was indeed a possibility. Yet, he led 2,000 elite soldiers. If they were mere common thieves, they would likely have been dealt with before the chaos even began. Yet, the clamor outside showed no signs of abating. In fact, it seemed to intensify. Clearly, the assailants were trained, at the very least possessing martial skills, and were not ordinary adversaries. Jiang Jinyu's dark eyes were icy and resolute as he crouched in the center of the carriage, awaiting the unfolding events. Outside, the elite soldiers were under the command of General Su, who was leading the counterattack. His greatest fear was for his sister's safety. Otherwise, he would have rushed out to confront the enemy. Time passed, and the tumult gradually receded from the carriage. It seemed General Su intended to draw the battlefield away from the carriage to spare Jiang Jinyu any further distress. "Your Highness," the carriage curtain was suddenly lifted, revealing a bloodied general. "Ah, scary. Baby is scared." Jiang Zao, disobediently, peeked out again but quickly covered her big eyes, trembling in fear. "You are quite resilient. I hope you do not call for your brother to save you in your nightmares." Jiang Jinyu lightly chided the little one. Woo, I just couldn't help but look." The little one whimpered softly, burying her head in Jiang Jinyu's embrace, too frightened to peek again. "Your Highness, there is no time for idle talk. We must leave." The general's chest heaved as he rushed forward, attempting to pull Jiang Jinyu outside. Jiang Jinyu recognized him as a subordinate of General Su's trusted vice-general, presumably named Li Yayu. Naturally, Jiang Jinyu placed his trust in those whom General Su trusted. However, it appeared that Li Yayu was not merely there to report on the battle. Why were they fleeing? Li Yayu nodded vigorously, explaining that they had set an ambush and that he had managed to tear off one bandit's mask, revealing a brand on the man's face. That is the mark of the former dynasty's forbidden army. All 2,000 elite soldiers have perished? Jiang Jinyu's brow furrowed tightly as he suddenly grasped another grim possibility. Faced with the forbidden army, their elite troops ultimately lacked the ferocity required. After all, they had undergone relentless training under the former crown prince, making them exceedingly ruthless. Only a few remained, struggling to hold on, but those scoundrels would fare no better. As they too would not last long. His expression tense, Jiang Jinyu should have immediately departed with Li Yayu, yet something felt amiss. Where is General Su? Jiang Jinyu's cold gaze narrowed as he suddenly inquired about General Su Qingyu. I recall you were in the same carriage with him. Where is he now? Li Yayu, in a moment of despair, revealed, General Su is dead. His face turned ashen, and his lowered eyes flashed with a mix of impatience and rage. My subordinates fought valiantly to protect General Su, but we were just one step away. He sacrificed himself to save a nameless soldier. The general said his youngest child would be a month old this year, and he had no regrets. Jiang Jinyu trembled for a long time, unsure of how to respond. His focus solely on obtaining news about Su Qingyu, oblivious to the changes in Li Yayu's demeanor. It was Jiang Zao, nestled in her brother's arms, who recalled the name Li Yayu and suddenly exclaimed, Brother, run. This man is the one who killed General Su. He is one of the former crown princess people. Jiang Zao fidgeted anxiously in Jiang Jinyu's embrace, even wanting to shout out. The sounds outside gradually quieted. It was likely not a mutual destruction, but rather that they had been surrounded. The night wind howled, leaving only Jiang Zao's voice in the desolate surroundings. She urged him to flee, yet Jiang Jinyu remained unmoving, his sword still held before him, blocking Li Yayu's path. I have known Su Qingyu for 20 years. In a moment of abruptness, Li Yayu was startled and fell back against the horse's rear. Jiang Jinyu merely sought to test the waters before abruptly withdrawing his attack. The only figure blocking the carriage entrance vanished, and he noticed the bandits encircling the carriage, no fewer than 100. Li Yayu had come to retrieve him. But he also sought his life. No, there was also an unexpected advantage, Jiang Zao. The 3 royal bloodlines of Jiang Zao had all fallen into their hands. The fall of Jiang Zao was imminent. When did you realize? Li Yayu rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. His gaze directed at Jiang Jinyu with a chilling intensity. Since you mentioned that Su Qingyu died while saving someone. Jiang Jinyu's eyes remained fixated on Li Yayu, his grip on the sword tightening. Having a wife and daughter, he would never be so reckless as to risk his life for a certain death while attempting to save someone. Chapter 63. Surely it won't disappear. As Li Yayu's voice faded, countless spears were suddenly thrust towards them. Jiang Zao curled up in Jiang Jinyu's embrace like a small potato, too frightened to move. Whoa, brother, if you manage to capture the former crown prince someday and visit the little mound where the baby rests, please bring potatoes for the baby. Jiang Jinyu, hearing the soft and loyal yet timid voice, could not spare a thought to comfort her. Before his eyes, the wooden cart collided with sharp weapons, transforming into a hedgehog. The long sword was easily ensnared in the wooden slats when used against the cart, while the long spears carried by the elite soldiers proved far more suitable. Before either he or the little one could be pierced, the young man clad in red armor leaped into action, deftly severing several spearheads with his sword. In the next moment, he summoned his internal energy and prepared to break through the cart's roof and leap out. At that very moment, however, Li Yayu also charged forward, sword in hand. Jiang Jinyu thwarted his attack with a kick, but inevitably fell beneath the cart. With a thunderous crash, the cart suddenly began to roll over, as if it had been kicked with great force. Woo-woo, what is happening? It's already dangerous enough to fight while carrying the baby. Why is it rolling too? The baby feels so dizzy. Jiang Zao felt her world shake violently in Jiang Jinyu's embrace, her vision fading to black. Yet, she always sensed that she remained securely held by Jiang Jinyu, never abandoned. Who kicked the cart? Step forward to take your punishment. On the bank, Li Yayu coldly observed the imperial guards before him, fury blazing in his eyes. These fools, that single kick had sent the cart plunging into the raging river. A hostage so easily grasped had just slipped away. Who could remain calm in such a situation? Yes, it was me. From the crowd, a trembling figure stepped forward, originally intending to catch them off guard. To catch them off guard, indeed. Look at my face, ruined because of you. Li Yayu kicked him several times in anger and pointed to the wound on his face, inflicted by the cart during the chaos. With all your cleverness, why not devise a way to capture those two? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yayu, seemingly unsatisfied, kicked the man into the river, insisting he bear the consequences of his own mistakes. We'll pursue from the bank. You go underwater to encircle them. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. Whoa, brother. You want to disappear, will you? My dear brother, please don't come to harm. It's all the baby's fault for not reminding you sooner. If only I had cried louder, perhaps I could have alerted you. The soft, mournful voice, accompanied by sobs, reached Jiang Jinyu's ears. He struggled to open his eyes, but to no avail. He only felt two chubby little paws pushing against him, and in their urgency, they caused her to cough. Woo, brother, please wake up quickly. I want to hide from your kisses anymore. Woo. All right, my little princess, our esteemed prince of the Jiang Dynasty is not so fragile. Please, do not cry. A low, familiar voice came through, soothing yet firm. Suddenly, a shout caught in his throat. Looking up, he met a pair of tear-filled, large eyes. Be brother. Jiang Zao sniffled, her small lips pouting, a picture of misery. Her outer garment had been removed, leaving only her dry underclothes. Not only Jiang Zao, but even Jiang Jinyu was dry, evidently due to the warmth of the fire nearby. Xiaoyu. Jiang Jinyu reached out to embrace his little sister, and the person who had lifted Jiang Zao by the nape of her neck released her, allowing the siblings to hold each other tightly. Woo. If brother doesn't wake up soon, the baby will think he can't wake up anymore. The little one buried her face in Jiang Jinyu's neck, trembling as she cried. The baby thought this adventure would be thrilling, but never expected it nearly cost brother his life. It's all the baby's fault. All the baby's fault. Jiang Jinyu's heart ached at the soft cries, and he instinctively held the small figure tighter. All right, Xiaoyu, brother is fine. Please stop crying. While comforting his sister, he glanced at the fire. The fire you made is still quite difficult to manage, he said with a light smile to the person beside him. The individual, seeming weary, slumped down beside Jiang Jinyu. Your life depends on this fire. Stop being so glib. Jiang Zao, having cried enough, looked up from their conversation, her little head peeking out. Upon hearing this, her mouth fell agape in surprise. The little one once again buried herself in Jiang Jinyu's embrace, only to peek out again moments later. Wait, it's all this person's fault. When he pulled the baby and brother out of the water, he pretended to threaten the baby. Humph. The baby was just scared. Jiang Jinyu couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting his sister's head. Su Qingyu, however, paid little mind to their exchange. He recounted the events of the incident to Jiang Jinyu. It turned out that Li Yayu had deliberately sabotaged their journey, causing the cart they were in to fall behind Jiang Jinyu. Subsequently, he launched a sudden attack, aiming to eliminate Su Qingyu. If it weren't for my wife weaving this with silver thread, I might have truly met my end, Su Qingyu said, producing a blessed pouch from within. It bore a knife mark yet remained intact. Likely due to the Chapter 64, a mistake in itself, Jiang Zao was so terrified that her hair stood on end, momentarily forgetting to cry out. However, Jiang Jinyu, with keen perception, swiftly turned her gaze and spotted the figure. The sword was once again drawn, aimed at the intruder, who had emerged from the water. Su Qingyu clearly noticed as well. Having lost a sword, he picked up a few stones and hurled them forcefully at the assailant. A person skilled in martial arts can always easily defeat the enemy, regardless of the weapon at hand. The thief let out a pained cry before tumbling into the water. As he thrashed about, he yelled, "They are here. Over here, chief." Su Qingyu and Jiang Jinyu immediately began gathering their clothes by the fire. Ugh, why is this person so bothersome? Exposing our presence. Despicable thief. Jiang Zao pouted, clutching tightly to Jiang Jinyu's collar. Kill him, before leaving. Su Qingyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, eager to eliminate the threat. As if he had heard Su Qingyu's words, the man sank beneath the water but resurfaced shortly after, seemingly due to his lack of swimming ability. Don't kill him. Woo-woo, I can't bear to see that. It's too terrifying. I'm still so young. Jiang Zao quickly covered her eyes, resembling a child caught in a game of hide and seek. Though she could not see, the thought of the man suffering and crying out in agony would torment her nonetheless. However, if they delayed too long, they risked being caught and slaughtered by the pursuers. Jiang Jinyu patted Su Qingyu's shoulder, signaling it was time to leave. Yes, we should hurry. That Li Yayu could easily slay 2,000 elite soldiers. Surely he is swift. What a pity, I cannot speak. Whoa, no, I should trust my brother. My dear brother is the best at martial arts. Jiang Zao gazed at Jiang Jinyu with admiration. Yet, she was oblivious to the deeper concerns of her elder brother. His pace was indeed swift. But what if they encountered danger and little Yuer was harmed? Wait, Jiang Jinyu turned back, Perhaps we have a better plan. In less than 15 minutes, Li Yayu arrived with the imperial guard at the side of the fire. The flames crackled and leapt upon the wood, producing a significant noise. The turbulent river splashed violently. Not far from where they had just slain those 2,000 elite soldiers, the waters stained crimson, obscuring what lay beneath. Who had just heard Wang En's loud call, claiming to have found their whereabouts? Li Yayu's expression darkened as he coldly glared at the imperial guard behind him. One of them was pushed forward. This man was closest to Wang En and had been the first to announce he heard Wang En's cries for the two. Li Yayu remained silent, suddenly seizing the man's neck. You were close to Wang En. Do you not grieve for him, forced to plunge into the water to search for others? The man trembled, responding cautiously, yes, but also no. Wang En is dear to me, of course I worry, but his punishment was your decision, and I dare not voice dissent. Oh, dare not. Very well. Li Yayu caressed the back of the man's head, his gaze chilling abruptly, gripping the dagger tightly, and swiftly pierced it through the man's neck. As the body gradually slid down, Li Yayu coldly pushed him away, pointing sternly. If anyone else expresses concern for a close one punished and lies to make us waste our time, they shall be dealt with similarly. With that, he was the first to head toward the river's edge. If they fell into the river, surely they would not stop halfway. Hearing the clamor of departing footsteps, 4 pairs of eyes suddenly emerged from the place Li Yayu had just surveyed. No. Wang En had finally been released by Su Qingyu. Crazily rushing toward the lifeless figure. Being part of the Imperial Guard, having even a couple of close companions was rare, especially when that companion lay before him. Yet at that moment, Jiang Zao was still cradled in Jiang Jinyu's embrace, feeling as if she too had been paralyzed by Wang En's gaze. Whoa, why are you staring at me? I did nothing. It was that wicked man who killed your good brother. Jiang Zao pouted, frightened by Wang En's expression, instinctively raising her small hands. However, the bad man earlier said this person must be Wang En, punished and thrown into the water. Truly pitiful. Incorrect. He is a member of the Imperial Guard and must know the whereabouts of that hidden villain. If we could persuade him to lead us, we would achieve our goal with half the effort. The little girl's eyes sparkled with determination, no longer afraid, as she lowered her hands. If only I could speak. I would surely convince him. I could find his weaknesses. But alas, I cannot. What a pity. This man is evidently loyal. If we speak to him earnestly, he will surely be swayed. There is no need for such scrutiny upon us. Jiang Jinyu met Wang En's gaze and suddenly spoke. It was not us who severed his throat. Why waste words on him? Su Qingyu was evidently more agitated, clenching his fists, even contemplating killing the man. To him, the Imperial Guards were merely Li Yayu's weapons, as vile as the traitors, deserving of death. Even though Wang En was stripped of all useful weapons, Jiang Zao's existence was a mistake. Wang En shouted vehemently, clearly brainwashed. Bah! I love my dear brother, my second brother, my mother, and father. Jiang Zao has made our family better. The common folk live in peace. What is wrong with that? If the previous dynasty had no faults, how could it have fallen? Jiang Zao trembled with anger, soaked in water and mixed with blood. Jiang Jinyu gently placed her down beside the straw. All around them were lush green trees. Just when they found a bit of dry straw for warmth, Li Yayu extinguished it. Yet, starting a fire was not difficult. Who was right and who was wrong? Who can truly discern? Jiang Jinyu continued to work with his hands, articulating the thoughts of the little girl. Just as the master you follow has now delegated power to Li Yayu, and that traitor, who betrayed Jiang Zao, is unlikely to remain loyal to your master either. After a pause, Jiang Jinyu added, or how do you know that the previous dynasty, which fell to the uprising of the common people, was meant to endure in this world? Wang En fell silent. Only the little girl continued to clap her small hands. Oh, my brother is the best. Capable in both literature and martial arts. Persuasive too. He aligns perfectly with what I think. Surely he can win him over. Chapter 65. Subversion. Jiang Jinyu gently pressed down on Jiang Zhao's small head. He turned his gaze towards Wang En and continued, think carefully. Since you joined the Imperial Guards and followed your current master, have you truly experienced a day of good fortune? Although Jiang Zhao was known for his strictness towards soldiers, he was not devoid of compassion. By appealing to reason and emotions, one could draw comparisons that lead to pain. If I were to side with Jiang Zhao, would I then be able to enjoy a life of an ordinary citizen? Wang En held the lifeless body, his eyes momentarily clouded with confusion. Indeed, Jiang Jinyu affirmed with unwavering conviction. If you assist Jiang Zhao in eradicating the remnants of the former dynasty, you would undoubtedly become a great contributor. As long as your ambitions do not extend to the royal family, any request you make could be granted. Oh dear, this person is still pitiful. My heart aches for him. But we must also blame that scoundrel who established the imperial guards. Jiang Zao, with tears welling in her eyes, watched as Wang An sought a soft patch of earth to bury the deceased. Jiang Jinyu exchanged glances with Su Qingyu before approaching. I once dreamed of leaving the imperial guards, bidding farewell to my master, and living as an ordinary citizen. Yet, I have now awakened to the truth. Such hopes are ultimately unattainable. After all, the path of the imperial guards leads only to death. Though Wang An did not voice his thoughts, everyone understood. The crown prince of Jiang Zao, if I assist you, will you truly honor your promise? Wang An turned, his gaze fiercely fixed on Jiang Jinyu. His sharp features and tightly pressed lips radiated an innate nobility that was undeniably intimidating. Very well. Wang An suddenly knelt before Jiang Jinyu, declaring, I would serve you as a loyal dog. Wonderful. I have gained a little brother. That wretched traitor never expected my elder brother to be so adept at persuasion. He easily turned him to our side. However, they have gone too far. They took a life so carelessly. Jiang Zhao's expression shifted from joy to anger. Her small face puffed up in indignation. No. Su Qingyu immediately objected. Setting aside our bond, you are still the esteemed crown prince of Jiang Zhao. And you hold the only long princess in your arms. Can I abandon you? The emperor would surely flay me alive. Not to mention, this newly swayed little brother has yet to prove his loyalty. Allowing them to be alone with Wang An would be pushing them directly into the fire. He had not yet completed his duties as a general. There were still things he desired above the neck. Wang An sensed the distrust in Su Qingyu's gaze but remained silent, unwilling to contradict him. Currently, he was aligned with Jiang Jinyu and needed only to heed his words. If you refuse, it would be deemed disobedience. Jiang Jinyu issued his final ultimatum. His stern expression contrasted sharply with his usual gentle demeanor, exuding an undeniable authority. Even the little bundle in his arms seemed to shrink back, too intimidated to move. Oh, my elder brother is quite fierce at this moment. Perhaps I should behave myself. Upon further reflection, embarking on this venture was fraught with peril. Perhaps it would be wiser to advance into the territory of the former crown prince. Yes. I am better off following my elder brother. He is meticulous and will take good care of me. Besides, I am a little lucky star. I will surely look after my elder brother. Elder brother, let us be brave and unyielding. Charge forth. Listening to that soft, melodious voice encouraging him, which only he could hear, Jiang Jinyu couldn't help but smile. He playfully teased the little one in his embrace, who was still secured in his cloak, giggling endlessly. Su Qingyu remained silent for a while, unable to conjure a counterargument. They are coming, Wang An suddenly interjected, his abrupt statement leaving everyone bewildered. What do you mean, they are coming? Is this how the imperial guards are trained to report? Su Qingyu frowned. Speak clearly. There is no time for explanations, Wang An urged, pulling Su Qingyu and Jiang Jinyu towards the woods. He selected 3 trees sufficient for the 3 of them to hide temporarily. Once they climbed up, Su Qingyu still attempted to speak, but the noise below compelled him to silence. Li Yaoyue's voice mingled with the sound of footsteps, imbued with a palpable malice. Wow. So many people, I hope I won't be discovered. This is terrifying. I want to hide. Jiang Zhao, nestled safely in her brother's arms, shifted anxiously. A deep-seated fear enveloped her small frame, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. If discovered, there would be no escape. After all, the imperial guards wielded sharp weapons capable of piercing through flesh in an instant. Jiang Jinyu reassured the little one with one hand while gripping the tree trunk with the other to prevent himself from falling. We will not be discovered. At least that much Jiang Jinyu was certain of. The 3 trees chosen by Wang An obscured one another from above. It would be easy to overlook the presence of individuals in the treetops, yet from the ground, it was far less likely to spot them. Even Su Qingyu had to concede that Wang An had a certain cleverness about him, proving his loyalty at the very least. However, loyalty alone was insufficient. Capability must accompany it. Now trapped in this predicament, escape was impossible, and Wang An was the only one familiar with Li Yaoyue. Meeting Su Qingyu's gaze, Wang An calmly produced a dagger from his person. He surveyed the surroundings and, under the moonlight, suddenly hurled the dagger with great force towards a specific location. Chapter 66. Uncertainty of survival. The dagger was forcefully embedded in the trunk, producing a resounding echo. Although this sound was masked by the footsteps, it did not escape the keen ears of Li Yaoyue. Halt! He bellowed, his malevolent gaze swiftly darting towards the source of the noise. Is it someone attempting to flee? Let us see who is swifter. He promptly summoned the nearby imperial guards and vacated the area. Wang An let out a sigh of relief. The 3 of them leaped down from the treetops, moving in the opposite direction of Li Yaoyue. They sought refuge for a moment on a steep slope tangled with vines. Deciding to rest for a while, Jiang Jinyu tended to the fire and cast an appreciative glance at Wang An, commending his clever strategy. By exploiting Li Yayu's suspicions, he had cleverly orchestrated a sound akin to light-footed leaps upon the branches. With both martial prowess and cunning, he proved himself to be an adept subordinate. Jiang Jinyu even felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of letting him go once everything had concluded. Surely, you must know where the former crown prince is holed up in the Yin Mountains? Su Qingyu inquired. Wang An nodded, though his brow furrowed in contemplation. His ability to stir the pot in the Jiang Dynasty was not without its considerations. Each day, he shifted his location and never lingered in one place. The implication was clear. Without reinforcements, it would be impossible to capture him single-handedly. Jiang, nestled in Jiang Jinyu's arms, extended her tiny claws in prayer, earnestly attempting to mimic the devotees in the temple, yet her little paws could not align perfectly, leading her to puff up in frustration and drop them. Humph! This chubby paw, perhaps one day I shall chop it off for my dear mother to make into meat soup. Jiang Jinyu felt the oppressive atmosphere around them dissipate somewhat. However, matters of urgency needed to be settled. So it is decided, you shall set forth tomorrow. Remember to exercise caution, Jiang Jinyu instructed Su Qingyu. The journey would be fraught with ambushes, yet with Su Qingyu's skill, he should be capable of extricating himself. There's no time to waste. I shall depart immediately, Su Qingyu declared, rising to brush off the dirt from his clothes. Upon saying this, he requested Wang An to delineate a route that would be less likely to encounter Li Yayu, and then he set off alone. 3 days later, within the imperial city of the Jiang Dynasty, in the Yangxin Palace, Jiang Huaijing and Xue Xiangrong awaited anxiously. When a conscious Su Qingyu finally entered the palace, Xue Xiangrong, disregarding formalities, hastily grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Has there been any news of our son? For the past 2 days, they have been unable to locate you. Having scoured the entire palace, even uprooting the flowers and plants in the imperial garden, yet to no avail. Your Majesties, please do not panic." In truth, seeing the anxiety of both the empress and the emperor, Su Qingyu hurriedly recounted the events of the past 2 days. Utter nonsense, Jiang Huaijing exclaimed, slamming his palm upon the table. He issued a military order, which Su Qingyu promptly accepted. Wait, just as Su Qingyu turned to leave, Jiang Huaijing seemed to recall something and halted him. Xue Xiangrong, noticing this, grew increasingly anxious. Your Majesty, if there are any instructions, please convey them at once. We cannot afford any further delay. The news they had just received had nearly caused her heart to falter. Our dear Yuer has been found. But in the perilous Yin Mountains, that place is not for ordinary folk. She would never go there unless absolutely necessary. Our precious daughter must be suffering greatly. Do not worry, I shall write a letter to remind our son to take care. Jiang Huaijing's expression was notably grim. This letter would most likely serve as a reprimand for Jiang Jinyu. Though Su Qingyu was anxious, he could not disregard the imperial will. It would only take a quarter of an hour. Surely Jiang Jinyu could endure until then, right? An oppressive silence enveloped the entire imperial city, and not just the city. Even the Yin Mountains were shrouded in gloom. In the woods, 2 figures darted swiftly among the treetops. Behind them were fully armed pursuers, while ahead lay a tangle of underbrush. One figure, clad in a red robe, had a small bundle clinging to him. The chubby little paws held a bowl of dark meat stew, which she savored with delight. Oh dear. It seems my little brother hasn't gained an ounce despite my feeding him these past 2 days. His pace remains as swift as ever. Come, little pursuers, come. Here I am, and my dear brother is here too. If you have the skill, catch us. Jiang, nestled in her brother's embrace, even found the leisure to stick her tongue out at their pursuers. At that moment, Jiang Jinyu had no time to concern himself with his sister. He and Wang An leaped adeptly through the woods, finally evading their pursuers in a hollow of an ancient tree. One so large that it would take 4 or 5 people to encircle it, likely having stood for a century. Wang An seized the opportunity to carve out a hollow within, even at the cost of scraping his hands. His determination for the sake of his people was unwavering. Oh dear, after witnessing Wang An sneak out the other day, I thought he was planning to flee. It appears I underestimated him. I apologize. Jiang, her face smeared with remnants of the stew, nodded repeatedly at Wang An. The child intended to bow, but found herself trapped in Jiang Jinyu's embrace, unable to move. If reinforcements arrive today, we can regroup and launch an attack on the Yin Mountains tomorrow to eliminate the threat here. I promise you, I shall keep my word. Jiang Jinyu leaned against the trunk, still holding on to Jiang. Wang An nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to quietly start a fire, several arrows suddenly rained down from above. Position yourselves nearby and shoot through the trees. I want to see how long they can last. Li Yayu's sinister voice echoed from below. It seemed their traces had been discovered over the past few days. After all, among the three of them, one was merely a child, hardly capable of fleeing far. Now, if they were to confront their pursuers with 2 swords in hand, they might withstand for a while and escape. Yet, ultimately, they would still be captured. But if they remained hidden and did not venture out, survival was by no means guaranteed. Chapter 67. A minor victory in light of recent events. It appears that daydreams are best left unpursued. Wang offered a rueful smile, his countenance reflecting a profound sorrow. His fervent desire to become an ordinary citizen, free from the burdens of swords and the weight of lives taken, now felt elusive as he faced a grim fate under the hand of Li Yayu. Yet, he resolved to bide his time, for the situation had not yet reached its nadir. Hope for a turn of fortune remained. Jiang Jinyu's cold gaze fixed intently on the outside world, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, hesitant to move. Wang had made it clear that the arrows of the imperial guards were laced with poison. Even a mere touch could extinguish a life in an instant. Ah, how splendid it would be to meet one's end here, he mused. Unlike the usual burial in a quaint mound of earth this time, he would rest among the trees. Yet, a sense of shame enveloped him, knowing that despite the foreboding outcome, he could not save his elder brother. If only his brother had laid down his burdens sooner. Now, clinging to them, he risked becoming a cripple should they face a fierce assault. The little one lamented inwardly, her belly full yet her heart heavy. As she observed her sister succumbing to despair, Jiang Jinyu, unable to chastise her, felt the weight of his own inadequacy in protecting even his younger sister. My prince, I will draw them away from here. You and the princess still have a glimmer of hope. Hurry, Wang declared, oblivious to his own thoughts as the arrows continued to rain down around them. When he spoke of his rural hometown, a flicker of affection and nostalgia danced in his eyes. In recent days, he had divulged much of his tragic history, an orphan compelled to sell himself to a general to sustain the imperial guards. The might of the imperial army was built upon the backs of countless forsaken children. No, Jiang Jinyu replied without hesitation, we are in this together. I cannot bear to watch you sacrifice yourself, especially as the ranks of the imperial guard swell. It was evident that Li Yayu had unleashed nearly all his forces in pursuit of them. Be patient, Jiang Jinyu urged, seeking to soothe Wang, who seemed on the brink of recklessness. Wang was the sole individual aware of the former prince's whereabouts. Should he perish, they would lose their guide, complicating their efforts to evade the former prince. My prince, there is no chance for a reprieve. Wang's patience frayed, his expression growing increasingly desperate. The general had promised reinforcements, yet they had yet to materialize. I have been fleeing with you for 4 days now. If we cannot endure today, we shall indeed become like hedgehogs. A fleeting moment of despair crossed Wang's features. He was eager to secure a chance for Jiang Jinyu, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he prepared to dash out into the open. An arrow whizzed perilously close to them, causing Jiang Jinyu's heart to race. Are you mad? Before he could reprimand Wang further, he noticed his friend's complexion drain of color, a pallor that belied the impending mortal peril. Ah, brother, save me. I'm falling. I'm going to become a pancake. The child's cries pierced the forest, echoing with a mixture of innocence and terror that tugged at Jiang Jinyu's heart. With no time to waste, he leapt toward the tree hollow. Yue, he called, gritting his teeth as he drew his sword, knowing they were cornered. Yet he would fight to protect Jiang Zao until the very end. Arrows continued to fly past him, yet he noticed the number of projectiles dwindling significantly. Even after he cradled Jiang Zao back into his arms, no further arrows were loosed. He focused solely on comforting her. It's all right, dear Yue. Don't be afraid. Your brother is here. In those dire moments, the comfort of a loved one was a bittersweet balm for his sister's fears. Brother, I thought I would never see you again. But if you risk your life to protect me, we'll both be lost together. Perhaps sensing the proximity of death, the little one clung tightly to Jiang Jinyu's neck, determined to protect her brother even in the face of despair. The wind howled like a blade, and the sensation of falling grew stronger. Yet, after what felt like an eternity, Jiang Zao had yet to feel the impact of the ground. Huh? Why doesn't he hurt? Did I fall too quickly and already miss it? She pondered, cautiously opening one eye to find Jiang Jinyu's face, equally bewildered. Wang followed suit, leaping down shortly after, soon joined by Su Qingyu. The surrounding imperial guards had been completely eradicated. Li Yayu was captured alive, gagged and glaring at Su Qingyu with venomous eyes. Just as you predicted, I have encountered misfortune. Su Qingyu exchanged glances with Li Yayu, neither willing to yield. Had it not been for my superior skills, I might have met a grim fate. Why? Li Yayu's laughter echoed ominously. Jiang Zao flinched, nearly jumping out of Jiang Jinyu's arms as memories of nightmares threatened to surface, her eyes brimming with tears. Filled with concern for his sister, Jiang Jinyu kicked Su Qingyu away. If you're going to interrogate him, do it far from here. Let us not waste time. I have royal letters to deliver. Su Qingyu began to retrieve the missives when Li Yayu erupted into maniacal laughter behind him. The imperial family values bloodlines, yet treats concubines as mere weeds. He had drawn everyone's attention but was too preoccupied with his own disheveled appearance to care. His tear-filled eyes swept over each person present, burning with resentment. Li Weiwa. Do you remember? My sister. She perished within the imperial city, nameless and unacknowledged. You are all executioners. You all deserve to die. I will capture you and subject you to a lingering death. Chapter 68. A fate unworthy of death. Li Weiwa. Su Qingyu was unfamiliar with the court concubines and frowned in confusion. Who was she? Even he was at a loss, which amused Jiang Jinyu somewhat. Li Weiwa was previously the beloved of Gao Bin. After recounting the tale of Li Weiwa and Gao Bin, Jiang Jinyu's calm words nonetheless provoked Li Yayue. His eyes reddened, bloodshot with fury, as he violently spat out the cloth wad and cursed Jiang Jinyu with hoarse cries. How dare you slander my sister? My sister was summoned to the palace, thus unable to marry into the Gao family. You vile scoundrels! You bastards! You have harmed my sister's life. And now you wish to tarnish her reputation even after her death. Is this how the royal family behaves? Su Qingyu gazed coldly at the panting figure before him and replied icily, I had thought you clever enough to merit my training as a vice-general. Let us not dwell on that. The Gao family has repeatedly urged your father to send Li Weiwa to the palace. Surely you are not oblivious to this? A fleeting moment of blankness crossed Li Yayue's face. With that, he ordered the guards to take Li Yayue away for further handling. Oh, how decisively ruthless the general is. I had believed he might show some compassion, perhaps even allow him to be escorted to the imperial city for judgment. While Jiang Zao often found it difficult to shake off the habits of her youthful body, she easily found her fingers finding their way to her mouth. As she pulled her tiny hand away, she looked towards Su Qingyu and asked, Where is the letter from my father? Show it to me. Indeed. This is of utmost importance. Su Qingyu slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this matter. He hastily summoned his belongings and retrieved a letter penned on paper. The familiar signature and handwriting were unmistakable. The strokes were strong and vigorous, albeit slightly hurried, yet it did not hinder Jiang Huijing from reprimanding him. The little one still retained some literacy, and upon reading the somewhat agitated words, she could not help but giggle. It seems Father Emperor is truly anxious. Even the elder brother's residence has been dismantled. But never mind. I am magnanimous. I shall allow my elder brother to reside in my quarters. Little Zao patted her elder brother's face, her round little face blooming with joy. It was not that he intended to pry, but the person stood so close that it was impossible not to see. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Jinyu ultimately decided to stow away the letter for the time being and discuss it later. Little Yu was still in shock. And it was vital for me to eliminate the faction loyal to the former crown prince. If I let Little Yu leave like this, with no trustworthy companions at her side, she would surely panic. Oh, my elder brother has thought this through so carefully. I love my elder brother so much. I have decided to choose a beautiful sister-in-law for him in the future, and then have a lovely little nephew. Little Jiang Zao grinned mischievously, her tiny face brimming with delight. Jiang Jinyu stumbled slightly as he turned to fetch water to wash her face, momentarily losing his balance, and then gently pressed her little head down. Su Qingyu found the interactions between the siblings amusing. However, at that moment, a soldier approached, pale-faced and breathless, reporting that Li Yayue had been abducted. What? Su Qingyu's expression immediately turned grave. He had resolved the matter on the spot to prevent Li Yayue from escaping. He slammed his fist against a nearby tree, his eyes dark with foreboding. There must be a traitor within the ranks, and that turncoat has been taken. What? The one who vowed our demise has been taken. Jiang Zao felt a chill run down her spine, and, before Jiang Jinyu could steady her, she hurriedly nestled into his embrace. He felt pain to see the little bundle trembling in his arms and frowned at Su Qingyu. Very well. Let us take a day to regroup. Bring forth the roster and the soldiers' records for careful examination, and let's identify the traitor. Thus, they summoned Wang In for a secret discussion, allowing Su Qingyu to accompany him to scout the enemy's position. Jiang Jinyu held Little Zao close, first counting the number of reinforcements. Yet for some reason, Little Zao felt as if a pair of wolfish eyes were fixed upon her. Before she could comprehend the sensation, a shadow loomed before her. The little bundle's legs went stiff. Looking up, she saw a breathless Su Qingyu and Wang In. Have you found their hideout? Jiang Jinyu furrowed his brow and inquired. Did scouting tire you so? Do not mention it. Su Qingyu waved his hand, collapsing to the ground and gulping down 3 large mouthfuls of water. We merely approached within a 10-mile radius and nearly got discovered. Jiang Jinyu nodded slightly. Under such circumstances, it was understandable. If we were in his position, seeking to restore the fallen kingdom, we must remain vigilant to ensure our own survival. The former crown prince, known as Yuan Li, was the youngest son of the last emperor of the Yuan Dynasty. He had audaciously claimed his intention to restore the former glory of the Yuan Dynasty. Unfortunately, a dynasty plagued by a foolish emperor and a seductive consort was destined for a swift demise. Yet, Yuan Li, even amidst the fall of the kingdom, refused to abandon the old, weak, women, and children, striving to protect their lives. That mischievous Yuan Li does have a redeeming quality. I have resolved to leave him with a complete corpse. Little Jiang Zao munched on her meat porridge, listening to Jiang Jinyu discuss the roster. I have reviewed half of the roster. Those already counted need not wait. You should examine those that have not yet been checked. Jiang Jinyu carried little Zao towards the tent, leaving Su Qingyu behind to exclaim, You leave me here to continue counting the army. I too wish to rest. And he had to ensure his little sister could rest well. Seeing little Zao's large eyes nearly drooping shut, Jiang Jinyu quickened his pace. Upon entering the tent, he skillfully unfastened his cloak and gently placed little Zao on the makeshift bed. Not only that, he carefully folded his cloak and covered her little belly with it. Jiang Jinyu seldom witnessed little Zao asleep, let alone cradled her while she slumbered. This sensation was quite novel. Who would have thought that he would find himself with his little sister by his side? Had it not been for her, he might have perished in Yanshan long ago. Jiang Jinyu gazed tenderly at the little bundle, unable to resist the urge to poke her chubby cheek. However, to his surprise, that gentle poke nearly awakened little Zao. The child slowly opened her large eyes, but quickly shut them again, leaving a small gap. She appeared to be asleep, yet not fully so. Suddenly, her small mouth blurted out 2 words, water, water. Little you, be good. I shall fetch you some water right away. Jiang Jinyu had no experience in lulling little Zao to sleep, thinking she had merely been startled awake, and hurriedly reassured her before stepping out of the tent. The army was encamped closely together, especially Jiang Jinyu's tent, which was situated in the center. The water was unclean, so he felt compelled to boil it outside the tent before bringing it in to ensure little Yu's safety. However, completing the task would take a good quarter of an hour. Jiang Jinyu cautiously carried the hard-earned water into the tent, but, in an instant, spilled the precious contents. The tent was empty, and little Zao was nowhere to be found. In a flash, chaos erupted within the army, tents being overturned one after another. At that moment, little Zao was being held aloft by a figure, leaping through the woods. Woo-woo, I was sleeping halfway through. Little Zao blinked awake, her drowsiness startled away. Only then did she have the clarity to realize she had been captured again, and in front of her elder brother, no less, in the cold, damp cave. Without the flickering torches, one would surely be unable to see their own hand in front of their face. Until the figure in black beside Jiang Zao spoke up to report, the little one finally noticed another person standing within. The darkness was so profound that the child could barely see. The sinister figure in black addressed the master. Could it be the legendary crown prince of the former dynasty? The rosy-cheeked child's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the individual who slowly turned around. Let us go down, came the command. Jiang Zao burst into laughter. Ha! I can't help it. My stomach hurts from holding back, but I truly cannot resist. What is this thing? The cave fell silent, save for the distinct sound of the child's laughter. The black-clad figure, about to depart, paused momentarily before swiftly employing lightness skills to leap away. How dare this little brat act disrespectfully before the master? He certainly did not wish to be implicated. Jiang Zao remained blissfully unaware of the absence of one individual in the cave, continuing to giggle uncontrollably. It wasn't he until Yuan Li approached, wearing the amusing black-red mask and glaring coldly at Jiang Zao, that she sensed danger. I'm sorry, I will not laugh anymore. I realize my mistake. Please forgive me this once and bless my life. The little one obediently knelt on the muddy ground, her eyes beginning to glaze over. It was over. She had been too reckless to laugh in front of the former crown prince. What boldness! Yuan Li spoke abruptly, his voice raspy and unpleasant, as if it had been singed by smoke. One could hardly blame him. Many had heard Yuan Li's voice, and it was only natural for him to ruin his own throat to avoid revealing his whereabouts. Yet, I'm sorry, I cannot help it. It truly sounds like a little duck quacking. Jiang Zao struggled to contain her laughter, her round little face resembling one stuffed with dumplings. However, being merely a 3-year-old child, she lacked the composure. When Yuanli once again leaned in with that ridiculous mask, she burst out laughing, a spray of saliva splattering onto Yuanli's mask. Chapter 69. The Great Revenge. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Zao could only suppress her laughter, gently raising her hand to wipe away the droplets of saliva. I apologize. Dear one, it was unintentional. Please do not harm me. However, I must admit, your voice is rather unpleasant. The little one felt a blend of fear and amusement. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze shifted, and she felt a sudden lightness. Yuanli's mask gradually came into view, through the darkened eye holes. She could even sense Yuanli squinting, his expression marked by displeasure. Oh no, am I being lifted to be slaughtered? Yet Yuanli seemed oblivious to her distress, merely lifting one of her small feet and calling out towards the cave entrance. In an instant, 2 wolfhounds rushed in, drooling at the sight of the fresh meat in Yuanli's grasp. Little lucky star of Jiang Zao, if you were to vanish, what do you think your dear father would do? The harsh, raspy voice echoed in her ears, fraying Jiang Zao's nerves. Realizing he intended to drop her to feed the dogs, Jiang Zao cried even louder, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I promise never to mock you again. The 2 wolfhounds, ravenous, displayed their sharp teeth as they opened their mouths wide. Before Yuanli could even drop Jiang Zao, one of the hounds lunged forward, eager to savor this delicacy. How dreadful! Tears streamed down Jiang Zao's face, her features flushed from being hung upside down, rendering her a pitiful sight. When had she ever endured such humiliation? No, I must learn from my brothers. Even if I am to be slaughtered, I must not cry. Gradually, her sobs subsided. Yuanli was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to tease the little creature before discarding her to the dogs, but to his surprise, she had ceased her crying. What fun was left in that? Since learning of the events in the palace, he had harbored murderous thoughts towards Jiang Zao's little lucky star. Though he did not understand how she had thwarted his plans, killing her still seemed the right course of action. Not to mention, he had sent out both Feng and Jing, only for them to meet their demise. With this thought, anger surged within Yuanli. He envisioned Jiang Zao, terrified and weeping, being devoured by the wolfhounds. In that moment, he could assure himself that now that you are in my grasp, there is no escape. Not even a single bone will remain. These 2 hounds could crush even a cow's bones. As he spoke, a cruel glint shone in Yuanli's eyes. To further validate his claim, he lifted Jiang Zao by her small foot and shook her violently. I feel sick. I can't hold it anymore. At that moment, all fear was replaced by instinct, and Jiang Zao vomited all over. Once her discomfort subsided, the feeling of being upside down became much more bearable. However, as she slowly opened her eyes, she was stunned to realize she had just vomited on Yuanli. His black robe was now stained with a peculiar mixture, emitting an unpleasant odor. Yuanli froze. Anger surged within him, reminiscent of the time he experienced similar humiliation during the fall of his kingdom. You wretched creature! His roar nearly pierced the air, and Jiang Zao felt herself being lifted again, shaken roughly. Ah, not this again! Is there no creativity in your methods? I'll fight back. Jiang Zao shouted sharply, closing her eyes and wildly flailing her small paws, determined to swat away the air surrounding him. Yuanli was caught off guard by the little one's unexpected retaliation. Her small frame seemed to exude boundless energy, making her difficult to ignore and control. A sharp sound echoed as an object fell to the ground, halting Jiang Zao's actions. Following the sound, she saw Yuanli's strange black-red mask lying on the ground. Oh no, this is a disaster. I'm doomed. Yuanli's eyes widened, as if he had encountered something terrifying, and he hurriedly reached down to retrieve it. In his frantic state, he completely forgot that he was still holding Jiang Zao. Due to Yuanli's abrupt movement, the little one found herself face to face with the 2 wolfhounds, and the next moment, a piercing scream erupted, nearly shaking the cave to its core. Outside, the patrolling guards paused, exchanging bewildered glances. Has the master finally tossed that little one to the hounds? But that scream doesn't sound like a child. What does it matter? As long as the master avenges his grievances, we should proceed with our patrol. Outside, the dark clouds began to part, and the moonlight gently illuminated a cluster of tents. Still no sign of them? Jiang Jinyu, with a grim expression, sword in hand, looked up at Su Qingyu and sighed. They have vanished without a trace. My elite troops are formidable, even if you rush to pursue them now. It would be unsurprising if you fail. We should take this opportunity to infiltrate and capture Yuanli. Rescuing the princess, Su Qingyu suggested. That is not advisable. Jiang Jinyu replied thoughtfully. If he were to act in desperation and directly kill you in yin, it would yield more losses than gains. However, Jiang Zao lacks the elite troops necessary for combat. While they may excel in battle, infiltrating the enemy camp to rescue her would not be feasible. I will go alone, Jiang Jinyu declared coldly after a moment of contemplation. That is out of the question. Su Qingyu immediately countered. You are the only royal bloodline not in their grasp. If you were to. His protests were met with Jiang Jinyu's authoritative military command, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. As the night sky was once again shrouded in clouds, it seemed as if dawn would never break. Chapter 70. Delay the killing in the cave. Jiang Zao sat forlornly in a corner, her small paws bound in front of her. Tears filled her eyes as she perched upon a stone, her tiny mouth silenced. Opposite her sat Yuanli, his face contorted with rage. He extended his hand, which bore the marks of a bite, to the physician nearby for treatment. Can you even manage to treat this wound? Yuanli grimaced in pain, delivering a harsh kick to the physician. The doctor hurriedly knelt, pleading for mercy, explaining that the bite wound was particularly difficult to clean and thus more painful. Enough. Just wrap it up and get out. Yuanli barked at the physician. He then cast a resentful glance at Jiang Zao, his hand resembling a pig's trotter. When the sounds from the cave echoed through the mountains of Yin, everyone believed Jiang Zao had perished. Little did they know it was Yuanli who was injured. Humph. Who told you to almost feed the baby to the dogs? The baby is scared. After biting you, you got bitten by a dog, and that's not the baby's fault. Blame yourself. Jiang Zao huffed, turning her tear-streaked face away defiantly. Are you implying I deserve this? Yuanli seemed to understand her meaning, letting out a cold chuckle. Do you believe I would? Before he could finish, his words faltered as he met Jiang Zao's stubborn gaze through the dark, crimson mask. The little one stammered as if scolding him. But her mouth was bound, rendering her speechless. She bore a striking resemblance to her former self. Yuanli suddenly realized that she was still merely a 3-year-old child, isolated and helpless in this cave. He recalled when he had been named Crown Prince, vowing to his mother to protect all children like her, ensuring their carefree and joyful existence. How could the hatred from the destruction of his kingdom now be directed towards a child? It was utterly unacceptable. Yuanli choked on his words, the threats he had prepared evaporating. Humph. What are you staring at? What do you want? If you keep looking, the baby will bite you again. Jiang Zao, unaware of his thoughts, assumed Yuanli was contemplating how to intimidate her, her large eyes brimming with indignation. In a final act of defiance, she lifted her short leg and kicked a stone towards Yuanli's calf. This small act darkened Yuanli's expression once more. It seemed that even children could discern right from wrong. Hatred knew no age, and it ought to be met with equal severity. Someone. Yuanli called out toward the cave entrance. 2 guards promptly entered, weapons in hand, awaiting their master's command. Take this little brat. Before he could finish his sentence, a distinct noise interrupted him. He and the guards turned to see Jiang Zao frozen in place, her short legs tensed together, and her large eyes averted. After a long moment, as if sensing the lingering gaze upon her, Jiang Zao raised her eyes defiantly. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a baby who is hungry? You brought the baby here in the dead of night and made her sick. Now the baby's tummy is empty. If you're going to kill her, just do it. Her mouth, bound as it was, pouted, and tears of fear streamed down her cheeks. Yet, even amidst her fear, she bravely lifted her head, exposing her short neck. Come on. The baby has accepted her fate. Jiang Zao's little lucky star will never bow down. Her spirit of defiance clashed with her fear, and though she resigned herself, she tightly shut her eyes. Tears continued to flow from the corners of her eyes, falling onto her body, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Silence enveloped the cave. After what seemed like an eternity, Jiang Zao remained oblivious to the pain on her neck. Instead, she detected a delightful aroma wafting from the stone table before her. Crispy chicken, roasted duck, stir-fried tender greens. Huh? Is this a reward for the baby before she meets her end? A reward for helping her parents and brothers avoid disaster? Jiang Zao could no longer resist the delicious scent, her nose twitching like a puppy's, and she slowly opened her eyes. The dishes truly looked delectable. The little one was momentarily stunned, saliva pooling in her mouth but unable to escape. Sensing the yearning in her eyes, Yuanli suddenly chuckled. After the food was served, he dismissed all the guards and removed his mask. After all, Jiang Zao had already seen his scarred face, and there was no need for further concealment. Yuanli wiped his hands and leisurely began to eat the roast chicken. The meat, as he tore into it, released an enticing aroma that nearly choked Jiang Zao with longing. At that moment, She comprehended that Yuan Li was beginning to torment her by making her watch as he consumed the delicious dishes while her own stomach remained empty. Wow, you are truly a villain. The worst of the worst. The baby is going to throw a tantrum. The baby will really cry for you to see. Jiang Zao whimpered, causing Yuan Li to momentarily pause in his actions. In the next instant, the cloth binding her mouth was torn away, and her paws were released. The little one was taken aback, still processing the change, when a chicken leg was tossed in her direction, still on its plate. However, once it reached her, it inevitably became dirted. Jiang Zao cared little for such details, seizing the chicken leg and devouring it with glee. In her revelry, she failed to notice Yuan Li's sigh of relief. Choking would be the best outcome, came his cold voice, yet only Yuan Li understood that it contradicted his true feelings. He would never admit that tormenting a child like this was wholly inconsistent with his ideals. Nor would he acknowledge that Jiang Zao reminded him of the destitute children he had seen after the fall of his kingdom, evoking a sense of compassion within him. Meanwhile, the little one was solely focused on her meal. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Zao began to observe Yuan Li quietly. What is this? Have you softened? No, no. The baby cried when she was first captured. Why is he only being nice now? Jiang Zao shook her little head, uncertain of her thoughts. In her moment of distraction, she forgot to chew, and a large piece of meat lodged in her mouth, causing Yuan Li's heart to race. Would she eat or not? If you aren't going to eat, put it down. The reprimand startled Jiang Zao, causing her little paws to tremble, and the chicken bone flew from her grip, striking Yuan Li squarely on the head. The already brooding expression on his face darkened further, and he glared at Jiang Zao as if he would devour her whole. It's over. It's over. The baby is truly doomed. This is a meal that leads to execution. Chapter 71. A solitary rescue. Jiang Zao let out a cry, her sobs echoing in the air. With greasy hands, she was about to wipe her eyes, but in the next moment, someone seized her hand. Yuan Li's eyes were filled with concern, and he instinctively pulled out a handkerchief, gently cleaning Jiang Zao's hands. Such filthy hands on her eyes would surely lead to illness. Only after ensuring the little one's hands were clean did Yuan Li feel a sense of relief. Yet at that moment, he noticed Jiang Zao gazing at him with her large, blinking eyes, seemingly puzzled. What is this person doing? Could it be that he truly feels sympathy for the child? Facing Jiang Zao's inquisitive gaze, Yuan Li gritted his teeth and coldly admonished her, "Be careful, or I shall gouge out your eyes." It seemed that his pride was at stake, so he drew forth his dagger, raising it high as if to plunge it towards Jiang Zao's eyes. The little girl visibly trembled but bravely maintained her gaze on Yuan Li, her eyes wide open and unblinking. Yuan Li, firm-hearted, was about to intimidate her further when he saw Jiang Zao's small mouth quivering, as if she were on the verge of tears once more. He fell silent, lowering the dagger and instead offering her a chicken leg. Jiang Zao ceased her crying and looked up at him. Unbidden, she recalled the conversation she had overheard between Su Qingyu and Jiang Jinyu. Yuan Li was, after all, a ruler who cared for his people and valued loyalty. Looking at her own tiny hands and short legs, she realized she was still just a child. No matter how much Yuan Li despised Jiang Zao, it would surely torment him to slaughter an innocent child. Oh, perhaps heaven has shown mercy on the baby, allowing her to discover your little weakness. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Jiang Zao suddenly bit Yuan Li's hand. Yuan Li, enraged once more, raised his concealed dagger again. Just you wait. I'll make you cry. Jiang Zao's face transformed as he turned his gaze towards her, and she quickly wiped her tears away. Lock this little brat up in the dungeon. Oh dear, I've gone too far. The baby should not have bitten down so hard. Jiang Zao pouted. Now that she was no longer worried about being harmed, she playfully waved her little hands and legs in front of the guards. Just as Yuan Li was about to strike her down, the weapon was knocked from his hand. Who dares to touch her? Yuan Li's voice was chilling. The guards trembled. Yet they hesitated, recalling that in the past, those captured from Jiang Zao had met dire fates. Coughing lightly, Yuan Li coldly declared, I intend to keep her as a hostage, and she must not be harmed. If it were not for the civilians in the dungeon beside the sea oil of Jiang Zao, this little one would not have been thrown in there. He reminded the guards to never confine her with the second prince. Second brother? Jiang Zao's eyes lit up, suddenly filled with energy. However, as she entered the dark dungeon, she was carried past several cells and could not see who was inside. What a pity. If only I could know where second brother is. Meanwhile, in a thicket on the mountainside, Jiang Jinyu's soft voice reached his ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. He instinctively glanced around but found no one nearby, just as he was about to question his own senses. He noticed a glimmer of hope as he looked down at the stones beneath him. He had been doubting his location, yet he had precisely found the dungeon. In the darkness, a figure swiftly dispatched the guards and slipped inside. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang Zao was unceremoniously thrown into the dungeon. Bad people. The little girl pouted, rubbing her sore bottom while glaring at the guards. What kind of people treat a baby like this? What wrong have I done? Humph. Just don't let the baby catch you. Jiang Zao grumbled as she rose from the ground, only to be startled by a suddenly lit fire, causing her to fall back down. Someone else had been captured, and they were still a child. Those wretched guards of the previous dynasty were inhuman. Don't cry. We are good people. As voices began to fill the air, Jiang Zao froze, her heart racing. By the firelight, she could see the faces and clothing of those around her. They were evidently civilians from Jiang Zao. Among them were people of all ages, even children as young as 7 or 8. Why had these guards captured so many? Were they to be used as leverage against Jiang Zao before battle? Jiang Zao's heart began to sink. As the civilians approached her, they noticed the difference in her attire, made from the finest materials reserved for royalty. This is the long princess. Oh my. Someone fetch a handkerchief. The civilians began to panic, and even the children looked curiously at Jiang Zao's small face. The little girl watched them bustling about, warmth flooding her heart. In that moment, she resolved, I must have my brother rescue all these civilians. However, those caring for her had no such thoughts, only lamenting the plight of the long princess and rushing to help. Only one person remained in the corner, coldly observing everything. Not clear? I remember you had food hidden away, didn't you? Suddenly, an 8-year-old child among the onlookers approached the person in the corner. Jiang Zao instinctively turned at the sound, witnessing another child, also 8, being pressured to relinquish what he held. I want to give it. Lu Qing, you're stealing. The child, known as Not Clear, glared defiantly at Lu Qing. If you want to impress that princess, use your own food. I barely have enough for myself. Hey, are you giving me an attitude? Lu Qing, though a girl, appeared sturdier than Not Clear. Seeing that Not Clear wouldn't budge, she lunged to seize the food. Yet for some reason, Not Clear was fiercely protective of what they held. Will you hand it over or not? Losing patience, Lu Qing shouted, glaring and pointing accusingly at Not Clear. Your brother is a traitor, and you're a traitor too. You can't stand to see our long princess live well. Can you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zao was taken aback. Chapter 72. Unable to escape, the small child's mouth fell open in astonishment, seemingly engulfed in shock. My brother is a traitor? This is terrible. Does that mean I am in great danger? What if this boy is also a villain? In an instant, Jiang Zao's petite frame stiffened. However, at that moment, the guards in the dungeon appeared to become agitated, causing the prisoners to stir restlessly as well. Jiang Zao's attention was entirely captured by the figure who had been bullied, staring intently at her without blinking. The little one found the name somewhat familiar. Yet amidst the chaos of recent events, she could not recall where she had heard it. Your Highness, please have this. Lu Qing, seeing that she could not snatch the attention, reluctantly pulled out a dirty flatbread from her bosom and presented it before Jiang Zao. Gazing at the small, blackened bread, the child briefly questioned whether consuming it would result in an upset stomach. Moreover, the overt subservience in Lu Qing's eyes was too apparent. Anyone could discern her intentions to curry favor with the little one, hoping that one day they might escape this dungeon and achieve greatness. Perhaps I should refrain from eating. Having just consumed a large chicken leg, eating this might upset my stomach, but in front of so many people, it might seem impolite not to eat. Maybe I should smile instead. Jiang Zao's lips curled into a faint smile, yet her tiny paw waved vigorously. Thank you. Despite her innocence, in a moment of urgency, she managed to utter a few simple words. The commoners who had been brought in still viewed her as the same child as before, and upon hearing those 2 words, they erupted in joyous chatter. Lu Qing, filled with a sense of pride, insisted on shoving the flatbread into Jiang Zao's hands. Your Highness, please do not be modest. You must eat to gain strength. Just remember to share a bit of silver with our family later, and if you could secure a plot of land for us, that would be even better. Lu Qing was lost in her daydreams, while Jiang Zao would not extend her hand to accept such blatant desires. Yet, how could the little one resist the overwhelming strength of an 8-year-old child? Ah, I told you not to be polite. Lu Qing laughed heartily. And just as she was about to bypass Jiang Zao's flailing paw to force the bread into her mouth, Jiang Zao closed her eyes, accepting her fate. If I must face an upset stomach, then so be it. It's a pity, though, as I just had that chicken leg. Suddenly, a scoff interrupted Lu Qing's actions. With that wretched bread of yours, which you had pressed under your backside yesterday, You want to even eat it yourself, yet you expect the princess to? How much do you truly respect her? Concluding, the figure remarked coolly, "It seems you are not concerned for the princess, but rather for your own glory. Such hypocrisy. Ah, you think yourself superior and noble, but if you're so virtuous, why not follow the teachings of the sages and forego food and drink? Guarding that piece of bread, does it not contain the meat your brother instructed you to eat before his demise?" At these words, Jiang Zao opened her eyes. Yet the two individuals before her had already engaged in a scuffle, and the other prisoners showed no inclination to intervene. "Oh dear, please, do not fight. What if someone gets hurt? Lu Qing, you may consider yourself a good person, but in truth, you are worse than the villains. I do not like this." Jiang Zao frowned, her mouth opening as she attempted to mediate, entirely unaware that the guards had been drawn away by the commotion. In the next moment, she heard a familiar voice. "Xiao Yu, big brother?" Jiang Zao turned in disbelief, catching sight of a young man in a flowing red robe standing at the dungeon's entrance. Jiang Jinyu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of so many commoners from Jiang Chao. Yuanli has indeed committed numerous atrocities. However, the priority remained to ensure Jiang Zao's safety. "Come here quickly." Jiang Jinyu beckoned to the dazed child. "I cannot hold them off for long." "Coming." Jiang Zao's face brightened with joy. The surrounding commoners were still processing the situation, but Lu Qing's eyes gleamed with determination as she charged forward, even colliding with Jiang Zao without noticing. "Your Highness." Upon getting closer and seeing Jiang Jinyu's handsome face, Lu Qing felt a rush of embarrassment. Jiang Jinyu nodded distantly, his demeanor aloof, yet Lu Qing's enthusiasm remained unrestrained. "Are you here to take the princess away? Might I accompany you? I promise to protect her all the way." Her voice was not quiet, awakening the surrounding commoners. "The crown prince has arrived. Is he here to rescue us?" "Your Highness, we knew Jiang Chao would not abandon us." Hearing their cries, Jiang Jinyu felt a sense of urgency. He had come without soldiers, solely to find Jiang Zao. Just drawing the guards away had taken considerable effort. Now, Jiang Jinyu had no choice but to reveal the truth. "Rest assured, Jiang Chao will rescue you. But for now, you must endure. The army is camped at the foot of the mountain and will soon advance. Jiang Chao will never forsake you." The commoners' eyes brimmed with gratitude. With the crown prince's words, "We are content. It is truly a blessing to be born in Jiang Chao. Your Highness, please be cautious. Take the princess away first." The commoners urged, trying to hand Jiang Zao over to Jiang Jinyu, but suddenly, the little one began to sob. "Why are you crying? Hurry, let the prince save me." Lu Qing's demeanor shifted abruptly. She clung tightly to Jiang Zao, glaring fiercely at her. She even pinched the child's arm, making her wail even louder. "Cry. Cry louder. Otherwise, those damned guards want to hear you. I cannot escape, and you cannot either. I am a citizen of Jiang Chao. You cannot abandon me." Fury glinted in Lu Qing's eyes, frightening Jiang Zao into tears. It appeared that she was anxious upon realizing Jiang Jinyu intended to take Jiang Zao away first. "Wah, there are bad people among the crowd. They are bullying me." She had to escape, but Lu Qing was gripping Jiang Zao tightly, her eyes flashing with malice. "Save me. She can escape too. Let go. Do you wish to harm someone?" A voice, slightly childish yet cold, echoed from the corner. Lu Qing paused, yet did not release her grip. "What is it to you? I must carve my own path." Chapter 73. The ambush. The cold voice of Wu Qing disclosed the truth. Yet it was met with indifference. The obstinate Lu Qing clung to Jiang Zao, backing away in a manner that suggested he would battle anyone who approached. "Your Highness, it would be prudent for you to depart swiftly, wait until they lower their guard, and then return at the midnight hour to rescue the princess." "I shall act as your inside man," Wu Qing declared as he approached Jiang Jinyu, despite being merely an 8-year-old child with injuries adorning his face. His words emanated a remarkable decisiveness, devoid of any hint of trepidation. "Why should I place my trust in you?" Jiang Jinyu questioned, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of dissecting Wu Qing's very soul, seeking to unveil the secrets he harbored. Wu Qing shook his head, his clear eyes reflecting the same sincerity as before. "I desire nothing. I merely wish to lead a simple life. If you must reward me, then grant me your lives." "What?" Jiang Jinyu struggled to comprehend Wu Qing's words, but caught a fleeting glimmer of animosity in his eyes. The child's gaze radiated a hope unique to youth, as clear as the depths of a serene lake. "Moreover, it was during a visit from a friend of my brother that I learned the leader of the imperial guards, Liu, was preparing to launch a surprise attack on a nearby encampment. The guards within the dungeon are surely insufficient, so your highness may proceed with confidence to save the princess." I shall endeavor to clear a path for you. As the guards began their chaotic search of the dungeon, Jiang Jinyu found himself compelled to acquiesce. Resolving to remember Wu Qing's words. Were there an alternative, he would have undoubtedly refrained from agreeing to Wu Qing's plan. The little one appeared exceedingly anxious, fearing her elder brother might be discovered and unable to escape. Xiaoyu, be patient. Your brother will surely come to rescue you soon. As he spoke, he endeavored to soothe Jiang Zao, but she pushed him away, urging him to leave. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Jiang Jinyu finally withdrew. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Qing approached him with a feigned amiability. Princess, I apologize for any offense earlier. Might you consider allowing me a brief respite, given that I attempted to offer you some pastries? Despite being just an 8-year-old, her flattery surpassed that of many adults. Humph. Jiang Zhao ignored her, prompting Lu Qing to pursue Wu Qing instead. Jiang Zhao felt a sense of urgency but was at a loss for words. Helplessly watching as the guards took Wu Qing away, Lu Qing cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Zhao before sauntering to her sleeping area and closing her eyes. The little one remained worried about Wu Qing, anxiously waiting, her eyes wide as her stomach began to growl. The dungeon's provisions had not included any special rations for Jiang Zhao, compelling the townsfolk to share their meager portions with her. They were eager to care for the beloved princess of the Jiang Dynasty, yet each had barely enough for themselves. After conversing, they ultimately resolved to contribute a small portion of their food to ensure the princess could fill her belly. She was a tiny, endearing figure, evoking sympathy, and many were moved to give her more. Though the scattered morsels amounted to only a couple of bites, they were insufficient to sate Jiang Zhao's hunger. Wah, I'm still a bit hungry, if only there were more food. The little one pouted, clutching her stomach. The townspeople, noticing her plight, realized their princess had not eaten her fill. Yet, there was nothing more available. Only Lu Qing, relishing a pastry in her hands, noticed the gaze directed at her and immediately adopted a fierce demeanor. What are you staring at? If you had rescued me earlier, I would have shared some of my food with you. Now, don't even think about it. I'd rather starve than give you anything. With that, Lu Qing, seemingly out of spite, devoured the pastry before Jiang Zhao's eyes. Humph, wicked Lu Qing. When my dear brother arrives to rescue me and the townspeople, I shall ensure you sit upon a throne of your own making, and your wicked heart shall be overturned. Though Jiang Zhao felt anger, she was powerless to act. The chill of the cave enveloped her, and she curled up, succumbing to sleep. Upon awakening, she was astonished to see Wu Qing. How is it that he bears no injuries? I had thought I would never see him again. Jiang Zhao's mouth gaped in astonishment, almost as if capable of holding an egg. Yet, at that moment, her mouth was filled with meat pie. Rest assured, they have been misled by me. Now we await the arrival of the crown prince to rescue you, Wu Qing explained, seemingly understanding Jiang Zhao's astonished expression. Misled? Are those villains truly so easily deceived? However, I have discerned that Yuan Li is rather temperamental. A mere tear from me sends him into a panic. As the little one munched on her meat pie, she nodded occasionally, her mind racing with thoughts of how Wu Qing not only preserved his safety, but also procured a meat pie. Truly, he possessed some skill. After satisfying her hunger, Jiang Zhao intended to sit with Wu Qing and wait, but he retreated to a corner, unwilling to join her. What a peculiar person, she murmured, pouting as she leaned against the wooden door of the dungeon, awaiting the arrival of her brother. Before long, the appointed hour arrived, and Jiang Jinyu's figure hurriedly appeared within the dungeon. Xiaoyu. Chapter 74. The rescuee softly called out, gently pushing the small bundle that was almost closing its eyes. As Jiang Zao rubbed her eyes and recognized her elder brother, tears brimmed in her eyes. Even during her time with Yuan Li, she had never felt such a sense of grievance, only fear. But being tormented by Lu Qing in the dungeon felt akin to being slowly cooked in hot oil. Whoa, dear brother, you have finally come. I missed you so much. Jiang Genie swiftly removed the wooden door's bottom and pulled Jiang Zao out. Before departing, he glanced at the corner where the child stood, asking, Wu Qing, do you wish to accompany me? After all, he was a savior to Xiaoyu, and if he left without taking him along, Xiaoyu would surely feel guilt. Yet at that moment, Wu Qing shook his head, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Why not leave? Jiang Genie observed Wu Qing coldly, but internally he pondered the information he had gathered about Su Qingyu. The reason for his refusal was clear. Wu Qing cast a broad smile behind Jiang Genie, proclaiming, because I wish to see you buried here. As his words fell, dozens of imperial guards rushed out from the dungeon. They brandished their spears, all aimed squarely at Jiang Genie. The small bundle looked around in panic as the guards surged forth, clutching Jiang Genie's neck tightly. What should we do? We're surrounded. You are quite astute, Wu Qing. Jiang Genie also tightened his hold on the little one, soothing her. Yet his icy tone directed at Buqing conveyed, "You seek vengeance for your brother, but have you considered who has brought you to this state?" Buqing was chosen as an imperial guard and received Yuan Li's favor precisely because Yuan Li kidnapped you. You were used to threaten Buqing. Yet now you harbor hatred for another victim. What do you hope to gain from this? At these words, even Jiang Zao, despite her naivety, grasped that Buqing was indeed Buqing's brother. No wonder his name sounded so familiar. I will have my revenge. Buqing spat vehemently. You royal family members live in your lofty towers, able to kill us at will. I will avenge my brother, and none of you will escape. And though my brother is an imperial guard, he is also a prince. It is futile to speak further. You have destroyed my brother's bright future, and now you shall all perish. As he spoke, a sinister smile crept across his face as he envisioned the demise of the two before him. Xiaoyu, hold tightly to your brother. Jiang Genie whispered, ignoring Buqing as he comforted the little one. There are so many imperial guards, we surely cannot escape. Jiang Zao looked up at her brother with concern. But Jiang Genie merely held her securely, and then swiftly drew a concealed weapon from behind. He hurled it towards several imperial guards and kicked down two at the entrance, making a rapid escape. Outside, those he had brought awaited to assist him. However, Buqing, witnessing their departure, leisurely rose from the corner. Buqing, you have allied with the former dynasty's prince. Lu Qing, observing everything, hurried to Buqing's side, ingratiatingly saying, I was wrong in the past. I am willing to follow you, and the former prince. Take me with you, please? Buqing scoffed coldly, delivering a kick to Lu Qing's shoulder. Have you forgotten how you have humiliated me? Seeing his grin, Lu Qing trembled, covering her face, fearing another beating. Yet, Buqing did not linger. What mattered was the two outside. Surrounded by the imperial guards, Buqing followed Jiang Genie's steps at a measured pace. He was not foolish. His brother often taught him well. And he could not fail to anticipate that Jiang Genie had brought allies for their rescue. But as soon as he stepped outside, he froze. The imperial guards he had prepared were delayed by the raging mountain fire. The elite troops Jiang Genie had brought were setting the mountain ablaze. Their meticulous planning ensured the flames would hinder the imperial guards, facilitating their retreat. Damn it! Summon the master! Buqing, in a fit of impulse, ordered a subordinate to relay the message to Yuan Li, while he drew his sword and charged forward. He sought to take vengeance on Buqing while the enemy was off guard. However, even a mere ordinary commander could easily kick him aside. Buqing was sent flying, crashing against a tree trunk, pain radiating through his back. Kill them! Kill them! Despite his defeat, Buqing remained undeterred, shouting for his companions to charge forward and surround the enemy. At that moment, a hand gently rested upon Buqing's head. Enough! You rest now. Let this palace take over. The crowd turned to see Yuan Li. He had brought the imperial guards to encircle Jiang Genie and his companions. Through his black-red mask, Yuan Li leisurely issued commands. Kill everyone except for the crown prince and that little brat. Responding to the command were hundreds of imperial guards. The odds were clearly against Jiang Genie and his companions. Use fire. Brother, use fire. Burn them. The little one squirmed in Jiang Genie's embrace, pointing at the torch held by a nearby guard, looking anxious and repeating, fire. Fire. Jiang Genie immediately understood, turning to the soldiers beside him. Soldiers, in this life and death moment, we must not falter. Raise the torches and fight back. No matter how skilled they are still flesh and blood. The rallying cry invigorated the troops, and for a time, both sides were locked in a fierce struggle. Jiang Genie protected Jiang Zao, his sword firmly in hand, striking down several reckless foes who charged at them. Jiang Zao was tightly wrapped in his cloak, and the little one, displaying her wisdom, covered her eyes with her hands. Yet, hearing her brother's heavy, weary breaths, she could not help but peek to check on his condition. Unfortunately, this action led her to meet the cold, ruthless gaze of Yuan Li. He seemed utterly exasperated by the ongoing struggle and simply drew his sword, stepping forward through the flames toward them. Such a troublesome rat. Why must you obstruct me? Words that were clearly menacing and fearsome came from his lips with an almost mocking tone. A sudden giggle escaped Jiang Zao, initially muffled by her tiny hands. But soon she burst into laughter, and to her brother's utter astonishment, she even stuck out her tongue at Yuan Li. Ducky, ducky. Chapter 75. Return to the prison. Yuan Li's fury surged within her heart, and in the next moment, she charged toward Jiang Jinyu. Ah, the terrifying villain is coming. The little one immediately covered her eyes. Jiang Jinyu sighed inwardly, fully aware that this sister of his was both inexperienced and playful. The clash of blades echoed as Jiang Jinyu raised his sword defensively, barely managing to block Yuan Li's onslaught. Yuan Li fought fiercely, each stroke of her sword aimed at a vital point, yet Jiang Jinyu was equally determined. Despite cradling a delicate child in his arms, he managed to hold his ground. However, the soldiers beside him began to falter. Even though they wielded fire to repel the advancing imperial troops, the sheer number of enemies was overwhelming. As the elite soldiers began to lose ground, the little one grew anxious, clinging tightly to Jiang Jinyu's neck, her lips moving as she babbled. Did brother only bring this few elite soldiers? Is it to avoid alarming the enemy? But now, the baby might not survive. While fending off Yuan Li's advances, Jiang Jinyu could not help but marvel at his little sister's keen insight. She had grasped the intricacies of the situation. After all, the Yinshan roads were convoluted. A large troop movement would undoubtedly arouse Yuan Li's suspicion and lead to an ambush. He had also prepared a contingency plan, if he could buy enough time. He would await Su Qingyu's arrival at the appointed hour to launch a direct assault on Yinshan. Jiang Jinyu had never believed in the unclear or engaged in unprepared battles. Yuan Li seemed to sense the crux of the matter, a cold smirk creeping across her lips. If it were merely a duel between the two of them, there might be a chance to delay. However, 100 imperial troops could annihilate the 2,000 elite soldiers of the Jiang Dynasty. No matter how many men Jiang Jinyu brought, could he hold out long enough for reinforcements to arrive? And let us not forget, Li Yayue has been rescued by me. With that, Yuan Li broke into a sinister laugh that sent chills down Jiang Jinyu's spine. Still laughing, are you? Soon enough, you won't be able to. The little one cursed inwardly, though her body betrayed her fear. Jiang Jinyu tightened his embrace around her, his loathing for Yuan Li intensifying. The soldiers of the Jiang Dynasty were not to be underestimated. You remnants of the fallen dynasty will ultimately meet your doom. Yet the open terrain allowed the imperial troops, like pests, to swarm over them, killing one only for another to take its place. Even as fires were set around them, it seemed they would not be able to hold them off for long. Oh dear, what should we do? Is the baby's life to end here? The little one pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, as if she had already resigned herself to sacrifice. If only we could set fire in the cave to block them. Perhaps we would have a fighting chance. We could use the flames to find dear second brother. The cave is filled with the Jiang Dynasty subjects. Perhaps second brother is among them. Jiang Jinyu's mind raced with ideas, but he struggled to articulate them and remind Jiang Jinyu. Unbeknownst to her, her elder brother had already made up his mind. With a powerful strike, Jiang Jinyu pushed Yuan Li back and called to the soldiers beside him, "Soldiers, follow me quickly." He was intent on turning defense into offense. Initially, he had been reluctant to bring such a small group, fearing that Su Qingyu would not agree. However, if they both led a large army together, it would undoubtedly alarm Yuan Li. Her temperament was unpredictable. If she were to slaughter those Jiang Dynasty subjects, it would be disastrous. With Jiang Jinyu's command, the soldiers quickly assumed their positions. Yuan Li's expression darkened as she horizontally brandished her sword, blocking Jiang Jinyu's path. Trying to escape? Not a chance. With that, she charged at him again. Jiang Jinyu parried her blow, catching a glimpse of the relatively few imperial troops before the prison and felt a flicker of hope. He urgently commanded his forces to charge toward the prison. Set fire. Block the prison doors. Upon entering the prison, Jiang Jinyu held Jiang Zao tightly, wiping the blood from his face as he issued cold orders. The only entrance was now sealed. Even if some fearless imperial troops managed to break in, they would be met with swift death. No one could have anticipated that they would take the initiative to enter the prison. Oh, dear brother, you are truly remarkable. Even in battle, you can devise solutions. I admire you so much. I want to give you a kiss. Jiang Zao's bright eyes sparkled, though she hesitated to voice her affection. Let us find dear second brother first. We can celebrate later. I just wonder where he might be. Jiang Jinyu couldn't help but pinch the little one's cheek, freeing his mind to focus on more pressing matters. The entrance to the prison was narrow, allowing only 2 people to enter or exit at once. He arranged for the remaining soldiers to guard the entrance in shifts of 4 for half an hour, quickly rotating them thereafter. This way, the imperial troops would be unable to breach their defenses, allowing him the opportunity to search for Jiang Jinyan. Dear brother is truly a military genius. This strategy, this foresight, it's simply impressive. The little one grew increasingly enamored with her elder brother, clutching him tightly and refusing to let go. Jiang Jinyu decided to indulge her. However, as they searched the prison thoroughly, they found no trace of Jiang Jinyan at all. What are we to do? The little one's brow furrowed in distress, and Jiang Jinyu's expression mirrored her concern. Could there be another holding place? The Yinshan region's mountains were indeed complex, but there were not many usable caves. Yuan Li would change her location frequently, and complicating the prison's layout would waste manpower and hinder convenience. Yet they had searched everywhere in this place. After pondering for a moment, a figure suddenly surfaced in Jiang Zao's mind. Right. That sycophant Lu Qing might know something. She doesn't behave like me. Always keeping her eyes in check. Lu. The little one regained her composure, her eyes brightening as she began to articulate each syllable. She tugged at Jiang Jinyu's arm. Eager to seek out Lu Qing, Jiang Jinyu, holding her close, concealed the secret he already knew and feigned curiosity. Seeing the little one's dirty face break into a smile, he hurriedly led her back to the initial dungeon where they were imprisoned. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. The people clamored passionately, with Lu Qing being the most obsequious. Your Highness is truly a dragon among men. I knew we would not be abandoned. The princess is indeed a blessing for our Jiang Dynasty, proving to be so fortuitous. Go away. You were just scolding me a moment ago. Jiang Zao huffed, turning her face away. This cunning woman, had it not been for needing her assistance now, I would have frightened her into submission. Jiang Jinyu pondered thoughtfully and, under Lu Qing's eager gaze, slowly spoke. The turmoil outside has not yet subsided. My second brother has not been found, and we must wait for the army at the foot of the mountain to advance. I ask everyone to remain patient. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in confusion. Chapter 76. Why should I trust you? A chill ran through Lu Qing's heart as she pushed through the crowd of commoners, rushing to the prison gate. Your Highness. I have news that I am certain will pique your interest. If you could just take me out first, I can surely alleviate your worries. Her eyes held a clear eagerness to please, tinged with urgency. After all, who would want to remain in such a dreadful place? Why should I trust you? Jiang Jinyu exchanged a glance with the little bundle in her arms, raising an eyebrow at Lu Qing in skepticism. The surrounding populace was well aware of the character of this 8-year-old child and promptly began to chastise her. Are you so desperate to leave that you would forsake your dignity? It's not as if we're refusing to help you. There are many children here who are far more pitiable than you. Take little you. For instance, she has an 80-year-old grandmother to care for. Why are you in such a rush? If anyone should leave, it should be little you first. As Jiang Jinyu turned her gaze toward little you, Lu Qing, in her panic, momentarily abandoned her decorum. Your Highness, I know where the second prince is hidden. There is a secret chamber here, originally unknown to us. But the second prince is imprisoned there. Every day when they bring food, I see them carrying instruments of torture, which surely means they intend to use them on the second prince. Her words were delivered with a sense of gravity. Yet, Jiang Jinyu had spent time in this prison and had never witnessed any such instruments. Using torture? You must be lying. You seem far too eager to escape. However, it's possible you might have caught a glimpse of them entering the secret chamber, considering you've been here for so long. Perhaps you saw something we did not? Though the little one found Lu Qing's deception contemptible, the current situation left her with no choice but to follow Lu Qing's lead. Seeing Jiang Jinyu glance her way, Lu Qing sighed with relief, sweetly addressing, Your Highness, I was foolish before and offended you. Jiang Zhao's little lucky star is indeed our good fortune. I am willing to serve Jiang Zhao, and I only hope that Your Highness will allow me to leave first. She lavished praise upon Jiang Zhao, calling her adorable and a natural auspicious being who could turn misfortune into fortune. Jiang Jinyu couldn't help but chuckle at this girl, despite her poor temperament. She was quite clever, understanding that flattering Jiang Zhao would secure her a swift exit. Once Lu Qing had finished her flattery, the little one nodded solemnly, and Jiang Jinyu, maintaining a stern expression, said, Then you may step out first. Speak of what you know, and only then will we escort you out. Lu Qing, with unwavering conviction, pointed to a stone wall. There, that is where they conceal the second prince. Upon finishing her declaration, she eagerly inquired, So, can I leave now? You must wait until I have verified your claims. Jiang Jinyu continued to engage her, carrying Jiang Zhao toward the stone wall. Just as they pushed it open, a dark figure darted out. The little one stiffened, trembling. What was that? A raccoon? Will it eat me? She looked back at the commoners, convinced they would look after her little sister. No. Jiang Zhao shook her head vigorously, clinging to Jiang Jinyu's neck. How can I be cowardly? It's because of me that my dear second brother is in danger. I must take responsibility. I will find my brother. Her face, marred with dirt, bore an expression of unwavering determination. Her tiny fist clenched tightly, as if rallying her courage. A warm current surged through Jiang Jinyu's heart. Thus, he tightened his embrace around Jiang Zhao, cautiously stepping into the secret chamber. Lu Qing shouted from behind, What will happen to me if you go in? She stomped her feet, seemingly regretting having revealed the secret too hastily. Noticing that no one was paying her any heed, Lu Qing took her chance and fled. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu ventured into the secret passage, suddenly halting in his tracks. He carefully inspected the area, confirming there were no hidden traps before lighting a torch. As the flame flickered to life, he was met with the sight of Jiang Jinyan imprisoned within. Second brother! Big brother! Their exclamations of surprise caused Jiang Jinyan to turn, his face lighting up with joy. It's you. But where is Hua Yin? The unfamiliar name from familiar lips caught Jiang Jinyu and Jiang Zao off guard. Who are you referring to? Jiang Jinyan frowned. Hua Yin. Was she the one who informed you to come from another route? Seeing Jiang Jinyu's grave expression, he became anxious. Hua Yin wouldn't be in trouble, would she? Ah, Jiang Zao exclaimed, covering her little face with her hands. Looking at Jiang Jinyan with a strange gaze. Is this really my dear second brother? Can my brother really split a log as thick as my thigh? And did it bounce back to my little face? Does he truly need rescuing? Jiang Jinyan seemed to sense the little one's scrutiny. Exchanging a glance with his little sister before apologizing, I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. Before Jiang Jinyu could react, Jiang Jinyan seized his elder brother's arm, shaking it urgently. Big brother, tell me quickly, what is happening outside? Where has Hua Yin gone? Jiang Jinyu recounted in detail how he had come to rescue Jiang Zao. I brought Xiaoyu to find you, but I didn't see any Hua Yin. Jiang Zao nodded emphatically. No, I didn't see her either. But just as they spoke, a clear voice rang out from behind. Yin. Are you well? In the next moment, a fragrant sleeve brushed past them, nearly overwhelming Jiang Zao with its delightful scent. Such a fragrant sleeve. Its owner must be a beautiful sister. Well, who is she? Why is she hugging my second brother? Jiang Zao felt her little head begin to heat up. Jiang Jinyan, having embraced the woman for a considerable time, finally realized that his elder brother and little sister were watching. He hastily released her, introducing, Big brother, Xiaoyu, this is Hua Yin. You've met her before. Chapter 77, a series of unfortunate events of the sight of her second brother being concerned for a stranger, embracing her with such fervor, had already left Jiang Zao astounded and her head spinning. The revelation that this woman was someone she had previously encountered rendered her utterly bewildered. The little one's thoughts were tangled like a ball of thread, impossible to unravel. What on earth had her second brother been up to in this place? The individual appeared not only unscathed but had even gained a considerable amount of weight. Could it be that the second brother has forcibly taken a woman from the previous dynasty to serve him? No wonder he looks so jubilant. It seems he has been ensnared by the allure of lust. The second brother truly possesses remarkable courage, sacrificing himself while ensuring his own preservation. Listening to that soft and melodious voice, Jiang Jinyan could only feel a surge of frustration. What on earth was this young lady thinking? Does he appear to be the kind of person? Jiang Jinyan cleared his throat twice before, under the equally trembling gaze of Jiang Jinyu, he said. We have already pledged our lives to one another. She is the very woman you urged me to pursue on the Magpie Bridge. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zao felt as though the world had turned surreal. Woman? What woman? Hua Yin gracefully greeted the two, acknowledging the elder brother and younger sister. Finally, she added, I understand that you both harbor doubts about me. In the past, I have wronged His Highness II and all of you. However, now, my sincerity is as evident as the heavens. As Hua Yin prepared to kneel and bow her head to prove her earnestness, Jiang Jinyan felt a pang of compassion. Hua Yin, there is no need for such actions. My elder brother and younger sister are both accommodating. The little one in Jiang Jinyu's arms shrugged and pouted, closing her eyes as if to dismiss the matter entirely. Accommodating? What does that even mean? The baby is rather carefree, as long as second brother genuinely likes it. That is sufficient. However, will eldest brother agree? Dear second brother, do not be too mischievous, lest you provoke eldest brother's wrath. It seems that this woman was sent by the prince of the previous dynasty to bewitch the second brother. Who would have thought that she too has fallen under his spell? She has been turned. Jiang Jinyan's body suddenly stiffened, and his gaze towards Jiang Jinyu flickered incessantly. Elder brother. Jiang Jinyu's expression darkened as he was about to speak when a commotion arose behind them. The group turned to see Su Qingyu. It was indeed a narrow escape. Initially, the path we intended to take to assault the mountain was ambushed by the Forbidden Army. Had it not been for the intervention of this fair maiden, who guided us through an alternative route, we would have surely faced considerable delays. Perhaps even the Crown Prince and the Princess Chong would have fallen victim to Yuan Li's ambush. Jiang Jinyu was taken aback. Could it be that the words of this woman named Hua Yin were indeed true? Upon witnessing his elder brother's expression, Jiang Jinyan felt a swell of pride akin to that of a flower basking in the sun. Others often remarked that Xiao Yuer was the lucky star of the Jiang family, but to Hua Yin, You are my fortunate star. Jiang Jinyan took Huaiyan's hand, speaking to her with heartfelt affection and sweet words. Such tender intimacy even caused the little dumpling to shiver with goosebumps. Elder brother possesses a face that is both radiant and charming. How could he utter such greasy words? Until the matter reaches a conclusion, one should refrain from hastily determining lifelong commitments. Neither the baby nor the elder brother nodded, and neither did the mother and father. With her hands placed defiantly on her hips, the little girl opened her mouth and began to chide her elder brother. Who can assure you that Huaiyan is not committing herself to you solely for your princely status? You must come to your senses. Though this woman has atoned for her past misdeeds, she remains a subordinate of the former crown prince. Your Highness, I implore you to think twice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyan furrowed his brows. Just as he was about to offer a rebuttal, Jiang Jinyu interjected, stating that he was speaking the truth. Huaiyan, listening quietly from the side, suddenly knelt down, pleading for His Highness to discern her sincerity, asserting that her heart was solely devoted to the second prince, without any ulterior motives. She expressed that she did not wish for much. She simply desired to serve as a concubine or a maid by the second prince's side, as long as she could be near him each day. As she spoke, her eyes filled with tears, exuding an air of profound sorrow. Even Jiang Jinyan knelt beside her, grasping her hand firmly, declaring, Elder brother, throughout my life, I have spent countless years on horseback for the sake of Jiang Zao. Now, all I yearn for is a peaceful family life. After he finished speaking, Jiang Jinyu gazed at the two kneeling individuals in silence for a long while. Even Su Qingyu, a rough man known for his clarity in matters of public and private affairs, fell silent. Having recognized the depth of Jiang Jinyan's feelings, which were as steadfast as gold, he naturally would not stand in their way. Moreover, to put it plainly, this woman had redeemed herself by aiding them in vanquishing the remnants of the previous dynasty. She was indeed a hero. What remains is the matter of the royal family. The little one was set down by Jiang Jingxian, and witnessing her second brother in such a humble state, her heart ached. Her second brother, too, was pitiable. He was clearly younger than the eldest, having endured false accusations and nearly lost his life while subduing bandits. The little one blinked her large eyes, and though she could not speak, her gaze seemed to convey unspoken words with remarkable expressiveness. Jiang Jinyu's heart softened, and he lifted her into his arms. In truth, he never intended to put his family in a difficult position. There are certain matters he must remind Jiang Jinyan of in advance. Your resolute stance will undoubtedly not be obstructed by your elder brother. He merely wishes to caution you that having chosen Huaiyan, you ought to treat her with utmost care. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyan felt a surge of joy, exchanged a glance with Huaiyan, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Jinyu, thanking him profusely. How splendid! The battle at Yanshan has reached a triumphant conclusion. Jiang Zao's eyes were crescent-shaped with joy as she clapped her little paws gleefully. However, in the next moment, she unexpectedly locked eyes with Huaiyan. No, the baby must keep her gaze fixed on you. Even though she desired to bring joy to her second brother, she could not afford to lower her guard. After all, the identity of Huaiyan still poses a certain degree of threat. The march was swift, and the victorious army returned without a moment's respite. Jiang had nearly vomited from the jostling in the carriage, while Jiang Jinyu and Jiang Jinyan were at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. At this moment, Huaiyan stepped forward, declaring, My ancestors were practitioners of medicine, and I possess a potion that can alleviate the long princess's discomfort. As she spoke, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her bosom. Jiang Jinyan, swift of hand, opened the vial and brought it to Jiang Zao's lips. However, the little one turned her head aside, seemingly unwilling to partake. Be a good girl, Xiaoyu. If you take it, you shall no longer suffer, Jiang Jinyan coaxed gently. Yet he could not persuade Jiang Zao to open her mouth. Does my dear second brother truly lack any sense of vigilance? This flower-faced individual is, after all, a spy for the former crown prince. Can the items produced be trusted? The little one shall not partake. The little one harbors doubts. Brother, come to the rescue of the little one. With a swift motion, the little dumpling flipped over and struggled its way into Jiang Jinyu's embrace. Meanwhile, Huaiyan made a decisive choice, pouring out a portion of the medicine and tilting her head back to swallow it down. Upon witnessing the scene, the little one ceased to hide, fixating her gaze on Huaiyan's reaction. After a brief moment, as Huaiyan remained indifferent, she finally felt reassured enough to consume the medicine. Jiang Zao lowered her guard, but did not draw closer to Huaiyan. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu observed everything from the sidelines. Upon arriving at the imperial city, Jiang Jinyu, with a shrewd mind, instructed Jiang Jingxian to first settle Huaiyan before accompanying them into the palace to meet the emperor. The three siblings entered the Fengqi palace with expressions of ease and tranquility. Eagerly awaiting them, Xue Xiangrong and Jiang Huijing hurriedly embraced Jiang Zao. "Xiao Yuer, my little feather." Xue Xiangrong meticulously examined Jiang Zao, relieved to find no injuries. However, the demeanor of Jiang Huijing beside her grew cold. He then sternly commanded Jiang Jinyu and his brother, "Kneel." Chapter 78. Willing to accept punishment in one fleeting moment, Jiang was nestled in her mother's embrace, laughter dancing upon her lips, in the next. She found herself witnessing her elder brother and second brother kneeling before her, their expressions solemn and grave. In a moment of distress, her delicate brows knitted together as she opened her mouth to cry out, struggling incessantly to reach their side. The little one silently pleaded within, on the verge of tears. Yet, despite the soft, plaintive tones laced with sorrow that reached his ears, Jiang Huijing maintained a stoic expression. "Do you comprehend where the error lies?" Jiang Huijing inquired in a deep voice. The failure to adequately protect Xiao Yuer was one reason. The lack of meticulous inspection before the march, allowing Xiao Yuer to accompany them, was another. Jiang Jinyu lowered his gaze and replied softly. If accountability were to be sought, he would be the first to bear the brunt. Following closely was Jiang Jinyan, who, as a prince of the Jiang Dynasty, despite his formidable martial prowess, still fell victim to schemes. One reason being his infatuation with an enemy spy, and another, his last statement resonated with unwavering strength. After all, even if he wished to conceal the truth, he could not escape Jiang Huijing's scrutiny. Should this march encounter misfortune and Xiao Yuer suffer even the slightest mishap, you would find that even 10 heads would not suffice to pay the price. How dare the two of you commit such a blunder? Jiang Huijing slammed the table with great force, his gaze fixed upon his two sons, a surge of anger welling within him. "Father, please do not scold us any further. We have all acknowledged our mistakes." Jiang Zao attempted to leap from Xue Xiangrong's embrace, yet she held him tightly. His mother gently caressed his little head, but it could not soothe the urgency within the small child's heart. Although Jiang Huijing felt a fleeting softness in his heart, he ultimately disregarded that tender, mellifluous voice. "Jinyu, Jinyan, we are here, your majesty." The two brothers bowed their heads in unison, awaiting their father's judgment. They were acutely aware that their actions had been misguided. Each received a punishment of 50 strikes, and thereafter, they were assigned their respective duties, with a stern reminder not to deviate again. Jiang Huijing, with a composed expression, gestured dismissively and said, "Yenner, sever your ties with that woman. She is a spy from an enemy nation. Considering her leadership in the successful conquest of Yanshan, it is a stretch to allow her to serve as a mere official servant. There is no need for such a tragic end." "Father." Jiang Jinyan suddenly widened his eyes, instinctively kneeling forward. However, upon meeting the authoritative gaze of Jiang Huijing, he could only lower his head once more. "I have already pledged my life to that woman. If I fail to uphold my promise, who would desire a flower's beauty in the days to come? I implore you, Father Emperor, to consider this matter thoughtfully. I, as your filial son, do not wish to be regarded as one who is utterly untrustworthy." As soon as these words were uttered, a moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere, only to be swiftly pierced by Jiang Huijing's furious roar. "How dare you bring this up? Who granted you the audacity to pledge your life to a spy of a fallen dynasty, merely for the allure of a visage? In this vast world, there exists an abundance of enchanting women. If you seek someone even more exquisite, it is certainly within your reach." After a brief pause, Jiang Huijing expressed his frustration, saying, "But you have chosen a spy from an enemy nation. Alas, my dear little one anticipated this outcome. The clamor is incessant." The small creature raised her tiny paws, covering her delicate face. With an expression of helplessness that shunned the sight, her heart fervently endeavored to persuade Jiang Jinan, "My good second brother, my dear second brother. Even if you yield a little, simply acquiesce to Father Emperor first. Once this matter has passed, what harm could it do? Surely, Father Emperor would not consume you. How utterly foolish. In your current state, are you not compelling your father to unleash his anger upon you? Truly, you are a fool." Jiang Zao pursed her lips, casting a worried glance at the obstinate Jiang Jinyan. At present, the most prudent course of action was, in fact, to allow that little one to finish enumerating her points. On the surface, the emperor merely appointed Huaiyan as a servant, but what lay beneath the surface? He cannot bear the thought of losing Huaiyan, lest she be taken from him in an instant. "Father, I beseech you to heed your son's words." Jiang Jinyu, witnessing his younger brother's obstinacy, hastily interjected to offer counsel. Though the lady hails from a rival nation and is undoubtedly a spy, It is apparent that the former dynasty has lost the hearts of its people. The lady, ethereal and seemingly unanchored, would not have so swiftly fallen in love with my brother otherwise. I understand your concerns regarding her feigned devotion, and my brother is certainly aware of your apprehensions. However, the lady has turned her merits into atonement. With the remnants of the former dynasty quelled, we must not underestimate her invaluable assistance. Once again, the elder brother proves his remarkable eloquence. His words of comfort calmed the father's restless heart, soothing the tender sentiments of paternal affection. Truly, the elder brother possesses extraordinary skills. Jiang Zao couldn't help but extend a thumbs up and then turn to Jiang Jinyan. Dear second brother, you are truly handsome. Do continue to study diligently. Nowadays, one must still rely on the elder brother's support to persuade the emperor. With your stubborn demeanor, even if one were to use 100 canes, it would prove insufficient. Although Huaiyan has aided both the baby and the army, it is only natural for the emperor to harbor doubts about her intentions. She too must endure trials to prove her worth. Jiang Jinyan felt a surge of emotion within, contemplating what precious gifts he could bestow upon his elder brother as a token of gratitude. Moreover, there lies another layer to this matter. Jiang Jinyu, unable to restrain her tongue, sought to reason with Jiang Huijing, emphasizing that this woman is, after all, the beloved of her second brother. I am well aware of the emperor's considerable distress regarding the matrimonial affairs of his sons. The Jiang Dynasty need not resort to marriage alliances to ensure the stability of its borders. If that is the case, why not allow the second brother to choose a woman of his own liking for marriage? Jiang Huijing let out a deep sigh. It was not a matter of preference, but rather the identity of the woman in question. His anger gradually subsided, yet he still refrained from giving a direct consent. Jiang Jinyan felt his heart sink. Upon hearing those words, Jiang Huijing slammed the table once more, exclaiming, "Nonsense! I am not being frivolous." Jiang Jinyan stood resolutely. In this lifetime, I shall wed no one but Huaiyan. If my father, the emperor, insists on not releasing Huaiyan, I am willing to depart with her. However, after this, I, your humble son, shall no longer be able to fulfill my filial duties before you. Your Majesty may issue a decree proclaiming that I have met my end outside, thus announcing to the world that the Jiang Dynasty is left without a second prince. I assure you, I would harbor no regrets. Others may remain silent, perhaps softening their hearts, but their sovereign father is a decisive ruler of unwavering resolve. Have you made your decision? Jiang Huijing's steady gaze meticulously scrutinized his son, as if he were encountering him for the very first time. Chapter 79. Resolution. I have made up my mind. Jiang Jinyan resolutely bowed his head. After several resounding knocks, his forehead was already red and swollen. Shui Xiangrong, unable to bear the sight, hastily grasped Jiang Huijing's sleeve, saying, "Your Majesty, Yenner is merely momentarily confused. You must not take this seriously. He is our beloved son. How can he be exiled to the border and falsely declared dead?" After her heartfelt pleas, tears streamed down her face. Jiang Huijing sighed deeply, yet his gaze was resolute as he stated, "But he has forsaken the Jiang Dynasty, forsaken both you and me. Thus, I have no choice." "No." A soft yet firm voice interrupted him. The little one finally managed to wriggle free from her mother's embrace, her short legs moving energetically. In the next moment, she turned and knelt beside Jiang Jinyan. Her movements were fluid, a sight to behold. "Little Yuer, what are you doing?" Jiang Huijing reacted first, but instead of picking her up, he asked in a deep voice, "Yuer, do not act recklessly. Come here." Shui Xiangrong beckoned her daughter, her heart filled with anxiety. The matter concerning the prince was still unresolved. Her precious daughter must not bear the brunt of their frustrations. "No." The little one shook her head, refusing to move, and began to imitate her older brother by knocking her little head against the ground. "Father, you absolutely cannot send my brother to the border. It was I who encouraged him to pursue his sister-in-law. If he is stubborn now, it is because of my influence. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. Declare that I have perished as well, for I will accompany my brother." Jiang Zao thought to herself, her expression serious, yet she bravely patted her chest, declaring, "Together. Yuer is to be punished alongside your brother?" Jiang Huijing leaned slightly forward, an imposing aura enveloping him. Faced with the emperor's stern visage, the little one trembled. Yet, despite her fear, she stood her ground beside Jiang Jinyan. "Father, you must not." Jiang Jinyu urged from the side, but it seemed her words did not reach Jiang Huijing's ears. He appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Zao's wide eyes. "Oh, Father Emperor looks so fearsome, but I must not be afraid. I cannot let him send my dear brother away. The little one's big eyes blinked rapidly, tears glistening, yet she did not waver. Her endearing demeanor softened even the hardest of hearts, leaving Jiang Huaiqing unable to bear the thought of punishing her. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Huaiqing's sharp gaze swept over Jiang Jinyan as he declared, "Then you shall take the punishment for that woman, an additional 10 strikes. After the punishment, she will no longer be an enemy spy. You will personally handle the paperwork and have her recognized as a citizen of the Jiang Dynasty." "Is that all?" Jiang Jinyan looked up in disbelief, seeing Jiang Huaiqing nod solemnly, a surge of indescribable joy igniting within him. "What? Is that not sufficient?" Jiang Huaiqing's expression remained stern. No. I humbly thank Father Emperor. A mere 10 strikes would allow Huayan to remain by his side." Jiang Jinyu sighed in relief, while Jiang Zao broke into a smile. Jiang Jinyan, overwhelmed with excitement, embraced Jiang Zao, showering her little face with kisses without a care. "You are truly my little lucky star. Ah, my little face. Although this matter has passed, the situation between Huayan and my brother has yet to be resolved. Brother, do not rejoice too soon." The little one struggled in her brother's embrace, yet her face was alight with joy. At least for now. Jiang Jinyan had not been sent away, which was worth celebrating. Even Jiang Huaiqing could not suppress a hint of a smile. Did the children truly perceive their father as so unyielding? However, while he had relented, he could not allow Jiang Jinyan to escape without further consequence. "Moreover, there is one more condition, my son. You have yet to hear it." Jiang Huaiqing's deep voice shattered the moment's tranquility. "Please, father, speak." Jiang Jinyan's smile faded, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Yet, compared to directly punishing Huayan, nothing else seemed significant. After a pause, Jiang Huaiqing turned to Jiang Zao and little Yuer, adding, "You both must be punished as well. Stirring up trouble leads to many disasters, and you must face the consequences." These two conditions were rather simple for the siblings. The little one, feeling guilty about her brother, quickly nodded. "As long as Father Emperor does not send my dear brother away, I will accept any punishment." Jiang Zao's chubby little face squished together as she nodded, evoking a sense of affection in those who beheld her. Shui Xiangrong could no longer contain herself. She had missed her precious daughter dearly during their time apart. Just as she spoke, Jiang Zao's stomach grumbled loudly. The little one blushed, tightly hugging her mother, exclaiming, "Hungry. Food. Oh, how delightful it is to be in Mama's embrace. Big brother and second brother smell awful. I miss Mama so much. Finally, I can hug her. Mama, please take me to eat." The two brothers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with relief. They too deserved a moment of respite. Jiang Huaiqing, recalling that the brothers had been busy with military affairs and likely missed their meals, decided, since the punishment has been decreed, you may both dine together. You shall receive your punishment tomorrow. With the emperor's consent, the matter was settled. Time to eat. The happiest of all was undoubtedly Jiang Zao. Reuniting with her beloved porridge was the best thing that had happened to her in days. Jiang Jinyu and Jiang Jinyan, however, felt rather wretched. The thought of the punishment awaiting them the next day left Jiang Zao's mind whirling with plans to deliver medicine to them. Lost in thought from dinner until her bath, the little one eventually fell asleep amidst the steamy warmth. Shui Xiangrong found it amusing and urged the maid to quickly carry Jiang Zao, change her into clean clothes, and place her in bed. This child, even in slumber, furrowed her brows, undoubtedly distressed from recent events. As she lay beside her daughter, Shui Xiangrong lovingly stroked Jiang Zao's forehead. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Zao was dreaming of terrifying visions. In a pitch-black void, she wandered endlessly, unable to find an exit. After what felt like an eternity, the darkness suddenly brightened. Panic surged within the little one as she rushed forward, only to see two shadowy figures conversing in a lavish setting. One wore a sinister smile, while the other donned a black and red mask identical to Yuan Li's. Jiang Zao held her breath, straining to hear their conversation. But in the next moment, the figures morphed into black mist, lunging toward her. The little one attempted to evade, yet her body stiffened, paralyzed. Just then, a faint floral fragrance wafted into her senses, and Huayan's figure appeared beside her, wielding an unknown object that repelled the two figures. Ah! A high-pitched scream escaped her lips as Jiang Zao jolted awake. Morning sunlight streamed through the bed's edge, illuminating her small face, compelling her to instinctively shield her eyes with tiny paws. Get her out of here. Chapter 80. A change of heart. The emperor commanded her to stay close to the prince, yet that does not imply that I, the empress, shall readily grant her an audience. At this moment, Shui Xiangrong wore a stern expression, unusually irate with her maidservant. Just yesterday, the mere sight of Jiang Jinshan's obstinacy had sent shivers through her heart. though she did not voice her disdain. She had already begun to harbor a dislike for the woman named Huayan. Now, this audacious girl dared to enter the palace with the intention of meeting her. Could it be that she could not contain her impatience, eagerly wishing to wed Yainer? While Xue Xiangrong did not wish to interfere with her son's affections, it did not mean she would easily accept Huayan. However, the young lady had declared that if the empress refused to see her, she would kneel until granted an audience. Xiyu found herself in a dilemma. Had it not been for Huayan's possession of the second prince's token to enter the palace, she would not have been so anxious to report this matter. She could not afford to offend either party. Let her kneel then. Xue Xiangrong tossed her sleeve in frustration. Just as she spoke, a series of pattering footsteps echoed behind her. A small figure darted to her side, with Jiang Zao struggling to speak. No, dearest mother. Please do not be angry. It would not bode well for your health. More importantly, if Ergu hears that you have punished that girl, what would become of it? Yesterday, both Ergu and father were already upset. If you anger him again, perhaps I shall be left without Ergu. The little one tugged insistently at Xue Xiangrong's skirt, gazing up at her with pitiful eyes. Just the sight of Jiang Zao rushing out barefoot had dissipated much of Xue Xiangrong's ire. Now, hearing that soft, pleading voice, her heart softened further. Yet she remained resolute. Some opportunities and some people are simply unworthy. Your brother's eagerness to have that girl enter the palace is merely a reflection of his fears. He wishes for me to consent to their union before time plays its hand. Consider this. If not for her relentless pursuit, would your brother have so willingly offered the token for entry? It is evident that she is ambitious. Possessing the status of a Jiang Dynasty citizen is not sufficient. She is desperate to marry Yainer. Why not, dear mother, grant her an opportunity? I shall also do so. Let us test Huayan together. Jiang Zao pouted, struggling to articulate the word test. Moreover, I have a feeling that Huayan's purpose in entering the palace this time is not solely to discuss her marriage with Ergo. The little one's eyes glistened with determination as she recalled a sudden dream, gazing intently at Xue Xiangrong. Mother, fearing her mother might not comprehend her intent. She felt frustrated that she could not express herself fully. Calling out mother was the greatest effort she could muster. Ultimately, Xue Xiangrong's heart softened. Bring that girl in, she instructed, embracing Jiang Zao as she spoke to Xiyu. Before long, Huayan entered Fengqi Palace with measured steps. Adhering strictly to protocol, she knelt immediately at the entrance. This humble servant, Huayan, greets Her Majesty the Empress. Long live the Empress. May she enjoy eternal prosperity. Such a solemn greeting left little room for criticism. You seem well versed in the customs of the Jiang Dynasty court. Did you anticipate today's meeting with me and thus sought instruction from Yainer? Xue Xiangrong raised an eyebrow, observing Huayan with a gaze that was far from benevolent. Yes and no. Huayan remained kneeling, refusing to rise without Xue Xiangrong's permission. Such a noble person as the second prince should not bear the brunt of my punishment. I am aware that the Jiang Dynasty would not accept someone like me. I am willing to serve as a humble maid by the princess' side. Before Xue Xiangrong could inquire further, Huayan candidly continued. I have taken the liberty of entering the palace with the second princess token. I seek only that you do not impose any punishment upon him. I would rather meet my end than see him suffer your wrath. Did you not just express a desire to serve by my son's side? Xue Xiangrong raised an eyebrow, covering Jiang Zao's small mouth with her hand to silence her eager interjections. There were matters she must address, words she must voice. Yes, but it was merely a longing. Huayan understood that the empress wished for her demise, and she was willing to die to spare the prince from punishment. As for the customs, they were learned from the prince himself. Silence enveloped the chamber. Xue Xiangrong's gaze remained fixed on Huayan's face, and after a prolonged moment, she commanded, lift your head. Yes. Huayan complied, raising her gaze. Her beauty was indeed rare in this world. You stated that you came for the prince. Though Xue Xiangrong's heart softened due to her daughter's plea, she maintained an air of authority. Yes, Huayan nodded. The prince's punishment was decreed by the emperor, and even I cannot alter it. Xue Xiangrong, undeterred by Huayan's compliance, shattered her illusions with a swift blow. However, your punishment is something I might reconsider. Does your majesty intend to execute Huayan? No, that cannot be. Mother, you wished to grant Huayan an opportunity, did you not? Surely you do not plan to deceive her into coming here only to kill her? The little one exerted herself, desperately trying to prevent her mother from executing Huayan. Yet in the next moment, she was left speechless. Since you are the one chosen by Yainer, you shall often accompany me and you are in the palace. Why not accompany her to the imperial garden today? Yura has been punished with cleaning, you may assist her. Let me see how sincere you truly are for daring to present yourself before me for punishment. Shui Xiangrong's expression remained cool. Yet her words conveyed a hint of concession. This revelation left both Huayan and Jiang Zao in shock. Is this a test from dear mother? Hooray! Mother is the best. I knew you were gentle, beautiful, and magnanimous. Next, we shall see how Huayan fares in this test, right? Watch me. The little one, in her excitement, burst into laughter and planted a kiss on Shui Xiangrong's cheek. Finally, she climbed down from her mother's embrace and approached Huayan, gazing up at her. Upon glancing at the little one, Huayan was momentarily taken aback, looking back at Shui Xiangrong for confirmation. Your Majesty? She had prepared herself for death. Shui Xiangrong, with an air of indifference, picked up a teacup, not intending to elaborate further, simply raising an eyebrow. Why are you not leaving? Huayan quickly expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply, eager to embrace Jiang Zao. However, the little one was not yet ready to allow such intimacy. So they settled for holding hands as they made their way to the imperial garden. Yet, as Shui Xiangrong watched the two figures disappear, she could not resist rising, changing her attire, and following closely behind. Chapter 81. A Life for Protection. Shui Xiangrong watched as Huayan carried Jiang Zao into the imperial garden. Both took up brooms. But Huayan did not allow Jiang Zao to lift a finger, instead urging her to rest in the pavilion. Jiang Zao, with an air of maturity, stood with her hands on her hips, closely observing Huayan. However, it was not long before she could no longer resist the urge to scamper about, teasing fish and picking flowers. Huayan remained diligent in her sweeping, occasionally glancing at Jiang Zao. She watched over her as she approached the small pond and carefully identified which flowers had thorns while assisting her in picking blossoms. Witnessing Huayan's unwavering dedication, Shui Xiangrong's face gradually brightened with a smile. Is the empress truly so at ease with Miss Huayan? Yu, assisting her from the side, could not help but inquire. After all, she had just witnessed her mistress's fury upon learning of Huayan's report. To so easily relent, could there be ulterior motives? A sense of relief mingled with concern. Shui Xiangrong chose a pavilion from which she could observe both Huayan and Jiang Zao and sat down calmly, instructing Yu to brew tea. Now that my son is older and can choose his own wife, I trust his judgment and do not wish to impose too much on him. Otherwise, as his mother, would I not be overstepping my bounds? For now, I simply wish to see how Huayan treats Xiaoyu. If she consistently cares for him, it will indicate that her character is indeed commendable, and I may consent to their union. Yu nodded, though she only partially understood. Just then, Eunuch Li arrived with an imperial edict, stating that Jiang Huijing wished for Shui Xiangrong to accompany him for a game of chess. However, Shui Xiangrong could not help but glance in Jiang Zao's direction, clearly uneasy. Your Highness, did you not just say you wanted to give Miss Huan a chance? And with so many servants in the back garden observing, it should be safe, Yu urged. She did not comprehend the situation regarding Huayan and leaned more towards securing her mistress's favor with the emperor. After all, the palace was filled with high-ranking concubines, and should any of them rise to power, the empress's days could become fraught with peril. Eunuch Li echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Your Highness, perhaps the emperor has matters to discuss with you? Despite their reassurances, Shui Xiangrong remained anxious. She could not shake the image of Jiang Zao being bound in the imperial garden from her mind. Yet, Jiang Huijing was still waiting for her, torn between her concerns. Shui Xiangrong ultimately decided to summon Jiang Jingxian to keep an eye on the two, ensuring their safety before departing for the Yangxin Palace. The group left without disturbing the two in the garden. Jiang Zao picked Lily of the Valley from one side, then hurried to pluck tulips from another, seemingly determined to adorn Huayan's head with flowers. Enough, my little princess. If you continue this way, the entire imperial garden will be barren. Huan smiled as she gently halted Jiang Zao's tiny hands. Oh, dear. I'm so useless that I've let Sister Huayan take such good care of me. I momentarily forgot to be vigilant. But Sister Huayan surely protects me in her dreams. How could she possibly be a villain? Not only is she beautiful, but she is kind-hearted as well. It's a pity she has foolishly fallen for my second brother. From a short distance away, Jiang Jingxian nearly choked upon hearing this sweet, melodious voice. He had rushed over, just as he was about to lean over the bench to avoid punishment. Now, hurrying over, he found himself breathless, nearly choking on the air. He felt an urge to scold his little sister but restrained himself, captivated by the harmonious scene before him. Like a picturesque painting, suddenly a figure clad in eunuch garb stealthily approached, raising a dagger high. Jiang Jingxian felt his blood run cold as he hurriedly rushed toward them. Huayan, Xiaoyu. The assailant, with a fierce glint in his eyes, showed no hesitation as he swiftly plunged the dagger towards Jiang Zao. Why do more thieves keep appearing? Oh no, Xiaoyu is doomed. The little girl was terrified, unable to utter a single word as an indescribable fear gripped her heart, causing her to sob. Huayan, quick as a flash, reacted instinctively. Yet, she was untrained in martial arts. In a moment of resolve, she embraced Jiang Zao tightly. However, the assailant did not cease his attack. Instead, he savagely aimed the dagger at Huayan. With one strike, then another, blood gushed forth like a fountain, soon staining Huayan's entire back. Just as the assailant was about to take Huayan's life, Jiang Jingxian kicked him away. Still, the assailant reacted swiftly, leaping away and throwing a concealed weapon towards Jiang Jingxian. The device exploded upon impact, releasing countless silver needles that flew out. Jiang Jingxian narrowly dodged them, escaping injury. At that moment, the sound of a child's crying echoed from behind. Help! Help! Woohoo! Why has my nightmare come true again? This gaping wound cannot be staunched. There's so much blood. How could I have brought harm to Huayan? Jiang Jingxian felt a chill run down his spine as he rushed forward to scoop up Huayan. The little girl, with her short legs, followed closely behind. After a chaotic flurry, Huayan was placed in Fengqi Palace, where the entire Imperial Medical Bureau gathered. Meanwhile, Shui Xiangrong and Zhang Huijing hurried over from Yangxin Palace. Upon entering the hall, seeing Jiang Jingxian's tense expression as he focused intently on Huayan, Shui Xiangrong sighed and approached to offer comfort. My son, do not worry. Huayan is a good girl. She will surely be fine. Lastly, she embraced Jiang Zao, soothing her and helping her change her clothes. Oh dear, how perilous it was. Thanks to Sister Huayan, I would have been finished otherwise. Perhaps I can truly trust her. Jiang Zao clutched her tiny fingers, and upon being carried out, she noticed her second brother sitting motionless in a chair, enveloped in a somber atmosphere. She hurried over to hug his leg, managing to stammer, "In nothing. Sister Huayan has the protection of fate. She will surely get through this. I will pray for her. After all, this happened because of me. I will wait with my second brother." Unbeknownst to them, the assailant had taken advantage of the moment when Huayan and Xiaoyu were in the back garden, intending to inflict harm upon Xiaoyu. Had it not been for Huayan's protection, Xiaoyu might have been injured. Jiang Jingxian sighed deeply, raising his hand to shield his eyes. The assailant's skills surpassed his own, and the concealed weapons he wielded were unlike anything he had ever seen. The memory of the scene, drenched in blood, left him trembling. Jiang Huijing's heart sank. The former crown prince had been captured, leaving only Jiang Huaiyu at large. Had he managed to cultivate such a formidable assassin in that remote fief? If so, there could be no further delay. Jiang Huaiyu must be dealt with swiftly. Jiang Huijing cast a cold glance at Eunicly. Where's Jinyu now? Eunicly replied, the eldest prince has been punished and is recuperating at his residence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Huijing felt a weight in his heart. This meant that he would have to choose another to pursue Jiang Huaiyu's whereabouts. Just then, the long-awaited weak voice echoed from within the hall. Your Highness, where are you? Chapter 82. Another nightmare. Huayan. Jiang Jingyan sprang to his feet, filled with urgency. In his haste, he did not forget that a small bundle was clinging to his calf. Just as he intended to hand Jiang Zao over to Shui Xiangrong, he found Jiang Zao tearfully embracing him. Wah, brother, you brought the baby along. Sister-in-law Huayan was injured for the baby, and the baby is so worried. The soft, melodious cries tugged at Jiang Jingyan's heart, prompting him to carry Jiang Zao along. As they maneuvered around the screen, they finally laid eyes on the conscious Huayan. The scoundrel had failed to strike at Huayan's vital points, allowing her to escape perilously. Your Highness, Huayan's tense gaze softened upon seeing Jiang Jingyan. I am here. Rest assured, I will certainly capture that scoundrel. Jiang Jingyan gently caressed the side of Huayan's face. Meanwhile, the little bundle seized the opportunity to wiggle down from his arms, snuggling next to Huayan and wrapping her tiny paws around her neck. I am so sorry. Ugh. Sister-in-law was injured to save me, and I feel so sad. It's all those wicked people's fault. They conspired to harm me in my dreams and want to leave me alone in reality. Why can't we catch the mastermind behind all this? After a pause, the little one blushed and solemnly declared, Sister, you have passed the baby's test. The baby is willing to cuddle with you now. This was her unilateral acknowledgement of Huayan's identity. Huayan's heart soared with joy, yet seeing the little one in distress, she gently stroked her small head. I am fine. The eldest princess need not blame herself. After soothing her, Huayan turned her gaze back to Jiang Jingyan. Your Highness, I have something important to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jinyan leaned closer, allowing her to speak with ease. Speak freely. I shall grant you any request. He presumed Hua Yin had a personal matter to address. But she began with something that shook him to his core. The person we captured may not be the former crown prince. What? Jiang Jinyan's body jolted, his brow furrowed. Even the little one lifted her head, her small face filled with astonishment. Not the former crown prince? Then who is Yuanli? Sister-in-law Hua Yin. You aren't injured and confused, are you? Hua Yin, this matter is grave. Have you thought it through? Jiang Jinyan softened his tone, urging her to reconsider. The former royal family harbored a secret. They trained a double, perfectly mimicking their behavior, who would burn their face to evade detection in emergencies. I once doubted this until I saw the true face of the captured Yuanli in the dagger used by today's assassin. Though Hua Yin worked as a spy under Yuanli, he wore a mask year-round, and she had no idea what he truly looked like. When the former dynasty fell, Yuanli had burned his face to escape pursuit. However, the Yuanli they had captured bore signs of having been disfigured since childhood. Furthermore, the assassin wielded a dagger adorned with royal insignia. Thus, she could ascertain that this Yuan Li was an impostor, while the real one lurked in an unknown location. Perhaps, upon the capture of his double, he had panicked and sent his most skilled assassin to eliminate Jiang Zao. Jiang Jinyan listened in silence, then reached out to comfort Hua Yin. I will report all of this to father. You should rest easy. With that, he departed with Jiang Zao. Before Jiang Huaijing left, he conveyed all he knew. Jiang Huaijing was furious, slamming his hand on the table and sending the teacups crashing to the floor. Your elder brother cannot rise yet, so you must interrogate Yuanli instead. Ensure he reveals the truth. Just as Jiang Jinyan was about to comply, he was called back. Observing the intense hatred in his son's eyes, Jiang Huaijing added, do not kill him in your rage. The assassin has already harmed Hua Yin. I cannot guarantee that my hot-blooded son will not vent his anger on Yuanli. I understand. Jiang Zao, witnessing the entire scene, sighed heavily, her small face etched with worry. If father wants brother to spare Yuanli's life, I fear brother may leave him with but a breath. The little one's worries were of no use. With her brother gone, she busied herself attending to Hua Yin. She hurriedly fetched water for Hua Yin and offered her cuddles, which not only warmed Hua Yin's heart but also touched Xue Xiangrong. Thus, Xue Xiangrong permitted Hua Yin to reside in Fingqi Palace, considering she had saved her precious daughter. Moreover, Jiang Jinyan would likely be staying in the palace for a few days to interrogate Yuanli, making their meetings easier. For several consecutive days, Jiang Zao was exceedingly attentive but soon grew weary. Gazing at the man whose face was marred, Jiang Zao gasped in shock. This must be the true former crown prince. Could the person beside him be the prince mentioned by Bufeng and Jingfeng? But that princess' face was obscured. Soon, they appeared to converse, shaking hands as if reconciling while summoning numerous soldiers and shadow guards. Jiang Zao was taken aback, instinctively wanting to cry out, but found herself unable to move. In the next moment, the scene shifted to a temple. Before the statue of Guanyin, an elderly woman in simple monk robes knelt. Seemingly in a state of repentance, the little one stealthily approached the woman, and upon seeing her face, she realized it was none other than the current empress dowager of the Jiang Dynasty, Qin Wailing. After her father's ascension, Qin Wailing had refused to dwell within the palace, preferring the company of dim lights and ancient Buddhas. At the start of the reign, Jiang Huaijing often faced public criticism due to this. As the little one became engrossed in watching, the temple doors were suddenly kicked open. The person who entered was none other than the enigmatic prince. Jiang Zao watched in horror as he approached, seemingly saying something that led to a quarrel with Qin Wailing, culminating in her being stabbed to death. Witnessing such an untimely demise, Jiang Zao jolted awake. Frantically looking around, she realized she was still in Fingqi Palace, and sighed in relief. In the next instant, she was scooped up, and as she instinctively struggled, she looked up to find Xue Xiangrong's smiling face before her. Jiang Zao relaxed, sobbing as she reached out to embrace her mother. Dear mother, please hold the baby. The baby is both hungry and tired, having had a terrible nightmare. Upon hearing that her daughter had suffered a nightmare, Xue Xiangrong felt a wave of compassion. There, let us have breakfast now. She cradled Jiang Zao and brought her to the table, where Jiang Huaijing was seated. Chapter 83. Visiting grandmother. How well is Xiao Yu sleeping? Jiang Huaijing gently teased Jiang Zao's tender little face, his eyes filled with affection. Ever since he rekindled the sweet bond with Xue Xiangrong, he had been accompanying her for breakfast almost every day. In the face of her father, the little one seemed to amplify her grievances from her dreams, shaking her head incessantly while reaching out to Jiang Huaijing for a hug. With a smile, Jiang Huijing lifted his precious daughter, weighing her in his arms before planting a kiss on her delicate face. But what troubles have you encountered? Little Tuanzai nodded earnestly, just about to utter the words nightmare, when her gaze was captivated by the figure entering near the palace gates. Ergo, Jiang Zao had not seen her beloved second brother for 2 consecutive days, and a wave of longing surged within her as she reached out to embrace him. Oh dear, does Ergo no longer love me? I shall keep my dear second sister-in-law in the palace to accompany me and not return her to Ergo. She mimicked the adults by crossing her little arms and huffing in a playful manner, a sight so pitifully adorable that it melted Jiang Jingshan's heart. However, there were more pressing matters demanding his attention, Father Emperor. After bowing in respect, Jiang Jingxian presented the accusations he had brought to Eunuchly. Today, the son has ascertained that Yuan Li is indeed an impostor. The true name is Yuan Bai, raised since childhood to serve as a substitute for Yuan Li. Jiang Jingxian knelt in submission, detailing how he had interrogated the impostor and how Yuan Li ultimately revealed the truth, recounting every nuance. Presently, the genuine Yuan Li remains undisclosed, and even Yuan Bai could only indicate their proximity to the imperial city, stating they were not far away. Should I lead the troops to search? Jiang Huijing read through the accusations meticulously but refrained from issuing an immediate order, as Yuan Li was merely a stray dog from the previous dynasty, posing no substantial threat alone. There was yet another urgent matter to address, your uncle, who was no longer in the wild territories. Jiang Huijing pondered the news he had received that morning, feeling a weight in his heart. He had previously remained in the fief, but for some unknown reason, he had been absent for a month, with many having seen him in the capital. It was imperative to locate him first. Jiang Zao, meanwhile, was savoring her milk porridge, unable to resist eavesdropping on the conversation. Is that prince truly in the capital? Wait, could this prince be the same as the one in my dreams? I must confirm this opportunity. As Jiang Huijing and Jiang Jingxian were deeply engaged in discussions about finding Jiang Huaiyu, they were interrupted by a maid seeking an audience with the empress. Once the maid entered and knelt, she reported to the emperor that the empress dowager had experienced discomfort during her visit to the Buddhist temple and requested a physician for treatment. Jiang Huijing's expression momentarily shifted to surprise as he hastily instructed Eunuchly to convey an edict, realizing the empress dowager's ailment had been so neglected, and no one had been dispatched to attend to her. To the Buddhist temple? Is grandmother truly there? This is dire. Does this not place grandmother in danger? The little one dropped her spoon onto the table, seemingly recalling something frightening. In my dream, grandmother met an untimely end. What shall I do? How can I alert father and mother to protect grandmother? Jiang Zao was filled with urgency, wholly unaware that her family's gazes had already converged upon her. As the maid by the empress dowager's side prepared to leave, the little one hurriedly pointed at her, anxiously exclaiming to Jiang Huijing, "Grandmother." Noticing Jiang Huijing's lack of immediate reaction, she turned to Xue Xiangrong, repeating the title fervently. Xue Xiangrong exchanged a glance with Jiang Huijing and gently asked Jiang Zao, "Does you wish to visit grandmother?" Upon hearing this, the little one's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, yes. Mother truly understands me. Jiang Zao nodded vigorously, eliciting laughter from Xue Xiangrong. She looked at Jiang Huijing and suggested, "Your Majesty, it has been long since I have seen the Empress Dowager. Now that she is unwell, we ought to pay her a visit. Otherwise, the world may criticize you for being unfilial." Jiang Huijing, ever agreeable, nodded in assent. An edict was issued to set forth to the Buddhist temple to visit the Empress Dowager. Naturally, all the princes were to accompany them, except for Jiang Jinyu, who remained penalized and unable to rise due to his injuries. Only Jiang Jingxian would attend this visit. Moreover, Jiang Jingxian wished to bring Huayan to meet their grandmother, thus including her in the party. A few days had passed, and Huayan's injuries had greatly improved. After a full hour, they arrived at the Buddhist temple. The emperor, empress, second prince, and eldest princess were greeted by Lingwei, another maidservant attending to the empress dowager. "Lingwei, where is the empress dowager now?" Xue Xiangrong inquired. The group turned to see a woman clad in simple monk robes approaching. Unlike the typical elderly women, her face bore a sharp intensity. "Your Majesty." Jiang Huijing took a few steps forward, but halted when his gaze met Qin Yueling's. Come to see me? When do you expect my health to decline? You dare to act against your brother?" Qin Yueling flicked her sleeve, her expression darkening. At these words, even the little one was taken aback. Jiang Zao, who had been standing beside Xue Xiangrong, trembled slightly upon encountering Qin Yueling's gaze. Yet, Qin Yueling did not specifically look at her, but rather scanned the group following Jiang Huijing. With a scoff, she remarked, bringing such a crowd? It seems you are not wishing for my recovery, but rather waiting for my demise to mourn my passing. With that, Wailing turned and entered the hall to chant sutras. Jiang Huijing fell silent for a moment before following her inside. After he did, his figure disappeared into the hall. Xiangrong sighed. Jiang Huijing was the son of heaven, yet he was also a son. Despite the strained relationship between mother and child, he still sought to accompany Wailing. Given the circumstances, she could only lead Jiang Zao in search of the abbot. While Jiang Zao listened, her eyelids grew heavy. But at that moment, a butterfly fluttered by. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she quietly scampered after it with her little legs. Chapter 84. A personal trial. Jiang Zao was joyfully chasing after butterflies, completely unaware that she had strayed far from Xiangrong's sight. As she glanced around, all she could see was a thicket of flowers blocking her view, leaving her disoriented and anxious. The more flustered she became, the less steady her footing. Meanwhile, the little girl was too busy gazing ahead to notice the pile of sharp stones right in front of her. A startled cry escaped her lips, followed by a mix of sobs. It was only then that Xiangrong realized Jiang Zao had vanished without a trace. Xiaoyue. Panic gripped Xiangrong and she slipped, the sharp pain of her ankle causing her to cry out. She attempted to move, but the agony in her ankle rendered her unable to rise. It seemed she had twisted her foot. Mother. Jiang Jingxian was the first to react, pulling Hua Yin to assist Xiangrong. Quickly, help mother to rest. He called to the maids and eunuchs behind him, but Xiangrong stopped him, insisting that finding Yuer was the priority. In the palace, Jiang Zao was still ensnared by the clutches of wicked individuals, and now, in a temple, what if that cry belonged to Yuer, indicating she was in danger? There was no need for mother to risk herself. He would search for Yuer instead. Jiang Jingxian firmly insisted that Xiangrong remain still. He instructed Hua Yin to take good care of Xiangrong and swiftly leaped up to the treetops, heading towards the source of the sound. At that moment, the little girl had fallen to the ground, her tender skin scraped and stinging, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Woo, indeed, beauty leads one astray. I, too, was captivated by the lovely butterflies. Jiang Zao lay on the ground, attempting to rise, but the fall had left her dizzy, and she struggled to get up alone. Just then, a hand reached out to her. Jiang Zao, without a second thought, grasped it and slowly stood up. Upon looking up, she was taken aback. Before her stood a man of approximately 30 or 40 years, his face grim and adorned with a scruffy beard. He wore a stern expression, yet forced a smile that was more unsettling than a frown. The sight before the little girl sent chills down her spine. Isn't that Jiang Huaiyu? Father's brother, my uncle. No, wait, he's the bad uncle now. Father doesn't like him, and neither do I. But what is he doing here? The little girl was momentarily frozen in fear. Forgetting to flee, she watched as Jiang Huaiyu extended his hand towards her, smiling kindly. What is your name? Keep pretending. My name is known throughout the entire Jiang Dynasty. Do you still think you don't know? The little girl scoffed. Jiang Huaiyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly catching on to something. If not for her foresight, how could Jiang Huaiqing evade their schemes? There must be something amiss. Realizing this, Jiang Huaiyu chuckled. I was merely testing you. If Xiaoyue doesn't wish to speak, then she need not. Jiang Zao fixed her gaze on him, her heart brimming with wariness. What does this man intend to do? Seeing her expression, Jiang Huaiyu's excitement grew. He observed her closely, easily discerning her thoughts. This child was far from foolish. She was quite clever. However, these two questions alone were insufficient to prove anything. Jiang Huaiyu's demeanor darkened, and he suddenly ceased smiling. In the next moment, he raised his hand as if to strike Jiang Zao's face. Wah! I knew he harbored ill intentions. Is he planning to harm me now that I'm alone? Jiang Zao closed her eyes, unable to evade. Jiang Huaiyu hesitated. His hand landed gently atop Jiang Zao's head, ruffling her hair. As the little girl opened her eyes, Jiang Huaiyu feigned a kick towards her. The child, caught off guard and unable to close her eyes in time, stood frozen, tears streaming down her cheeks. Bad person, horrible uncle. No wonder father dislikes you. Is this how you scare me when you catch me alone? Jiang Zao wiped her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. No matter what Jiang Huaiyu said or did, the child continued to cry, even plopping down on the ground, clearly feeling deeply wronged and unwilling to consider anything else. Jiang Huaiyu's expression darkened. This child appeared to have no foresight whatsoever. Resolute, he prepared to reach out to the sobbing child, but heard a disturbance behind him. His acute hearing detected footsteps approaching. In an instant, Jiang Zao found herself enveloped in a familiar embrace. Slowly opening her eyes, She saw her elder brother's handsome face, and her lips quivered as she was on the verge of crying again. Woo-woo, brother, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. That bad person, the horrid uncle, was just in front of me. I don't know how he appeared here. I'm so scared. Jiang Zao clutched Jiang Jinxian's neck tighter, though she managed to stifle her sobs for the moment. There was something urgent she needed to convey to her brother. The little girl bit her lip, her tearful eyes meeting Jiang Jinxian's, before pointing towards the spot where she had stood. Uncle. The soft, innocent voice left Jiang Jinxian momentarily speechless. Uncle had been here? He understood that if he didn't accurately convey Jiang Zao's message, she would grow anxious and find another way to communicate. Yes. The little girl nodded vigorously, crying as she clung to Jiang Jinxian's neck. Woo-woo, brother has become smarter lately, but please hurry and take me away. I'm afraid of this place. Jiang Jinxian felt her tears dampening his shoulder, his heart heavy with worry, prompting him to quicken his pace. Father. As Jiang Jinxian entered the temple, Jiang Huaiqing remained beside Qin Yuling. Chapter 85. Never speak, your highness. What has transpired? Why the urgency? Qin Yuling knelt before the Buddha, her palms pressed together, resolutely avoiding a glance at the father and son. Uncle. Jiang Jinyan began, but upon seeing Qin Yuling's expression, he leaned closer to Jiang Huaijing and whispered, Yuer encountered uncle on the back mountain of the temple. It seems he intimidated Yuer, and when I arrived, she was in tears. Father, you see. Jiang Jinyan wished for Jiang Huaijing to take action against Jing Huaiyu. However, Jiang Huaijing waved him off, signaling him to withdraw. Father, Jiang Jinyan insisted, but was met with a cold laugh from Qin Yuling. You once claimed to grant this temple to me, yet now you seek to search it thoroughly. I perceive your words of nurturing me are mere empty promises. Her intent was not to pry, but the silence of the temple, coupled with Jiang Jinyan's anxious tone, heightened her irritation. Grandmother, I seek forgiveness. I did not intend. Jiang Jinyan's face stiffened, and he hastily knelt. Qin Yuling scoffed, refusing to acknowledge his plea. Will you not withdraw? Yet Jiang Huaijing offered him an escape, discreetly gesturing for Jiang Jinyan to leave, shielding his son. But Qin Yuling was unyielding. You have grown increasingly formidable. Look at the state in which you have raised your son. Jiang Huaijing listened quietly to Qin Yuling's reprimands and finally asked, Mother, has Huaiyu come to see you? Where is he? What do you intend to do? Just a simple chat. Mother, Jiang Huaijing replied, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze distant. A chat? Qin Yuling sneered. I suspect you wish to eliminate him. You did not spare my daughter, sending her to the wilderness for marriage. Now you refuse to spare my son. Jiang Huaijing, the world is already yours. What more do you desire? If you wish for my demise, simply say so. I shall not refuse. What pain could surpass that of severing flesh and blood? Only then did a flicker of anguish appear in Jiang Huaijing's eyes. Mother, Huaiyu is your son, but I am also your son. He killed my biological mother for the throne and now conspires with the former crown prince to plunge our dynasty into chaos. Will you shield him as well? Qin Yuling's hands trembled as she gripped the prayer beads, slowly closing her eyes to conceal her fleeting panic. And what of it? What of it? Jiang Huaijing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Though he may be flawed, you have always favored him in your heart. Mother, consider revealing his hiding place for the safety of the people of Jiang Zao. Would that be acceptable? I no longer seek your consideration for myself, but for the citizens. As long as Qin Yuling nodded, even without disclosing Jiang Huaiyu's precise location, the imperial guards he commanded could swiftly uncover his whereabouts. After a prolonged silence, as the incense dwindled, Qin Yuling finally opened her eyes. Yet her response was a firm refusal. When you ascended the throne, I pleaded for you to spare your brother, yet you acted otherwise. Now you wish to eradicate him. What do you expect my decision to be? I will never speak of it. Give up hope. Not even in death. With those words, Jiang Huaijing sighed deeply, his gaze hardening. In truth, I do not require your approval. Before he could finish, a sound came from the doorway. Father, father. The tender voice startled Jiang Huaijing. Turning, he saw Jiang Zao, her face streaked with tears, her large eyes reddened. The little one clutched the doorframe, seemingly wanting to enter yet hesitating. Father, father. The baby is a bit worried about father and grandmother. Just came to check. Seeing Jiang Zao timidly by the door, Jiang Huaijing's heart softened. And he forgot the harsh words intended for Qin Yuling. Yuer, come here, to your father. Jiang Zao nodded and stumbled forward. Just as she was about to leap into Jiang Huaijing's embrace, she tripped over her own feet and fell into Qin Yuling's arms instead. At that moment, even Jiang Huaijing was taken aback. The little girl looked up, blinking at Qin Yuling, and suddenly smiled. Grandmother, why don't you smile? The baby is worried about your safety. Don't I deserve at least a smile? Whoa, the baby can't smile anymore, wants to cry. Hearing her soft voice, Jiang Huaijing felt a rush of anxiety. Yet he could not directly demand Jiang Zao from Qin Yuling, lest her anger turn against his daughter. Just as he was growing anxious, he watched as Qin Yuling raised a hand and gently patted Jiang Zao's head twice. Then, she pinched Jiang Zao's cheek. You are not at all pleasing to the eye, just like your father when he was young, quite unseemly. The little girl's face crumpled as she pouted, unable to hold back her tears. Whoa, grandmother, why are you so rough? It hurts, father, help. Jiang Huaijing, already pained for his precious daughter, could no longer hold back and swiftly gathered Jiang Zao into his arms. Mother, Yuo's face is delicate. She cannot endure such treatment. Qin Yuling's gaze shifted to Jiang Huaijing's face, her expression darkening. Sending such a little child to appease me. You have truly grown bolder, Jiang Huaijing. Well, in all the world, who else can call their father by name? But just now, why did the baby hear grandmother call Uncle Yu? Why the double standard? That wicked uncle wants to take father's throne. He should be captured. The baby does not like him, nor does she like grandmother. Jiang Zao failed to notice the pity in Qin Yuling's eyes or her impulse to bond with her. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaijing's expression darkened. Unwilling to give up, he said, Mother, we came today out of concern for your health. Even if you harbor disdain for me, you should not presume to question Yuer's filial piety. Why not allow her to dine with you? Since entering the temple this afternoon, you have not stepped outside. What? Jiang Zao gazed wide-eyed at her father. An entire afternoon without a meal? Isn't grandmother hungry? If father stays with grandmother, isn't he hungry too? That's simply one he do. Chapter 86, No Need to Worry, Food. Jiang Zao exclaimed, extending her small hands to cradle Jiang Huaijing's face. Father must eat. One cannot neglect their meals. Otherwise, what shall we do if the little one experiences stomach pains? The baby will surely feel distressed. Furthermore, the emperor's grandmother is being urged by the emperor to partake in a meal together with him. Wouldn't this allow for a more pleasant conversation? The grandmother is still willing to caress the baby, and the baby is happy to receive her affection. Father, please do not be upset. Little Tawanzi, with her sparkling eyes blinking anxiously, clung tightly to Jiang Huaijing's neck, her worries for her father evident. In that moment, Jiang Huaijing felt a sense of solace. The heart that had been so deeply wounded by Qin Wailing was finally beginning to mend, albeit slightly. Despite Qin Wailing's harsh words, he could not disregard her, for she was the one who had raised his mother, the empress. Jiang Huaijing, holding on to Jiang Zao, could not help but suggest, perhaps we should first partake in a meal. You have not eaten since you awoke this afternoon, and I am certain you must be hungry by now. At this moment, Qin Wailing, too weary to offer a scornful laugh, cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Huaijing and replied, You wish for me to dine with you, only to poison me afterwards and use my life as leverage against me. Is that not so? You come to visit me with such a multitude of imperial guards. Begone. Depart at once. I have no need for your trivial concern. Your Majesty, why must you go to such lengths? The son merely sought to. Jiang Huaijing instinctively wanted to defend himself, but upon meeting the resentful gaze of Qin Wailing, he fell silent once more. The Empress Dowager did not wish to see him. Rather, she longed to meet Jiang Huaiyu. In light of this, why should he cling to his desires? Jiang Huaijing's expression turned cold as he picked up Jiang Zao and silently turned to leave the Buddhist hall. Meanwhile, Qin Wailing knelt alone before the statue, unable to suppress a look of compassion. In her heart, she did not wish to treat Jiang Huaijing in this manner. Yet perhaps only through such means could she safeguard Jiang Zao and Jiang Huaiyu. After exiting the hall, Jiang Huaijing instructed Jiang Jinyin to lead troops in pursuit of Jiang Huaiyu's whereabouts. However, too much time had elapsed, and Jiang Jinyin ultimately found nothing. To demonstrate sincerity, the sedan chair did not follow him up the mountain, and with Shui Xiangrong, the nation's matriarch, having sprained her ankle, even a single step on the mountain path was impossible. Observing this situation, Hua Yin, filled with concern, proactively requested to share a carriage with Shui Xiangrong to assist in caring for the little one. Given that Shui Xiangrong had already begun to view her more favorably due to the assassination attempt against Jiang Zao, she could hardly refuse. The little one, too, was delighted, playing with Hua Yin for a while before leaning against the open window of the sedan chair, gazing at the night beyond. She could not quite comprehend why her father was in such a hurry. Oh well, Jiang Zao let out a soft sigh, shrugging her shoulders like a miniature adult. Since there was nothing amiss at the moment, it seemed that all would remain well. However, Before Jiang Huijing boarded the carriage, he couldn't help but cast a longing glance towards the Buddhist hall. Even though the meditation room had been prepared and darkness had settled in, he still had to depart. Jiang Zao, with her large, blinking eyes, absorbed this scene. Why did the Empress Dowager harbor such a dislike for her father? Clearly, her father has brought the entire family to see her. Is it possible that her wicked uncle is indeed a villain, prompting her grandmother to go to any lengths to drag Jiang Chao down with him? Seeing her beloved daughter so concerned for her, Shui Xiangrong felt a warmth blossoming in her heart. It doesn't hurt, my dear, your mother is not in pain. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a flurry of activity suddenly erupted around the palanquin. Hua Yin, originally brimming with a cheerful demeanor, suddenly became solemn. She lifted the curtain of the open window and peered outside. The surrounding foliage was in a frenzied commotion, and the leaves atop the trees cascaded down in a wild flurry. In the next moment, a fierce wind surged, and suddenly, two figures emerged from the treetops beside the group. They wielded their weapons, and even under the moonlit night, the glint of their blades was blindingly sharp. Inside the carriage, Huayan was the first to react. There were assassins. Shui Xiangrong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic evident in her eyes as she tightened her embrace around the little one in her arms. At this moment, behind them, Jiang Huijing and Jiang Jinyan's palanquins had already advanced ahead. The two assassins displayed exceptional skill, and before anyone could react, their swords began to dance with deadly precision. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding guards, maids, and bearers were nearly all sent to their demise. These assassins are exceptional masters, their movements swift and decisive, intent solely on taking lives. Without the bearers, the sedan chair abruptly crashed to the ground. Shui Xiangrong, taken aback, clutched tightly to Jiang Zao, yearning to flee the carriage swiftly. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp blade pierced through the carriage, poised menacingly at her throat. Oh no, oh no. Another assassin. The little one and her mother are in grave danger. Father, save me. Second brother, help. The little one is doomed. Jiang Zao let out a wail, its intensity surpassing any previous occasion. Jiang Huijing and Jiang Jinyan also sensed that something was amiss. Just as they were about to turn to rescue, assassins sprang forth from the thicket beside the carriage. Protect the carriage. Quickly, protect the carriage. Jiang Jinyan anxiously cast a glance at his mother and sister, but alas, danger lurked nearby, compelling him to first confront the assassin before him. In that fleeting moment, swords clashed and blood flowed abundantly upon the ground. My royal child. Witnessing Jiang Jinyan being besieged, Jiang Huijing, in a moment of desperation, drew forth the guard's sword and joined forces with Jiang Jinyan to fight valiantly. It was only because he discovered the telltale signs that the assassin's weapons were coated with lethal poison. Even if one were not struck down instantly, death by poison was inevitable. Though those assassins were valiant, the father and son duo did not yield easily. After a tumultuous skirmish, a sudden scream echoed from above. Jiang Jinyan diverted his gaze, only to find that the solitary carriage capable of offering protection had long since been shattered into pieces, and the assassin's onslaught grew ever more unabashed. Beside her, only a lingering sense of sorrow remained. Alas, why is it that the little one is perpetually under scrutiny? Today, that mischievous uncle also sought to whisk the child away. Could it be that he actually intends to eliminate the baby as well? The little one felt a profound sorrow for having implicated her mother. Jiang Zao's tiny lips quivered as she wished to continue weeping. However, upon witnessing the cold sweat beading on Shui Xiangrong's forehead, she found herself unable to cry. At that moment, an assassin charged forth, sword in hand. Mother, as the sharp blade descended towards Shui Xiangrong and herself, Jiang Zao steeled her resolve and threw her small frame over Shui Xiangrong, shielding her neck and chest. If I must die, then so be it. As long as the baby can protect their beloved mother, anything is acceptable. The little dumpling resignedly closed her eyes. Yet the anticipated pain failed to arrive for an extended duration. Trembling, she cautiously opened her eyes, only to find her mother, Shui Xiangrong, equally astonished, frozen in place. Following her mother's gaze, she beheld none other than Shiyu. She valiantly stood in front of Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Zao, only to be pierced in the chest herself. In the next moment, a flexible sword entwined itself around the assassin's weapon, barely managing to fend off the attack for a brief period. It was Huayan. In the fleeting moment before the assassin's strike, she had already unsheathed her slender sword, resolutely bracing herself for a desperate confrontation. Alas, she was unable to withstand the simultaneous assault of the two, or else she would not have allowed Shiyu to shield Shui Xiangrong with her own body. Why is it that once again, Those close to the baby have been harmed. Alas, my dear, I have caused trouble for my beloved and Shiyu. And my sister-in-law as well. My sister-in-law's injuries have yet to fully heal, and these scoundrels are utterly despicable. The gentle reign could no longer sustain itself, gradually succumbing to the ground, while Huaiyin continued her valiant struggle. Her wounds appeared to fissure, and slowly, crimson blood seeped across her body. Jiang Zao trembled uncontrollably, her heart filled with concern for Huaiyin, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. Child you. Shui Xiangrong tightened her embrace around Jiang Zao, her gaze fixated on Huaiyin's agonizing visage, feeling a wave of acidity rise in her throat, accompanied by a faint metallic taste. Huaiyin mustered a pale smile, assuring, Your Majesty, please rest assured, this humble woman shall. Before she could finish her sentence, the assassins drew their sharp blades once more. As the offensive was about to strike once more, Jiang Jinyan's heart tightened at the sight of Huaiyin on the verge of injury. Huaiyin, he exclaimed, his pupils constricting with urgency. Chapter 87. Fainting in the midst of chaos, Huaiyin struggled to maintain her composure, completely oblivious to Jiang Jinyan's warnings. The assassins, witnessing Jiang Jinyan gradually gaining the upper hand in the battle, exchanged glances filled with malice and stealthily retrieved their concealed weapons. Die! With a fierce shout, a sharp hexagonal dart was hurled through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Zao. Seeing this, Jiang Jinyan's heart raced. Xiaoyuo, this is it. These assassins are far more formidable than those who previously attempted to kidnap the baby. The baby cannot endanger her mother. Little Tawanzi felt a flash of cold light before her mind went blank. Instinctively, she shielded Shui Xiangrong's neck, unable to react further. In the next instant, the metallic scent of blood filled her nostrils, yet she felt no pain. Has the baby already ascended to paradise? Jiang Zao slowly opened one eye. Before her stood Jiang Jinyan, wielding a long blade. In a surprising display of strength, he swiftly dispatched the assassin before him and rushed to Huaiyin's side for support. Not only did he intercept the dart that threatened Jiang Zao, but he also eliminated the assassin in a single blow. Xiaoyuo, mother. After dispelling the danger, Jiang Jinyan hurriedly assisted Huaiyin in lifting Shui Xiangrong. His eyes filled with urgency as he examined her injuries. Is mother all right? Finally, he turned to Jiang Zao. Is the princess unharmed? The baby is fine. Thanks to sister-in-law and second brother, the baby demands a kiss from each. Jiang Zao reached out to Huaiyin, but before she could make contact, Huaiyin collapsed. Little Tawanzi froze, her forehead slick with cold sweat as she pushed Huaiyin anxiously, glancing desperately at Jiang Jinyan. Second brother, don't just stand there. Quickly, help her. Huaiyin. Jiang Jinyan quickly caught his beloved. Fortunately, she had not been poisoned, but her wounds had reopened, and she had lost too much blood, leading to her fainting. What should I do, mother? Jiang Jinyan's heart raced as he focused on Huaiyin's pale face. Beside him stood Shui Xiangrong, seemingly unscathed except for a sprained ankle, and Jiang Zao, equally worried. Quickly send word. Reward heavily anyone skilled in medicine. Jiang Huaijing commanded with a solemn expression. Huaiyin was Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Zao as savior. Nothing must happen to her. Little Tawanzi felt guilty for bringing trouble to Huaiyin. Sister-in-law is the baby's savior. I must help take care of her. The small child insisted on staying by Huaiyin's side, laboriously wringing a towel to wipe her forehead. Though they could have sent a maid, she insisted on doing it herself. The three relatives exchanged glances, each reflecting concern for the other. It hurts, like fire. Huaiyin whimpered again from the bed. Little Tawanzi persisted in caring for her, trying to soothe her to sleep as Shui Xiangrong had done. It was not until the army arrived at the gates of Kaifusi Temple that the imperial guard protected the palanquin, and little Tawanzi finally relaxed, drifting into a drowsy sleep in the carriage. The journey was calm, free from any further assassin disturbances. After traveling for 5 to 6 hours, they finally reached the imperial city. Upon awakening, she immediately tidied herself, eager to see Huaiyin. Shui Xiangrong did not immediately acquiesce. After all, Huaiyin had just been through a fright, and she had yet to awaken. Jiang Zao had no choice but to comply, resolving to recuperate before seeing Huaiyin. Yet, by the following afternoon, her impatience grew, and she insisted on pestering Shui Xiangrong to go see her. With no other option, Shui Xiangrong took her hand and led her towards the side hall. Just then, a commotion arose outside Fengqi Palace. The emperor, empress, and dowager empress have heard of the assassination attempt and sent me to inquire, are the emperor and empress well? Is the princess and the second prince all right? The voice belonged to a maidservant from Qin Yueling's side. Little Tawanzi, seated on her special chair, was ordered to finish her breakfast before going to see Huayan. Curiosity piqued, she glanced towards the door. Isn't grandmother indifferent towards father? Yet now, she comes so frequently. Shui Xiangrong frowned and waved her hand, allowing the maidservant to enter. It was the same maidservant they had seen a few days prior. I rode over to bring some snacks for the princess. As she spoke, the maid produced 2 pieces of cake from her bosom. Though Qin Wailing showed little concern for Jiang Huijing or Jiang Zao, she seemed overly eager to ensure Xiao Yuo's safety after the ambush, as if she had foreseen the assassin's intentions to target her. If you truly care for the baby, you should inform father of that wicked uncle's hiding place. Little Tuanzi crossed her arms, pouting, and turned her head away, unwilling to bond with the maidservant. Shui Xiangrong gently caressed her little face, offering little kindness to the maidservant. Apologies, my lady, but Xiao Yuer has just been frightened. The assassins are too rampant. Please inform the Dowager Empress that we are all safe. The maidservant, realizing her misstep, left in discontent. Such an eyesore so early in the morning. The baby must hurry to see sister-in-law. Little Tuanzi pouted, bypassing the dining table and heading straight for Fengqi Palace's side hall, where Huayan had been settled. Before her stood a magnified, worried face. Upon seeing her eyes flutter open, she immediately broke into a smile. Awake, awake. Sister-in-law is awake. If you hadn't tea, I feared second brother would turn into a monkey and devour all the offerings meant for Kai Fusi Temple. Little Tuanzi clapped her hands joyfully. Unable to resist diving into Huayan's embrace, Jiang Jingyan stood nearby, lifting his sister by the nape of her neck to ensure she met his gaze. Don't disturb your sister-in-law. Mother is kind, allowing her to recuperate in Fengqi Palace, yet you are the troublesome one. Jiang Zao huffed, turning her face away while clutching her little hands. Second brother is talking nonsense. The baby isn't being troublesome. It's clearly that you came too frequently, today alone. You visited Fengqi Palace 8 times. Recalling this, Jiang Zao beamed with pride, looking up at Jiang Jingyan with her nose held high. Unable to resist, Jiang Jingyan playfully swatted her bottom. The siblings bantered back and forth until Huayan finally interrupted. How can I recuperate in Fengqi Palace? Chapter 88. The Wedding Banquet, Your Highness. The Empress is compassionate, but I cannot disregard decorum. Huayan struggled to rise. She was a sensible person, never wishing to trouble Shui Xiangrong. Rest assured, you are permitted to stay. It is the Empress's blessing. She is currently preoccupied with orchestrating our wedding and has no time to check on you. Jiang Jingyan hurriedly pressed her back onto the bed. A wedding banquet? Huayan was momentarily stunned, her eyes gradually sparkling with joy, though it was fleeting. Having lived a life where danger lurked at every corner, her trust in others was limited. Yet now, she found herself breaking her own rules with Jiang Jingyan. Your Highness, please do not jest with me. Is this truly happening? Jiang Jingyan took her hand and recounted many of Shui Xiangrong's recent endeavors. For instance, the Fengqi Palace was adorned with vibrant crimson satin, and all the embroiderers had paused their work on spring garments to craft her wedding attire. Your Highness, am I dreaming? Huayan still held a hint of disbelief. Inevitably, if she dared to interrupt Jiang Jingyan, she would face playful repercussions. Humph, dear second brother, when the wedding banquet arrives, you shall see who is mistaken. I will stir up the bridal chamber. The little one playfully clawed at her brother's face, and the siblings resumed their playful antics. As days passed, Huayan's injuries healed significantly. Originally, Shui Xiangrong intended to wait until Huayan was fully recovered to host the banquet, but Jiang Jingyan could no longer contain his anticipation. On a day when the spring breeze was gentle, it was deemed an auspicious occasion calculated by Ji Yunxing himself. The palace was alive with the sounds of drums and firecrackers, and the crimson satin swayed in festive blooms, seemingly celebrating this joyous event shared by all. Jiang Huijing and Shui Xiangrong occupied a high seat, while Jiang Zao, clad in an adorable red silk dress, appeared rosy-cheeked. She was cradled by Jiang Jinyu as they observed the festivities, a salute to heaven and earth, clad in golden threaded wedding garments. The couple held a long red satin ribbon and bowed gracefully. Finally, the second brother and second sister-in-law have become a couple. But I still want to stir up the bridal chamber. After all, the second brother spanked me. Jiang Zao's eyes squinted into slits with laughter. All right, all right. Second brother enjoys this game, does he? I shall climb the window. The little one, unable to defeat her brother, sought Jiang Jinyu's assistance, and he, ever the doting brother, could not refuse. While joyous celebrations unfolded in the imperial city, the cold palace was shrouded in darkness. Shui Yingxue seethed with rage. Today's palace banquet saw everyone joyfully seeking sweet treats, while she remained in this cold palace with nary a morsel to eat. In a fit of anger, She smashed the only lamp on the table. However, at that moment, the dilapidated wooden door creaked open, and a figure clad in black robes entered. Thanking the newly appointed chief steward. Whether it was the fervor of a new official or the prowess of Chief Stewardly, it was unclear. Your Highness, you need not worry. You may remain here, for the wedding is underway, and they are presently unable to attend to this cold palace. The voice was unmistakably that of a eunuch. Thank you, Chief Stewardly. The figure in black seemed to have given the eunuch some silver before bringing in a food box. Upon seeing the food box, Shuangxue could no longer contain herself and lunged at it, tearing into the food like a ravenous dog. Ah! The once proud imperial concubine has fallen to such a state, truly lamentable, someone remarked, their words piercing like a dagger into Shuangxue's heart. If you do not speak, you will become mute. I wish you a lifetime of silence. Shuangxue glared fiercely. Upon hearing this, the figure in black finally removed their face covering, revealing a countenance strikingly similar to Chun Fei's. I did not come here to exchange barbs or idle chatter, Defei Su Ingwe said coldly. The master has sent word. Trouble has arisen. That wretched child has survived, and even the crown prince's substitute has faltered. Upon hearing this, Shuangxue smashed her bowl in fury. I knew it from the start. It must be that child creating chaos. I overheard the emperor and the national master discussing matters while I was in the palace, and they thought to deceive me. Even without deceiving you, you have proven incapable of maintaining your position, ending up in the cold palace. Haven't you? Su Ingwe thought to herself, rolling her eyes. What did you say? Shuangxue's face darkened further. It was at this moment she realized she had inadvertently revealed her innermost thoughts. I mean, we must think of a way to rescue you. Your Highness. Su Ingwe quickly amended her words. Though the two were not on amicable terms, they ultimately served the same master. There is no rush in rescuing me. Shuangxue's gaze softened as she picked up a piece of food and took a bite. She had completely shed the air of an imperial concubine, acting on pure instinct. What mattered now was how to seize that child's capabilities. What does the imperial concubine suggest we do? Shuangxue beckoned her closer, whispering her plan. Though Su Ingwe was disgusted by the lingering odor of neglect emanating from her companion, she nonetheless followed her instructions without hesitation. Just 2 days after the wedding banquet, Jiang Zao, accompanied by Hua Yin, ventured into the imperial garden for play. Little fishy, baby-s little fishy. The little one dashed towards the pond, but before she could reach it, a heavy splash echoed as something fell into the water. Curious, Jiang Zao approached, only to find a palace maid in distress. Just as she was about to summon Hua Yin to rescue the maid, the girl, upon seeing Jiang Zao, panicked and willingly sank beneath the surface. Jiang Zao was bewildered. Turning around, she noticed the surrounding eunuchs and palace maids recoiling in fear. Why are they all avoiding me? Am I so terrifying? Hua Yin's heart ached as she saw the little one standing helplessly. When she pointed at the maid, who was nearly fainting from holding her breath, the eunuchs appeared flustered, their eyes darting nervously. Only when Hua Yin produced a whip did one of them stammer. It's the eldest princess. We heard that she possesses extraordinary foresight, capable of predicting future events, but such chosen ones often bring misfortune. Hua Yin's anger flared. Just as she was about to reprimand the gossiping servants, Nian Qiu hurried towards them. Second princess. The emperor and empress have summoned the eldest princess to the Yangxin palace. Please escort her there. What? Have even father emperor and mother empress been deceived? The little one's lips quivered, on the verge of tears. Hua Yin, sensing her distress, scooped her up and comforted. Fear not, your highness. We stand firm and need not fear shadows. With this reassurance, Jiang Zao felt somewhat steadied. However, upon arriving at the Yangxin palace, they were taken aback by the grand assembly. All the influential ministers from the previous dynasty were present, including several familiar faces to Jiang Zao. The little one glared at them, indignant. These people, with their lackluster achievements, not to mention their penchant for stirring trouble, once the new top scholar emerges, they shall be of no consequence. Jiang Huijing felt indignant on Jiang Zao's behalf. His gaze filled with pity, and he became increasingly blunt with the ministers. Esteemed ministers, you claim that my Jiang Dynasty's fortune is a harbinger of disaster. Today, I invite the national master Ji Yunqing to examine Xiao Yue closely, so you may all witness for yourselves. With that, he waved his dragon robe and summoned Ji Yuxing. Before commencing, Shui Xiangrong wore a cold expression, her sharp gaze sweeping over the ministers below. It was common for rumors to circulate within the palace. Yet neither the empress nor the emperor could have anticipated that such tales would be uttered by the mouths of these ministers. With the national master present, should anything befall my dear Yuer, Let it not be forgotten by you all that your promise entails the confiscation of half your family fortunes to replenish the national treasury. Listening to that soft and melodious voice, Xue Xiangrong felt increasingly resolute, harboring unwavering faith in her little one. This sentiment caused many ministers to waver in their resolve. However, someone among them began to shout, "We, the ministers, will never regret." Thus, none could retract their words and depart. Ji Yunqing picked up the magical artifact he had brought, circling around Jiang Zao with it. After half an hour, he lifted a basin of holy water that had remained unchanged, allowing the ministers to take turns observing it. Behold, esteemed ministers, this water has not altered in the slightest, and is even clearer than before, demonstrating that the eldest princess is not a harbinger of disaster, but rather a beacon of fortune. As for the so-called prophetic abilities, it is likely that some among you have sought to spread falsehoods. Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged glances, pondering the fate of their fortunes. Humph, the little one merely stated that you must part with your riches, and the little one shall graciously accept them. Jiang Zao wrapped her arm around Xue Xiangrong's neck, extending her finger toward the bowed ministers, babbling as if mimicking the authoritative demeanor of Jiang Huaijing to admonish these oblivious officials. Yet, rumors do not arise without cause, typically. Summoning the national master suffices to divine the future, and now with so many artifacts present, could it not be an attempt to conceal the truth? Indeed, ultimately, the national master serves the royal family, rendering it profoundly unjust for us. Is it possible that the auspicious star of Jiang Dynasty is, in fact, a calamity? Who recalls the grand sacrificial ceremony? Could it be an intentional cover-up? Once the discussion began, the ministers, emboldened by one another, commenced a spirited debate in front of Jiang Huaijing. Silence. Jiang Huaijing's expression darkened, poised to impose punishment when a panicked voice from outside the Yangxin Hall interrupted. "Oh dear, noble consort, the lords and ministers are within. You cannot enter." The response was a petulant voice. "When I came yesterday, you claimed the emperor was with the empress. When I arrived the day before, you said he was resting after a banquet. Do you take me for a fool?" Li Gonggong, you, with no foundation, seem to root quite deeply in the Yangxin Hall. Does it belong solely to you? Oh dear, how could a servant dare? But you truly cannot enter. After a haughty huff, silence fell outside. Yet in the next moment, the door to the Yangxin Hall was forcefully flung open. "Noble consort, you truly must not enter." Li Gonggong's desperate voice had barely faded when a graceful figure slipped quietly into the hall. Noble consort Su Yingwei entered, her demeanor cheerful as she stuck out her tongue, clad in a lively pink skirt that bore no semblance to the dignity expected of a palace concubine. From the moment she entered the palace, she had made a lasting impression on Jiang Huaijing with her disregard for palace decorum. Over the years, she maintained a fearless, naive disposition, untroubled by palace rules. She would not hesitate to dine alongside Jiang Huaijing and Xue Xiangrong. Jiang Zao observed the woman feigning surprise, momentarily taken aback before sneering in disdain. "Is this the noble consort? She bears no resemblance to her title. At her age, she still jumps about like a girl. I am far more composed. What kind of eyes does Father Emperor possess to favor such a consort? Has he mistaken a fisheye for a pearl all along?" The little one pouted, turning to her mother and planting a sticky kiss upon her cheek, drawing a smile from Xue Xiangrong. Meanwhile, Su Yingwei showed no regard for the atmosphere, calling out to Jiang Huaijing seated on the dragon throne, "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Jiang Huaijing's countenance was as cold as frost, and upon this reminder from the little one, he reflected on how he had once been ensnared by her charm, allowing such a woman to linger by his side. "Your servant longs to see your Majesty. Cannot I come to visit?" The noble consort was taken aback by his frigid gaze, her heart swirling with discontent. In times past, he had cherished her, yet now, in the presence of court officials, he displayed such a demeanor, utterly lacking the grace befitting a consort. Jiang Huaijing refused to engage with her further, launching into a reprimand instead. "Your servant." Su Yingwei faltered. She was acutely aware of the official's presence and had come precisely for this moment. How else could she broach the forthcoming plans? Jiang Zao, perceiving the scheming in her eyes, snorted softly and nestled into Xue Xiangrong's embrace. This noble consort appeared to be a white lotus, using her petulant exterior to mask her self-serving deeds. No, she was even more despicable. As a sister to the pure concubine Su Yingzhu, she preferred to remain untainted by wrongdoing, inciting Su Yingzhu to commit vile acts instead. A scheming woman indeed. I wonder what her purpose is here. Could it be to hear more rumors about the little one? Jiang Huaijing's expression darkened ominously. Why do you roam about instead of staying in your own palace? Speak. Chapter 90. A visit to the Taoist priest Su Yingwei forced herself to regain her composure before she slowly spoke. I have heard the recent rumors surrounding Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, and I have come to propose a solution. If we solely rely on the national master, I fear it may not suffice to sway the court and will be of no benefit to the stability of the emperor's reign. Oh? Shui Xiangrong raised an eyebrow. A mere concubine dares to meddle in matters of the court? De Fei, are you tired of living, or has your Su family lost their minds? At her words, Su Yingwei momentarily choked, a flash of resentment crossing her eyes. She had pondered why the emperor had suddenly grown distant, and it seemed this wretched woman had been stirring up trouble behind her back. I do not presume, Su Yingwei replied slowly, bowing respectfully. I merely wish to alleviate the emperor's burdens by offering a suggestion that could win the hearts of the court. Oh? Pray tell, what is this suggestion? Jiang Huaijing's frown eased, encouraging her to continue. The Taoist temple beside the Buddhist monastery has proven effective. Just recently, my wishes were granted there. Su Yingwei cautiously revealed her premeditated plan while observing Jiang Huaijing's expression. Had it not been for that old Taoist insistence that this was the most reliable method, requiring two individuals to face one another to transfer their abilities, she would not have dared to voice her thoughts at such a perilous moment. If Her Royal Highness could pay a visit and receive enlightenment from the masters at the temple, then no one would dare to speak against her. Visit the Taoist temple? Even if it is nearby, who knows if that vile uncle is still lurking about? I refuse to go. Jiang Zao pouted, turning to embrace Shui Xiangrong. Moreover, one glance at this De Fei reveals her ill intentions. Such absurdity. Jiang Huaijing's expression darkened as he recalled the assassins encountered at the Buddhist temple. Now you wish for Yuer to walk into danger. Su Yingwei felt a chill in her heart, just as two guards approached and dragged her away, one on each side. Raising her eyes, she saw Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Zao smiling, and a storm brewed in her heart as she bit her lip in anger. This pair of wretched mother and daughter dared to mock her. She vowed not to let them have it easy. Meanwhile, the court officials held their breath, exchanging glances, clearly sensing the oppressive aura radiating from Jiang Huaijing. Dismissed. With that, Jiang Huaijing rose from the dragon throne, escorting Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Zhao away. Oh, Father Emperor is so imposing. I adore him. That day, the weather was fair and bright, and Jiang Zhao scurried about, chasing butterflies through the flower bushes. Suddenly, she collided with a pink skirt, unable to evade in time. Falling to the ground, she looked up to see which unfortunate soul had obstructed her path, only to find Su Yingwei's enlarged face looming before her. Ghost, ah. The little one scrambled to her feet, intent on running to the pavilion where Shui Xiangrong was. But before she could, a firm grip tightened around her neck, lifting her off the ground. De Fei, where are you taking the eldest princess? Came the stern reprimand from the maid, Nianqiu. She stepped forward, her expression serious. The empress is resting in the pavilion ahead. If De Fei wishes to admire the flowers with the eldest princess, she must first seek permission from the empress. As she spoke, Nianqiu reached to take Jiang Zhao into her arms. Humph, the wicked woman's dreams are dashed. However, in the next moment, Jiang Zhao was yanked into the embrace of a stranger. The unfamiliar fragrance of Su Yingwei was no match for Shui Xiangrong's natural floral scent, causing Jiang Zhao to frown. How dare you try to stop me? Su Yingwei narrowed her eyes, dropping the pretense of innocence. Nianqiu was not one to back down, declaring plainly. If you dare to abduct the princess, do not blame me for branding you a kidnapper. Are you all fools? Your master is being humiliated, and you stand idly by. What are you waiting for? Su Yingwei snorted, kicking a maid beside her. Then, she tightened her hold on Jiang Zhao, her eyes filled with determination. After explaining her intentions, the sorcerer had given them a talisman that could directly siphon the child's abilities, but it needed to be kept close to Jiang Zhao, or she would not agree to assist. Watching Nianqiu restrained by the maid, Su Yingwei smirked, turning to leave, but the small figure in her arms had grown furious. Wicked woman, how dare you treat Aunt Nianqiu this way? You are finished. The tiny figure thrashed about, causing Su Yingwei, who had never held a child, to panic and instinctively loosen her grip. Jiang Zhao extended her little claws, climbing up Su Yingwei's skirt. Charge. In the next instant, her entire petite form was firmly pressed against Su Yingwei's head, provoking a shriek from her. Get down. Get down. Help. She had not anticipated Jiang Zhao's reaction and was completely unprepared. With a loud thud, a heavy object fell to the ground. Jiang Zhao clapped her tiny paws in satisfaction, quickly dodging to avoid the fallout. Meanwhile, Su Yingwei's head collided with a stone, warm liquid streaming down her scalp. She seemed to grasp what had transpired, slowly reaching back to touch her head, only to find her hand stained W. Chapter 91, sincere regret in the embrace of her second brother. Jiang Zao finally found a semblance of security. However, at that moment, she did not hear her brother reprimanding Su Yingwe. The little one turned her head in confusion, only to realize that the woman had fled at some point. How audacious! To act without facing the consequences, this Defei is truly insufferable. Nian Qiu hurriedly recounted everything that had just transpired. Jiang Jinyan's expression turned cold as he listened to his sister stammer through the words Defei. A flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. What a cunning adversary. Once he confirmed that Jiang Zao was unharmed, Jiang Jinyan spoke. Nian Qiu has informed me that it was Defei who attempted to abduct Xiaoyu. Should our mother summon her for confrontation? The order was given. Shui Xiangrong, cradling the little one, felt an overwhelming sense of pity. Jiang Zao exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, the baby spoke up. Yet that wicked woman seems to have been frightened by the child, perhaps even intimidated by my brother? Lost in thought, Su Yingwe was summoned. Half an hour had passed since her injury, and her head was wrapped in thick bandages, rendering her appearance both comical and pitiable. As soon as she entered the hall, she knelt down. Her face was deathly pale, and she instinctively cast a glance at Jiang Zao, only to be caught. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes gouged out. The little one gestured towards her eyes, pouting and huffing indignantly. Su Yingwe trembled inwardly, her gaze darting around as if she were afraid of something. With great trepidation, she presented a talisman, but Shui Xiangrong frowned, about to refuse it. When Jiang Zao snatched it away first. What is this peculiar thing? Jiang Zao furrowed her brow, her attention fixated on the talisman. Observing Su Yingwe as she almost seemed to wish to vanish into the ground. Are you seeing ghosts? Why are you shaking so? Su Yingwe gripped her hands tightly, forcing herself to remain still. The ominous voice grew clearer. Indeed, she must be seeing ghosts. Recalling the foreboding words predicting her demise, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Was it truly so simple? Shui Xiangrong, holding Jiang Zao, discarded the talisman and coldly interrogated Su Yingwe. Surely you harbor resentment for offending this palace before? Exactly. When Chun Pin was demoted, she could not afford to offend many. You must be seeking revenge on your dear mother, aiming to harm the baby. Shui Xiangrong slammed her palm on the table, her voice cold as she demanded, confess. What do you intend to do to Xiaoyu? Su Yingwe paused. If you do not speak, beware of dire consequences. Shui Xiangrong's reprimand, laced with a soft yet venomous tone, slithered into Su Yingwe's ears. What was this? Was it truly the child speaking? Yet she remained silent. Why could she hear? Tears streamed down Su Yingwe's face, her entire body quaking, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. As her words tumbled out, laughter erupted in the hall. Su Yingwe looked up to see Jiang Jinyan. Defei, do not deceive yourself. Even outside the palace, it is widely known that you have been tyrannical, flaunting your power in the palace, even daring to intrude upon the Yangxin Hall. Su Yingwe lifted her gaze, instinctively wanting to retort, but upon meeting Jiang Zao's eyes, she trembled anew. Offending anyone was risky, but offending this child was unthinkable. I acted in haste, overly concerned for the little princess, which led to this situation. Su Yingwe knelt on the ground, more devout than a believer in a temple. I genuinely seek to repent. I implore your majesty and her highness to grant me this opportunity. She seemed convinced that Shui Xiangrong would acquiesce, awkwardly crawling on the ground to grasp Shui Xiangrong's ankle. Su Yingwe raised her tear-streaked face, presenting her most pitiful expression to Shui Xiangrong. Please, your majesty, your decision is of utmost importance. Indeed, of utmost importance. Jiang Zao pouted, mimicking Su Yingwe's tone, laced with a hint of mockery. I see you simply wish to evade responsibility. You do not wish to face punishment. The baby sees through you clearly. You shall not deceive your dear mother. Shui Xiangrong's expression remained unyielding, and she called for Nian Qiu, preparing to issue a decree. Even if Defei truly seeks to repent, the wrongs committed must be addressed one by one. The punishment was declared, 10 strikes with a rod and a month of house arrest. Do you have any objections? As the words fell, disdainful gazes from the assembly pierced Su Yingwe. After all, such punishment was unprecedented for her. In the past, she had always pushed Chun Pin forward to take the blame, allowing Chun Pin to suffer the consequences. Her true nature would surely be exposed soon. I recognize my wrongdoing and willingly accept punishment. Please do not be angry, your majesty. Once my confinement is lifted, I wish to remain by your side and that of her highness. Su Yingwe's vision blurred with fear, her path ahead obscured. At this moment, she only wished to escape. The voice felt inescapable, and she could not bear to step into Fengqi Palace again. Upon uttering these words, The hall fell into a long silence. Even Jiang Zao could not help but gape in astonishment. Could it be that this Defei has been possessed? How could she utter such words? The baby does not believe it. Is she merely pretending? But why would she? The little one stared unblinkingly at Defei, suddenly letting out a deep sigh. Yet for several consecutive days, she could neither eat well nor sleep soundly. Her mind consumed by the ominous fate mentioned in that youthful voice. Was the Su family truly? At that moment, the maid Xiao Chun continued to press. My lady, it has been days, yet you still have not informed me whether the talisman is effective. Has its power reached you? Su Yingyue's heart sank as her bloodshot gaze fixed on Xiao Chun. She was now on the precipice of death, yet this maid, who often relayed messages between her and the favored concubine, was utterly heartless. Silence. Su Yingyue gritted her teeth. You are one of my palace servants. Yet you show me such disrespect. What use are you to me now? In her fury, she disregarded Xiao Chun's pleas, ordering her to be dragged away and punished with 50 strikes, left in a side chamber to await her fate. But once alone in the room, she found her palms slick with sweat. Her family had concealed numerous matters from her, and they were likely preparing to act. If the Su family were truly in peril, she needed to ascertain how to safeguard herself. What that child had said was indeed true. If she could foresee this, there must be a way to counter it. No. She could not simply accept her demise. She must preserve herself. At present, it seemed there was but one way to appease that child, persuading her to reveal the means of resolution. Having made this determination, Su Yingyue rose and headed towards the storeroom. After Su Yingyue's confinement, rumors within the palace gradually subsided, and Jiang Zao's days turned joyful once more. Alas, such tranquility was not destined to last. Just 3 days after Su Yingyue's release from confinement, she began frequenting Fengqi Palace, each time bringing treasures from her storeroom and delicious treats for the little one. Chapter 92. Voluntarily requesting to go to the cold palace after several attempts to endure. Xue Xiangrong could no longer restrain herself and called for a halt. The items in her storeroom paled in comparison to the rare treasures within Fengqi Palace. Moreover, they were all gifts from Jiang Huaijing, merely transferring from one pocket to another. The empress had brought these pastries from the common folk, which seemed most suitable for the princess. Should we allow Ningxiu to bring someone to test for poison today? Su Yingyue entered Fengqi Palace with a flattering smile, placing the food box she carried onto the table with care. Her gaze occasionally flickered towards Jiang Zao, revealing her yearning. It had been days. Even the slightest hint of a solution or a word of advice would be welcome. Today, however, Yu had just indulged in some snacks, and there was no need for such excessive attentiveness. Fengqi Palace lacked for nothing. Xue Xiangrong furrowed her brow, growing increasingly irked by Su Yingyue's repeated visits. It was evident to even the blind that Su Yingyue wished to spend a moment in private with Jiang Zao. Whether suggesting a stroll in the imperial garden or mentioning the blooming begonia she had transplanted in her own palace, her intentions were transparent. Feigning innocence, Su Yingyue approached Jiang Zao with a boldness that belied her true feelings. Little Yu, would you like to play with Lady Da? The small child averted her gaze in disdain, pushing aside the gold paper in front of her. I do not wish to play with you. I shall not accept your goodwill. Su Yingyue's face paled, her forced smile faltering. Despite having reassured herself countless times, that voice still sent shivers down her spine. Little Yu, be good. Lady Da means no harm. After a moment of contemplation, she added with a smile. Lady Da simply adores you and wishes to treat you kindly. Who knows, perhaps in 100 years, you might be reborn in paradise. In paradise? The little one scoffed. Forget it. In the future, when the Su family sends word requesting your help to persuade the empress and emperor to release the favored concubine, you will undoubtedly refuse. After that, the Su family will incur the wrath of the emperor and face execution, leaving you to be demoted to commoner status, ultimately perishing at the hands of enemies. Even if you remain silent in the palace, you will still be implicated in the Su family's downfall. It will all end in disaster. The doom of the Su family? Cold sweat dripped from Su Yingyue, her back drenched, her undergarments clinging to her skin as her limbs trembled uncontrollably. The Su and Xue families had once been close allies, granting her and Su Yingzhu the opportunity to serve in the palace. It appeared that the Su family intended to repay their debt to the Xue family by rescuing Xue Yingxue from peril, yet they had harmed her instead. Could the Su family truly be so foolish as to sacrifice their future for Xue Yingxue? Panic-stricken, Su Yingyue gripped her brush and resolutely continued writing. She must send this out of the palace first thing in the morning. There could be no delay. Restlessness consumed her throughout the night. And despite her belief that she was swift in her actions, the imperial decree arrived even faster. Before dawn, eunuchly came to announce the edict. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees that the Su family's attempts to absolve their guilty daughter are an affront to divine favor. They are to be demoted to a fourth-rank idle position, and Lady Da is to be reduced to a mere consort. Thus it is commanded. Eunuch Li's expression was cold as he closed the edict and gestured to the palace attendants behind him. Hurry and remove the consort's belongings. Lastly, he cast a mocking glance at the pale-faced Su Yingwe. You, Su consort, can no longer reside in this main hall. You must move to the side chambers. Su Yingwe nodded, her spirit crushed, as she slowly exited the main hall, feeling as if her very soul had been stripped away. The only thought in her mind was that the child's words had come true. If what this little one said was accurate, then rather than face death, being confined in the cold palace would at least ensure her survival. Suddenly, Su Yingwe dashed away, not even bothering to lift her skirts as she sprinted towards Fengqi Palace. She stumbled countless times along the way, scraping her skin, yet she paid no heed. Her only desire was to see the empress before her demise. When she burst through the doors of Fengqi Palace, she found Xue Xiangrong playing with Jiang Zao. Xue Xiangrong's heart sank upon seeing the disheveled Su Yingwe. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she was met with Su Yingwe's frantic bowing and pleas for mercy. Your Majesty, I have a request. Xue Xiangrong's heart sank further, irritation rising within her. What is it that you seek? What more could you possibly ask for beyond your family name? I voluntarily request to be sent to the cold palace to end my wretched existence. I wish never to emerge again. Su Yingwe sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Her sincerity palpable. Just moments ago, I was alone with the eldest princess, and so many wicked deeds came to mind. My hands are stained with too much injustice. I only wish for your Majesty to punish me by sending me to the cold palace, so I may fulfill my long-held wish. Xue Xiangrong was taken aback. And even Jiang Zao was left speechless. Is Lady Da truly out of her mind? To voluntarily seek the cold palace? Abandoning favor, status, and family, how extraordinary. Lady Da, if you recognize your faults, you may simply request punishment without needing to go to the cold palace, Xue Xiangrong said, her head pounding from the uproar. Yet Su Yingwe was undeterred, insisting that only by going to the cold palace could she find peace. She had exhausted every means available to her. By the time Jiang Huijing and Xue Xiangrong begrudgingly consented to her request, Su Yingwe was already in a state akin to a madwoman. Once she reached the cold palace, Su Yingwe finally felt her anxious heart settle. However, her troubles were far from over. Bang! The door to the cold palace swung open, startling Su Yingwe, who was enjoying her meal. She turned to see Xue Yingxue toss aside the brick she had been holding, her cold gaze sweeping across the room. Filled with jealousy and fury, the empress, feeling pity for your self-imposed exile to the cold palace, worried that outsiders would think you were forced, specifically instructed that your meals be as lavish as before. Yet here you are, living it up. If even Su Yingwe had been permitted entry, then no one would be able to rescue her. Though they now served Yuan Li, he showed no inclination to allow her escape from the cold palace. Do you think you have any say in this? Su Yingwe rolled her eyes. But in the next instant, her hair was seized. Then plead for me as well. Help me find a way to deal with them. Su Yingwe cried out in pain, her panic causing her to accidentally smash the soup bowl beside her into Xue Yingxue's face. The two engaged in a furious scuffle, baring their teeth and claws, devoid of any semblance of grace befitting their station. All of this did not escape the notice of the rulers within the palace. Within Fengqi Palace, guards from the cold palace sought out the imperial physician to tend to the two women. Xue Xiangrong could no longer restrain her frown. Had they truly come to blows? Chapter 93. The end of an era indeed. Indeed. The young eunuch who came to report recalled the scene, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It was said that the face was marred, and the snow concubine nearly had her throat slit. Upon hearing this, Xue Xiangrong fell silent. How gratifying. This is truly the most delightful news I have heard today. Jiang Zao had never held a favorable opinion of the two, and at this moment, she almost burst into laughter. However, when she glanced back and saw her mother's tightly furrowed brows, she froze. This is disastrous. I forgot that the concubine is my dear mother's sister. Mother is soft-hearted. Surely she will not forgive so easily? But she must not. The little one, with her large eyes darting about, climbed down from her designated chair and quickly dashed into Xue Xiangrong's embrace. Dear mother, please look at me. Am I not more deserving of your affection than that wicked woman? Her tiny hands clung to Xue Xiangrong's neck, pulling her face closer for their eyes to meet. With her soft cheek pressed against Xue Xiangrong's, the latter's thoughts were momentarily interrupted, yet she felt no anger. hearing the tender voice expressing concern for her. Her gaze softened. She wasn't so weak-hearted. Rather, she pondered whether to punish the two for the incident in the cold palace. However, seeing that the dogs had already bitten each other to mutual destruction, she felt no need to involve herself further and prioritized her little eunuch instead. Shui Xiangrong tightened her hold on her daughter and dismissed the eunuch. They were now in the cold palace, all of their own making. And the discarded nobility there required medical attention, with no palace decree forbidding treatment. Yet, it depended on whether the imperial physician would have the time and willingness to attend to them. Keep a close watch on them. They must not perish. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zao's face brightened once more. How wonderful. It seems I have worried for nothing. While the mother and daughter duo sighed in relief, the news reached the cold palace, igniting a blaze of fury. What did you say? Shui Ingxue lay on the dilapidated, moldy bed, incredulously listening to the eunuch's report. That wretched person truly issued such an edict. I am in this state, and they deny me the use of better medicinal herbs? Do they wish for my demise? The young eunuch tossed down the medicinal package with a frown, displeased. If not for the concubine voluntarily entering the cold palace and the empress's specific instructions to provide special care, you would not even have the opportunity for treatment. Her status, now vastly different from before, merely having a physician to take her pulse and some herbs was already fortunate. Shui Ingxue's bloodshot eyes fixated on the scattered contents of the medicinal package, her lips biting down in resentment. These are merely broken scraps. Even the palace maids and eunuchs wouldn't use such inferior herbs for treatment. You shall surely regret this treatment of me. The young eunuch scoffed. Do you still think of yourself as an exalted master? You ought to find a way to escape the cold palace first. Upon hearing this, Shui Ingxue fell silent. Indeed, she must first find a way to rescue herself. 3 hours later, a stealthy maid quietly took a token and exited the palace. Her movements were swift. And upon leaving the palace gates, she changed into dark clothing, appearing less like a palace maid and more like a spy. Once she reached a desolate area, the woman hurried toward the Buddhist temple. Within the temple, where worshippers continuously came and went, there were several secret chambers. At this moment, in one of those rooms, Yuan Li slammed the letter he had just read onto the table in frustration. Damn it! I should have sent more people to deal with those two scoundrels while at Yinshan. In the past, when seeking his counsel, he always had something to say. How come he is now utterly devoid of ideas? Jiang Huayu calmly sipped his tea, chuckling lightly. Your impatience will not yield fruitful results. You merely wish to incite rebellion now, seeking to change the surname of the Jiang Dynasty. The crux lies in that precocious child with foresight. If we could harness her abilities, the outcome would be remarkably efficient. Yuan Li shook his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You should reconsider. Losing our skilled subordinates for no reason is truly exhausting. Fear not. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Jiang Huayu rose swiftly, his dark robe soon blending into the shadows, his visage becoming indistinct. The scene was one of imminent danger, sending chills down the spine. Yet, this scenario was not witnessed solely by Yuan Li. It also unfolded before Jiang Zao's eyes. As night fell, Jiang Zao began to feel unwell and retired early to bed. Unexpectedly, she was plagued by nightmares. Frowning, as she was about to follow a disturbing vision, the scene suddenly shifted. It was the Buddhist temple. I have sheltered you for long enough. What more do you desire? Is it not sufficient? You have always been so kind. I have always known. Since you know, cease troubling him, and consider it for the sake of the Jiang Dynasty subjects. You must relent. Relent? Humph. You come to speak of this only now. It is far too late. Bow before the revered Empress Dowager. The end has come. Blood flowed freely, convulsions racking the body. The figure remained unmoved, standing with hands clasped behind, coldly observing Qin Yueling's struggle. Jiang Zao wished to inch closer to discern the figure's features, yet unexpectedly. The figure turned abruptly and lunged toward her. The little one opened her eyes wide, instinctively scanning her surroundings. Realizing she was still in her chamber, she breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Zao blinked her large eyes, surveying the room. It was still dark outside. She could afford to sleep a little longer. With a deep sigh, just as she was about to close her eyes again, the hall suddenly erupted into chaos. It seemed there was an urgent matter requiring Shui Xiangrong's attention. Jiang Zao, curious, suppressed her drowsiness and quietly climbed down from her bed, peering around the screen to see a maid sobbing as she reported to Shui Xiangrong. It's terrible, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager. She has passed. What? Jiang Zao froze, a chill seeping into her bones. How could this be? Did I dream of my grandmother's demise again? Is it truly my fault? I should have stayed at the Buddhist temple to watch over her. Shui Xiangrong's heart skipped a beat, and she turned to see Jiang Zao standing barefoot beside the screen, tears streaming down her face. Little you. She scooped Jiang Zao into her arms, preparing to comfort her, but the little one merely curled up tighter within her embrace. Chapter 94. Uninvited warm tears rolled down her neck, and Shui Xiangrong felt a profound sorrow in her heart, letting out a deep sigh. Little you, do not be too saddened. Grandmother has merely ascended to a realm of eternal bliss, she said, attempting to offer solace, yet her own heart felt desolate. After becoming the crown princess, she had tried to curry favor with the cold-faced Empress Dowager Qin, but the latter had never held any affection for Jiang Huijing, which inevitably reflected on her as well. Nevertheless, a loss is a loss. No matter how distant the bonds of kinship may be, grief remains. The departure of Qin Wailing struck Jiang Huijing the hardest. An imperial decree conferred posthumous honors upon Qin Wailing, declaring to the world that a period of mourning would last 3 years. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived unbidden. Long live the emperor! Jiang Huaiyu entered the hall, leaving everyone at the funeral in shock. It was only after he paid his respects to Jiang Huijing that the latter's expression darkened, and he gestured for a seat to be given to him. From where does the Duke of Rui come? Has the journey been arduous? Jiang Huijing inquired, his gaze piercing. Jiang Huaiyu, feeling a tinge of shame, explained that he had been enjoying leisurely travels and had hurried back upon receiving the emperor's command, asking for no blame. Before anyone could digest his words, Jiang Huaiyu's attention shifted to Jiang Zao. Is that Her Royal Highness, the princess? He leaned forward, excitement evident in his demeanor, not caring that his jade pendant clinked against the dining table. However, Jiang Zao, startled by the commotion, glanced over. In that instant, she was taken aback. This pendant resembles the one worn by the person who poisoned the Empress Dowager in my dream. Could my uncle be the murderer? But why would he? Jiang Huijing, hearing her soft voice clearly, paused, gripping the wine vessel tightly, his gaze at Jiang Huaiyu turning incredulous. The thought that his royal brother could be the one who poisoned the Empress Dowager had crossed his mind. He had considered the possibility of Jiang Huaiyu acting madly and resorting to any means necessary. Yet he never anticipated that Jiang Huaiyu would turn the Empress Dowager into a mere pawn in his quest for the throne, so easily betraying familial ties to commit murder. But Jiang Huaiyu remained unperturbed under Jiang Huijing's scrutinizing gaze. His expression was one of sorrow as he closely observed the princess, noting her resemblance to the late empress, which stirred memories of past days spent admiring flowers and the moon with her. I beseech your majesty to allow the princess to stay with me for a few days at the Duke of Rui's residence in the capital. It would ease my heart's longing, he implored passionately, each word dripping with faux sincerity, lamenting that he had not visited the Empress Dowager during her lifetime, feeling a deep sense of guilt for failing to fulfill his filial duties. What a charade you continue to play. Jiang Zao's expression grew increasingly difficult to contain, revealing a hint of disdain. Shui Xiangrong held Jiang Zao close, pressing her hand against the child's head to prevent her from meeting Jiang Huaiyu's gaze. Now aware of this man's ulterior motives, she was uncertain of his true intentions. Jiang Huijing's anger simmered as he coldly regarded Jiang Huaiyu, rejecting his request, stating that Yuer was still young and needed her mother, while the Duke of Rui ought to remain in the capital for a prolonged stay. For the empress often spoke of him, and he must observe the period of mourning. Everything is at the emperor's discretion, Jiang Huaiyu said, raising his cup towards the throne, concealing his displeasure. You think you can take my child? Not a chance. The little one stuck out her tongue at him, even haughtily snorting. A fleeting flash of malice crossed Jiang Huaiyu's eyes as he shot a cold glance at Jiang Zao, then turned his gaze to a shadowy corner before raising the wine vessel to drink deeply. This little brat, he was determined to possess. If Jiang Huijing refused to yield, he would wait until he could collect the body of this little one. Jiang Zao felt uneasy under his gaze, instinctively looking around. I sense something is about to happen. Suddenly, chaos erupted at the funeral. In an instant, numerous figures clad in black surged forth, seemingly charging directly at Jiang Huijing, yet their true intention was to obscure everyone's vision. Protect the emperor. Protect the emperor. Imperial guards. Shui Xiangrong felt panic rise within her, clutching Jiang Zao tightly. Wait, something feels off. Jiang Zao's anxiety heightened as she turned her gaze towards Jiang Huaiyu, only to find him sitting calmly in his seat, showing no signs of movement. Could this all be premeditated? Meanwhile, Shui Xiangrong was preoccupied with finding a chance to escape with Jiang Zao, having no mind to listen to that soft voice again. Yet the little one in her arms saw everything clearly. Jiang Huaiyu remained seated, seemingly exchanging a glance with one of the assassins, who then moved swiftly towards them amidst the chaos. The assassin, blending into the turmoil, appeared to pull something from behind and hurled it towards Xiangrong. So the target is still my baby? How dare you threaten my dear mother? I will not allow it. Jiang Zao pouted, her peripheral vision catching sight of a dish on the table. Her small hand shot out, grabbing the dish to shield herself. The little one used the dish as a makeshift shield, feeling a sudden numbness in her palm, followed by a grunt. When she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Huayu clutching his thigh, glaring at her furiously. The assassin quickly reacted, realizing that Xiangrong and Jiang Zao were unharmed, and drew a dagger from behind. Help! Save me! Jiang Zao strained to scream, then burst into tears. Though her words were lost, they still drew the attention of the crowd. The assassin's eyes hardened, ready to strike when his throat was suddenly slashed, collapsing to the ground. Why were there so many assassins at the funeral? Jiang Huaijing, seated upon the dragon throne, coldly surveyed the scene, commanding, "Investigate. I will remain here and watch." Who possesses such audacity? At that moment, the soft voice reached Jiang Huaijing's ears again. Who else could it be but that wicked uncle who wishes to take my baby away for A6 Chapter 95? The imperative to go, Your Majesty. I must report that His Royal Highness, the Duke of Ruay, has also been wounded by an assassin. This clearly demonstrates his unwavering loyalty to the Jiang Dynasty, rendering him a thorn in the side of those treacherous rogues. His Royal Highness is truly a paragon for our generation, a remarkable young man indeed. With this initial compliment from the First Minister, the surrounding officials quickly joined in agreement. Although these officials were not high-ranking members of the court, merely fourth-rank officials, their united voices were enough to attract attention. What a pack of sycophants! What benefits have you been promised? Jiang Zao glared furiously at the ministers, her large eyes wide with indignation. They had synchronized their rhetoric. Should any harm come to the Duke of Ruay, they would need to be replaced as well. However, the current situation was precarious, and it seemed Jiang Huaijing was unsure how to proceed. It was unfortunate that Jiang Huayu's schemes had not succeeded, nor had he managed to unearth the truth. A small sigh escaped the little one, oblivious to the flicker of delight in the emperor's eyes upon the dragon throne. How had he not considered this? If Jiang Huayu sought to manipulate these officials, he would undoubtedly need to offer substantial bribes, thus exposing his own vulnerabilities. Jiang Huayu, maintaining a calm facade, hastily concluded the funeral proceedings under the pretext of attending to medical matters. Meanwhile, his spies had already infiltrated the residences of those ministers. Yet such overthinking could easily lead to fatigue. While stifling a yawn, she was promptly tucked into bed by Xiangrong. Little Yuo had also been startled today and needed a rest. Xiangrong leaned down to kiss her precious daughter, a fleeting shadow of concern crossing her eyes. Reflecting on the recent spate of assassination attempts, it was indeed contrary to their desire for little Yuer to grow up carefree. Now, they must remain vigilant and clear away the sinister forces lurking in the background, ensuring a secure environment for little Yuer's growth. In the stillness of the night, a soft sigh escaped Jiang Zao, yet she remained unaware. She had already drifted into a sweet slumber. In her dreams, she felt a sense of weariness. Yet she forced herself to move forward. Gradually, the surroundings became clearer, revealing the outskirts of the imperial city. The little one instinctively opened her mouth to call out, only to find that she could produce no sound and could not draw closer. She could only watch from a distance. She observed her elder brother seemingly distributing porridge to a group of refugees. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Her brother was struck by a long sword, blood gushing from his chest, staining him entirely in crimson. Jiang Zao trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks in a torrent of sorrow and fury. "Brother!" A startled cry escaped her lips, jolting her awake. She opened her eyes, breathing heavily, her small frame appearing inexplicably fragile. Before she could fully regain her senses, voices outside the hall caught her attention. "I was recuperating yesterday and could not attend the funeral. Thus, before heading out to distribute porridge, I specifically visited the temple to seek a talisman for peace, hoping that both mother and Yuer remain safe and undisturbed. Your body is still weak. Why seek such things? As you embark on your journey to distribute porridge today, be cautious and avoid falling into any traps like what happened at Yanshan." Those were her brother and beloved mother. What were they discussing? The distribution of porridge. Everything that transpired in her dreams could very well come to pass. What if her brother were to be attacked? She must accompany him to protect him. "Brother, wait for me. Let me go with you." Jiang Zao swiftly dashed forward, her small legs propelling her as she leaped onto Jiang Jinyu's lap. "Little Yuer, are you here to send off your brother?" Jiang Jinyu exclaimed with evident joy. I have missed you dearly during my recovery, he said, planting kisses on her cheeks, which made her squirm away. You still enjoy dodging your brother? Do not worry, I will be gone for 10 days or half a month. And you may not see me. Jiang Jinyu's tone held a hint of melancholy. Just as Shui Xiangrong was about to speak, a soft voice interrupted. What? The baby didn't come to send off her brother. The baby wants to go with her brother, to protect him. Otherwise, if he faces an assassination like in the dream, what shall I do? The little one was deeply perturbed by her earlier dream. If the events unfolded precisely as she had envisioned, she could not simply suggest leaving little Yuer behind. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Zao grew anxious, patting herself as she stammered, Baby, must go. Although Shui Xiangrong's heart softened, she maintained a serious demeanor. Little Yuer, do not cling to your brother. He has important matters to attend to. Why can't I involve mother? No, I must go? I will cry. I will cry very hard. Jiang Zao's tiny mouth quivered, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Her face soon flushed with emotion. Shui Xiangrong and Jiang Jinyu panicked, employing every tactic they could think of, even tempting her with milk porridge, yet the innocent cries persisted. With no other options left, Shui Xiangrong finally relented. Let us consult your father. If he permits you to join, we shall increase the number of attendants. Seeing her mother relent, Jiang Zao gradually stopped crying. Her tear-brightened eyes sparkled with joy as she fixed her gaze on her elder brother, fearful he might refuse. Truly, I am at your mercy. Jiang Jinyu chuckled, pinching Jiang Zao's tiny nose. He entrusted her to a palace made to help dress her, and after breakfast, he took her to the Yangxin Palace. However, before they reached the palace gates, Jiang Huaijing's furious voice boomed from within. You think I will grant you the title of Long Princess just because you demand it? You dare utter such nonsense and submit a formal request. Have you any genuine concern for your elder brother? What brotherly affection do you speak of in front of me now? Chapter 96. Are you teaching me a lesson? The siblings paused before the Yangxin Hall, with Jiang Zao curiously peering inside. Which unfortunate soul has once again incited the emperor's wrath? However, the esteemed Prince Rue was gravely injured, his only longing being for the holy Empress Dowager. Given that the Grand Princess bears a resemblance to the Empress Dowager, could she not alleviate the princess' heartache? Indeed. Your Majesty, during the mourning rites, it is said that Prince Rue was wounded for your sake and that of the Empress. Even if one does not care for the world, one should not be so heartless. Who is this shameless scoundrel? I shall twist his head off. The little one seemed quite incensed, babbling indignantly while her tiny fists flailed in the air. You resemble the Empress? Your entire family resembles the Empress. I haven't even grown up yet, and if I were to resemble someone, it should be my dear mother. What nonsense is this about generational resemblance? And what does it mean to be injured for my father and mother? He clearly brought it upon himself. I shall retaliate, so come and deal with me. What skill is it to make things difficult for my father? Her exclamations caused a smile to unconsciously tug at Jiang Jinyu's lips, though he quickly suppressed it. Now, with their father forced into a corner by their joint efforts, there seemed but one way to assist him in evading their troubles. Jiang Jinyu glanced at his little sister in his arms, approached the palace door, and instructed Eunuch Li to deliver their message. His Royal Highness, the Grand Princess, has arrived. A sharp, elevated voice abruptly interrupted the ministers within the hall, who were urging the emperor in succession. The siblings bore expressions tinged with solemnity, as if in the next moment they would draw forth a treasured sword and rid themselves of these individuals. Many among the courtiers shrank back, tucking their necks in. Salutations to father. Your son brings the Grand Princess to offer his respects. Jiang Jinyu set Jiang Zao down, taking her hand as they bowed to Jiang Huaijing. Upon seeing his son and little Yuer, Jiang Huaijing finally displayed a hint of relaxation. My son, Yuer, no need for formalities. Attendants, prepare seats. At this proclamation, the surrounding officials were taken aback. They were obliged to stand, yet here stood a prince and a princess, demanding special treatment, just as the siblings had not yet risen. A disdainful voice echoed nearby. The crown prince has learned his etiquette well, yet the ministers still linger in the Yangxin Hall. Is it proper to disturb for such trivial formalities? Oh. Jiang Huaijing turned toward the voice, recognizing it as Lu Yuan, a fellow official from the Ministry of Justice, albeit of considerably lesser rank. Is Lord Lu here to instruct me? Jiang Jinyu interjected coldly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan scoffed, and no, I dare not presume. I am neither a teacher nor a tutor. Since Lord Lu is cognizant of his position, why must you speak out of turn? Jiang Jinyu interrupted, casting a disdainful glance that silenced Lu Yuan, whose face turned crimson with indignation. Speak, then. Why has Lord Lu ceased his remarks? Is it that you are naturally averse to conversation? Jiang Zao chimed in, her playful gaze piercing like a dagger into Lu Yuan's heart. Your Majesty. Lu Yuan bit his lip, unable to restrain himself any longer. However, Jiang Jinyu preempted him, addressing Jiang Huijing. Father, I have come to offer my respects, but I have pressing matters to discuss. I implore you to allow me to take little Yu with me, for my peace of mind hinges upon it. Upon hearing this, before Jiang Huijing could respond, Lu Yuan interjected vehemently. This is unacceptable. The outskirts are harsh and cold. We believe the Grand Princess should accompany the Prince Rue to his residence rather than suffer in the countryside. Enough. You seek to send me to enjoy comfort. But it is merely a ploy to send me to my demise. Jiang Zao rolled her eyes, clutching Jiang Jinyu's neck in defiance of the suggestion. Jiang Jinyu raised an eyebrow, continuing, suffer? Little Yu is a blessing of our Jiang Dynasty, with the refugees arriving from the south to our capital seeking refuge. Is it not right for them to receive the grace of a small blessing? If Lord Lu intends to obstruct this, let us leave it to Father to decide between expediency and the welfare of the people. Indeed, you speak with such righteousness, yet I recall you, Lu Yuan. And that 5th-rank official over there, and that 4th-rank one there, all having dealings with Gao Bin. Now, in speaking on behalf of that wicked uncle, who knows what ulterior motives lie behind it? Jiang Zao's eyes brimmed with disdain, while her father and brother exchanged glances of understanding. The crown prince is quite eloquent. I commend you. Lu Yuan failed to notice the growing ire of Jiang Huijing. He was rendered speechless and was about to signal to a nearby minister, when Jiang Huijing's voice thundered from the throne. Now, with the refugees homeless, you should be contemplating their resettlement, yet you persist in discussing Prince Rue. Have you grown weary of governance? At this, the hall fell silent, with ministers dropping to their knees. We dare not, Your Majesty. Observing the dark robes of officials crowding the hall, Jiang Huijing scoffed. Dare not. I see you are merely bold and reckless. Even if Prince Rue truly longs for something, he should seek to pay his respects at the royal tombs for the Empress Dowager and not engage in petty arguments while competing with the refugees for blessings. Son, take the Grand Princess to distribute alms and look after her well. Jiang Huijing waved his hand, even sending 1,000 elite soldiers along with Jiang Jinyu. After a series of arrangements, the siblings climbed into a carriage. The outskirts of the capital were not far, merely an hour's journey at most. Jiang Jinyu entertained Jiang Zao with tales of gold palaces until the carriage finally came to a halt. With no accommodations in the outskirts, they relied solely on makeshift tents. While the guards took care of the arrangements, Jiang Jinyu held Jiang Zao as they disembarked, intending to survey the nearby situation, only to find himself momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 97. Distributing porridge this year, the calamities in the Jiang Dynasty have persisted longer than usual, resulting in an unprecedented influx of refugees. These are all pitiable souls, brother. Please hasten to distribute the porridge. Jiang Zhao's eyes brimmed with compassion as she descended from her elder brother's embrace, promptly extending the pancake she held to a frail, youthful child. Thank you, the child replied, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes, evoking a profound sense of empathy in Jiang Jinyu. With warmth in her heart, she urged her guards to set up the pot and kindle a fire for cooking the porridge. The fragrant aroma of rice wafted through the air, stirring the hunger in the refugees gathered nearby. As the starving masses began to converge around the pot, Jiang Jinyu remained vigilant. Calling her guards to protect the cooking vessel, she instructed the refugees to form a queue, allowing each person to receive their share of porridge in turn. The chorus of gratitude and the radiant smiles surrounding Jiang Jinyu captivated Jiang Zhao entirely. What a wonderful brother! How vile those wicked people must be! She sighed. Joining the effort, some children, unable to wait for their turn, squeezed through the crowd, and she shared her pancakes and steamed buns with them. The distribution of porridge was in full swing, and neither Jiang Zhao nor Jiang Jinyu noticed the increasing number of figures blending into the crowd. They assumed it was merely due to the overwhelming presence of refugees and did not investigate further. It wasn't until a masked refugee approached them that Jiang Jinyu sensed something amiss. Who would wrap themselves so thoroughly? Just as he furrowed his brow to inquire, the figure suddenly drew forth a long sword. With no time to unsheath his own weapon, Jiang Jinyu instinctively raised his porridge ladle as a shield. Pandemonium erupted among the refugee throng, and Jiang Zhao, having just handed a bun to a small child, was knocked to the ground. Brother, be careful. There's more than one. The little girl struggled to rise, witnessing several figures among the refugees draw their swords, lunging towards Jiang Jinyu. In an instant, the ladle in his hand shattered into fragments. The attackers showed no mercy, their onslaught intensifying without affording Jiang Jinyu a moment of reprieve. Despite the swift reactions of the guards, most were swiftly dispatched. It's over. My nightmare has come true again. You shall not harm my brother. Jiang Zao resolved to protect her elder sibling, scanning the surroundings before crouching to pick up a stone. She hurled it with all her might. Though its lethality was minimal, it served to divert attention. She noticed one of the apparent leaders signal to the assailants, prompting them to split into two groups, seemingly intent on capturing both siblings. Panic surged within Jiang Zao as she saw Jiang Jinyu finally manage to draw his sword and fend off the attackers, allowing her a moment to flee. Yet, midway through her escape, a throne-concealed dart abruptly halted her advance. In that fleeting moment, a glint of cold steel flashed before her eyes. Jiang Zhao's heart sank. But before the blade could reach her, it was abruptly intercepted mid-flight. A figure clad in red appeared, wielding a curved blade with the grace of a dancing dragon, effortlessly dispatching half of the assailants with a few elegant strikes. Her movements resembled a dance rather than a battle, a sight that was both enchanting and mesmerizing. Oh, this sister is so impressive. Her skills rival those of my brother. The two of them combined their efforts, and with the aid of the elite guards, they began to retaliate. The assailants were soon eradicated. Once the swords were sheathed, Jiang Jinyu advanced with Jiang Zhao, but before he could speak, he witnessed the woman deftly slice open the tunic of one of the fallen attackers, her brow furrowing in concern. These were trained assassins, cultivated from a young age. What sort of enemies have you attracted? If they were merely spoiled brats from the capital, they would not come here to distribute porridge. The woman, with her flowing garments and poised stature, exuded an effortless elegance. Her strikingly handsome face bore a hint of valor. We hail from a merchant family. Today, we opened our granary to distribute porridge, perhaps sending a message to our enemies, Jiang Jinyu said, instinctively concealing his identity as he gazed at her. Given the unrest in the vicinity, even if you intend to distribute porridge, it is prudent to ensure this area is secure first. The woman pointed towards a nearby inn and continued, I run a martial arts school. My name is Lin Qingxiao. Do you have a place to stay? If not, you are welcome to rest at my school. Well, Jiang Zhao began to stammer, but before she could utter a word, Jiang Jinyu covered her mouth. I am Jiang Jinyu. This is my younger sister, Jiang Zhao. At present, we do not have accommodations. His voice trembled with a mix of restrained excitement and anxiety. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to a little girl with braided pigtails from his memories. Yet, despite the tumult of emotions within him, Jiang Jinyu knew he must first attend to the matters at hand. The rations have yet to be fully distributed. Please, go ahead. I will resolve the affairs here and then seek out your martial arts school. Lin Qingxiao pondered for a moment before nodding and swiftly taking the porridge ladle. Allow me to assist you. The more hands, the quicker the work. Without a single superfluous word, she moved with a clean and decisive grace. Jiang Jinyu felt a stirring in his heart, and from that moment, he found it difficult to avert his gaze. Jiang Zhao cast a sidelong glance at her elder brother, then began to scrutinize Lin Qingxiao anew. This sister saved both me and my brother. Thus she should not be doubted. Yet brother is being deceptive. Can't she truly perceive it? Even if we disguise ourselves as a wealthy family, our names have already invoked the royal family's ire. How could she possibly remain unaware? Living in the outskirts, yet managing both an inn and a martial arts school, while also discerning that those attackers were trained from childhood, this person is far from ordinary. The little girl's mind raced with thoughts, her wide eyes fixed on the two adults. Jiang Jinyu hesitated momentarily, a flicker of unease crossing his features, but he soon resumed conversing with Lin Qingxiao. Yet, no matter the subject, she skillfully avoided discussing her background, focusing solely on experiences from the past 2 years. Jiang Zhao sighed, feeling powerless to interrupt their exchange. Alas, it seems I must rescue my family. The burden is heavy. In the ensuing days of porridge distribution, aided by Lin Qingxiao, everything proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Even a fly attempting to land on the food would find itself cleaved in two by her swift blade. She possessed both skill and strategy, coupled with a capacity for understanding and compassion. Such perfection is truly suspicious. Jiang Zhao muttered to herself as she continued distributing food to the children. Yet, before she could fully attend to her thoughts, there remained an important matter to address. Qixao, I must confide something in you. Jiang Jinyu led Jiang Zhao to find Lin Qixao, who seemed to have anticipated their arrival, waiting at the entrance of the martial arts school. Jiang Zhao remained cautious. Yet Lin Qingxiao appeared unconcerned, smiling as she said, I know what you wish to reveal. You are, in fact, the crown prince of the Jiang Dynasty, correct? It was a flawlessly constructed narrative, yet its perfection rendered it hard to believe. Jiang Jinyu frowned, his doubts solidifying. His jade pendant was always on his person. Even if he were to remove it, it would be during bathing, left in his room. How had Lin Qingxiao come across it? Chapter 98. The test. The smile on Lin Qingxiao's face gradually faded. Your Highness, redeem me. I speak plainly. If I merely wish to earn silver, why would I not open a tavern? Every frown, every smile, every gesture. Even the small dimple on her cheek reminded Jiang Jinyu of the girl he had once found as a child. He had been merely 7 years old then, accompanying his father on charitable outings at the city gates. That lively girl had blossomed in his heart like a ray of sunshine. Now, over a decade later, rather than withering, that memory had grown into a towering tree. Jiang Jinyu fell silent for a moment, deliberately ignoring her minor slip of the tongue. It is my fault. I misspoke and upset you, miss. But perhaps, in the capital, you could assist many more people? His intense gaze caused Lin Qingxiao's cheeks to flush slightly. Nonetheless, the crown prince ought to grant me some time to settle the martial arts school, she thought. Seeing Jiang Jinyu nod solemnly, she chuckled softly and turned to head to her martial arts school. Yet, Jiang Jinyu's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qingxiao, unwavering. He clenched his fists, as though harboring deeper considerations. Alas, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. Jiang Zao tightened her small fists, resolutely determined. This enigmatic woman, with her unclear motives, was quite dangerous. She needed to discern the intentions of this person. Your Highness, is it wise for us to proceed in such a manner? A palace maid cautiously followed Jiang Zao, appearing somewhat apprehensive. The small girl exclaimed, dragging the maid inside. Only Lin Qingxiao was there, absorbed in her accounts. Without lifting her gaze, the little girl approached her side and suddenly looked up, revealing a beaming smile. Your Highness. Lin Qingxiao set aside her task, shifting her attention to the girl, and returned the smile. What troubles you? Jiang Zao shook her head, then reached out her tiny hand to grasp Lin Qingxiao's skirt. With wide, blinking eyes, she scrutinized Lin Qingxiao intently. Not a single flaw would escape her notice. I do not believe that without my brother, you can remain courteous to me. However, Lin Qingxiao merely smiled serenely and effortlessly lifted her into her arms. The sensation of being airborne startled Jiang Zao momentarily, but she soon found herself enveloped in a fragrant embrace. This peculiar scent was unlike any she had encountered before. The little girl furrowed her brow, prompting Lin Qingxiao's smile to deepen. What is she smiling about? Wait, what is this by my hand? Jiang Zao paused, extending her small hand to feel, only to turn pale. The solid object felt distinctly like a hilt. Meeting Lin Qingxiao's smiling gaze, the little girl felt a shiver run down her spine. Was she finally going to make a move? Under Jiang Zao's watchful eyes, Lin Qingxiao slowly freed one hand, reaching for the curved blade. No matter. When she raises the knife, I shall bite her neck. Let us see who is more formidable. Though Jiang Zao had meticulously planned her actions, she could not help but feel anxious. She swallowed hard, fixated on Lin Qingxiao's movements. Just as Lin Qingxiao was about to grasp the hilt, Jiang Jinyu's voice rang out from outside. Miss Lin, have you seen Xiaoyu? Upon spotting Jiang Jinyu's arrival, Jiang Zao hurriedly hopped down from Lin Qingxiao's arms. Brother. The little girl leaped into her brother's embrace, watching Lin Qingxiao warily. She harbors ill intentions. Seeing his little sister tense up like a brick, Jiang Jinyu furrowed his brow. What has transpired? Perhaps she was frightened by my dagger earlier. Lin Qingxiao explained with a smile, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Zao. Jiang Jinyu absorbed the scene, his expression momentarily somber. After settling the accounts, the little girl nestled in her brother's arms, her large eyes still fixed on Lin Qingxiao until they boarded the carriage. During the return journey, the three shared a carriage, with Jiang Zao on one side and Lin Qingxiao on the other. Yet, there was certainly something amiss with Lin Qingxiao. Could it be that Lin Qingxiao truly harbors no ill will? The journey from the outskirts to the imperial city took no more than an hour. Once inside the palace, Jiang Zao sensed an unusual tension emanating from Lin Qingxiao. She assumed it was merely because Lin Qingxiao had never encountered such opulence before. Upon entering Yangxin Palace, they found Jiang Huijing already awaiting them. Shui Xiangrong stood by his side, seemingly there to welcome the siblings, having even arranged a feast. A table laden with sumptuous dishes captivated Jiang Zao's attention, causing her mouth to water. Today, only their family occupied Yangxin Palace, with no other officials present. She stretched out her arms to embrace her beloved daughter. Jiang Zao scampered into Shui Xiangrong's embrace. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinyu greeted them respectfully. introducing Lin Qingxiao's identity to Jiang Huijing and Xue Xiangrong. Upon hearing of Lin Qingxiao's accomplishments, Jiang Huijing expressed admiration, commending her courage and wisdom, declaring her a fine young lady. However, what of your family? Are they in the capital? His smile remained warm and inviting. If she had family, there would be no need for further promises. A generous reward of gold and silver would suffice. Yet the moment he cast his gaze upon Lin Qingxiao, Jiang Zao froze. The originally kind and tolerant eyes now burned with unprecedented wrath. No wonder I could not uncover her true intentions. The evidence was right before me. No family. Jiang Huijing frowned. Then, do you require anything? I seek nothing more. If His Majesty could provide me a place to continue my martial arts school, allowing the weak to protect those they cherish, I would be entirely content. Lin Qingxiao knelt before him, bowing her head low, her eyes betraying an unrestrained resentment. Good girl. Do rise, Jiang Huijing said after a prolonged silence, his tone softened. After all, she was the savior of his son, and it would not do to overstep. You saved her. If you wish for a title, it is within reason. Lin Qingxiao knew he was jesting and merely smiled in return. Yet Jiang Zao scrutinized her face, her doubts intensifying. She needed to devise a means to test her further. The little girl's eyes darted about, inadvertently landing upon Jiang Jinyu. Chapter 99. Beyond endurance in the morning, Jiang Zao tugged at Jiang Jinyu's sleeve, pointing towards the entrance of the Yangxin Hall. Dear brother, come with me. I have a little surprise prepared for you. If she could lead Jiang Jinyu to investigate Lin Qingxiao, perhaps he could uncover something. Jiang Jinyu gazed at the little bundle clinging to his leg, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had certainly heard Jiang Zao's soft, endearing voice. Yet he was reluctant to shatter the beautiful image he held in his heart. After much inner turmoil, he ultimately lifted the little one in his arms. Did you forget something, little you? Do you want your brother to accompany you? Jiang Jinyu mused, concern lacing his words as he followed the direction Jiang Zao indicated. However, Lin Qingxiao interjected unexpectedly. In the face of calamity, the royal charity of porridge is a benevolence towards the common folk. Yet, before extending such kindness, one must ensure their own safety. Should another assassination occur, it would be quite troublesome. It would be best to select a defensible location to distribute the porridge, thus averting future incidents. I happen to know of suitable places from my experience in establishing a martial arts school in the outskirts. Jiang Huijing waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Very well, do enlighten us. Lin Qingxiao nodded in agreement, but her gaze lingered on Jiang Jinyu for a moment. The meaning behind that glance was lost on Jiang Jinyu, yet he felt a gnawing sense of danger at having such a woman so close to his royal parents, especially with so few guards around. Reluctantly, he set Jiang Zao down. Be good, little you. If you've forgotten something, you can have Aunt Ningxiu accompany you first. With that, he approached his father, smiling. Father, allow me to hear your thoughts, as they may prove useful. Jiang Zao paused, believing her brother was reluctant to part with the beauty. She huffed and pulled Aunt Ningxiu along, making her way to the carriage still parked before the royal city gates. Princess, is there something inside this carriage that requires your personal retrieval? Ningxiu frowned, observing Jiang Zao point towards the carriage, contemplating her own suggestion to fetch something. The little one shook her head, insisting that Ningxiu carry her up. Brother is unreliable. I must investigate myself. She was resolute. Lin Qingxiao undeniably harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Jiang Huijing. What if she were sent by Yuanli or Jiang Huaiyu? Not all women were as benevolent as Huayan. Ningxiu found it impossible to refuse and ultimately obliged, lifting her up. The moment they entered the carriage, the little one made a beeline for Lin Qingxiao's package. With her small hands, she fumbled and easily untied the knot. Jiang Zao, oblivious to how effortlessly she was rummaging through the belongings, focused intently on her search. Yet, aside from some ordinary clothing, she found only a jade pendant and a portrait, a middle-aged man who did not appear to be from the Central Plains. How peculiar. Why would one carry a portrait of a foreigner? The little one continued to search, but ultimately found nothing else of interest. As she exited the carriage, she looked up to see Jiang Jinyu. Brother is here too. Perhaps he can uncover what I cannot. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she urged her brother to investigate. Jiang Jinyu's expression shifted dramatically. Investigate what? Little you, don't speak nonsense. What are you thinking? Investigate. The single word was delivered with utmost sincerity. In the past, you have never doubted me. What has changed today? Is it possible you have broken something belonging to her, and now you wish for your brother to compensate? His question seemed irrelevant, prompting Jiang Zao to sigh deeply, clinging tightly to his pant leg and insisting on her demand. Even though Lin Qingxiao's package contained no useful clues, Jiang Zao was adamant that there must be some flaw. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a voice from behind interrupted. What are you investigating? What did the eldest princess do in the carriage? My package. Jiang Jinyu halted, slowly turning to respond with a smile, only to be shoved aside by Lin Qingxiao, who frantically lunged for her belongings, retrieving a portrait. Thank goodness, it's still here. She clutched the image tightly to her chest, as if it were a priceless treasure. Jiang Zao was momentarily taken aback, now realizing that Lin Qingxiao had followed Jiang Jinyu. In that moment, the emotions reflected in her eyes were strikingly genuine. Your performance is commendable. Although I cannot find your flaw, I will never trust you. Jiang Zao's defiant gaze met Lin Qingxiao's, unwavering in her resolve. In response, Lin Qingxiao opened her package, exclaiming, the royal family truly knows how to bully others. I shall take my leave. Jiang Jinyu sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret yet offering no resistance. A mere apology from a prince should suffice. Your Highness, I cannot bear your apology, Lin Qingxiao retorted, her anger unabated as she continued to rummage through her belongings, causing several items to fall to the ground. At just the right angle, Jiang Jinyu caught sight of the contents of the package and Lin Qingxiao's pained expression. Enough is enough, she cursed silently, yet she did not cease her efforts. Jiang Jinyu stood in stunned silence until Lin Qingxiao picked up the last item, only for it to be snatched away by another hand. Where did you get this little puppet? The voice was low and tremulous. Jiang Zao peeked curiously, glancing at the puppet and feeling a foreboding sensation. Surely not the clutch of childhood sweethearts? No wonder brother is so captivated. Observing her brother's excitement, the little one felt a sense of clarity regarding her suspicions. Every facet of her expression was perfectly poised, yet she resolved to depart. Undeniably, this was a fatal allure for Jiang Jinyu, yet he maintained a semblance of clarity. He implored, this incident was indeed my sister's fault. I apologize, dear lady. May I offer some form of compensation? Lin Qingxiao contemplated for a moment before responding. What can you offer? I have not yet secured a location for your martial arts school, and since you saved both me and little you, my father intends to reward you. Jiang Jinyu suggested, why not stay at my residence until you find a suitable place for your school? You may move out later. His tone was sincere, as if genuinely concerned for her well-being. After careful consideration, Lin Qingxiao decided to accept his offer. Is that portrait of your beloved? Jiang Jinyu inquired casually as he helped her onto the carriage. It is a cherished memory of my parents, Lin Qingxiao replied, her gaze lingering on the image. 10 years ago, my father met my mother while conducting business. They were destined to part ways, and I was taken away by my father. She remained unaware that the little one was quite upset by this revelation. That scoundrel brother of mine, how dare he wish to be with that woman? Little you felt wronged. Why are you crying? Did you not get to eat at the Wind banquet but still manage to obtain what you desired? Shui Xiangrong comforted her gently. Jiang Zao raised her head from her mother's embrace, pouting, Mother is the best. Unlike that scoundrel brother. I shall ignore him for 3 days. Seeing her daughter's indignation, Shui Xiangrong found it amusing. Little did she realize that Jiang Jinyu was merely on guard against Lin Qingxiao. Although she could discern her son's growing affection, he was after all a royal prince. And it was unlikely he would blur the lines between public duty and personal feelings. Shui Xiangrong held Jiang Zao close, offering her comfort. If we cannot find him, we shall take a 2-day respite. Perhaps our elder brother can lend his assistance. It's futile to seek him. Our brother has already been enchanted, Jiang Zao pouted, sulking in her mother's embrace. For the next 3 days, she resolutely ignored Jiang Jinyu. Whether he visited Finchi Palace or invited her to the back garden, she merely scoffed and turned her back on him. Jiang Jinyu, caught between amusement and exasperation, could only indulge her. He had never anticipated that his little sister could be so stubborn when angered. However, on the 4th day, Jiang Zao relented. Find him, brother. Early in the morning, the little one clung to Shui Xiangrong, refusing to let her leave. With one tiny hand grasping the hem of her mother's skirt, the child gazed up intently at her, while the other hand pointed towards the palace door, her pouting lips betraying a hint of impatience. Was Xiao Yuer setting off to find her brother? Jiang nodded. To seek out her second brother? Jiang Zao shook her head. That means she is seeking out her elder brother. Jiang Zao nodded emphatically. But didn't Xiao Yuer ignore her brother just yesterday? Why is she looking for him today? Shui Xiangrong found it somewhat amusing as she lifted the little bundle in her arms and playfully teased her tiny nose. Jiang Zhao, with a soft hum of reluctance, averted her gaze, seemingly a tad embarrassed. Though the baby was indeed upset, she couldn't deny that her elder brother was still her brother. What if that Lin Qingxiao posed a threat to him? She must act. The little dumpling insisted. All right, Mother will accompany Xiao Yu to find brother. Shui Xiangrong, unable to contain her amusement, summoned 2 palace maids to fetch a few items from the storeroom before departing for the prince's residence. Upon seeing his mother and sister, Jiang Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. He had thought it would take at least a few more days for this little dumpling to come to her senses. Yet, was she already missing her elder brother? Jiang Jinyu reached out to embrace Jiang Zao, only to be evaded. I'm not worried about my elder brother. I merely seek clues to apprehend the villains. Upon witnessing this, the mother and son exchanged a glance, both breaking into smiles. Hearing that the woman who saved you is currently residing in your mansion, yet her presence is nowhere to be found? Shui Xiangrong expressed some concern regarding Jiang Jinyu's reassurances and inquired further, where have you arranged for the person to stay? Do refrain from approaching your main hall too closely, lest it tarnish the young lady's reputation. Fear not, mother, for Miss Lin is ensconced in the tranquil and comfortable courtyard at the southern corner of the garden. This morning, Miss Lin ventured out early, stating that she had searched numerous locations that were unsuitable for establishing a martial arts academy and intended to travel further afield today. Jiang Jinyu planned to usher the two into the main hall and had instructed the servants to prepare Jiang Zao's favorite delicacies. Xiao Yu, do come inside and join your elder brother, he beckoned. However, Jiang Zao merely pouted, let out a huff, and turned away. The little one has yet to fully forgive her elder brother and refuses to accompany him inside. The little one turned and left him with a fleeting silhouette. Wandering through the prince's residence, observing her petite figure dart into the rear garden, Shui Xiangrong could only shake her head in resignation, instructing a palace maid to follow, ultimately accompanying Jiang Zao. After all, this was the prince's abode, where she and her royal brother also resided. Jiang Jingxian let out a deep sigh. He was aware that his younger sister harbored suspicions towards Lin Qingxiao, and he himself was not entirely convinced of Lin Qingxiao's innocence either. I merely seek to unearth the truth concealed behind the facade, all the while ensuring not to alert the unsuspecting. Observing the little one merrily prancing towards the garden, I could not help but chuckle softly. In my heart, a singular thought prevailed as I stealthily led a palace maid into the courtyard where Lin Qingxiao resided. The maid stood in astonishment, watching her young mistress skillfully rummage through items, yet felt utterly helpless to assist. After all, this was not the palace, and there were others residing here. Who are you? A sharp voice echoed from the entrance. Jiang Zhao's petite frame stiffened, and a curved blade appeared at her neck, rendering her motionless in shock. It's over, it's over. How could I have been discovered? Why didn't that palace maid give me a warning? Noticing the little dumpling glaring at her, the palace maid felt an overwhelming sense of despair. How could she possess such foresight? Moreover, the girl's agility was simply astonishing. Get out. A calm reprimand echoed, leaving the palace maid momentarily stunned. Yet, upon meeting Lin Qingxiao's indifferent gaze, she instinctively shrank back, though Jiang Zao was still present. The servant is a maidservant attending to the princess and cannot stray even a single step from her side. The maid quietly retorted, Oh, are you willing to risk your life for her? Lin Qingxiao raised an eyebrow, deftly retrieving a short dagger from her side, and suddenly launched a fierce attack, hurling it mercilessly towards the palace maid. The palace maid failed to evade in time, her head striking the stone wall with great force. Her body weakened, and she gradually collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness in the process. In the room, only Jiang Zao and Lin Qingxiao remained awake. The little one swallowed hard, gripping her tiny paws tightly, resembling 2 buns resting at her side, as she intently observed every movement of Lin Qingxiao. The sword in her hand had not dropped, indicating that Her Highness, the princess, harbored unrelenting ambitions. If it is said that you harbor ulterior motives towards your elder brother without inflicting any harm upon him, then it raises the question of your innocence, especially given the animosity you display towards our father. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Jiang Zao suppressed her fear of death with great determination, defiantly glaring at Lin Qingxiao. If you have the capability, then in my life, in this prince's residence, there is no escape for you. Lin Qingxiao seemed to comprehend the meaning behind her gaze and let out a light chuckle. Do you really think I cannot escape? I am unable to slay that old wretch. Perhaps taking the life of his daughter would suffice. As her words fell, she was about to plunge the long sword into the little one's body when she let out a muffled groan, causing the curved dagger in her hand to slip and fall to the ground. Lin Qingxiao turned her gaze and discovered a gaping wound on her arm, with a dagger embedded within it. Chapter 101. Never let go. The sound of the curved blade clashing with the ground echoed in her ears as the window was suddenly shattered, and several figures in black leaped into the room. Are we just taking this little brat? One of the black-clad figures inquired of the leader. Lin Qingxiao's gaze hardened. She sensed that their thoughts were veering towards whether to eliminate her. Casting a glance at Jiang Zao beside her, she grasped the curved blade with one hand, while tightly holding Jiang Zao in her embrace with the other. At this moment, the child was her only lifeline. Release that child. The leader of the assassins snarled through gritted teeth. Otherwise, we shall make you wish you were dead. Wish I were dead? Lin Qingxiao scoffed. First, I must live. That is of utmost importance. If you command me to let go, I shall not comply. No sooner had she spoken than the black-clad figures raised their weapons and charged at her. However, caught off guard and burdened with Jiang Zao, Lin Qingxiao found it nearly impossible to wield the curved blade effectively. The assassins gained the upper hand, their blades almost grazing Jiang Zao, yet they dared not advance further. Before he could finish his sentence, one of them hesitated to retort, "But if we unleash our poisoned darts, it will either kill or injure. Can this child withstand it?" The leader bellowed in response, seemingly annoyed by the man's incessant chatter, and swiftly severed his throat with a swift motion of his sword. He then drew out a concealed weapon from within his garments. Lin Qingxiao's heart raced. Glancing at the equally tense Jiang Zao, she pushed him away. "Get back. And don't be a hindrance." She cursed, but nonetheless shoved Jiang Zao into a corner. She swiftly overturned a table, effectively barricading Jiang Zao within. The view was immediately obstructed, and the little one in the corner was anxiously hopping about. All right, so this is how it is, letting the baby repay the favor of saving her life. Hoping to instill guilt, right? The baby will not fall for it. The little one listened to the chilling sounds of clashing blades outside. At this rate, Lin Qingxiao would surely perish. Taking 2 steps back, she intended to muster her strength to charge and overturn the table, but unexpectedly collided with something behind her. Bang! A candlestick fell, landing squarely in front of Jiang Zao. The candle within still burned, evidently left alight by someone who forgot to extinguish it. Jiang Zao's eyes sparkled as she grasped the candlestick in her small hands, turning around while continually apologizing in her heart. The baby is only repaying kindness. Though Lin Qingxiao isn't a saint, she has not forsaken the baby. Even in the face of assassins, she refuses to let go. The baby does not wish to owe anyone. Before long, a fierce blaze erupted in the corner of the room. The combatants froze momentarily, drawn to the source of the flames. This little brat! Lin Qingxiao gasped. Momentarily neglecting her surroundings, she struck back at the assassin before her and rushed toward the corner. Just as she reached out to grab Jiang Zao by the nape of her neck, she sensed danger approaching from behind. The little one, noticing an assassin attempting to sneak up on them, hurled the candlestick at the assailant. Flames licked at the assassin's dark attire, forcing him to retreat. Lin Qingxiao was momentarily stunned, suddenly struck by a thought as she glanced at Jiang Zao. However, there was no time to ponder. The fire was rapidly escalating. As the two sides closed in, the door was suddenly burst open. Jiang Jinyu's figure soared into the room, swiftly dispatching the assassins near the door. Retreat! The leader of the assassins shouted in panic, but unbeknownst to them, Jiang Jinyu had already brought his guards to the scene. However, just as they were about to be captured, the assassins bit their tongues and took their own lives. Jiang Jinyu was not surprised by this outcome. Anyone who dared to enter his prince's residence was undoubtedly courting death. Otherwise, they would be delivering evidence straight to him. The mother and daughter embraced tightly. Having just finished bandaging her wounds, Lin Qingxiao observed everything in silence. "Thanks to Miss Lin, you have saved Yuo once more," Jiang Jinyu expressed as he offered tea. Promising to assist Lin Qingxiao in finding a place for the martial arts school the following day, Jiang Zao's gaze frequently fell upon Lin Qingxiao's injuries. Yet she refrained from saying much. Even if you save the baby will not lower her guard because of that. Shui Xiangrong expressed her gratitude to Lin Qingxiao and, citing the need not to disturb her recovery, took her leave. However, just before the carriage departed, Lin Qingxiao hurried after her. "This incident today was not solely my doing." After recounting the events within the room, a faint blush brushed her ears. Lin Qingxiao crouched before Jiang Zao, solemnly stating, "Thank you for saving my life today. This debt I shall never forget." Jiang Zao was evidently taken aback, seemingly not expecting such gratitude from her. She then nodded in acceptance. "Well, since you saved the baby isn't heartless. It's a fair exchange. But the baby is not entirely at ease with you." Observing her daughter's awkward gait, Shui Xiangrong could not help but chuckle softly. Her daughter was quite the proud one. Though her demeanor appeared cold, the prince's residence was now filled with medicinal herbs for recovery, all courtesy of the little one's ideas. Jiang Zao had initially thought Lin Qingxiao would require at least a few days to recuperate. Yet, At the palace banquet the following day, she encountered her again. She had come with Jiang Jinyu. The little one diverted her gaze from the momentarily subdued Lin Qingxiao. Sitting upon her designated small chair, she savored her milk porridge while listening to the ministers engage in lively discussions with her father. A sense of unease crept into her heart. Why does it seem like father is concerned for the ministers while questioning them about whom they have recently associated with? As if conducting a census? Has father noticed something amiss? That would be fortunate, for the baby is at a loss on how to alert him. A large portion of these people were once acquaintances of the wicked Gao Bin. Wait, where has Lin Qingxiao gone? And why is my brother also missing? She climbed down from her small chair. Shui Xiangrong intended to follow her, but was gently refused by the little one. If mother discovers that brother has feelings for Lin Qingxiao, she will surely be upset. The baby will go check on things first. The little one reassured her mother and took along a small maid. She sought out her brother in places where he was most likely to be, only to unexpectedly spot a vivid red figure around the next corner. Oh my, how thrilling! Chapter 102. Poisoning. A somber voice of Jiang Jinyu echoed. Miss Lin, do you truly have nothing to say to me? Whatever it is, rest assured, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Instantly, the surroundings fell into silence. Just as Jiang felt that the two had departed, a faint voice broke through. Can you even pull me from the abyss? What did you say? Jiang Jinyu seemed momentarily taken aback. Nothing, Lin Qingxiao's voice followed, tinged with a hint of indifference. I should not be discussing these matters with you. It is utterly futile. For reasons unknown, Jiang felt a tinge of disdain in Lin Qingxiao's words, though she could not discern the source of this distaste. Alas, dear brother, perhaps you should refrain from prying further. There are countless women in the world. Why fixate on but one flower? My brother is handsome, valiant, and upright. The dream of countless young maidens. Do not become like our second brother. The little one could not help but hold her breath in anticipation, yet at that moment, a minister approached, seemingly unable to endure Jiang Huijing's inquiries any longer and wishing to seek Jiang Jinyu's perspective. I have pressing matters at hand. Please, do not disturb me. Jiang Jinyu's tone was icy, laced with annoyance. Yet, the next moment, he murmured in surprise. Where has everyone gone? They left so swiftly. Who is missing? The little one peered out curiously. She noticed that Lin Qingxiao had vanished, leaving only Jiang Jinyu and a minister. Your Highness, it would be wise not to indulge in matters of the heart, like the second prince, who married so early, leaving the state in peril. The minister clearly wished to dissuade Jiang Jinyu from pursuing Lin Qingxiao, imparting his self-righteous wisdom. Unbeknownst to him, this only intensified Jiang Jinyu's ire. I recall that you frequently visited the Rue Wang residence not long ago. Rest assured, I shall report to Father Emperor honestly and recommend you to the Rue Wang. My brother is ensnared. I shall leave the rest to the little one. But what did my brother mean? Did he discover Lin Qingxiao's affection for someone else and is now filled with indignation? Jiang felt her small legs carry her forward, her thoughts swirling. Yet, my brother's tone does not seem to indicate he is troubled by love. Rather, it sounds as though Lin Qingxiao is concealing some grand scheme from him. I must pursue her and uncover her intentions. Resolute, the little one quickened her pace, causing the palace maid behind her to pant heavily. But in the next moment, she stumbled over the cobblestone path, tumbling into a thicket of flowers. Due to the unique terrain, she rolled several times before coming to a stop. Princess! The maid's frantic cries faded behind her. Dazed, Jiang gathered her bearings. Oh no, the more I panic, the worse it gets. I must remain calm. Suddenly, a peculiar metallic scent wafted to her nostrils. As she steadied herself and searched for the source, she saw Lin Qingxiao gripping a strange insect, severing it with a dagger, and squeezing its blood into a wine flask. Remember, this wine is for the emperor. If you dare refuse or speak of this, beware the worms that dwell within you. Lin Qingxiao's voice carried a sinister edge. Though she spoke softly, her words resonated eerily in the quiet of the night. Jiang's mind momentarily blanked. Worms? What worms? Lin Qingxiao claimed to have grown up in the Central Plains, following her father in trade. What merchant would possess such things? And she intends to give this wine to her father? I must inform him. Jiang stiffened, just as Lin Qingxiao's furious shout pierced the air. Who is there? Lin Qingxiao's footsteps drew nearer, and as the little one prepared to flee, a piercing cat's cry echoed, followed by the swift departure of a shadowy figure. TSK. How idle are the palace concubines to keep such a gluttonous beast. Lin Qingxiao clucked her tongue in disdain as her footsteps receded. Jiang breathed a silent sigh of relief and cautiously moved a few steps. But in the next moment, she was lifted off the ground. Overwhelmed with fear, she longed to scream, But the maid's voice soon broke the tension. "Your Highness, you are here. How fortunate I found you." She sobbed as she cradled Jiang. "Let us go to the imperial physician." "Oh, how fortunate." The maid, relieved to have found Jiang, assumed her struggles were merely a reluctance to see a doctor and coaxed her gently. "We must at least ascertain the severity of your injuries to treat them appropriately." Jiang struggled, but she was no match for the maid's strength. Fortunately, her fall had not caused significant harm. Her legs still functioned. "I saw someone poison Fodder's wine." "Has he drunk it?" "He must not drink it." The little one squirmed free from the maid's grasp, darting towards Jiang Huaijing. Before he could speak, she knocked over the wine flask before him. "Fair, do not act recklessly." Jiang Huaijing swiftly steadied the flask, but the little one, in her urgency, knocked it over once more. "Father, do not drink. It is poisoned. I saw someone poison it." "What?" Jiang Huaijing and Xue Xiangrong both rose in astonishment. The banquet instantly falling silent. All eyes turned towards the high seats, curious about what could evoke such alarm from both the empress and the emperor. Jiang, still trembling from shock, clung to Jiang Huaijing's leg, her small voice barely a whisper. "Did you drink it? Father, have you consumed this wine? Please tell me." Chapter 103. The chasm a chill pervaded Jiang Huaijing's limbs. He drank, and not just once. Amidst the family's panic, Lin Qingxiao poured herself cup after cup of wine, reveling in her own satisfaction, unable to cease her hand's motion. Soon, Jiang Zao would be mourning the nation. Lin Qingxiao raised her glass towards Jiang Zao, who glared back at her with resentment, prompting a smile to curl on Lin's lips. At that moment, Jiang Jinyu beside her sighed deeply, reflecting on the relentless cycle of vengeance. His gaze bore a weight of solemnity. It was not only Jiang Zao who perceived Lin Qingxiao's treachery. As Lin Qingxiao's numb thoughts struggled to catch up, a series of gasps erupted from the right side of the banquet. What happened to Lord Liu? Is he drunk? No, blood is flowing from his mouth and nose. It's poison. There's poison at the palace banquet. While some expressed concern, others reveled in schadenfreude. Look at that tyrant. Getting his just desserts for his haughty behavior towards the common folk. He even accepted bribes, and wasn't he once allied with Gao Bin? It serves him right. Just like in the Yangxin Palace, daring to chastise the crown prince seeing the chaos unfold, Eunuch Li hurriedly called out, "Imperial guards, protect the emperor. Quickly, protect the emperor." Amidst the tumult of the palace banquet, Lin Qingxiao slowly drained her glass, a wave of dread creeping from her heart. She had clearly instructed the young palace maid to administer the poison, intending for Jiang Huaijing to consume it. Lin Qingxiao stared at Jiang Huaijing, secretly urging the poison within. Yet regardless of her efforts, the mother insect remained dormant, and she did not hear the maid's outcry. The maid was unharmed. The wine had been delivered. How could the cup have been switched? Another had died instead. Perplexed, Lin Qingxiao could not fathom the situation. Lost in thought, she failed to notice Jiang Jinyu's heavy sigh beside her. The banquet had been tainted by poison, and Jiang Huaijing, in a fit of rage, ordered the palace gates sealed. To poison in my presence so brazenly. If the culprit is found, they shall be executed immediately. With this decree, Lin Qingxiao found herself unable to leave. However, as Jiang Jinyu had brought her in, she remained with him in Shefeng Hall. Upon entering her quarters for the night, she noticed a pair of puppets on the table. One was intentionally dropped from her pack to be seen by Jiang Jinyu. The other was its counterpart. She was momentarily taken aback, still processing, when she heard movement behind her. Turning, she found Jiang Zao. The maid accompanying her set down a food box, retrieving a jar of peach blossom wine before retreating outside. The implication was clear. "You've pursued me all the way here. It seems you have indeed discovered something tonight." Lin Qingxiao was unperturbed by the two palace maids stationed at the door, boldly addressing Jiang Zhao. "Why?" Furrowing her brow. Jiang Zhao saw Lin Qingxiao's candid admission and climbed into a chair opposite her. "Currently, only the baby witnessed you poisoning. Although the baby wishes to inform father and mother, there's no evidence. If at your age, you had to endure the destruction of your nation and the slaughter of your family and kin, would you feel hatred?" Jiang Zhao pondered for a moment before nodding. "Do you see this puppet?" Lin Qingxiao picked up the other puppet, one Jiang Zhao had never seen before. "This puppet was sculpted by me. It's quite ugly. Far inferior to the one in my pack. When I was 5, I made a bet with a 7-year-old boy. He said if he won, I would have to marry him. I lost, and I cried profusely. He then carved me a small curved dagger to cheer me up. From the very beginning, I recognized him, and now I realize that he recognized me at first sight as well. In the past, when Jiang Huaijing was still the crown prince, he had spent 3 years at the border with Jiang Huayu. The late emperor intended for the two to compete, knowing full well who would prevail. That year, a small nation with the surname Wanyan was utterly annihilated, leaving only women and children, who were sent to the Central Plains. Jiang Zao was astonished, scrutinizing Lin Qingxiao's face. Perhaps she should be called Wan Qingxiao? Seeing the innocent expression on the little one's face, Lin Qingxiao, amidst her sorrow, felt a mischievous thought arise and pinched her cheek. I now only bear the surname Lin. You little rascal should stop your wild conjectures. Jiang Zhao winced from the pinch and could not help but exclaim. In the next moment, she was swept into a familiar embrace. The little one looked up to see Jiang Jinyu's darkened expression. What have you done to her? Lin Qingxiao shrugged and chuckled lightly. What do you think I would do? Jiang Jinyu turned his gaze back to the little one in his arms. Where, how did you end up here? Jiang Zhao hesitated for a moment, glancing at the wine on the table, and stammered, Deliver, wine. I came to find flaws, but who knew I would hear a story? The little one shrugged and struggled to escape his embrace. Shouldn't big brother join in? She has already confessed. Just tell father tonight's events have drawn father's attention to uncle. You need not worry. Jiang Jinyu sat down, sighed, and drank the plum wine in one gulp. This statement concealed countless unspoken truths, leaving Jiang Zhao momentarily dazed. Her little face displayed a fleeting expression of confusion as she noticed her brother only focused on drinking. She felt a surge of annoyance. What is big brother doing? This is a rare opportunity. Even if Lin Qingxiao is somewhat justified, it does not prove her innocence. The little one climbed down from her chair and approached Jiang Jinyu, raising her hand to slap his. No matter how difficult it may be, as long as you speak, I will never betray you. Lin Qingxiao remained silent for a moment. She had felt tempted before. The instant she saw Jiang Jinyu again, her heart nearly leaped from her chest. Your childhood memories are not solely yours, Your Highness. She suddenly chuckled, tears streaming down her face. Yet the chasm between us cannot be bridged by mere words. Jiang Jinyu felt a surge of emotion, clenching his fists. Why can't it be? If you desire it, you can. Seeing this scene, Jiang Zhao could not help but relent. Oh, what a scene of turmoil. But I still oppose this marriage. While she truly wishes to kill father, Wait, where are you going? The palace is still in chaos.